Chapter 1. The Little Ancestor, the Burden. In the sweltering heat, the scorching air became unbearable. Xiao Lian took a deep breath and, upon lifting her gaze, was met with the dazzling sight of the Longxi Grand Hotel, shimmering like a dragon in flight. "Good day. Please present your invitation," the doorman demanded. "What is that?" Xiao Lian's expression darkened. "I am a family member of the host for today's engagement banquet. I left the invitation at home." "Apologies." The doorman gestured to block her entrance, his demeanor as cold as ice. Frustration swelled within Xiao Lian, almost driving her to commit a violent act. She considered rushing in, but standing before the towering doorman, she felt utterly powerless. In the next moment, a sudden twist of fate occurred. Out of nowhere, a small child with a tuft of fluffy hair dashed forward, clinging to Xiao Lian's leg like an octopus. Inhaling her scent with fervent delight, a radiant smile broke out on his otherwise cold little face. "Mommy! Ha! Mommy, little Bao has finally found you. We won't be apart again." Xiao Lian was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Her partner had run off with someone else, and now a child of such size was claiming her as his mother. Was this some sort of joke? "Ahem, little one. I am not your mommy. You've mistaken me for someone else." "No, no. Mommy. There are bad people trying to catch little Bao. I just escaped." He looked up with his sweaty little face, tugging at her clothes with a pitiful expression. "Mommy, little Bao will be good. Can you please not leave me behind?" The doorman's mouth twitched involuntarily, yet he dared not intervene. Xiao Lian gazed into the child's deep, dark eyes, which held a captivating allure perhaps. In that fleeting moment, she truly felt a pang in her heart. Recalling her own plight, her shock far surpassed any burgeoning sympathy. "Be good. Annie has some matters to attend to. Once I am done, I will take you home." The small child nodded obediently, tilting his rosy little face up with a pleading expression that begged for affection. Uffed. Seeing that little face, Xiao Lian found herself momentarily dazed. "Hey, are you the one blocking my mommy from entering?" The small child glared menacingly at the doorman, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. "She can enter. Please, miss, you may proceed." The doorman's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. He bowed and scraped, making Xiao Lian wonder if he had taken leave of his senses. She stepped inside, leading the way, one hand holding onto the adorable little one. The doorman, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe his eyes. What the hell? Is this really our little ancestor? Just now he called her mommy. When did the boss get a wife? With that, he promptly dialed an internal line. "Boss, please inform the higher-ups the young master has been found." "Yes." And he brought along a burden. Upon entering, Xiao Lian intended to express her gratitude to the little boy, but he had already vanished without a trace. Reflecting on the doorman's respectful attitude towards the child, she surmised he was likely a mischievous little heir, and dismissed it from her mind. Standing before the hall, Xiao Lian wore a grave expression. On the stage, Yi Wei was passionately kissing Xiao Shan, their affection palpable, their eyes brimming with love. Flashes from cameras erupted around them. What a perfect couple! The more you look, the more they match. Our Yi Wei marrying Shan Shan is truly a stroke of good fortune. Xiao Yuan chuckled, clinking glasses with the Yi family. "In-laws, you truly jest. Yi Wei is young and accomplished with Shan Shan marrying him. We parents can rest easy." "Oh dear, how polite of you, old Xiao. You've raised a wonderful daughter." "Indeed. Shan Shan is a renowned designer. Her future is limitless." Xiao Yuan sipped his drink, though a twinge of guilt flickered across his face. Turning his gaze, he caught sight of his daughter standing outside, staring at him with unyielding intensity. His heart sank, a foreboding feeling settling in. Chapter 2. Secondhand goods, quite suitable. Xiao Yuan intended to act preemptively, rushing over to say a few kind words and bring her home. However, since Xiao Lian had come today, she had no intention of letting things settle peacefully. She strode over, without a word, and slapped Yi Wei across the face. Yi Wei was taken aback, utterly stunned. Lian, you? Why?" Yi Wei's expression soured, and the media erupted in a frenzy, cameras flashing incessantly. Lian, do you even know what you were doing?" Yi Wei's expression turned cold as anger simmered beneath a facade of calm. A hint of helplessness gracing his lips. "Today is my engagement with your sister. I do not wish to quarrel with you." Xiao Lian rolled her eyes. Honestly, if it weren't for all these people, I would want to toss a grenade and take you adulterous scoundrels down with me. Xiao Shan bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Lian, how can you say such things? I know you dislike me, you are envious of everything I have now, but I am your sister. What do you want me to do? Humph. She sobbed softly, her frail body inching closer to Yi Yui's embrace. Sister? Xiao Shan, you still know you're my sister? Xiao Lian's heart burned with rage, her eyes ablaze. Lian, what is wrong with you? You little wretch, get down. Shan sacrificed a leg for you. She has only just recovered and found her happiness. What do you want now? Do you even have a conscience? Conscience? Xiao Lian's heart ached, Mom. I truly do not understand since we are both your daughters. Why are you so blatantly biased? You've never acknowledged me. And yet now that Yi Wei and I have set a wedding date, how can you openly become an accomplice? Or am I, in fact, just the illegitimate child of a stepmother? He Zin's eyes widened, as if she had realized something. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yin, let's speak properly when we get home. Today is your sister's special day, and you. Xiao Yin could not be bothered to respond. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Just because you don't mention those things doesn't mean I am unaware. Xiao Shan, your leg must have healed ages ago. All this talk of an inspirational designer, gifted and talented, and you find that ironic? Xiao Shan's lips trembled on the verge of tears. Do you hate me so much? What benefit do you gain from slandering me? Benefit? I seek no advantage, but do not think you can extract anything further from me. Oh, by the way, have you found my ex-boyfriend suitable? I hope the taste of secondhand goods suits you well. You. The peculiar glances from the audience made Xiao Shan wish for a hole to hide in. She nearly bit her tongue in frustration, wanting to explain, but Xiao Lian offered her no opportunity. I didn't come empty-handed today. Hey, race my gift. Care to see what's inside? Xiao Shan recoiled, too fearful to look. She suspected that the Xiao Lian before her was an impostor. How could this usually docile and obedient sister transform into a demon? Lian, everything has its limits, don't go too far. Xiao Yuan approached, casting her a warning glance. Xiao Lian shrugged. I'm here with a gift, how is that going too far? Dad, in your eyes, Xiao Shan is your daughter, but I am not. A flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Yuan's eyes, which did not escape Xiao Lian's notice. She didn't dwell on it, simply seeking an explanation from her father. But to him, even an explanation was a luxury. With a bitter smile, the last glimmer of hope within her extinguished, she relinquished her grip on the burlap sack she had brought, letting it tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. An unexpected and dazzling appearance. The room was filled with papers, letters, and various items. The moment Yi Wei laid eyes on these objects, her expression transformed dramatically. What on earth are these? She exclaimed, noticing a love letter signed by Yi Wei herself. The prose was rather flowery and somewhat cheesy, revealing that Yi Deguzi's writing skills were quite commendable. It seemed genuine, while being entangled with the older gentleman. She was also cozying up to the younger one. That the Xiao family, clearly in the know, must have thought the elder daughter is human, but the younger one isn't. How shameless. On stage, Xiao Shan was in tears, feeling wronged. Lian, Yi Wei has long since broken up with you, that he confided in me that he has always regarded you as a sister. Even if you like him intensely, you mustn't be so selfish. Selfish? How laughable, Lian retorted. Since you enjoy picking up scraps so much, I shall generously grant you my blessings. May you and your dog of a man enjoy a century of marital bliss. With that, she turned on her heel and left gracefully. Just as the Qiao family was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Qiao Yin suddenly yanked the letter necklace from her neck and flung it at Yi Wei's feet. This is the token of our 3-year relationship that you gave me. Now, I return it. Xiao Shan's expression shifted dramatically, while Yi Wei was furious enough to stomp her feet. Qiao Yin, you weren't like this before. That's because you don't know me at all. Yi Wei gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. Know you? How could I? We've been together for so long, and you never let me touch you even once. Xiao Yin, that year I sent you a message, and you never replied even once. Were you already involved with another man? Or had you already been to bed with him, losing your purity? You're talking nonsense. I have never. Xiao Yin's eyes widened, shocked by Yi Wei's harsh words. At that moment, Xiao Shan descended, her gown held up, her makeup smeared from crying, gasping for breath. There are things I don't want to say. Lian, if it weren't for your promiscuity, Yi Wei wouldn't have broken up with you. Slap. Qiao Shan covered her face, staring at her in disbelief. Have you said enough? Qiao Shan advanced step by step, while Qiao Lian clenched her teeth, wishing she could stab this pair of wretches. Though it seemed she was retreating, she clutched Qiao Lian's clothes tightly, pushing her back. Qiao Shan's leg had long since healed. And not only was she strong, but her strength was astonishing. Her innocent facade could not mask the malice within, her sharp nails digging into flesh just as they had 3 years ago. Lian, please let me go. I owe you and Yi Wei nothing. Why must you slander us? Let me go, damn it, brainless. Qiao Lian knew the indoor swimming pool was behind her, and she managed to shift her position slightly. But Qiao Shan clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to let her go until she was pushed into the water. Yet no one witnessed this scene. In a flash, a child suddenly appeared, rushing forward and biting Qiao Shan's wrist. With a sharp cry of pain, Qiao Shan released her grip, and in that moment, the little one, fueled by an unknown strength, kicked Qiao Shan hard in the backside. Splash! Someone has fallen into the water. Shan! Help! Help! Qiao Shan fell into the pool, drenched from head to toe. Tissu saw her daughter being bullied and stormed forward, ready to confront the perpetrator. Without a word, she lunged with a fierce expression, intending to slap the child. The little one, as if sensing danger, bit down hard on Isu's arm, drawing blood. Damn little beast. Isu cursed, her gaze fixed on the child, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qiao Lian, making her stomach churn. With a cold snort, she grabbed the tender flesh of the child's neck and, with a vicious twist, flung her into the pool. Qiao Lian never anticipated that even such a small child would not be spared. Diane that moment. Disregarding her own inability to swim, she gritted her teeth and jumped Diane. In an instant, the once splendid engagement banquet lay in disarray. What are you all standing around for? Save her. The hotel manager ordered, preparing to send someone into the water. This moment, Isu wished nothing more than for Qiao Lian to drown, her face cold. Isn't she capable? Let her save herself. No one is to assist her. But life is precious. Life. If it weren't for this little ingrate having some use, would I care about her life? Isu rolled her eyes in disdain. Chapter 4. Who laid a hand? In the pool, Qiao Lian sputtered and choked on water, desperately flailing towards the little one, yet she struggled to make any progress. Mommy, little treasure is coming to save you. The little one was about to play the hero, but in the next moment, more and more figures in black descended into the water like dumplings. Young master, don't be afraid. We're here. The little one shot a disdainful glare, exuding an air of authority. Get lost. Everyone, stop throwing tantrums and come up. A deep, cold voice resonated, and a tall, striking figure soon came into view. The man was exceptionally tall. Nearly 6 feet 3 inches, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, a white shirt, and a matching black tie. Simple, yet exuding an innate noble charm. His dark eyes narrowed dangerously as he scanned everyone in attendance. Isu felt an ominous premonition wash over her, and she watched as the man, maintaining a stoic expression, loosened his tie and dove into the water. Third brother, what brings you here? Yi Wei murmured to himself. Rubbing his eyes, that a flicker of joy crossed his features before he sighed ruefully. Third brother? Yi Wei. Who is that man? He seemed somewhat familiar. Isu inquired cautiously, why Yi Wei furrowed his brow. Ling Xiao, the third son of the Ling family. The true power behind Ling Corporation. Ling family? Isu's eyelids fluttered. Does that mean the child earlier? Yi Wei nodded, his face paling. What role did the Ling family play? Though the Yi and Ling families had some distant kinship, Yi Wei was merely a minor figure and could not possibly compare to the distinguished members of the Ling family, let alone the unconventional third master. Ling Xiaoshan clenched her fists tightly, her swollen eyes not missing a single movement in the pool. Yi Wei, do you think Lian has any connection with this person? Yi Wei scoffed. How could that be? If the Ling family's doors were that easy to enter, would third brother have remained single all these years? Moreover, third brother has no interest in women. Xiaoshan slowly exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in the pool, Ling Xiao effortlessly pulled the little one from the water. But the little creature struggled violently, slapping his face with a feeble little paw. Ling Jiejun, I see you're asking for a beating. The man's aura flared, his deep black eyes ablaze with fury. Third master, do you need assistance? Get lost. Ling Zhao's mood plummeted, his handsome face dark as night. Yet the little rascal paid him no mind, and father and son faced off in an instant, after all this commotion. You think you can just run away? You little rascal, do you really think I want to do anything to you? The little one pouted, clearly disgusted that he turned away, swatting his father's hand aside and splashing over to the woman. Arms outstretched in an attempt to embrace her. I found mommy from now on. I belong to mommy, and mommy belongs to me. Did I end short? I want to go home. Mommy, Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he gazed at the woman, who was utterly disheveled. The heavy bangs that had once concealed her forehead were now soaked and pushed back, revealing a delicate, refined face that seemed to belong to a completely different person. He stared for a full 3 seconds. It wasn't that her face was so beautiful that one couldn't look away, but rather a familiar and intimate aura radiated from her being. Old man, are you going to help or not? My son's future happiness depends on you. Shut up. Ling Zhao pressed his lips tightly together, as if stifling something. He tucked the little one under his arm and, with the other hand, wrapped around Xiao Yin's slender waist, swiftly emerging from the water. Third Master, are you all right? Young Master, are you here to attend the union of the Qiao and Yi families? Xiao. Yi Wei must be thrilled that you could make it. Yi Wei's mother, Luo Shan, approached, eager to ingratiate herself. But Ling Zhao did not even spare her a glance. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze icy, as he inquired. Who laid a hand? Sue trembled in fear, her limbs quaking. She dared not step forward, for the man before her was notoriously ruthless in the industry, and upon hearing the name Ling Zhao, her scalp nearly exploded. Chapter 5. Blacklist. Who is an outsider? To cross him would mean a heartless and ruthless downfall for your entire family. Third brother, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yi Wei forced a smile, stepping forward like a peacemaker. Many may not yet know the kinship between the Yi and Ling families, and he seized the opportunity to flaunt why Yi Wei's mother, Luo Shan, and Ling Zhao's mother, Luo Qiu, are biological sisters. This connection is sufficient for him to say a few words in front of Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao shot him a cold glance, his expression remaining unfriendly to TXN, seeing her son-in-law stepping forward, gathered her courage and smiled amiably, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding, especially since the young master seemed to be fine. Didn't he? Fine? You are lying. Little Do Ding shook the droplets from his forehead, struggling to escape from his father's armpit like a little duck. However, Ling Zhao clearly offered him no opportunity. Speak properly, Little Do Ding. With a sullen face rubbed against Ling Zhao's arm, wailing, Dad, this old woman is wicked. She choked me, threw me into the pool, and even told me to die. If it weren't for Mommy, upon mentioning these 2 words. The pressure around Ling Zhao dropped several degrees. That if it weren't for my little aunt, I would have been done for. Little Do Ding cried, his face mournful, trying to shed a few tears, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cry. Ling Zhao's lips involuntarily twitched. Dad, if you don't believe me, check if my neck is scraped. It hurts so much, woo. If I hadn't run fast, that old woman would have slapped me. Hearing the phrase slap, Ling Zhao's expression darkened completely, and he lifted the back of the little rascal's shirt to reveal a large bruise, particularly a patch where a chunk of flesh had been pinched off. Even though the injury wasn't on him, he could feel a sharp pain piercing through him. Is this what you call fine? Ling Zhao laughed in anger, his exceptionally handsome face radiating overwhelming fury. Yi Wei's pupils constricted, her lips trembled, yet she could not utter a word. Impossible. It definitely wasn't Xiao Yin. It must have been her doing. Upon hearing this, Little Bao erupted in anger, shouting, Old witch, shameless. Third Master, we Qiao family members stood aside. Beads of cold sweat forming on our foreheads. Very well. You Qiao family members have successfully broadened my horizons. Ling Zhao smiled, but the unfathomable depth in his smile sent chills down one's spine. Qiao Shan, who had been observing, gazed dreamily at the man before her, feeling a strange sensation. Mr. Ling, may I inquire about your relationship with my younger sister? She doesn't seem to be in good condition. Qiao Shan feigned politeness, but Ling Zhao noticed that the woman in his arms appeared ill, her gaze somewhat vacant. Ling Zhao's thin lips moved. Before he could speak, Little Bao had already latched onto the woman like an octopus. Asserting his claim, ugly people cause trouble. You are all accomplices. Mommy is mine, and no one can take her away. Ling Jiejun. Ling Zhao's voice was low, casting a warning glare at the little rascal. He raised his eyes. His narrow, deep black pupils slightly narrowed, the corners of his cool lips faintly curling. My son has already said everything I wanted to say, so let it be that why you run. Issue the order. From today onwards, Longxi will not host any guests from the Qiao and Yi families. Yes, Yu Ren, eager to comply, was about to leave when he seemed to recall something. Boss, what about now? The engagement banquet is already halfway through. Ling Xiao impatiently opened his lips. I need to repeat myself. No guest means no guest. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Yes. Longxi Hotel is a property under the Ling Corporation. Ling Xiao is the big boss, and he can manage it however he pleases. However, this meant that the Qiao and Yi families had already been thoroughly humiliated. Mr. Qiao, please. Miss Qiao, don't look at me like that. Even if you cry, you must leave. He Exine scolded, refusing to leave. Why should we leave? We paid our money. You have no right to kick us out, right? Luo Shan gritted her teeth, increasingly perplexed by this nephew. Ling Xiao, I am your aunt. Yi Wei is your cousin. Would you rather help outsiders than your own family? This will only leave us heartbroken. Ling Xiao shot her a sarcastic glance. Did I ask my son an outsider? Or is your son the one related to me? Ling Xiao, one should not take oneself too seriously, or else it becomes truly ridiculous. With that, he grabbed one and tucked another under his arm, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 6. Little Rascal. Old scoundrel. When Xiao Lian awoke, her fever had not completely subsided. She slightly moved her wrist. A sharp pain shot through her hand. Slowly opening her eyes, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Momentarily dazed. Where is this? As the images before her became clearer, she met a pair of deep black eyes. The man lounged languidly on the sofa, his long legs casually crossed, the collar of his white shirt half open, exuding an air of undeniable sensuality and nonchalance. Awake? The voice beside her ear was cold yet arrogant, surprisingly pleasant to hear. Xiao Lian was not infatuated, but the man before her was dazzlingly radiant, possessing a face that was strikingly handsome, yet deeply profound, like a sculpted work of art. His sharp, slanted black eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul. She shrank back, recalling the events before her fainting spell, and couldn't help but ask, are you little Bao's father? Ling Xiao curled his lips slightly. I am. She was at a loss for words, her gaze towards Ling Xiao becoming somewhat peculiar. Initially filled with fear and admiration, it swiftly transformed into confusion and even anger. Little Bao is just a child. What unforgivable deed could he have committed for you to treat him this way? Ling Xiao's handsome face stiffened, a look of bewilderment crossing over it. Just the thought of the little boy's frail form, coupled with the disdain expressed when he mentioned his father, painted a grim picture of child abuse in her mind. Little Bao doesn't want to return home. He said there are bad people at home who want to catch him. I believe he was referring to you, wasn't he? The child is still young, and it seems he has some issues with his eyesight. You should be more patient, rather than resorting to domestic violence. Mr. Ling, Little Bao is a good child. Ling Xiao pressed his thin lips together, his slanted phoenix eyes twitching involuntarily. Just as he was about to defend himself, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open with a swish. The little rascal he was to blame stormed in like a whirlwind, diving into the woman's embrace. Mommy, Little Bao missed you so much. Xiao Lian, still recovering, nearly coughed up blood from the impact, but quickly corrected him. It's little aunt, Mommy. Little Bao grinned widely, joyfully hugging her, as if he had just tasted honey. Xiao Lian felt a bit embarrassed, glancing at Ling Xiao, fearing he might think she was scheming to abduct his child. She cleared her throat. Mr. Ling, I sincerely apologize that I don't know why Little Bao would call me that. She expected Ling Xiao to scowl. However, in reality, he was unfazed, carelessly tossing out 4 words, get used to it. Huh. Little Bao tilted his head, pouting. I didn't call it wrong. Obviously, Mommy is Mommy, not little aunt. Xiao Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old virgin, who had never even had a partner, had suddenly found herself with such a large son. She reached out to touch Little Bao's soft and slightly underdeveloped hair, her eyes meeting his large. Spirited ones, Little Bao, can you see well? Little rascal, he squealed, burying his face in Xiao Lian's chest, trying to divert the topic. Mommy, you smell so good. Can I sleep with you tonight? Xiao Lian found Little Bao's adorable demeanor amusing. And just as she was about to apologize to Ling Xiao and say she would return shortly, the next moment, he roughly tossed Little Bao out the door like a chick. Bang, Chapter 7. Come to my side immediately after. The man mercilessly slammed the door shut and locked it. Old scoundrel, what are you doing? Open the door. Mommy is mine, you say. Are you trying to snatch her away from me? Little Doding kicked the door in a fit, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against his father. Xiao Lian watched in shock. Then she saw the man furrowing his handsome brows, his cool, thin lips curving into a smug and cunning arc. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Silence lingered outside for a few seconds before a prolonged scratching at the door began, lasting for dozens of minutes. Old scoundrel. Just you wait. I will duel you. Are you ignoring him? Ignoring him. The man stepped closer, his pitch-black eyes piercing like a deep chasm. The oppressive and intimidating aura made it difficult for her to breathe. She could even catch a whiff of a cold, bitter scent. Miss Qiao, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Xiao Lian nodded vigorously without hesitation. Yes, but why do I feel as if we have known each other for a long time? Ling Xiao squinted, unabashedly scrutinizing her. Did this father and son have the same approach to flirting? Xiao Lian secretly rolled her eyes, suppressing a laugh at Mr. Ling. I apologize if my earlier remarks were somewhat abrupt, that I hope you won't take them to heart. Some sentiments remain unspoken, leaving an unsettling heaviness in the heart. Yet, once articulated, one must contemplate the ensuing repercussions. Unlike Xiao Shan, who enjoys the protection of others, she cannot afford to provoke the fiery temper of the formidable figure before her. If this individual were truly incensed, her fate would either be a bloodbath or an inevitable demise. Xiao Lian cautiously lowered her gaze, gripped by a sense of foreboding, and could only furtively lift her eyes again, only to be astonished by the peculiar expression of the esteemed gentleman. That Mr. Ling Xiao, slightly embarrassed, returned to reality, that in that fleeting moment, he had found himself gazing intently at a woman's chest for an unreasonably long time. This was simply unfathomable, that he cleared his throat to mask his indiscretion. Yet no matter how swiftly he composed himself, the telltale blush that crept upon his ears betrayed him. The dark depths of his eyes bore a gaze that was unwavering, complex and tinged with a hint of disdain as he gestured toward her wide-open collar, his brows furrowing slightly. "The do not tempt me." Xiao Lian suspected she might have misheard him until his icy voice echoed in her ears once more. She hastily adjusted her attire. Heaven knows, even with her audacity, she would never dare to entice this man. Who is Ling Xiao? The heir to the Ling Corporation, embodying the essence of a capricious, aloof, and ruthless tyrant. A man who could bring you to your knees in an instant. Such a formidable figure should simply be observed from a distance. Who would dare to provoke him? Mr. Ling, do you have anything further to discuss with me? With her composure somewhat restored, Xiao Lian straightened her posture, meeting his gaze squarely. Yet to Ling Xiao, her demeanor appeared to be an invitation. Her ample bosom, delicate face, and eyes that seemed to dance with unsaid words and shyness. Did he truly think her intentions were so innocent? What do you think of Xiao Bao? The man maintained a stoic expression and reiterated, What do you think of Xiao Bao? He is very adorable, quite intelligent, and very well-behaved. Ling Xiao chuckled inwardly, then shifted the conversation. What do you think of me? Xiao Lian's eyes widened. She pondered for a moment, but could not conjure an appropriate descriptor. You are quite impressive. In what way? In every conceivable way. Ling Xiao scrutinized her, his expression contemplative, and though his demeanor softened somewhat, Xiao Lian remained unable to decipher his thoughts. That I have no interest in the troubles of the Qiao family. However, today you saved Xiao Bao's life, and you may choose to stand by my side. Xiao Lian was taken aback. That be why your side? Ling Xiao offered no definitive answer before rising to depart. Xiao Lian found the day rather amusing. It was perhaps the most thrilling day of her life thus far. While Xiao Shan had tirelessly pursued Yi Wei for the sake of the Yi family's resources, she had inadvertently forged a connection with the Ling family simply by rescuing a child. The nature of opportunity is indeed marvelous. Her mind clouded. She soon drifted into slumber, only to dream of 3 years past. She and Xiao Shan had been in the same vehicle when they met with a tragic accident. Ironically, she suffered from amnesia, forgetting many events from her past, yet her body remained unscathed. Such selective memory was deemed trivial by her parents, while Xiao Shan was left with devastating injuries, potentially condemning her to a lifetime of disability. Upon returning home, her mother's disdain was palpable, her contempt no longer concealed as she struck her with a resounding slap that you're a jinx. If not for you, your sister wouldn't be in this state. It's all your fault. Her usually gentle father's gaze had transformed entirely. Lien, you've ruined your sister's future. Should you dare to defy her again, do not expect us to recognize you as our daughter. Lien, it hurts so much. Am I destined to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life? I don't want this. Why, oh why, wasn't it you who broke your leg? On the hospital bed, Qiao Shan gripped her arm tightly, her sharp nails mercilessly digging into her flesh. In that moment, Qiao Lien opened her mouth, her pale visage reflecting the collective gaze of those present. She found herself utterly incapable of uttering a single denial. In the ensuing 3 years, she became more than just Qiao Shan's legs. All her sweat and effort were ruthlessly stripped from her. She remained an unnoticed assistant designer, while Qiao Shan blossomed as a celebrated and inspirational designer. Though she had contributed nothing, she loathed everything about it, yet the bonds of blood compelled her to endure. When Qiao Shan secured a significant contract, she looked at her with a bright smile that afternoon. Lien, this is the last time. Help me one final time, and you shall be free. Indeed, she would be free. But what awaited her was the betrayal of her entire family and the monumental deceit of Qiao Shan. Her leg had long since healed, and she had already established a relationship with Yi Wei. What had she done wrong? Qiao Lian's tears soaked her pillow, abruptly waking her to the jarring sound of a phone ringing. The personnel manager's sharp voice crackled through the receiver. Qiao Lian, you are terminated. Qiao Lian inhaled deeply, but as she rushed into the Yuansheng building, her expression shifted dramatically at the elevator entrance. A staff member was tossing a large box of items into the trash. Those items were all too familiar to her. Having spent 3 years at Yuansheng, they had accompanied her throughout her journey, yet now they were carelessly discarded. With a frigid demeanor, she stormed into the design department. But before she could utter a word, she was met with an onslaught of accusations. Qiao Lian, you have some nerve, stealing manager Qiao's design drafts and still showing your face here. Indeed, you've been dismissed. If I were you, I would have left as far away as possible. Manager Qiao has a soft heart. If I were her, I would have cut ties completely. I heard you caused a scene at the engagement party. Oh, after stealing the drafts, you still want to snatch your sister's man. Qiao Lian, are you even human? Qiao Lian sneered, stealing design drafts. Do you think I want to sue you for defamation? Oh my. This woman truly shows no remorse until faced with the consequences. Fine, open your eyes wide and take a look. Who is credited on this design draft? Linda smirked, turning the computer screen towards her for clarity. The document displayed was one Qiao Lian knew all too well. She had labored through 3 sleepless nights to complete it last month. Qiao Shan had even acknowledged it, and it had been discussed in a company meeting a week prior, with plans to mass-produce garments based on it. Yet now, inexplicably, the credit had morphed into Qiao Shan's name, published on a domestic design website. How could this happen? This was Manager Qiao's painstaking work. How could it be yours? Do you truly believe we are blind? Qiao Lian, you are truly malicious. If Qiao Lian remained unaware that this was a trap laid by Qiao Shan, she would be a fool. In the eyes of her colleagues, she was merely a junior assistant. Her ability to draw was commendable, but they were convinced she could never produce a design that would be recognized by the market. Now, to claim someone else's work as her own was tantamount to self-sabotage. Stealing drafts? How can you expect to maintain any reputation in this industry? Lian, could this be a misunderstanding among her colleagues? Only Xiao Kai, who had fought alongside her, was willing to voice concern. Yet in such a moment of adversity, the walls would inevitably close in, and Xiao Kai could only suggest she apologize and soften her stance. Hoping for a possible turnaround, Linda overheard this and laughed mockingly. Misunderstanding? Who would deliberately mislabel the authorship of a design draft? If not intentional, who would believe that? Qiao Lian, you are truly ungrateful. Even a dog would bark if raised. In a fit of anger, Qiao Lian slapped Linda across the face. Linda let out a shriek. Call security! Get this wretch out of here! As she shouted, she caught sight of Yi Wei, her eyes lighting up. She rushed over, covering her face to report. Mr. Yi, Qiao Lian is causing trouble and has assaulted me. Yi Wei approached alongside Qiao Shan, the two of them radiating an aura of elegance and affection. He took Qiao Shan's hand and stepped in front of Qiao Lian, his expression darkening. That I truly had no idea when you became this kind of person. Apologize. Xiao Lian regarded him coldly. As if witnessing a farcical play, I will not apologize to you. Xiao Lian. Yi Wei admonished her in a low voice, his annoyance palpable. Xiao Lian silently observed the man before her, finding the situation absurd. She had first met Yi Wei online, but following the accident, she had nearly forgotten him. Yet he had re-entered her life in the most forceful manner, becoming her boyfriend with unwavering determination that he had once said. Lian, meeting you is the happiest moment of my life, that I missed you every second while you studied abroad. I was always afraid you would leave, but now you are mine that we shall never part again. You have no idea. During that year, I sent you countless messages, yet you never replied that I was truly worried that at that moment, she may have truly forgotten all the little moments shared online with Yi Wei. Forgotten the reason behind their sudden year-long hiatus in communication, and forgotten how long they had known each other or the depths of their feelings. However, one thing was certain. In the following 3 years, she poured all her emotions into this relationship, only to realize that the man had long since changed his heart. Why Yi Wei, I thought I knew who I was, but you understand better than anyone. Xiao Lian met his gaze calmly, her almond eyes inadvertently revealing a hint of self-mockery. Why Yi Wei's heart seemed to be violently tugged at, and he turned away, his expression momentarily clouded with hesitation. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Shan instinctively bit her lip. Lian, why must you be this way? Linda was right. If you like my design draft, you could have simply told me that I would have let you take credit for it just this once. But you never communicated with me about this, making it quite difficult for me. Xiao Shan spoke gently, her eyes tinged with a sense of regret for not being able to fulfill her expectations. Don't pretend like you're speaking the truth. If those design drafts weren't yours, swear an oath that if they're proven not to be your work, you'll suffer a catastrophic injury. Xiao Lian truly couldn't comprehend the audacity of this family. Xiao Shan's leg had long since healed, or perhaps it had never been a catastrophic injury to begin with. Dragging her into volunteering was one thing, but now they wanted to ensure she could never find her footing in this industry. When it came to ruthlessness, she could never match Xiao Shan. Yi Wei, Before Xiao Shan could finish, her eyes brimmed with tears that I end the room. It was not only Yi Wei who felt this way. Nearly everyone regarded Xiao Lian as an oddity, stealing your sister's design drafts and cursing her to die in a car accident. Xiao Lian, you are truly malicious. Don't think I don't know about what happened back then. If it weren't for you, Shan wouldn't have been so severely injured. You even cursed her with a catastrophic fracture. Get out. Don't ever let me see you again. Chapter 10 unveiled a cruel truth. Yi Wei gritted his teeth and roared, tightly protecting his fiancée in his embrace, fearful that Xiao Lian might go mad and do something reckless. Xiao Lian scoffed, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Xiao Shan, you better pray that your true colors don't show. Otherwise, even heaven won't be able to save you. With that, she turned to leave. Xiao Shan's tears streamed down her face, as if she were utterly wronged. She broke free from Yi Wei's grasp, attempting to catch up and clarify. Lian, what have I done to deserve this from you? Yi Wei, fearing for her safety, had no choice but to release her and follow. Xiao Lian descended the elevator, still unaware of the commotion above, but before she could take 2 steps, the pair of shameless lovers clung to her like double-sided tape. Lian, go away! Don't come near me! Xiao Shan appeared wounded, sniffling, her expression one of deep grievance. Where are you going? Xiao Lian retorted coldly, at this hour. Where else could I go? Everyone knows I've committed a disgraceful act. No one in the design world wants me anymore. You must be thrilled. A fleeting glimmer of triumph flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes, quickly masked by a concerned expression. How can you say that? I'm still your sister. Of course I wish you well. Stop pretending. It's just the 3 of us here. Besides me, there's a blind fool. What good is acting skill? Yi Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before realizing she was referring to him. Lian, are you going home? Xiao Lian remained silent, and then Xiao Shan revealed a sincere smile. Yi Wei and I were also planning to head back. Lian, we can give you a ride. Why Yi Wei's lips trembled. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to escort you. Yi Wei, Lian is my sister. You are her brother-in-law, and we will be family from now on. Xiao Shan animatedly illustrated the concept of family. But to Xiao Lian's ears, it sounded oddly ironic. Spare me. The last time I shared a ride with you, you ended up with a catastrophic fracture, didn't you? What? This time you want to end up paralyzed. Xiao Shan's complexion shifted dramatically. She forced a smile. Lian is just joking with me. Never mind. Since she doesn't want to ride with us, let's head back. The two of them turned to leave in a friendly manner, while Xiao Lian stood at the company entrance, hailing a taxi. Suddenly, Yi Wei's white BMW came barreling out of nowhere, speeding past with reckless abandon. Just as it passed a puddle of murky water, it splashed her completely. The window rolled down a crack, allowing her to clearly see the hint of a taunting smile on Xiao Shan's lips. Upon arriving home, Xiao Shan and Yi Wei had yet to return. The front door was ajar, and she could faintly hear her parents engaged in hushed conversation. Xiao Lian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her steps. After 24 years of living in this home, she found herself betrayed by the very family she held dear. The sensation was unbearable. Biting her lip, she reached for the door only to hear her mother seethe through gritted teeth. If I had known back then that she would cause so much trouble, I should have just strangled her. Xiao Lian's expression changed slightly. Then, her usually mild-mannered father chuckled mockingly. We also benefited from this. If it weren't for that money, how could the Qiao family have risen from the ashes? It's just adopting a child, and we didn't even have to give anything in return. Moreover, now Shan is engaged to Yi Wei. Humph. That wretched child still thinks she can compete for a man with Shan. She should reflect on her own worth. She's already been defiled by men and has given birth, yet still considers herself a virgin. Hey, she may be worthless, but at least she still holds some utility. I wouldn't trust anyone else with surrogacy. Handing it over to Xiao Lian is the safest bet. Xiao Yuan hissed, "Shu, keep your voice down. This matter must not reach that girl. Otherwise, what could she do if she finds out? Does she have any evidence? If she dares to call the police, I will create another accident. Last time, we were too lenient. Shan was in the car, and we didn't dare go too far. If it weren't for her amnesia, I would have personally seen her off." Chapter 11. Family. The final exploitation. Hexin's words were harsh and venomous, each syllable like a slow torture, making it hard for her to breathe. For 24 years, she had quietly played the role of a dutiful daughter, only to discover that it had all been a farce. From behind that door, Xiao Lian could easily envision the sinister expressions on their faces. Surrogacy? Giving birth? She could hardly fathom having undergone such experiences that an image of a delicate, chubby face floated in her mind. What if it were a little treasure? Xiao Lian shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. It was laughable. What status did Ling Xiao hold? Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't dare to think of him. Ding-dong. The elevator doors opened, revealing a plump man with a beer belly who leered at her, then stroked his chin and pushed the door open. "Manager Liu? What a pleasure." The rotund man offered a perfunctory greeting to Xiao Yuan, secretly looking down on this family, merely lifting his eyelids. "Where is she?" "She'll be right here. Please, take a seat in the study." Manager Liu frowned impatiently. After a moment, Xiao Lian finally walked in from outside. The earlier whispers in the living room had been replaced by an eerie silence. Xiao Lian headed straight to her bedroom to pack her belongings. Her suitcase was quite simple. Aside from a few clothes and some daily necessities, there was little else. Once everything was in order, she carried her suitcase through the living room and noticed a butterfly jade pendant hanging with red string on the cabinet. It seemed vaguely familiar, and just as she reached to take a closer look, a hand swiftly snatched it from her grasp. "What are you doing?" Hexin scowled, gripping the item tightly. Xiao Lian frowned. "I just wanted to take a look." Hexin sneered. "Look, who knows if you'll just take it once you've seen it. Let me tell you, if you want to leave, I won't stop you, but you can't take anything from this house." Xiao Lian glared at the woman before her, her expression dark and foreboding. Oh, what? You're still taking a suitcase with you?" Hexin continued, kicking the suitcase aside, sending undergarments and various personal items scattering across the floor. Xiao Lian's eyes widened. She clenched her fists tightly. She remained silent while Hexin began to hurl insults at her. "You little brat. All these years we provided for your food and clothing, and instead of being grateful, you embarrassed your sister at the engagement banquet. Let me tell you, I remember every bit of this. All these clothes and everything here belongs to the Qiao family. You can leave, but you must return everything that belongs to us." Xiao Lian trembled with rage. "Haven't I paid enough back in these 3 years? You think you can repay us in just 3 years? Xiao Lian, if it weren't for us, you would have been dead long ago. What do you think you are?" Hexin shouted vehemently, but suddenly a low voice interrupted. "What are you shouting about?" Everyone, shut up. Qiao Yuan emerged from the study with a stern expression, the plump man walking beside him. The man unabashedly scrutinized Qiao Lian, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Nodding in satisfaction, Manager Liu, let me introduce you. This is my youngest daughter, Lian Lian. The man licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Qiao Lian's chest. What a lovely young lady. Qiao Lian rolled her eyes dramatically. Lian Lian, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and entertain your Uncle Liu, Dad. How do you expect me to entertain him? Should I accompany him for meals, amusements, or bed? Qiao Lian felt an explosion of rage brewing within her as she cast a sardonic glance at him. What's wrong? Have you forgotten how many times you've exploited me? Qiao Yuan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. What kind of talk is this? You rarely come back. Shouldn't you help your father entertain the guests? With a defiant expression, Qiao Lian retorted, Oh, but I have no desire to. Qiao Yuan, wishing to avoid a scene in such a setting, shot her a warning glare that I promise you this is the last time. If you manage to please Mr. Liu, our family will be just fine. Chapter 12. In a rage, just because she is mine, Qiao Lian fell into a sullen silence, leaving Qiao Yuan uncertain of what to do next. What exactly do you want from your father? Whatever I can do, I will ensure it gets done. I end that moment. He seemed to revert to the affectionate father figure of her childhood. Had he not just heard her words? Perhaps Qiao Lian might have believed him. I want nothing. Let's just go our separate ways from now on. With that, she abandoned her suitcase and turned to leave. However, as she took a step, she was yanked back by He Xan, who gripped her arm tightly. Did I say you could leave? Mr. Liu's interest in you is a blessing. Don't be ungrateful. Let go. Lian, be a good girl, Qiao Yuan said with a forced smile. But in that smile, Qiao Lian only saw something chilling. She struggled to rise but was forced back down by the knife that was pressed against her neck. The He Xan looked at her with a mix of triumph and loathing. As if she believed that once tonight was over, this malignant presence in their home could finally be eradicated. Ding dong, that a series of urgent doorbell rings furrowed brows. Who could that be at this hour? Mom and Dad, it's me. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, He Xan opened the door without a second thought, only to find her husband standing there, his expression unusually complex. Behind them stood a strikingly handsome man exuding a powerful aura. This man, He Xan tapped her head, her eyes suddenly brightening, but the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. She remembered. Wasn't he the one who had kicked them out of the Longxi Hotel? This was Ling Sanshao. Terrified of this formidable figure, He Xan cautiously approached to greet him, but the man paid her no mind as he strode purposefully toward Qiao Lian. Qiao Yuan sensed something amiss, yet when he glanced at his plain-faced daughter, he quickly dismissed the notion. How could you come without a word? The house is such a mess. I apologize for the inconvenience. That I asked. Qiao Yuan raised his gaze. He met the man's icy black eyes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sardonic smirk as he stepped forward, protectively ushering Qiao Lian behind him. This action was bound to provoke speculation. Sanshao, if I had mentioned it, would you have witnessed such a spectacle? Ling Zhao regarded the couple coldly. What kind of deep-seated grudge leads a father to have his daughter entertain guests? Qiao, you truly continue to amaze me. Qiao Yuan's lips trembled as he cast a desperate glance at Qiao Lian, but her gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any response. Lian, you must explain to Sanshao that this is not how it seems. The disgust and fury on Qiao Lian's face were too blatant to disguise that if it isn't like this, then what is it? You have a knife at my throat, forcing me to bed this old man? Dad, I'm not your only daughter. There's another one. Why not have her entertain him? Why not let someone else suffer? The pent-up emotions surged forth, spilling over into a near-hysterical outburst, with red-rimmed eyes. She confronted the patriarch of the family, yet Qiao Yuan offered no perfunctory explanation. You cannot compare to her. He Xan shouted, hands on her hips, pointing accusingly. Since you know, there's nothing left to hide. Shan is our legitimate child. You are merely an unwanted bastard. She can marry and have children, living a good life. But what right do you have? What right do I have? Qiao Lian laughed bitterly, her eyes hollow. What right does she have? Just because she is mine. The man's deep, protective voice resonated with conviction as he drew her closer into his embrace. Chapter 13. A fractured relationship. Selling one's daughter for fame. The man's actions were sudden and unexpected. Qiao Lian's body stiffened, neither resisting nor struggling. But her mind was flooded with countless questions that Mr. Ling. She tilted her head, her pale lips pressed together as she met his inscrutable gaze. Ling Zhao's lips curled slightly as his warm, dry hand enveloped hers. When she attempted to pull away, he tightened his grip. His familiar, husky voice, now strangely comforting, whispered in her ear, "If we must act, let us make it more convincing." Qiao Lian was momentarily stunned as he tenderly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, not only Qiao Yuewen and He Exin were taken aback, even Xiao Shan and Yi Wei were left speechless, utterly bewildered. "San Xiao, you and my little girl." As you can see, Ling Zhao's demeanor was unmistakable. Qiao Yuan's expression grew complex as he scolded his daughter. Lian, why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I wouldn't have." Qiao Lian scoffed. "What is there to say? I no longer have any ties to your family." "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lian, we're all family. There is no need for lingering resentment. Your father said it's a misunderstanding, so don't hold it against him. Besides, San Xiao is your friend. Right?" Xiao Shan winked at her, eager to uncover the truth. But Xiao Lian was far too disgusted with her to bother responding. "San Xiao, Lian is just being foolish. Please don't take it to heart. You've come all this way. Let us have dinner together." Xiao Shan smiled sweetly, speaking slowly to Ling Xiao. She knew men all too well. There was no man who didn't appreciate a gentle, understanding woman. Thus, once she spoke, Xiao Shan was certain Ling Xiao would not refuse her invitation. Yet she underestimated Ling Xiao. He was no ordinary man, and he needed no guidance on what he desired or did not. He frowned impatiently. "You think you can call me San Xiao? And what business is it of yours how I treat my woman?" "San Xiao, Shan is only being kind," Yi Wei interjected, his eyes reddening as he could no longer hold his tongue. He liked to see himself as important, but Ling Xiao wanted nothing more than to slap him into silence. "When did I need your counsel on my affairs? Mind your own woman. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Yi Wei lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Xiao Shan, however, refused to back down, lifting her chin defiantly, striving to attract the man's attention, only to find he wouldn't spare her a glance. "What are you doing?" Yi Wei shot her a glare. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth, suppressing her frustration as she glanced between the two men, one radiant like the stars, the other as cold as ice. A strange emotion stirred within her. Qiao Lian watched with clear eyes, finding the scene absurd. Her entire life, Xiao Shan had sought to take everything from her, good or bad. She had successfully stolen Yi Wei from her. And now she was targeting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, let us leave that moment. She felt utterly exhausted, as if she might collapse at any moment. The man beside her, even if merely playing a role, was already more than enough. Ling Xiao curled his lips, his narrow, icy eyes scanning everyone present with indifference, a hint of warmth brushing his lips. "Very well, they turned to leave. Suddenly, if that echoed, the chubby middle-aged man rushed over. Kneeling before Ling Xiao without a word, sobbing uncontrollably to Mr. Ling, "I had no idea Miss Qiao was yours. I truly didn't know. It was all Qiao Yuan. It was all him." Qiao Yuan's face darkened. "Lu Benchong, what do you mean by this?" The man glared at him fiercely. "You sold your daughter for fame. I knew nothing of it. Mr. Ling, please don't hold my ignorance against me. I've bowed to you. Miss Qiao, I was wrong, truly wrong." Qiao Yin turned her face away. "Get lost." Ling Xiao kicked him aside. The man, knocked against the wall, quickly scrambled back to cling to Ling Zhao's leg. "Mr. Ling, please give me another chance. I promise I will make amends." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to engage in further discussion, casually tossing out 3 words. "Wait for death." Upon concluding her words, she grasped her beloved and strode forth from the grand gates of the Qiao family estate. In Chapter 14, titled A Contract and the Tenderness of a Tough Man, Xiao Shan gazed longingly at the imposing figure of the man before her heart awash with an indescribable complexity of emotions. In the days prior to her acquaintance with Ling Xiao, she had always imagined that a man of such stature would be refined and gentlemanly. However, thanks to Qiao Lian, her close proximity revealed a rather different reality. The man exuded an aura of aloofness, dominance, and arrogance, his temperament bordering on that of a bandit. Yet his fierce protectiveness conveyed a tender side that incited envy to the utmost degree. Was third brother always like this? Yi Wei pondered, still oblivious to the unusual reaction of his girlfriend. He paused, a sour expression crossing his face. After all, third brother had never shown much interest in women, let alone demonstrated such fervor towards any particular lady. He frowned, her brows tightly knit, thinking it improbable for someone of such character to be so enamored. Casting a glance at her daughter, she mused that perhaps if the person in question were Shan Shan, the possibility would be somewhat greater. Moreover, if Shan Shan were to become the young mistress of the Ling family, would that not make her the mother-in-law of Ling Xiao? The mere thought of this shifted her gaze back to Yi Wei, rendering him less agreeable in her eyes. Father, do you truly believe what third brother said? Are he and Lien really together? Qiao Yuwen cleared his throat, internally dismissing the matter entirely. Even if they were indeed together, could it possibly last? With Ling Xiao's background, he would undoubtedly seek a partner of equal standing, and that person could never be Qiao Lien. Qiao Shan bit her lip, muttering softly to herself that since she was destined to lose favor eventually, she would revel in her audacity for as long as she could. After descending the stairs, Qiao Lien remained in a daze until a small figure darted towards her, causing her lips to curl into a faintly surprised smile. Little Bao, what brings you here? Little Bao clung to her leg, pouting adorably. Humph, Mommy, you're so mean. Qiao Lien, bewildered, rubbed her nose in amusement and tousled the child's hair. Your Majesty, please judge fairly. I am wronged. Noticing that she had yet to fully grasp the situation, Little Bao pouted again, sulking in silence. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, stepping forward to seize the little rascal by the collar and pull him back, that if you continue this mischief, you shan't see her again. Mr. Ling? Qiao Lien blinked in surprise. Ling Xiao's demeanor softened as he hesitated, wanting to speak. Little Bao has grown up under my care, and as you know, children from single-parent families often lack a sense of security and are quite sensitive. He was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep, only to find you had already left this morning. Qiao Lien pressed her lips together, meeting the child's anxious and hopeful gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. Little Bao, Annie had some urgent matters to attend to and forgot to inform you that I'm truly sorry. Little Bao wrapped his chubby arms around her waist, displaying a toothy grin. Mommy, don't say sorry. The big bad guy said you'll always be with me. Big bad guy? Ling Xiao cleared his throat, casting a warning glare at his son before presenting a contract from behind him. Party A, Ling Xiao. Party B, Qiao Lien, done a monthly salary of 50,000, including meals and accommodation, with a generous year-end bonus. Qiao Lien swallowed hard, hesitating at the offer. Is it insufficient? Ling Xiao questioned, uncertain if the offer was enticing enough and mentally calculating how much more to add. Qiao Lien shook her head, insisting, it's not that it's insufficient. It's actually more than adequate. Moreover, Mr. Ling, you have helped me tremendously today, and it's only right that I care for Little Bao without compensation. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, about to respond when Little Bao interjected. The child, shaking his head in disappointment, exclaimed, Mommy, you're so silly. You're my mommy, and the big bad guy is my dad, so his money is yours too. Qiao Lien's face flushed with embarrassment as she covertly glanced at Ling Xiao, feeling as though she were taking advantage of him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not seem to mind it, so Miss Qiao has agreed. In Chapter 15, Protectiveness and Teaching Respect, Qiao Lien took a deep breath, contemplating the thin sheet of paper before her and reflecting on the events of the past few days. Finding herself devoid of the courage to decline, nodding in affirmation, Little Bao tightened his embrace, his cherubic face alight with joy. Mommy, kiss me. Without a hint of discomfort, Qiao Lien pressed a kiss to the child's fragrant cheek, the gesture feeling wholly natural, as though they were a complete family. Caught off guard by this sudden thought, Qiao Lien felt a twinge of guilt, but before she could delve deeper, Ling Xiao cast her a meaningful glance, his lips curving slightly. It is getting late. Let us dine. Throughout the journey, Little Bao enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the restaurant they were headed to, Lu Wai Lu, his excitement evident. Qiao Lien couldn't help but smile at his exuberance. Upon arrival, Ling Xiao received an urgent call and stepped out briefly. Familiar with the surroundings, Little Bao promptly took the initiative to order. Mommy, the pickled fish, sweet and sour fish chunks, fried small fish, and hand-torn rice noodles are all exceptionally delicious. Hearing the dishes mentioned stirred an unusual feeling within Qiao Lien. Both she and Little Bao had a fondness for fish, and if it weren't for Ling Xiao's status as the young master of the Ling family, She might genuinely believe there was a potential maternal connection between them, that he had once mentioned her experience as a surrogate. Considering the identity of the father and the child's age, little Bao would be about the same age as her son. Her mind spiraled into chaos, battling an urge to give in to despair. She had always blamed Yi Wei for his infidelity. Yet what right did she have to harbor disdain when she had also been intimate with someone and bore a child? Mommy, little Bao will be good. Always good. The child climbed onto her lap, clinging to her neck with a pitiful expression, as though fearing abandonment. Xiao Lian, both amused and exasperated, was about to shower the little one with affection when a familiar voice pierced through the air. Jia Jia. The voice approached, and as Xiao Lian turned her head, she spotted the unmistakable face of He He. Originally wearing a jovial expression, He He's demeanor darkened upon seeing Xiao Lian. Jia Jia. What is this woman doing here? Where's your father? He felt a wave of disgust at the thought of the engagement banquet. The Qiao family was nothing in her eyes, but for Yi Wei's interest in Xiao Shan, they would never have entered their social circle. Moreover, Xiao Lian was merely an orphan taken in by the Qiao family, far beneath the status of the Ling family, let alone the Yi family. Jia Jia, your aunt is speaking to you. Little Bao, unfazed, pouted and whined, Mommy, I want sweet and sour fish. Having long seen through the true nature of the Yi family, Xiao Lian regarded them as mere air, deliberately feeding little Bao a piece of fish from her chopsticks. The child savored the morsel before offering her a bite of fried fish. The two shared a delightful exchange, each taking turns feeding the other, while he fumed silently, especially as two esteemed guests stood beside her. Ling Jiejun, do you have any manners? Is this how your father raised you? He barked, her gaze catching the smile gracing Xiao Lian's lips, further darkening her expression. And you shameless little thing. If I were you, I'd have long lost my face here if Yi Wei no longer wanted you or the Qiao family. As Xiao Lian wiped her hands, her cold gaze swept over He He's sharp features, and just as she was about to speak, little Bao suddenly leaped from her lap, charging at He He with fierce determination that He He, caught off guard, never anticipated that the little rascal would staunchly defend Xiao Lian, and in her moment of distraction, she lost her footing. With a resounding thud, all eyes in the hall turned towards the scene. He's complexion shifted from pale to red, her rage boiling over as she raised her hand to strike. Yet Ling Xiao was not present at that moment. Cursing under her breath, she seethed. You little bastard, since you have a mother who gave birth to you but did not raise you, let me teach you a lesson on how to behave. In Chapter 16, Not a Bastard. Mommy is here. The expressions of the Xiao family mother and daughter shifted dramatically as they prepared to intervene. But before they could act, He's hand swung down, only for the anticipated sound of impact to never resonate. Instinctively, Xiao Lian lunged forward, securely embracing little Bao in her arms. The expected slap failed to land, and as she slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, she beheld the striking profile of Ling Xiao. His demeanor frosty, his narrowed eyes smoldering with barely contained fury. You wish to teach my son how to behave. Would you care to impart the same lesson to me? His gaze raised slightly, exuding an icy pressure that left He trembling. She had previously experienced his wrath during the engagement banquet, and now it was as if she was facing a vengeful spirit. Ling Xiao, you must have misunderstood. Her eyes darted, unable to comprehend how Ling Xiao had arrived, that I saw everything clearly. Had I arrived a moment later, had Miss Qiao not intervened, do you truly believe little Bao could withstand your slap? Would you like to rethink that? Annie? Ling Xiao harbored no intentions of letting matters rest. He was never a man of virtue, and these individuals ought to have realized that long ago. Xiao Ge, this situation is not as you perceive. Annie Xiao Qi attempted to interject softly, striving to alleviate Luo Shan's predicament. She believed that, given their childhood friendship, that person would at least consider their bond and refrain from pursuing the matter further. However, the truth is that affection is contingent upon the individual. Ling Xiao impatiently shook off Luo Shan's arm, scoffing coldly. What do you think I am contemplating? I have long proclaimed that while you may mistreat me, you shall not lay a finger on Xiao Bao. He is my son, born of a mother and cherished by a father. Whoever dares to provoke him shall face my wrath. Yourself included. His gaze shifted, his thin lips curling into a chilling smile as they settled on Luo Shan. In that instant, Luo Shan felt a shiver run down her spine. Her lips trembled as she exclaimed, "You truly believe you can protect him for a lifetime? When you marry and have children, no woman will tolerate the existence of a bastard. Who said I would marry and have children?" Just as he finished speaking, a soft voice of reproach reached his ears. "Xiao Bao is not a bastard. Bastard? Your entire family are bastards." Qiao Lian tightly embraced the little prince, who reciprocated her affection, his small head nuzzling against her. Ling Xiao observed the duo beside him. And in an instant, the malevolence in his eyes transformed into a soft warmth. He quietly gazed at Xiao Lian's delicately handsome face, a stirring sensation blooming within him, as if something were breaking free from the earth. Xiao Ge. Xiao Qi had harbored a fondness for this man since childhood. She had endeavored to become exceptional enough to be worthy of him. Yet now, he persistently withheld even a glance in her direction. Biting her lip, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. "It is time for us to dine." Ling Xiao attempted to extricate his son from Xiao Lian's embrace. Yet despite his efforts, the little rascal remained stubbornly nestled in her arms. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, contemplating a more forceful approach, only to find that the little one wouldn't even grant him a glance. This child had found himself a protector. This was the first time Xiao Qi had witnessed the father and son care so deeply for a woman. Ling Xiao had always been indifferent to women, a fact well known to all as for Ling Xiaobao. He was equally impervious. Numerous socialites had attempted to win over the mischievous child, yet all had returned empty-handed. Even she could not manage to sway him. Chi, let us depart. Annie Xiao was adept at reading people's expressions, and seeing Ling Xiao's growing impatience, she attempted to usher her daughter away. However, Xiao Qi was far too reluctant. Even if Ling Xiao currently felt nothing for her, the two families were well matched, and she would inevitably marry into the Ling family in due time. Biting her lower lip, she unexpectedly remarked, "Xiao Ge, would you not introduce this young lady? She seems somewhat familiar to me." Qiao Lian rolled her eyes internally, silently watching the unfolding drama. The intentions of this girl were written all over her face. And she had no choice but to acknowledge that moment. Before Ling Xiao could respond, the little prince sweetly called out, "Mommy." Qiao Lian instinctively covered his mouth, but the little prince shook his head and grinned proudly. His utterance left the three adults momentarily speechless. Ling Xiao Bao's mother, the little mistress Ling Xiao, has been keeping outside. Could it be this Miss Xiao Qi? Her gaze shifted to Qiao Lian, filled with a desire to tear her apart. Jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness radiated from her. Chapter 17. Ling at 3 years old, seeking nourishment. Xiao Lian nearly spat out the water in her mouth, coughing lightly as she glanced at the principal. Ling Xiao. She had assumed this affair would benefit her and the father-son duo, prompting Ling Xiao to clarify. Yet he merely wore an innocent expression, seemingly disinterested in providing any explanation to Mr. Ling. Qiao Lian, with a plethora of words bubbling within her, could not help but urge him. However, Ling Xiao remained unperturbed, teasing the little rascal hidden in Qiao Lian's embrace, his fingertips casually brushing against her hand, sending a delightful shiver through her. Qiao Lian's face flushed, feeling awkward enough to want to leap up immediately. After a moment's thought, she concocted a plausible excuse. "I am Xiao Bao's tutor." Qiao Lian, a tutor. Does Xiao Bao require a tutor at his age? Miss Qiao, do refrain from inadvertently leading the male figure to your bed. I have encountered many women of your ilk. Annie Xiao interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. In that fleeting moment, Qiao Lian turned her head, her delicate profile strikingly reminiscent of a person from her past, glaringly conspicuous. "You would do better to discuss this with your husband, Mr. Xiao. I have heard that you two are perpetually living apart. Surely this reflects the excellence of Miss Zhao's upbringing. Always leading Mr. Xiao to your bed." Ling Zhao's words rendered Annie Xiao speechless, her face flushed crimson, unable to counter. Their marriage had long been a mere formality. Although not divorced, they had long ceased to share a bed. His words struck like a dagger, piercing her heart. In a fit of rage, she grasped her daughter's arm. "Come, we are leaving." Xiao Qi was aware of her parents' troubled relationship. Yet she felt Ling Zhao's words held a semblance of truth. With so many young women surrounding her father, if her mother possessed even a modicum of capability, she would have won him over long ago and avoided such complications. She instinctively shrugged off her mother's grasp, pouting, "Mom, let us finish our meal first." She merely wished for a few more glimpses of Ling Xiao. Annie Xiao, exasperated, cast a disapproving glance at Ling Xiao, her mind racing. Although the third young master of the Ling family had a notoriously foul temperament, he was still unmarried, that if her daughter could indeed win him over, it might not be a bad outcome after all. Xiao Qi beckoned the manager. Is there a table available? The manager glanced at a recently vacated corner table, ready to respond, but caught sight of Ling Zhao's cold, displeased gaze, prompting him to change his statement. Apologies, Miss Xiao, there are no available tables. But that is a table, isn't it? Luo Shan interjected, her eyes glancing over, only to see Xiao Qi's expression darken. What is going on? The manager offered a polite smile. I apologize. That table has already been reserved. The three fell silent, but coincidentally, at that moment, a nearby table vacated. Xiao Qi's eyes brightened, yet before she could speak, the manager preempted her. That table is also reserved. Xiao Qi, the three were no ordinary individuals, and Annie Xiao was the first to lose her temper. IT is merely a restaurant with better business. How dare they treat us this way? Do you know who I am? Fetch your manager to meet me. Apologies. The audacity. Xin Ruhui, having been Mrs. Xiao for so many years, had rarely encountered anyone speaking to her in such a manner that a mere restaurant had dared to humiliate her. She coldly glared at the Lola sign. We are leaving. With that, the trio departed in disgrace. Will there be any repercussions? Xiao Lian worried that Xin Ruhui might seek revenge, fearing the restaurant would suffer as a result. There will not, Ling Xiao replied, lifting his eyelids with certainty that he picked up the serving chopsticks, placing a piece of Westlake vinegar fish in her bowl. Eat it while it's hot. It tastes delightful. Xiao Lian gazed at the tender, juicy fish in her bowl, sensing something amiss, yet she was too lazy to ponder it further in light of the delicious offering. Xiao Bao, open your mouth. The little prince eagerly opened his mouth, happily accepting the piece of fish his mommy offered. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and made a face at Ling Xiao. The two shared an unspoken connection. Ling Xiao recognized that the little rascal was asserting his independence. As the little one continued to act cute and solicit food, Ling Xiao curled his long fingers and rhythmically tapped the table. I want some too. Xiao Yin initially thought she had misheard. She lifted her gaze, only to find Ling San Ye's expressionless handsome face and the identical look of solicitude for food that mirrored that of Xiao Bao. Chapter 18. Pain. The man in my dreams, he has some. While I do not. The man uttered 5 words, his face cold, conveying a do-as-you-wish attitude, as if he would eliminate any obstacles to his desires. Xiao Lian was both amused and exasperated. Mr. Ling, Xiao Bao is still young. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Bao nodded vigorously in agreement. Ling Xiao nodded earnestly, and the next moment his dark eyes were fixed upon her once more. Xiao Lian mused that perhaps Ling San Yi should truly be referred to as Ling San Sui, as she found it amusing to symbolically place a fish ball into his bowl with her serving chopsticks. Mommy, I want some too, Miss Xiao. The war between the father and son was about to commence. For the first time, a meal felt akin to a battlefield. Serving one would provoke displeasure from the other, necessitating an even distribution. After much effort, both had finally finished their meals. Ling Xiao seized the little rascal and instructed Xiao Lian to enjoy her meal. Do you have any plans after lunch? After their meal, as they exited Luelu, Ling Xiao, typically lacking patience for carrying children, set the little rascal down to walk on his own. Under normal circumstances, the little prince would scoff at being carried, preferring to walk with his little legs, moving faster than anyone else. However, today, he devised a cunning plan that as soon as he touched the ground, he plopped down, his watery eyes blinking up at Xiao Lian. Mommy, carry me. Xiao Lian had never taken care of a child before. She merely thought that the little prince must be quite exhausted. She believed that holding him for a while would be harmless. So she crouched down to embrace him. However, before she could even touch the hem of his clothing, his father hoisted him into the air as if he were a mere puppy. Put me down. You old rascal. Let me down. The little prince flailed his arms and legs in midair, prompting Xiao Lian to stifle a laugh that Mr. Ling, would you consider putting the little treasure down first? Put him down? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Did he not tire himself out? I'll let him enjoy a good rest. Mommy, help. Shut up. Ling Xiao, without a hint of gentleness, tossed the little prince into the car. Xiao Lian stood by, astonished, unable to contain herself that Mr. Ling, you could at least handle him with a bit more care. Handle with care. This time, Ling Xiao's lips twitched, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at Li Garden, the sky suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour ensued. Ling Xiao assigned her the same room as before, right next to the master bedroom. Once back in her room, Qiao Lian felt a lingering dizziness, a remnant of the car accident she had endured. Aside from selective amnesia, she experienced bouts of pain each time the weather turned gloomy. She lay on the bed for a while and vaguely slipped into a dream. In it, she found herself blindfolded and taken to a room where she was treated like an animal, subjected to humiliating abuse. She could not discern who the perpetrator was, and despite countless attempts to escape, she remained trapped. The low, repressed voice of a man echoed in her ears like thunder, repeating, "Get away from me! You wretched creature, don't touch me. You all conspired against me. Even you were part of it. You wanted this, didn't you? I will give it to you." The man's shouts were a release of fury, and her body was forcibly opened, violently torn apart. An excruciating pain engulfed her limbs. And in the next moment, she jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. She repeatedly reassured herself that it was merely a dream, yet the vividness made it feel as though she had truly lived through it, leaving her deeply unsettled. She instinctively tried to recall the lost memories, but to no avail. Her scalp tingled, and she could only shake her head, padding barefoot to the bathroom for a shower. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain poured down. Fragmented memories flickered like lightning, fleeting so quickly that she could grasp none. She tilted her head back, allowing the scorching hot water to wash over her icy body. When she opened her eyes again, the bathroom was enveloped in darkness, a void where she could not see her own hand. Could it be that even the most expensive properties in the capital would lose power at any moment? Bewildered, she blinked and grabbed a bathrobe from the rack, draping it over herself. Just as she intended to lie back down, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by a man's deep, indifferent voice. "Miss Qiao." Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter. Qiao Lian hurriedly responded, hastily tying the robe around her waist before rushing to open the door, perhaps due to her wet shoes, as she twisted the doorknob. Her feet slipped, and she found herself leaning outward uncontrollably, covering her face in embarrassment. She braced for impact, yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she was caught in the man's arms, her body in an awkward position. He remained silent, and in the darkness, she could not discern his expression, but given her sudden embrace, he was bound to misunderstand her intentions. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and at a loss for words. She stammered, "I didn't mean to." After saying this, she quickly withdrew from his embrace as if jolted by electricity. However, before she could regain her balance, her slippers betrayed her, causing her to lean forward once more. This time, her bathrobe, having been tugged, completely unraveled at her waist. Qiao Lian. One could argue that their previous embrace was intimate, but this encounter could be deemed a candid revelation. The man's rough hand encircled her slender waist, and although he made no movement, her exposed skin quivered slightly. She was drawn closer to him, and even with only a thin layer of fabric separating them, she could feel the heat radiating from his body. Although she had experienced a romance with Yi Wei, she resisted any form of intimacy, particularly of this nature. She curled up anxiously, attempting to escape the man's searing embrace. "Mr. Ling." Ling Xiao remained silent throughout. Aware that only silence could mask the turmoil and desire surging within him, he repeatedly told himself that this woman was merely hired to care for the little prince, and there could never be any intersection between them. Yet, the alluring fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating, drawing him in like a poppy, and he greedily inhaled it. This scent awakened the most primal desires buried deep within his memories, stirring an inner craving that clamored for more. In the darkness, his deep black eyes flickered with an unnamed flame, burning fiercely as if to consume him whole. Beneath his palms lay soft, delicate skin. Even the mere touch of this small patch ignited his imagination of her sweetness. "Qiao Lian." The man's sultry voice resonated in her ear like the sound of a cello, his handsome, profound face drawing closer, whispering her name in a low, husky timbre. That moment, Qiao Lian felt as though her brain was deprived of oxygen. Her every breath infused with an overwhelming heat, until a thunderclap broke through, bringing her back to reality. She blinked, the crimson flush on her cheeks gradually fading. The atmosphere thick with tension began to cool, and she struggled to extricate herself from the man's tight embrace. Yet, feeling utterly vulnerable, any action now seemed excruciatingly awkward to Mr. Ling. Her heart raced, a strange emotion intertwining with her anxiety. She had limited interactions with him. He was the head of the Ling group, yet to her he was merely her employer. If he desired anything at this moment, he could easily take advantage of her unwillingness. Qiao Lian's body stiffened. Paralyzed by fear, and perhaps due to her overt display of discomfort, Ling Xiao had long sensed it. Undeniably, he was enchanted by her fragrance and even yearned for a deeper connection, yet it was not the right time. He pressed his lips together, the veins on his forehead twitching involuntarily as he forcibly subdued the turmoil within him. He bent down, picking up the bathrobe to drape it over her shoulders. Be careful not to catch cold. Chapter 20. An ominous liquid. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving no trace of lingering attachment. The fleeting moment of sweet tension felt like a mere dream. An illusion. Qiao Lian tightened the robe around her waist, instinctively scratching the back of her head, pondering what had just transpired. How could a man like Ling Xiao lack for female companionship? That moment of ambiguity was likely just a misunderstanding. She yawned lazily and was about to step back into her room when a small shadow suddenly darted in, followed by the unmistakable sound of something leaping onto her bed. Who is there? Meow. The familiar voice tugged at Qiao Lian's lips, eliciting a faint smile. Little treasure, what brings you here? The little prince emerged from the quilt like a game of hide-and-seek, his small head peeking out. Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? Qiao Lian found it amusing, too lazy to correct his terminology. She walked over and ruffled his fluffy little head. Are you afraid of the thunder? Yes. However, despite the thunderclaps outside, the little prince remained unfazed, though Qiao Lian could not see that. All right, we'll sleep together tonight. Qiao Lian indulged the little prince, knowing that despite Ling Xiao being able to provide everything, he could never offer the love of a mother. She understood this feeling all too well. Throughout her life, she had never experienced the comfort of being cherished and spoiled in her childhood. Her father had cared for her, but as she grew older, she became more like an invisible ghost in her own home. Now, all her dreams of expectation lay shattered, her family gone. She held the little prince tightly, and he reciprocated her embrace. This mutual warmth was so comforting that it made her wish for time to freeze in that moment. Mommy, I love you so much. The little prince clung to her, drifting off to sleep with a sweet smile. Mommy, please don't leave little treasure, okay? Mommy, they all say I'm a bastard, but I know I'm not. Daddy said Mommy went to a faraway place and will only return when I grow up. The little prince will grow up, and little treasure will have Mommy. That is so happy, with tears in her eyes. Qiao Lian held the child close, reluctant to let go. The next morning, the little prince opened his sleepy eyes, rubbed them, and called out, Mommy. He remembered how happy he had been the previous night, sleeping in his mother's embrace. This was something he had to tell all his friends at kindergarten. He had a mommy. He is not the kind of mischievous child abandoned by his mother, yet the emptiness beside him speaks volumes. She has long since vanished from sight. The little prince's first reaction is to assume that his mommy has left, and fearing for his own heartache, he quietly slips away. His small lips pucker, and a pang of sorrow pricks at the corners of his eyes. In his haste, he even neglects to slip on his slippers and rushes into his father's room. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he bursts into tears. Why, you old scoundrel. It's all your fault for bullying Mommy. She's gone. Give her back to me. Return her to me. Ling Xiao's face darkens as he attempts to evict the little rascal who has burrowed under the covers, trying to wipe his tears and snot all over him. After returning to his room last night, he had taken a quick cold shower and then struggled with insomnia for a long time before finally falling asleep. Now, he is enveloped in a dangerous low pressure, commonly referred to as morning grumpiness. Speak properly or get lost. Mommy is not in the room. Daddy, did you do something to Mommy last night? The little prince, puffing out his chest like an angry puppy, demands. Ling Xiao raises his gaze and shoots him a glance. What did I do? Ling Jiejun, do you dare swear that last night's blackout was not your little prank? And no, it wasn't me. Don't forget. We have surveillance cameras in the house. The little prince stutters, unable to say more, but in the next moment, his eyes gleam with mischief as he points at a crumpled pair of men's underwear, stained with suspicious liquid. What is this? Chapter 21. Utterly shameless. She has been schemed against children are purely curious. Yet Ling Xiao's expression shifts to a kaleidoscope of emotions, especially when he sees the little rascal holding the underwear. Leaning in to sniff it, he can no longer endure it. Grabbing the back of the child's neck, he unceremoniously tosses him out the door. Bang! The door locks behind him. Ling Xiao glares at the discarded underwear in the corner, his face a mix of helplessness and strangeness. After falling asleep last night, he had dreamed of that kind of dream for the first time in many years that he recalls Xiao Lian, who possesses a scent he finds all too familiar. A scent he yearns to possess, to invade. However, they are not even acquaintances. Furrowing his brow, he hastily showers, changes clothes, and heads downstairs for breakfast. Glancing at the time, it reads 7:15 that the table is laden with a sumptuous breakfast. As usual, the villa of Li Yuan is where Ling Xiao has spent the most time, a private residence he frequents. Disliking any interference in his life, he does not employ a butler that a cleaning service comes weekly to tidy up. While his meals are prepared and delivered according to his preferences, that he leans back on the sofa, takes a sip of coffee, and leisurely opens the morning newspaper. This morning's spread includes tuna sandwiches, crystal shrimp dumplings, chocolate muffins, and a cup of hot milk. The last 2 servings are meant for the little prince, who at this moment is nowhere to be found. Ling Zhejun. Ling Xiao typically calls out once and does not repeat himself. He is not fond of idle chatter. He prefers to take decisive action, that in such cases, when the little prince is caught, he usually faces a good scolding. Setting down his mug, he stands up, ready to resolve the situation swiftly. Just then, a strange noise emanates from the kitchen. Ling Xiao squints, loosens his cufflinks, and rolls up his shirt sleeves, kicking open the kitchen door without a second thought that he has already devised a plan for dealing with this disobedient little rascal. However, upon witnessing the scene in the kitchen, his anger dissipates in an instant. The little prince is sprawled in Xiao Lian's embrace like a soft sponge, obediently opening his mouth for food, his expression one of bliss that seems ready to take flight. Ling Xiao instinctively glances at the pot of millet and red date porridge, as well as the scallion omelet set aside, then silently averts his gaze. Full now, the little treasure glances down at his round belly, and then turns to Ling Xiao, making a silly face and tugging at Xiao Lian's sleeve, his big eyes blinking pitifully. Mommy, one more bowl of porridge and a mini omelet. Xiao Lian chuckles, ruffling his little head. If you like it, I'll make you some again tomorrow. All right, tomorrow. The little treasure perks up at the mention of the word. Mommy, one tea leave. He nuzzles against her in delight, but the moment is short-lived as his father roughly pulls him away. Once you're full, off to school with you. I don't want to. The little prince is unceremoniously tossed outside the door, only to sprint back into the kitchen like a 100-meter dash. But before he can reach Xiao Lian's hem, Ling Xiao has already apprehended him. The little prince writhes and wails, I don't want to go. I want mommy. I want mommy. Ling Xiao holds onto the little imp, lifting him up, and the two engage in a profound exchange of glances. Xiao Lian, hearing the commotion between father and son, can't help but peek out. Upon seeing them locked in a silent stare, she feels relieved. Shall we talk? The little prince refuses to cooperate, huffing defiantly that no talk. That's fine too. As the little prince raises his gaze and opens his mouth, he is met with his father's impatient threat. You will never see her again. Then can I go to school and come back to see her tonight? Ling Xiao narrows his eyes. He knows his son all too well and is familiar with his tactics. Want to negotiate? Huh. After school, old John will take you back to the old residence, and you can return on weekends. That I don't want to. Ling Xiao smiles. You can try. The little prince shrinks back. He has attempted to negotiate with the old scoundrel too many times and has learned his lesson. With the little rascal dispatched, Ling Xiao raises an eyebrow and strides into the kitchen. Xiao Lian, having just been attending to the little prince's meal, is now feeling quite famished herself. Just as she finishes her meal and plans to tidy up, she is startled by someone suddenly appearing behind her. Mr. Ling? Ling Xiao is uncertain how long he has been standing behind her, his icy gaze unabashedly fixed upon her. Feeling the weight of his stare, she is momentarily at a loss, wondering if she has done something wrong. When she raises her eyes again, she finds Ling Xiao contemplatively staring at the pot of porridge. Tentatively, she asks, would you like some porridge? Instantly regretting her question, she realizes that given the lavish breakfast spread earlier, why would he find her humble pot of porridge appealing? Yet in reality, Ling Xiao does not refuse. Instead, he gazes at her with a longing reminiscent of the little prince's earlier gluttony. Xiao Lian chuckles softly, deftly serving him a bowl of porridge. You go ahead. I'll fry an egg. It will be ready soon. Ling Xiao gulps down the porridge in 2 or 3 bites, silently observing Xiao Lian's deft movements. Lost in thought. Although the Qiao family is not particularly affluent, they do have a private chef. Does she really need to cook? As this thought crosses his mind, his expression darkens again. More, Xiao Lian swiftly serves him another bowl of porridge. By now, Ling Xiao is about 7/8 full, but he is always self-disciplined and refrains from eating further. However, today, the porridge tastes particularly rich and fragrant that he takes the bowl and finishes it alongside the fried egg. Thank you. Seeing him enjoy it, Xiao Lian's smile broadens. Habitually, she reaches for the dishes to wash them, but Ling Xiao stops her to go rest. I'll handle this. With that, he rolls up his sleeves and efficiently begins washing the dishes. Xiao Lian watches in surprise. The Ling family is not an ordinary affluent household, and Ling Xiao is usually preoccupied with significant matters, leaving household tasks to others. However, a diligent employer is not a bad thing for her. Yet, after only one day of living here, she realizes that her relationship with Ling Xiao does not resemble a typical employer-employee dynamic, that he is her mentor, and she feeling a headache coming on. She retreats to her bedroom, allowing her body to sink into the soft bed. Picking up her phone, she scrolls through Weibo, but today feels unusually off. After several attempts, she finds her account flagged for irregular activity. The password incorrect and she cannot log in. Furrowing her brow, an unsettling possibility crosses her mind, and her expression shifts dramatically. This time, she avoids logging in and directly searches for the Weibo account Lisa Fashion King. Upon entering, she discovers that the account has been regularly updated. Calculating the time, she realizes she has not logged in for nearly a week, yet the account has been actively managed, and even the password has been changed. Aside from Yi Yiwei and Xiao Shan, she cannot think of anyone else who could have done this. Chapter 22. After 3 years apart, she has returned. This account was originally her personal account, cultivated over 3 years. However, after meeting Yi Yiwei, she began posting about Yuanxing's new clothing lines and personal fashion styles, occasionally sharing snippets of her life. Yet, Yi Yiwei disliked her mingling personal feelings with business. So gradually, the account morphed into a promotional platform for Yuanxing. Even so, every detail represents nearly 3 years of her hard work, her labor of love, and now, everything has come to naught. Yi Yiwei, without so much as a word, has unilaterally appropriated her account. With a cold expression, she gazes at the latest 2 posts. One features an intimate photograph of Yi Yiwei and Xiao Shan, while the other showcases Xiao Shan donning the highest-selling Cheongsam from last season. Highlighting her makeup, to the netizens, there is nothing out of the ordinary, for in the past 3 years, Xiao Lian has never ceased to post pictures. The one time she did, Yi Yiwei accused her of intentionally flirting with men. She chuckles helplessly, her eyes stinging with a mixture of bitterness and sorrow, yet not a single tear falls. She should have realized by now that every moment of these 3 years has been orchestrated by those around her, including this Weibo account and her very being. Beneath Xiao Shan's Cheongsam photo, the comments are uniformly enthusiastic. Wow, we finally see the true face of the blogger, so ethereal and beautiful, unveiling the true identity. The blogger turns out to be a stunning beauty. The man next to her, the husband of the poster. What a match made in heaven. 1. The truth is out. The blogger is the wife of the president of Yuansheng. And the other is our big boss, President Yi. They just got engaged a few days ago. Following this, a torrent of blessings inundates the post. Xiao Lian, expressionless, closes the interface. After a prolonged silence, she steadies her thoughts and reopens Weibo. Logging into another account, if Lisa, the fashion mogul, is a currently popular self-media account, then her other account could be considered the ancestor of all self-media influencers. Yet over these 3 years, she has poured her heart into managing the fashion mogul account, evolving from initial pure interest to later commercialization, gradually losing its original charm. Nevertheless, the fashion mogul account boasts nearly 4 million followers. As for the other account, she skillfully enters the password and clicks to log in. With a chime, Weibo announces a successful login. The beautiful girl Yoyovi returns after a 3-year absence. Beautiful girl Yoyovi, back again. With those 2 brief words, Weibo erupts into a frenzy. Among her followers are not only many netizens interested in fashion and design, but also numerous prominent Weibo accounts expressing their astonishment. When the beautiful girl left the scene, it was at a time when self-media accounts were just beginning to flourish, with limitless potential. Had she chosen to remain, she could have easily reaped abundant rewards. Yet it was precisely then that she vanished, leaving everyone puzzled and lamenting the loss. And now, she has returned. What am I seeing? The beautiful girl is online. Has her account been hacked? I saw it too. It's shocking. Didn't they say the beautiful girl married into a wealthy family and had a child? Has the child been born? You clueless fool, does having a child take 3 years? Please have a bit of common sense. But since she said she's back, it's unlikely to be a hack. Silently munching on the gossip, as an old fan of the beautiful girl for 5 years. All she wishes to say is, welcome back. We've always been here. In less than 5 minutes. The comment count has surged to 5,000, with astonishing retweets and likes. After a while, the return of beautiful girl YoYo catapults her to trending topics. This is unexpected for Qiao Lian, yet also something she anticipates. The YoYo account was quite popular back in the day, though opinions were mixed. Compared to the Fashion Mogul account, this one is devoid of any commercial element. Purely a personal passion. On her Weibo, one could find an array of exaggerated, rebellious, and sensual styles, including fashion, comics, design drafts, and various humorous rants. In essence, it's a free-spirited creation, yet it resonates with a multitude of netizens. Some perceive her as a contemporary design genius, while others see it as mere hype, but the majority choose to believe. 3 years ago, her follower count was over 6 million, and now it has soared to approximately 11 million, with nearly 5,000 new followers accumulating in just a short while. Qiao Lian is pleased to witness this outcome, replying to a few loyal fans to assure them she will not disappear again. 5 minutes later, she posts a new update. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., beautiful girl YoYo has a date with you. Don't miss it. After posting, she swiftly logs off. If Yiwei and Xiao Shan can block her last path. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Tossing her phone aside, Qiao Lian contemplates how to earn money moving forward. Although her agreement with Ling Xiao offers a generous salary, Little Bao attends school during the day, rendering her free of obligations. Accepting this money weighs heavily on her conscience. Over the past few days, she has contemplated finding a job and securing her own place, as staying here indefinitely is not a sustainable solution. While her aspirations are noble, Xiao Shan has long propagated rumors of her stealing design drafts that as long as she continues in her original field of fashion design, she will perpetually endure discrimination from her peers, making it nearly impossible to find work. She cradles her face in frustration, overwhelmed by her predicament. This moment, on Weibo, the return of beautiful girl YoYo and the announcement of tomorrow night's event instantaneously dominate the trending list. Everyone is speculating what the first bombshell from YoYo's return will be. If it turns out to be a damn squib, disappointment is inevitable. Yuan Sheng, Yi Wei, and Xiao Shan are also monitoring the situation from their computers. Yi Wei, a devoted fan of beautiful girl YoYo, surmises that YoYo may possibly conduct a live stream tomorrow night, as making an appearance is the most reliable way to regain followers and attract attention. Xiao Shan's immediate reaction is to assume it will surely be a seductress. Though she remains silent, her expression betrays her discomfort. YoYo has never disclosed her gender. If she turns out to be a man, it would be quite amusing to watch. Yi Wei glances at her, frowning. Impossible. I followed every piece of content YoYo has posted. I believe she is likely a rebellious young girl, around 17 or 18, though he expresses this. Internally, he has formed a rough image that YoYo's posts, featuring cartoonish designs or rough drafts, alongside recommended fashion items, embody a rebellious and sensual style, occasionally infused with exaggerated and mature elements, which only heightens the intrigue. In the hearts of all men, there exists a dream of first love, and young girls have never been denied. Xiao Shan notices his infatuated expression and furrows her brows slightly. Typically, she would endure and indulge him. But now that Xiao Lian has distanced herself from Yuan Sheng, she no longer feels the need to restrain herself. There is no impossibility. Who would have guessed the blogger behind the Fashion Mogul account would be her? Yi Wei recalls the image of the woman who always wore her hair in a ponytail, her expression unchanged, though a hint of impatience flickers across her face at the mere mention of her. I can't help but wonder if she'll come knocking on the door, causing a scene when she realizes she has nothing left. Xiao Shan chuckles derisively. Chapter 23. The Return of the Beautiful Girl. Please welcome her. That Weibo account is, after all, Qiao Lian's labor of love that if she wishes, she could still take on some freelance work on Weibo to earn a meager income. Yet now that the account is no longer hers, how will she sustain herself? Relying on Masterling. Is that even feasible? Who is he? If he were to bet a woman as dull as Xiao Lian, he might lose interest by the end of the night. Are you talking about Xiao Lian? She wouldn't come causing a ruckus. Yi Wei asserts with confidence that he knows all too well that Xiao Lian's pride surpasses anyone else's, that if she were to come, there would be no way for her to prove that account belonged to her. Moreover, if she truly came, he could simply offer her some money to settle the matter. Achu. Xiao Lian rubs her slightly sore nose, reflecting on her current situation with a sense of helplessness. Just then, her phone rings urgently. Hello, is this Miss Xiao Lian? It is that I'm from Huanqing's HR department. Do you have time to come in for an interview in the next couple of days? If so, I can arrange it for you. Huanqing, the leading enterprise in the fashion design industry, a place countless designers aspire to join. Why would they reach out to her at this moment? Xiao Lian feels a bit bewildered. She did send out resumes in the past couple of days, but so far, there has been no response. The design circle is quite small, and given that Xiao Shan previously spread rumors about her stealing design drafts, which is a grave taboo in the industry, it's no surprise that no one dares to hire her. Yet Huanqing, surprised as she is, she quickly regains her composure. May I take some time to consider before giving you a response? Of course, she desires a job, but before that, she made a promise to Ling Xiao. Even if a tremendous opportunity arises, she cannot go back on her word. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Lian, a deep, melodious voice calls from outside the door. With a guilty expression, Xiao Lian opens the door, and her heart races even more upon seeing the M. And there's something you need. Ling Xiao raises an eyebrow. Xiao Lian opens her mouth. Unsure of how to begin, that I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Taking a deep breath, her face flushes as she stammers. I just received a call from Huanqing. Ling Xiao's lips curve into a slight smile, his elongated eyes sparkling with understanding. This is good news. Did I sit for an interview? Shall I drop you off at Huanqing on my way? He spoke as if it were self-evident, yet she harbored a different perspective. Perhaps it was the overwhelming presence of masculinity that rendered Xiao Lian feeling akin to a high school headmaster in the face of him. Nervously, she instinctively pinched her flushed earlobe. That Mr. Ling, I previously promised to take care of Xiao Bao. But now, is it about this matter? The man raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying that there a conflict between caring for the little one and your work. No, it's just since there is none. What are you worried about? Xiao Lian, I came to find you to inform you that the little one is usually at school or at the old residence, only returning on weekends, so you have ample time to arrange things as you see fit. And the salary? Xiao Lian frowned. Everything remains the same. That's not what I meant, Mr. Ling. I agreed to help take care of Xiao Bao, but I must also express my gratitude for your hospitality these past few days. Otherwise, I would truly have nowhere to go. However, as for the salary, I cannot accept it. Discussing money is detrimental to relationships. Ling Xiao teased with a smirk. Xiao Lian lowered her head, oblivious to his expression, and instinctively added, I also plan to find a job and move out in due time. After all, living here indefinitely has caused you quite a bit of trouble. Ling Xiao's expression darkened. Trouble? Are you certain you are not attempting to sever ties with his father and son? Xiao Lian had contemplated countless scenarios, yet she never anticipated he would say such a thing. She awkwardly pressed her lips together, hesitant to meet his gaze. Why would you say that? I cherish Xiao Bao dearly. How could I desire to distance myself? It's just you don't like me. Ling Sanye's temper was notorious. Xiao Lian found it hard to decipher. She couldn't fathom why mentioning her move triggered such a volatile reaction in him, as if he had ingested gunpowder, radiating an aura of low pressure. The term like is fraught with ambiguity. After pondering, she reasoned, given Mr. Ling's character, how could I possibly not like you? It's just that living together as a man and a woman. Wouldn't that be troublesome for you? Is Xiao Bao not a person? Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, glancing at his watch. That I know what you're thinking, but this is hardly an issue. By the way, aren't you supposed to be going for an interview? It's almost 8. Xiao Lian was taken aback. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. With that, Ling Xiao had already stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him while reminding her, you cannot wear this outfit to the interview. There are clothes in the wardrobe. Remember to check. Thud. The door shut. Xiao Lian plopped down on the bed and exhaled in relief. She did not linger further and promptly called Huanqing, assuring them she would arrive before 9. As for the clothing, although she had brought a suitcase from the Qiao family, it contained hardly 2 outfits. The shirt and jeans lying quietly in her luggage were certainly not suitable for a corporate interview. Ling Xiao had mentioned there were clothes in the wardrobe, and she initially assumed they might be left behind by his female companion, so she held no great expectations. However, upon opening it, she was taken aback, a wardrobe brimming with an array of the latest seasonal styles. Each piece still bearing its tags, clearly unworn. Did he buy all this specifically for himself? Xiao Lian mused briefly, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Ling Xiao's kindness towards her was primarily due to her rapport with Xiao Bao, rather than anything else. Most likely, these garments were intended for other women, and by mere coincidence, she was residing in this room at present. The clothing varied in style, but she needed to coordinate them herself. Xiao Lian selected a modest white ruffled blouse and paired it with a black, knee-length, form-fitting skirt. She styled her previously heavy bangs upward and twisted 2 small sections of hair from either side into a braid at the back, securing her long hair smoothly with a single hair tie. Her straight hair fell gracefully, and the slightly tousled ends added a touch of liveliness to her otherwise neat appearance. After swiftly finishing her look, Xiao Lian applied a light layer of makeup. When she first met Yi Wei online, he often remarked that he was indifferent to women's appearances, claiming that makeup was a form of disguise, and that meeting without it was a mark of respect. Therefore, in their subsequent encounters, Xiao Lian had never bothered to apply makeup seriously. 3 years had passed. She thought her skills had dulled, but as she picked up the makeup tools once more, memories surged back like a tidal wave. She recalled how she enjoyed experimenting with various makeup styles during university. Seductive, mature, sweet, charming. This would be her first foray into professional makeup, and she found it came back to her quite naturally. 10 minutes later, she stood before the mirror. Her previously dull spirits lifted in an instant. They say a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. She cherished Yi Wei, thus willingly remained barefaced for 3 years. Now, she was ready to cast aside everything and embrace a new beginning. Mr. Ling, I'm ready. Chapter 24. Narrow Paths of Enmity. Not as easy to cross as you might think. Ling Xiao glanced at the time, tossed aside the financial magazine in his hand, and slowly lifted his dark eyes to meet the gaze of the familiar, yet unfamiliar woman before him. Although he understood the adage that one is judged by their attire, her transformation was striking. With a bare face and her forehead now exposed, Xiao Lian appeared bright and alluring, her delicate features no longer shrouded, emanating vitality. Previously clad in slightly dowdy attire, her new outfit accentuated her inherent advantages. Mr. Ling, how does this look? Xiao Lian, noticing his contemplative stare, wondered if her appearance might have crossed some unspoken boundary. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat, attempting to mask his surprise. That it looks fine, though it seems to be missing something. Wait a moment. That he ascended the stairs to retrieve something while Xiao Lian waited below. After a while, Ling Xiao returned with a black and white silk scarf, a smirk dancing on his lips. Tying this will add a touch of flair. Xiao Lian nodded, adeptly twisting the scarf around her neck with practiced ease. Subsequently, Ling Xiao drove her to Huanqing. Along the way, she contemplated numerous ways to express her gratitude. Yet when the words reached her lips, they felt overly sentimental. He had hired her to assist with Xiao Bao, and she would do her utmost. When the black SUV halted at Huanqing's entrance, Xiao Lian bid Ling Xiao farewell and entered. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xiao did not drive away, but awaited a valet to park for him, heading directly to the executive elevator and returning to the president's office. Xiao Lian, well, if it isn't you. The HR department had instructed her to go directly to the office of Design Director Yilan, but upon arriving at the door, she encountered a familiar face. Promptly being blocked, Xiao Lian frowned coldly at the newcomer. If there was any truth to the saying that enemies cross paths, this was it. The woman standing before her was none other than Linda, Xiao Shan's favorite assistant, who had previously conspired with Xiao Shan to wrongfully accuse her of stealing design drafts, leading to her dismissal from Yuan Sheng. Hey, we were colleagues once, weren't we? What's this? Ignoring me now? Linda sneered. Xiao Lian shook off her hand and moved to knock on the director's office door. Hey, you still haven't explained why you're here. Huanqing isn't your place to be. Thieving dog, you'd better recognize your place and not embarrass yourself here. With a composed expression, Xiao Lian responded without hesitation, delivering a sharp slap across Linda's face. This is Huanqing, not Yuan Sheng. You may be Xiao Shan's lapdog, but it doesn't give you the right to act up here. You. Linda clutched her face, furious and ready to retaliate. However, as Xiao Lian pointed out, She was here on a mission today. If this insolent girl caused a scene at Huanxing, it would reflect poorly on her. Linda's eyes darted up and down, as if trying to find some flaw in Xiao Lian. Known for her dull demeanor, Xiao Lian now seemed transformed, utterly unlike the defeated figure Qiao Shan had described. Knock, knock, knock. Director Yi, good morning. I am Xiao Lian here for the interview. Xiao Lian politely knocked 3 times on the door and introduced herself, while Linda scoffed beside her, having arrived over half an hour earlier without even catching a glimpse of Yilan. Yilan's assistant had informed her that the director was unavailable, busy with a meeting in the office and not seeing anyone. She had been turned away, and now Xiao Lian, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to knock on the door. Surely, Yilan would dismiss her too, sending her straight to Huanxing's blacklist. Linda stifled a laugh, but the next moment her amusement faded. Come in. Xiao Lian entered the director's office without hindrance. Inside, only Yilan was present. The meeting Linda referenced was non-existent. Even with her limited understanding of workplace dynamics, Xiao Lian could tell Yilan had no intention of meeting Linda or anyone from Yuansheng. Good morning, Director Yi. Here is my resume. Yilan took the resume, glancing at Xiao Lian several times, her eyes reflecting confusion, suspicion, and a hint of curiosity. She quickly skimmed through Xiao Lian's experience, but seemed uninterested in her time at Yuansheng. However, upon reaching the last 2 pages, her fingers paused. These were 2 compressed design drafts, distinct from mainstream trends, showcasing exaggerated and eye-catching designs. Having seen countless promising candidates during her time at Huanxing, Yilan recognized that Xiao Lian's work was undoubtedly among the best. Is this your original work? Xiao Lian nodded. Previously, while at Yuansheng, why was this design not retained? I firmly believe that if one were to remain, the esteemed leader of Yuansheng would certainly not permit your departure so easily. Yilan leaned slightly forward, her interest in Xiao Lian evidently heightened compared to before. Initially, her agreement to meet Xiao Lian stemmed not from admiration, but from an obligation to encounter and retain this individual. Employees of Huanxing are never granted special favors upon entry. This instance marks the first in many years, initiated by that very person. She found herself curious whether this woman possessed beauty that could topple kingdoms. And it appears she does indeed possess an appealing visage, possessing the allure to captivate men. However, what truly sets her apart is her distinctive design style. Xiao Lian wished to avoid discussing the grievances with Yi Wei, simply shrugging it off. Manager Yi, you must have heard about my alleged theft of design drafts. Thus, no matter how significant my contributions to Yuansheng may be, I cannot remain that Yi Wei will never become my patron. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yi Lan's lips. Her mockery was directed not at Xiao Lian, but at the head of Yuansheng, whose vision was obscured by folly. Would someone capable of producing such design drafts resort to stealing others' work? Yuansheng's progress seems limited, with no prospects for further development. All right, you're impressive. Now, let us discuss salary and benefits. Xiao Lian expected Yilan to pose routine inquiries, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly the conversation advanced. Manager Yi, are you not concerned that the rumors may hold some truth? Leaning against the leather chair behind her, Yilan wore a half-smile. Do you presume I lack the discernment to distinguish right from wrong? Miss Qiao, the reason Yuansheng has stagnated is likely due to nepotism, but Huanxing is different. Here, if you desire it, you can create boundless possibilities. Trust me and trust yourself. Gratitude surged within Xiao Lian, transforming into a profound bow. Since you have no objections, shall we commence our discussion? Yilan's serious demeanor softened considerably. Xiao Lian was applying for the position of designer. Previously, she served as a design assistant at Yuansheng. Regardless of her capabilities, she was merely a proxy for Qiao Shan, perpetually shrouded from the light. The designer positions are currently filled. However, I can offer you an alternative role. Xiao Lian parted her lips, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet in the next moment, Yi Lan's words reignited her confidence in her choice to pursue design. Although the ordinary designer position was unavailable, the position of lead designer still remained. What? Do you believe you are qualified? Yi Lan's words took an unexpected turn, yet Xiao Lian offered no hesitation. Yes, I can. Yi Lan smiled and nodded, her previously aloof demeanor slightly restrained. Huanxing prefers quality over quantity. Nonetheless, they sincerely welcome various high-caliber talents that if you have suitable candidates on your side, feel free to let me know. We can directly recruit them. All right. After finalizing the salary, Xiao Lian officially commenced her employment. Before departing, she recalled something. If Manager Yi happens to see my design draft elsewhere tomorrow, I would appreciate your discretion. Wei Lan appeared contemplative. With Xiao Lian's statement, it suggested there would be developments the next day. And she merely awaited them. Is Director Yi inside? As soon as Xiao Lian emerged, Linda intercepted her with questions that, Director Yi is in a meeting. Xiao Lian smiled but remained silent. Chapter 25, The Ascendant. A bold leap, Linda scoffed. You must be joking. The one who just let you in was clearly Director Yi. What business do you have with her? I am joining Huan Xing, she spoke nonchalantly. Yet Linda erupted with laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. You're joining Huan Xing. Yuan Sheng rejected you, and you think you can get into Huan Xing? With Director, you want someone as shameless as you. Who steals drafts? Xiao Lian cast a cold glance at her, preparing to turn away. Linda sneered. Someone like you deserves to be dismissed. You harm not only yourself, but others as well. Do you know? After you left, Xiao Kai will soon be dismissed too. Anyone associated with you in Yuan Sheng will be shown the door. What did you say? Xiao Lian paused, turning to face her. Xiao Kai is about to be kicked out of Yuan Sheng. Linda cackled maliciously. Thank you for the heads up. Now I can help Xiao Kai find a new job. Linda did not comprehend her words, but as Xiao Lian strode away in her high heels, she sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. Meanwhile, at Yuan Sheng, Xiao Kai's workload had been entirely usurped over the past week, with everyone else piling their dirty work on her. Xiao Kai, did you mop the floor today? Why is the office so filthy? A colleague questioned maliciously after just having spat out gum on the floor. Xiao Kai, did you forget to print one of my documents? This is what Manager Zhu requested. If there's an error, you will bear the responsibility. Xiao Kai, I asked you to bring lunch. Look at what you brought. Can you even eat this? You and Xiao Lian are alike. Both useless. If you can't even manage this, what good are you? The cacophony of disdain in the office made Xiao Kai's head throb. Countless times she contemplated submitting her resignation, yet the thought of her ill mother at home held her back. She bent down, sacrificing her so-called dignity, picking up the papers scattered by her colleagues. Just as she was about to retrieve the last sheet, a pair of leather shoes stomped down heavily upon it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see that. Ding, ding, ding. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and with a deep breath, Xiao Kai stood up and retrieved her phone. As she answered, her expression shifted from despondence to brightness. The trials and tribulations of the past week akin to a purgatorial ordeal. Thankfully, she had persevered. Xiao Kai, please make me a cup of coffee, but not instant. Xiao Kai, help me. Xiao Kai beamed at this group of vampires. Then, under their watchful eyes, hurled the papers she had just gathered all over the floor once more. What are you all doing here? Xiao Kai, do you not wish to work anymore? The manager approached, stern-faced. Hey, Xiao Kai coldly laughed. You're correct. I truly do not wish to work anymore. I don't want to stay in this wretched place for another moment. Xiao Kai, I advise you against being impulsive. I've heard your mother's surgeries cost a fortune. Do you intend to beg for alms if you lose your job? Laughter erupted from the crowd. No need for your concern. I already have another opportunity lined up. With that, she returned to her desk, began drafting her resignation letter in flamboyant characters, tossed it onto the table, and then collected her meager personal belongings, preparing to depart the battlefield with flair. Everyone believed she was merely putting on airs. And someone could not help but ask, which company would be willing to take you? Huan Xing. When she uttered those two words, her colleagues exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions rife with mockery. What a joke. Huan Xing would not take just anyone. I recall my cousin applied and was dismissed without an interview, and she graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious university. Xiao Kai remained unfazed. Others' chances of entering were of no concern to her. She was assured of her acceptance. Who was on the phone just now? Do you have connections at Huan Xing? Xiao Kai flashed a grin, her spirits soaring. It was Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao? Impossible. Instantly, they thought of a particular individual, one who had recently been ousted from Yuan Sheng and accused of stealing design drafts. Which company would want her? It can't be Xiao Lian, right? Someone tentatively inquired. Xiao Kai was nearly bursting with pride. Yes, that's right, it was Sister Qiao. With that, she refused to linger any longer, not wishing to remain at Yuan Sheng for another second. Her departure sent ripples through Yuan Sheng. How could Xiao Lian, relying solely on her own capabilities, enter Huan Xing and take Xiao Kai with her? This was unfathomable. The news quickly reached Yi Wei and Xiao Shan's ears, both of whom were incredulous. Xiao Shan mused that while Xiao Lian indeed possessed design talent, no one was aware of it. Why would Huan Xing hire her so swiftly? Moreover, had they not heard the rumors about her? Anyway, I truly believe this cannot be true. Although Xiao Lian is my sister, we all know her capabilities, that I would believe Huan Xing would want Xiao Kai. But her? Yi Wei furrowed her brow, equally baffled. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and Linda's weary voice called, "Director Yi, Director Xiao. Come in." Choosing to collaborate with a titan like Huan Xing was not something Yi Wei had initially considered, as Yuan Sheng's development trajectory was robust, requiring no external assistance. Yet perhaps due to the nature of their business model, growth had stagnated over the past 2 years. Recently, it was Xiao Shan who suggested that partnering with Huan Xing, even for a mere taste, could greatly benefit Yuan Sheng's progress. That's so. With the generous terms we offered, did Huan Xing agree swiftly? Xiao Shan asked, beaming with pride as she looked at Linda. Linda hesitated, stammering for a considerable time before awkwardly replying. I did not meet with Huan Xing's director. You returned without seeing anyone? Couldn't you just wait there? Xiao Shan's expression suddenly darkened. Linda looked up at her, visibly frustrated that I waited for almost an hour and a half. The assistant to the design director at Huan Xing insisted that the person was in a meeting. Yet as soon as Xiao Lian arrived, she was granted an audience. Xiao Lian, Xiao Shan, and Yi Wei exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions inscrutable. What on earth is happening? After I went over, Xiao Lian came to Huan Xing for an interview, and it seems Director Yi had been waiting for her all morning. Once their meeting concluded, she refused to see anyone else. Are you saying that you are from Yuan Xing? Yi Wei asked abruptly. Linda, unable to comprehend, replied, I mentioned it, but that person was simply unavailable. With this revelation, the two women quickly grasped the situation. It wasn't a matter of being busy. It was a blatant disregard for their presence. Yuan Xing had offered a contract that was sufficiently generous, and if Huan Xing were willing to lend a hand, it would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. Yet now, they had come knocking, and the other party wouldn't even spare them a glance. Such a demeaning attitude left their pride thoroughly trampled. Has Xiao Lian successfully secured the position? Xiao Shan was about to inquire when Yi Wei preempted her. Chapter 26. The airborne team leader taking the back door? Linda nodded indignantly. Moreover, I heard her say she seems intent on poaching Xiao Kai. How could someone like her, a mere opportunist, possibly achieve that? Linda was skeptical. Yet Xiao Shan and Yi Wei found themselves compelled to believe it. Xiao Lian's ostentatious entry into Huan Xing, coupled with her direct recruitment of talent from Yuan Xing, raised questions about her capabilities. How had she managed it? Yi Wei was perplexed. However, Xiao Shan's mind was already racing through countless scenarios. She was acutely aware of Xiao Lian's design talent. Once discovered, her future would be limitless. Yet prior to this, there had been no indication that anyone would recognize her potential. How could Huan Xing be so confident that Xiao Lian could generate profits for them? Didn't you say she would undoubtedly be unable to join Huan Xing? Yi Wei's tone was laced with surprise and dissatisfaction. His astonishment stemmed from a blend of disbelief and resentment. Despite nearly 3 years of dating Xiao Lian, he had never noticed any of her strengths. The only things he found agreeable were her compliance and ease. Yet now, following their previous engagement banquet, he felt numerous aspects of his life slipping from his grasp, including Xiao Lian. Xiao Shan, linking her arm with the man, spoke sweetly. The threshold at Huan Xing is indeed high. But they are financially robust with numerous positions available. Surely, even a mere assistant designer or a general aide deserves your attention. I believe so too that why Yi Wei would never concede that he had misjudged her. He frowned, recalling the new design drafts he had seen in the design department that very morning, his expression growing increasingly grim. The design department is filled with incompetence. What on earth are they producing? New products. If there's nothing novel, how can we expect customers to buy? He was exasperated, convinced that Yuan Xing's new product sales this season would face a dismal failure. Yi Wei, don't be so hasty. I have a plan, Xiao Shan said mysteriously, winking at him. What plan? Yi Wei's face showed little surprise as he recalled Xiao Shan's previous insistence on collaborating with Huan Xing for this time. Who could say if it would succeed? The new product design drafts I worked on a couple of days ago are nearly finished. I'm making some final adjustments. Tomorrow, I'll bring you the finished images. I am confident this season will be a hit. Upon hearing her words, Yi Wei's expression softened considerably that he was still inclined to believe in Xiao Shan's abilities. If not for her designs, Yuanxing would never have developed as rapidly and successfully as it had. "Darling, I'm counting on you this time," that he affectionately embraced her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though Xiao Shan felt a sense of pride, a hint of worry lingered. The design drafts she had just mentioned were the last ones Xiao Lian had delivered before leaving home. She was indeed confident that this season's new products could become a sensation. But now that Xiao Lian had departed Yuanxing, she would no longer willingly serve as Xiao Shan's ghostwriter, even if she possessed genuine design talent. There remained a vast chasm between her and Xiao Lian that if this continued, it would inevitably lead to exposure. She needed to devise a plan. Perhaps Xiao Lian could successfully join Huanxing and then arrange for Xiao Kai. Her spirits lifted at the thought that at noon, she casually utilized the company meal card to grab a bite in the cafeteria. Though this casualness felt anything but, Yuanxing, being a startup, was simply incomparable to a giant like Huanxing. Even the cafeteria was a world apart. After finishing a delightful meal, Xiao Lian strolled around the company, intending to familiarize herself with the design department, her designated territory. "Excuse me, how do I get to the design department?" she casually inquired of an employee while waiting for the elevator. However, before the employee could respond, a man, who had been contemplatively facing the elevator wall, suddenly turned around, a thorny rose held between his teeth. "Beauty, you should be asking me. I know the way." The employee cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Being new, Xiao Lian was unfamiliar with the staff and did not recognize the man's identity. She noticed him leering at her, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, and thus remained silent. The man grinned, continuing to gaze at her as the elevator dinged and stopped at the 11th floor. "Aren't you getting off?" Noticing that Xiao Lian remained rooted to the spot, he whistled at her. She glanced up at him, then chose not to respond and stepped out of the elevator. "Hey, what brings you to the design department? Let me guess, you must be someone's relative? Want me to deliver a message for you?" He chattered on. "Beauty, don't be so aloof. It's a big city, and our encounter here is fate." The man continued to prattle, but Xiao Lian ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and upon checking, she found a message from an unfamiliar number. "I'll be passing by Huanxing after work. Want to head back together?" She hadn't saved the number, but it quickly dawned on her that it was from Ling Sanyi, who had conveniently dropped her off for her interview that morning. Just as she was about to reply, her WeChat notifications began to ping incessantly. She opened the app to discover she had been added to a group labeled Huanxing Design Squad, where several messages flooded in, asking for her measurements and photos. "That I heard the newcomer is a stunning beauty. Send us a pic. Don't spread baseless rumors. What if she is a trap? We need a handsome guy. If she is a beauty, the odds are she'll end up being preyed upon by Hao Ge. Whereas Hao Ge, does he still want to flirt with the ladies?" After reading through the barrage of messages, Xiao Lian couldn't help but twitch her lips. Just as she was about to ask, "Who is Hao Ge?" she felt a sudden warmth in her ears at that moment. She realized the previously mentioned man had not departed, but was lurking behind her. Leaning in closer to peer at her phone screen, "Oh, it's you, Missy. My apologies." The man's eyes twinkled with mischief as he flashed a roguish grin. Xiao Lian instinctively took 2 steps back. "Who are you?" "You'll find out shortly." Xiao Lian rolled her eyes and attempted to turn away, but he was quicker, snatching her phone from her grasp and wrapping his arms around her waist. Leaning in closer, "Come on, darling, give us a smile." Xiao Lian had never encountered such a bizarre individual before. Completely caught off guard, she was momentarily flustered and ended up with an embarrassing expression captured on her phone, alongside the rogue. "Hey, what are you doing? Give me my phone back." The man retreated a few steps, chuckling like a thief that "I'll return it in a jiffy." He quickly opened WeChat and posted their photo together. By the time Xiao Lian lunged to retrieve her phone, it was already too late, and she couldn't even retract the message in time. Chapter 27. The Flowering Young Master, Unfounded Hostility. "Missy, let me introduce myself. I'm Hao Zifeng, working in the design department, your future most charming male colleague that I was just kidding earlier. Don't take it to heart that IT was like adding insult to injury after a sweet compliment." Xiao Lian looked at his infuriatingly smug smile, wishing she could strangle him. Thankfully, despite the slightly embarrassing photo, it had inadvertently boosted her popularity. "Wow, just spoke of the devil, and he appears. Hao Ge, your speed is astonishing." "Exactly. With such a beautiful lady, Are you going to deny the single guys a chance? Is Missy still at the company? Let us all meet in the department. For now, Xiao Lian found her new colleagues rather endearing. She solemnly introduced herself in the group. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Lian. Just joined Huanqing today, that I look forward to your guidance. Leader Xiao is too polite. We'll learn from each other. 1. Xiao Lian was appointed as the team leader in the design department right upon her entry at Huanqing, a company that valued capability over connections. Everyone was curious about her background. Whether she was parachuted in or hired for her skills was still uncertain. Xiao Xiao, let us grab dinner together tonight. Hao Zifeng trailed behind Xiao Lian, bustling about with an eager demeanor, akin to a devoted acolyte. Through the conversations of her colleagues in the group chat, Xiao Lian had gleaned some insight into the man before her, who likely belonged to the realm of flamboyant socialites. After a moment's contemplation, she opted not to ignore him further, instead offering a courteous remark. I have some matters to attend to at home tonight. Perhaps another time. Hao Zifeng shrugged, not particularly disheartened, and gestured towards WeChat. Are you certain? Instinctively, Xiao Lian glanced at her phone. While she indeed had no time to dine with him that evening, the design department was hosting a welcome party for her. Making her attendance obligatory, as they conversed, they entered the design department, which met her expectations. Methodical and imbued with an atmosphere of meticulousness, that it was a break time, and as Xiao Lian walked in, she instantly caught everyone's attention. Xiao Lian possessed a captivating beauty, not in the manner of internet celebrities, but rather the kind that became more stunning with each glance. Standing beside Hao Zifeng, they exuded an aura of harmonious elegance. Come, let me introduce. The crowd chuckled. How go? Why are you here when we're admiring the beauty? What is this to you? Ignoring the playful banter from the group, Hao Zifeng continued with the introductions. Our design department's director is Mr. Yi, and the previous deputy director left last year. Currently, we have 5 team leaders. When he reached the 4th female team leader, Xiao Lian sensed an odd vibe. It seemed that team leader Lin harbored some disdain for her, a contempt that she made no effort to conceal. As for the 5th leader, Hao Zifeng teased. Let us keep you in suspense. Just then, Xiao Lian inquired, Is it you? A clever woman is often less charming. She mused, having recognized his jest. During the introductions, as everyone was familiarizing themselves with one another, someone from the crowd tentatively asked, Team Leader Xiao, where did you work before? Xiao Lian frowned slightly. Although her time at Yuansheng was fraught with discontent, it was not a secret, especially in such a small industry where truths would inevitably surface. Thus, she replied candidly, at Yuansheng. Upon her response, some nodded in understanding, while others appeared skeptical, and a few looked down upon Yuansheng, noting its moderate success compared to Huanqing. How could Xiao Lian, who had joined as a team leader, have attained such a position? Team leader Lin Na scrutinized her with a contemplative glare. Before long, the workday commenced. After a brief tour of the design department, Xiao Lian intended to leave, as today was merely for familiarization. Normal work would begin tomorrow. Xiao, remember to dress nicely tonight. Hao Zifeng called out, casting her a flirtatious glance before she departed. Xiao Lian nodded, suddenly recalling that the welcome party at Yuansheng would be attended by Yi Wei. She couldn't help but wonder if the executives would also be present at Huanqing that evening. Without suspicion, Hao Zifeng casually remarked, the executives wouldn't bother with such events. They're all organized by the departments. Not only the president, but even Director Yi usually doesn't attend. Relieved by his response, she sent a message to Ling Xiao. You should head home first after work tonight. There are matters to attend to at the company, and I might be late. After dispatching the message, she strolled through the commercial area beneath Huanqing Tower, eventually settling in a CAF where she ordered a cup of coffee. She then took out some papers from her handbag to sketch and jot down notes for a visual feast she had prepared for her audience on Weibo at 10 o'clock that evening. Time flew, and before she knew it, evening had arrived. Glancing at the clock, Xiao Lian stretched her sore neck and tucked her sketches back into her bag, releasing the hair tie from her wrist. The tie easily coiled around her head a few times, and her long hair, which had been draped over her shoulders, vanished in an instant, transforming into a chic and refined bob that a few loose strands danced languidly by her ears, bestowing her with a more carefree appearance. Wow, what nimble fingers! I didn't even notice how I ended up with short hair, she mused, admiring the result. And it looks so splendid. How is that even possible? A realization struck her, reminiscent of a popular beauty influencer, Mei Shane Yo-Yo. Though she never shows her face, she often shares hairstyling tips on Weibo. Oh, it seems like it. The two girls exchanged glances of admiration when they mentioned Mei Shane Yo-Yo. But while they thought the resemblance was uncanny, they still deemed it improbable. After leaving the CAF, Qiao Lian headed directly to the Junyue Hotel as arranged in the WeChat group. Upon arriving at the private room, several female colleagues from the design department had already gathered. When women congregate, gossip often ensues. A few were chattering excitedly about Qiao Lian's background. Upon her arrival, they abruptly fell silent, some grabbing small mirrors to touch up their appearance while others fiddled with their phones, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. However, this silence did not linger long. Someone broke it, gazing at her with a mix of envy and admiration. Team leader Qiao, you're so beautiful and stylish. You must have a boyfriend already. Right? Qiao Lian offered a polite smile. No, I'm single. Single? Then our Hao Ge has a chance. Someone chimed in. What nonsense. Have you seen Hao Ge's background? How could he possibly be interested in her? Scoffed a short-haired woman beside Lin Na, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Qiao Lian heard the comment but couldn't be bothered to explain, as there was truly nothing between her and Hao Zifeng. TSH, perhaps team leader Qiao is a hidden rich second generation, she thought. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Lian replied, not a rich second generation, but I am indeed a third-generation peasant. Third-generation peasant. How can Miss Qiao afford such an outfit? Lin Na interjected suddenly. Chapter 28. I know all your secrets. Qiao Lian remained non-committal. What's wrong with my outfit? Noting Lin Na's bewildered expression, unsure if she was feigning ignorance, she recognized that Qiao Lian's bag was evidently a cheap market find. Previously, she had hesitated. The woman was draped in Chanel, especially that silk scarf, which must have cost a fortune. Now, however, she seemed to grasp the truth. A knowing smirk crept across Lin Na's face. Oh, nothing. Miss Qiao herself has stated she is not wealthy. So it's quite normal to sport a replica, considering that single scarf could very well be equivalent to your monthly salary. Qiao Lian was taken aback. She had suspected these items were quite valuable, but had not anticipated that a mere scarf could be so expensive, leaving her feeling a pinch in her pocket. While she could typically disregard Lin Na's jibes, this time it was unavoidable. The short-haired woman behind Lin Na wore a fawning expression, exclaiming, Oh, Lin team leader, your scarf is the same style as Miss Qiao's. Lin Na had been waiting for this moment. With a triumphant expression, she pulled the silk scarf from her neck, wrinkling her brow. The styles are indeed similar. But mine was a gift from Wang Zheng on Valentine's Day. I wear it casually. Turning to Qiao Lian, she added, Miss Qiao, since you're single, you must have purchased this scarf for yourself. Correct? What's the issue? Lin Na shrugged, a smirk curling her lips. Of course. There is no problem. It's just that this Black Camellia series was a limited edition released on Valentine's Day. When you bought a replica, at least check to see if it suits you. This one clearly does not. The last few words dripped with malice, leaving Qiao Lian feeling the sting. Not suitable? But this scarf was a gift from Ling Xiao. Did he know it was a Valentine's edition from the start, or was it merely a coincidence that he chose this one? Qiao Lian gazed at Lin Na with a calm demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, there is no such thing as suitable or unsuitable. You probably don't know, but I bought 10 of these scarves. They were on sale on Xbao, and I can swap them out daily. It's simply a matter of my preference. 10 for 100. What a rustic. The short-haired woman chimed in just as the door to the private room swung open, with a few latecomers trickling in. What are you all so cheerful about? Oh, team leader Qiao had her hair cut this afternoon. It looks splendid. The speaker was Dong Ying, another team leader alongside Lin Na. Dong Ying possessed delicate features, but her appearance belied her boisterous personality. She sported an ultra-short hairstyle, jokingly claiming she was a man in a woman's body. Dong Ying's personality was boisterous, often mingling with Hao Zifeng and his friends, yet she held a disdain for the more pretentious Lin Na. Noticing the matching silk scarves draped around Qiao Lian and Lin Na's necks, Dong Ying grinned. Oh, Team Leader Qiao and Team Leader Lin must be quite close to buy the same scarf. How lovely! Who would want to buy the same scarf as her? Lin Na retorted disdainfully. This one was a gift from my husband. Though Lin Na and Wang Zheng were indeed in a romantic relationship, the prospect of marriage was uncertain. Everyone knew Lin Na was eager to cling to her status, but the casual mention of husband elicited a smirk from Dong Ying. How shameless. What is the difference if you bought it or not? Don't forget, My family used to be in the high-end luxury business. I can certainly tell the difference between genuine and replica. Lena and Danny have never seen eye to eye. Thus, when Lena interjected, her expression soured significantly. Authentic products? The other party openly confessed that they were available for a mere 100 yuan for 10 pieces, shipping included on X-Treasure. Not to mention, they were a limited edition for Valentine's Day. Her boyfriend doesn't even cast a shadow. I believe it would be wise to refrain from tarnishing the term genuine product. Do you take her word for it when she claims 100? Do you believe her when she says she has no man? Are you still a 3-year-old child? Dannying. Lena gritted her teeth, but Dannying chose to ignore her. She beckoned Xiao Lian to sit beside her, a smile adorning her lips, as if to say, "Don't mind that frivolous one, that relying on men for a living is rather dull. You've just started your career, and with time, you'll understand. Thank you." Xiao Lian, being rather reticent, sipped her drink, making a smacking sound. "Hey, you truly have no boyfriend." Xiao Lian chuckled softly, appearing as a well-behaved child. "Not yet," Dannying exclaimed. "Oh, it seems that Hao Zifeng might indeed have a chance, but honestly, you two do look good together." Just as she spoke, Hao Zifeng and his tardy companions arrived. Instinctively, he glanced over, his elongated peach blossom eyes dark and bright. The design department was not small. Several tables were arranged in the not-so-large private room, with men seated at one table and women at another. Dannying typically would engage in drinking contests with a group of men in such settings, but today was an exception. Seated next to her was Hao Zifeng's beloved, and she felt compelled to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, what would happen if that group of frivolous women devoured her alive? Team leader Xiao, you're the star today. How can you not drink? Fill it to the brim. It must be full. Xiao Lian was not one to get completely drunk. However, she had never engaged in a serious drinking challenge before, leaving her somewhat uncertain. Dannying intended to shield her, but the group of women had already latched onto her, leaving her helpless. Xiao, just drink a little symbolically. Team leader Dannying, you're not the main character today that I know you can drink, so let me toast you first. Dannying was whisked away, drawing the fire away from Xiao Lian. Lena and her entourage were determined not to let Xiao Lian off easily today. Team leader Xiao, allow me to toast to you first. Us little ones will surely need your guidance in the future. Team leader Xiao, I have a toast for you as well. At first, Xiao Lian intended to partake only lightly, but each person at the table approached her with a toast. Especially Lena, who was the most fervent, that I in no time. She had downed half a bottle of white liquor. She felt a fiery sensation in her stomach, and her cheeks flushed intensely. This drink, I toast to team leader Xiao. Lena, who had not touched a drop before, now deliberately switched to a larger glass, filling it for both herself and Xiao Lian. Her smile feigned, as if to say, "Is my sincerity sufficient?" Xiao Lian shot her a sidelong glance. She was already feeling the effects of the alcohol and had no intention of downing it in one go, merely sampling ASIP that I in her ear. She could hear Lena whispering, "Team leader Xiao. To be honest, I was quite surprised when you suddenly transferred to Huaxing, that I've heard that your reputation at Yuansheng is rather poor, having been expelled by the CEO for stealing drafts. Wasn't that a bitter experience?" Xiao Lian abruptly raised her gaze, her expression icy, gripping her glass tightly. The veins on her thin, nearly skeletal hand bulged. She wanted to dismiss Lena's words with a calm demeanor, reprimanding her for speaking nonsense. Chapter 29. Toasting the Big Boss. But even if all of that were untrue, what evidence did she have to prove her innocence? Would Yi Wei and Xiao Shan naively clarify for her in an instant? The alcohol took effect, muddling her thoughts into a chaotic mess, leaving her unable to sort through anything. She glared coldly at Lena, her voice resonating with conviction. "I know who I am and what I have done. No need for Miss Lin to worry." With that, she downed the entire glass in one swift motion. The burn in her throat was overwhelming, and in that moment, it felt as if the world was spinning. She self-deprecatingly smiled, hearing the raucous laughter around her, feeling as though she had become oblivious to everything. Her legs trembled violently, and she instinctively braced herself against the table, but her foot was forcefully shoved forward, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. To her surprise, there was no anticipated pain. She was securely caught in a warm embrace. "Zifeng, these women are utterly inhumane," Dannying exclaimed, hopping with indignation. Lena, nonchalantly polishing her nails, appeared unfazed. When she raised her gaze again, she found Zifeng's expression had darkened considerably. What kind of skill is it to bully women? If you have a grievance, come at me. Zifeng, have you claimed her as your own? How domineering. Someone in the crowd jeered. Lina pursed her lips, feigning innocence. How have we bullied her? Team leader Qiao has just started. We were merely being courteous. Who would have guessed she couldn't handle her liquor? If she can't drink, why force it? Perhaps she was waiting for you to come to her rescue, Zifeng. Upon hearing Lina's words, Zifeng's expression soured further. When have I ever played the hero? You all have gone too far. Besides, when did Xiao Qiao have a boyfriend? You even call her Xiao Qiao now? Lina's jealousy surged at that moment, and she bit her lip. Team leader Qiao herself just said so. We all heard it. Did Zifeng truly believe Lina's fabrications? He lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. When sober, Qiao Lian was rather reserved, giving off an aura of do not disturb. Yet now, her fair cheeks were tinged with a rosy flush, and even without direct contact, he could sense her astonishing softness. Zifeng did not believe in love at first sight. Initially, he had merely found Qiao Lian curious. But now, even in such a short time, his feelings had subtly shifted. Struggling to resist the urge to touch her, he ultimately succumbed, playfully poking her delicate cheek. Xiao Qiao, everyone says you have a boyfriend. Tell me, is it true? The intoxicated girl first nodded, then, under Zifeng's disappointed gaze, fervently shook her head. Boyfriend? Why have a boyfriend? Being single is wonderful. Zifeng triumphantly glanced at Lina, a surge of elation swelling within him as he cleared his throat, preparing to poke Xiao Lian again, only for her to evade him this time. Xiao Qiao, what do you think of me? Zifeng held his breath, appearing foolishly innocent. The others, also drinking, fell silent, turning their attention toward them. Zifeng, surely you don't believe the ramblings of a drunkard? Wait until team leader Qiao sobers up before confessing. You wouldn't lack the courage, would you? Zifeng smirked, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief. So everyone knows, don't spread rumors. Xiao Qiao is so adorable. If I don't make my move, what if this group of beasts snatches her away? I'd surely cry. Qiao Lian stared at him, her drunken demeanor neither crying nor causing a scene. Resembling a small child, obediently gazing at the crowd, her large apricot eyes shimmering with a hint of water that I in that moment. Zifeng wished he could hide her away. Who are you? Qiao Lian blinked earnestly. Her confusion genuine. Zifeng, resembling a man luring a naive girl, squinted his peach blossom eyes, speaking softly. Sweetheart Xiao Qiao, I'm Hao Zifeng, your Zifeng, a good brother. Zifeng, you are too mischievous, Danny remarked, laughing. Soon after, Qiao Lian obediently called out, good brother. Her voice lacked any hint of coquetry, simply soft and tender, rendering Zifeng utterly defenseless as his handsome face flushed crimson that he had not anticipated that charming Xiao Qiao would respond so sweetly. Zifeng, you've already become her good brother. We're all kneeling before you for this move. Impressive. Shouldn't the next round be a toast, leading to the bridal chamber? The men found amusement in the banter. Zifeng was known for his witty remarks, teasing virtuous women. Yet upon hearing those words, his expression turned stern. Do you think everyone is like you beasts? Get lost, Zifeng. Let us have a toast to celebrate. Lighten the mood. After all, team leader Qiao is tipsy. Zifeng felt a headache coming on, yet deep down, he harbored no resistance. Fine. After this cup, I'll take Xiao Qiao home, and you all can continue drinking. It's settled. Someone beside him happily poured the drinks, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony, momentarily oblivious to the door of the private room being pushed open. It wasn't until someone spotted the big boss standing at the entrance with a grim expression that they snapped back to reality. Ling, Mr. Ling, what brings you here? Surprise is certainly warranted. At such welcome gatherings, it is an absolute rarity for General Ling to attend. Not to mention that Xiao Lian is merely a team leader. Even if it were the deputy general, Ling would hardly exhibit excessive enthusiasm. Yet now, Ling Xiao slightly raises his eyelids. Having just concluded his social engagements on the second floor, he has conveniently made his way here, only to observe a throng of people gathered in a jovial uproar. His dark eyes narrow. What is happening? The man awkwardly chuckles. Team leader Hao is feeling lovesick. The newly appointed team leader Qiao has had too much to drink, and everyone is clamoring for them to drink a toast together. It seems they've indulged quite a bit. Qiao Lian, a toast. Ling Zhao's expression inadvertently cools a few degrees that he has seen the message she sent him at noon, and he knows a little about the departmental welcome party. Yet, to get her drunk and then demand a toast. General Ling has arrived. As Ling Xiao stands there, he resembles a massive refrigeration unit. A single glance from him feels like entering an ice cellar, sending chills through everyone present. General Ling, would you care for a drink? Hao Zifeng, still oblivious to the boss's discontent, tightens his grip around Xiao Lian's waist. No thank you. Hao Zifeng does not perceive that he and Xiao Lian could attract the general's attention. He greets Ling Xiao, General, please enjoy yourself with everyone. I will escort Xiao Lian home. Not necessary. Hao Zifeng looks perplexed. What does he mean by not necessary? Before he can sort his thoughts, the woman in his arms is whisked away by another. Ling Zhao's arm naturally encircles Xiao Lian's waist as he raises an eyebrow. I'm just passing by. I'll take her home. Passing by? The residence of the boss is on the way to Xiao Lian's? Hao Zifeng stares at their departing figures, a look of contemplation on his face. Chapter 30. Keeping secrets. Doubts. Why do I feel that something is amiss? Could Xiao Lian and the boss possibly? How could that be? They're from completely different worlds. But how does General Ling know where Team Leader Qiao resides? How go? Do you know? Hao Zifeng shrugs, leaning against the corner, remaining silent. Lin Na glances at him, then recalls the expression in the boss's eyes earlier, and she begins to suspect something, though it slips away too quickly to grasp that a man like General Ling would never be interested in Xiao Lian. Yet if that were true, why would he take the initiative to offer her a ride? A newly hired female employee receiving such special treatment from the CEO, she inexplicably thinks of that silk scarf and the entire Chanel ensemble that she had suspected to be counterfeit. Teske, let it not truly be genuine. Lin Jie, didn't that woman just say she has no boyfriend? I suspect she may not have a boyfriend, but she definitely has a benefactor. The short-haired woman eagerly leans into gossip. Lin Na smirks. Are you suggesting she is being kept by the boss? The short-haired woman ponders for a moment before responding. General Ling surely resides in a wealthy neighborhood. Perhaps that little vixen is being kept by another man, and the general is merely giving her a ride home. Lin Na finds some logic in this, casting another reluctant glance at Hao Zifeng, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. That I in any case. A cunning vixen will eventually reveal her true colors. Once in the car, Xiao Lian cuddles the back seat cushion, falling into a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of her inebriation. Ling Xiao glances at her through the rearview mirror, his eyelids twitching. Silly woman. Had he not arrived in time, that brat from the Hao family would have undoubtedly taken liberties. With this thought, his expression darkens further. Upon returning home, he carries her to the second-floor bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Suddenly, her soft arms wrap around him. The woman, who had been sleeping soundly like a pig, now appears flushed, her almond eyes sparkling with a silly smile directed at him. Ling Xiao glares at her. While she looks foolish, this silly woman is utterly oblivious to how enticing she appears. She clings to him, her grip gentle, as if she wishes to monopolize him and prevent his departure. Xiao Lian. His voice is husky, his dark gaze mingling with an indescribable emotion. Xiao Lian merely purses her lips and continues to grin foolishly, turning her face to nuzzle against his cool arm. Do you know what you are doing? Ling Zhao's dark eyes blaze with fire, wishing to tear away the thin layer of her blouse and claim her right then and there. His throat constricts. All the blood in his body rushes to one place, and in the next moment, this foolish woman instantly brings him back to reality. Daddy Wei, hug me. You hug me, upon hearing that accursed name. His expression darkens to an abyssal black. He wishes he could cleave this little enchantress's head open to discern her true thoughts. Let go. He angrily shakes off her clingy arms, but as soon as he does, they quickly return, embrace. He feels an urge akin to domestic violence. However, between Xiao Lian and him, there is fundamentally nothing, and he has no right to entertain such thoughts that a soft sob escapes from behind him. He turns helplessly to find Xiao Lian's pitiful little face, her expression one of extreme grievance. Ling Xiao feels no sympathy for her, yet internally he grapples with unwillingness. He bends down, extending his hand, his warm fingertips instinctively brushing against her lips, soft, moist, even. His gaze deepens, his fingertips sliding down to grasp her delicate chin. Look closely and see who I am. Xiao Lian's eyes widen as she studies him intently. Yet the more she looks, the more bewildered she becomes, until she reaches out to touch him. Ling Xiao holds his breath, his expression stern. At this moment, he only wishes to hear her call out his name. Speak, stop fooling around. Xiao Lian swats his hand away, exasperatedly allowing her body to fall back. Little Bao, Annie, is so tired today. I want to sleep. She wears a look of innocent exuberance. Ling Xiao finds that the breath he has been holding cannot be released. She no longer considers him as that wretched Yi Wei. Yet what does this have to do with the little one? Moreover, the little one's gaze is so fiery that he wishes to claim her right then and there. Xiao Xiaolian, look at me. His palm burns with an astonishing heat as he holds her tightly, nearly suffocating her. She writhes uncomfortably, showing no inclination to obey. Little Bao, if you keep this up, Annie will get angry. Xiao Lian feigns a furious expression, her already flushed skin turning crimson. She huffs, yet Ling Xiao stares at her, entranced. Little Bao. His thin lips curl into a smirk, a low chuckle escaping his throat. The man mercilessly pushes her down onto the bed behind them, dominating her by gripping the back of her head, his cool lips descending heavily upon hers. Her taste is far sweeter than he had anticipated. He does not recall when he began to desire this. Yet, within the confines of propriety, he finds it far more challenging to act lewdly than he had imagined. He pries open her tightly shut lips, teasing her tongue, conquering her step by step that he craves more. Just a single kiss has opened the door to an entirely new world. It is rumored that Ling Sanyi has no interest in women, that he is indifferent to them. In truth, it is simply a matter of the wrong woman. Before him lies a woman who, even in this first intimate encounter, feels as though they have known each other for ages. In that moment, countless memories flood his mind. He recalls that wild night 4 years ago, that he detests being controlled, and even more so the filthy body of that woman. Xiao Lian. How could she possibly overlap with the woman from his memories? Impossible. Those nights were a lifelong humiliation. He had been schemed against, even by his own mother, a source of deep-seated loathing rooted in his very soul. Consequently, when he raises his gaze again, his elongated black eyes hold no trace of passion. He quietly observes the woman beneath him, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly, and cannot help but chuckle. He should have anticipated this. He can doubt any woman in the world, yet he cannot doubt Xiao Lian, that if she had been aware from the beginning, how could she have approached him and Little Bao so discreetly? From her engagement banquet with Yi Wei to fostering Little Bao's affection and successfully moving into Li Garden, was her acting too convincing? Or was his perception too flawed? Ling Xiao squints coldly, standing up and retreating from the room. Once back in his study, he swiftly dials a number. Find out everything about a certain individual for me. As quickly as possible, that I want her complete dossier from the past 5 years. Chapter 31. She is a treasure, a great game. The next day, upon awakening, Xiao Lian finally comprehends the meaning of no pain, no gain. Her alcohol tolerance is decent, but far from the point of being impervious to intoxication. Last night, with Lin Na and the others pouring drinks down her throat, it was nearly impossible for her to remain sober. She instinctively presses her temples. After a night of heavy drinking, her head is still spinning. Struggling to the bathroom, she splashes cold water on her face, her senses sharpening considerably. However, the reflection staring back at her is pale and dejected, and her lips are swollen like sausages. Did she have a run-in with mosquitoes? She suspiciously scans the room. Could it be? Or perhaps it is an allergic reaction to alcohol. She shakes her head and heads downstairs for breakfast. Unable to recall the events of the previous night, especially how she had returned home, the only possibility she can think of is that a colleague arranged for a designated driver to take her back. On the dining table, there is a glass of milk, a sandwich, and a red bean bun, along with a note. Heat the milk before drinking. There is porridge in the kitchen. Remember to have some. Ling Xiao's handwriting can hardly be described as orderly. Rather, it exudes a certain chaotic vigor, a ruggedness that mirrors her character. Nevertheless, within the strokes of her pen, one can discern a warmth that is quite heartening. She recalls the rumors circulating about Ling Sanyi, depicting him as eccentric and having a twisted temperament, a figure whom no one would dare to offend lest they face annihilation. Yet in this moment, it appears those tales are utterly unfounded. Mr. Ling reveals himself to be quite gentle and considerate. She heads to the kitchen to warm up some congee, sipping it slowly. However, as she takes her first bite of the ham sandwich, her expression shifts to, "It is not that the sandwich is unpalatable. Rather, she realizes the folly of her previous night's indulgences, that in her inebriation, she forgot a matter of great significance. And now, while not quite a historical sinner, she certainly faces the wrath of public scorn. She runs her fingers through her hair and quickly retrieves her phone. Opening the Weibo interface, as she anticipated, the platform indeed erupted last night. Prior to 10 o'clock. Everyone was buzzing with speculations regarding the grand return of the beloved idol. Yet when the clock struck 10, she failed to materialize. Some fans, with unwavering conviction, proclaimed that their idol might be dealing with time zone differences abroad and would soon grace them with her presence. However, a considerable number waited in vain for the better part of the night, only to be left disappointed. How unreliable! It is perhaps best to wash up and retire for the night, my goodness. How I regret waiting so long. What a waste of emotion. I suspect that the idol is simply looking to capitalize on the lucrative Weibo marketing trend that has flourished over the past 2 years, perhaps seeking to reap her own benefits. Meanwhile, upstairs, the idol is no longer the youthful beauty she once was. She might now be more aptly referred to as a mature woman. And what if, perchance, the idol is actually a burly man? Or perhaps a transgender individual? The conversation has taken a peculiar turn. Speaking of which, how can the blogger be so unreliable? Why should we continue to support her? Let us just unfollow her and turn our backs on her. Aside from the myriad of conjectures spun by netizens, there are also a plethora of mocking voices from marketing accounts, deriding her as the progenitor of Weibo influencers, suggesting that perhaps the idol has exhausted her creative well and is merely attempting to carve out a niche in this industry. Xiao Lian's lips twitched. She does not deny that her initial intent was indeed to leverage this Weibo account to gain fame. It was a contingency plan she devised long ago. Should the design world prove unwelcoming, she would carve out her own space. Yet now, there is no need for such considerations. Huanxing wants her, unconditionally trusts her. And that is sufficient. The account of Meijo Yoyo will maintain its previous style, embracing a carefree and whimsical approach. As for this initial endeavor, she reveals a meaningful smile. Meijo Yoyo V. Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness. I am here now to share a wave of hand-drawn sketches for your enjoyment. Oh my, the idol has reappeared. What is going on? Is it truly acceptable to post hand-drawn sketches on Weibo? Why not showcase a finished product instead? Yo-Yo, do you still wish to earn a living? Good heavens, what am I seeing? Each of these sketches is a masterpiece. If sold to major companies, they would fetch no less than a handsome sum. With that, the netizens followed up with a flurry of applause emojis. Xiao Lian posted a total of 10 images, and for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, the absence of a neat grid layout was quite disconcerting. However, the effect of those sketches truly lived up to her claim of refreshing the eyes. Compared to the glaringly poor designs saturating the current market, these pieces stand out as a breath of fresh air. It is simply astounding that the idol does not lack for money. To showcase her designs so generously, remarkable. Xiao Lian observed the cascade of praises and various inquiries that flooded in below, allowing herself a smile without responding. After 5 minutes, she shared another Weibo update featuring 10 additional images, this time all in cartoon versions, inspired by the earlier hand drawings and infused with color. The adorable and whimsical cartoon characters were undeniably captivating. And had Xiao Lian not included a disclaimer stating that these images were her personal creations and prohibited for commercial use, they likely would have gone viral across the internet for those unversed in design. The Q-version characters fashion showcase would surely be more appealing, given its visual allure. Conversely, for seasoned design veterans, the hand-drawn sketches were simply exquisite, aligning with market demands while catering to various age demographics, all while brimming with originality. For instance, incorporating a belt conveys a more mature style, while removing it lends a laid-back aura, making the designs suitable for both affluent women and younger audiences alike. The extensive potential audience is enough to generate substantial profits. Who exactly is this Yo-Yo? When did our industry welcome such a talent? Industry leaders typically keep abreast of trending news, particularly in such a short span. Both of her Weibo posts have already climbed the hot search charts, a testament to the idol's drawing power and Weibo's influence. Yet these considerations pale in comparison to the undeniable prowess evident in her designs. The industry giants engaged in fervent discussion, speculating wildly. Young designers are a dime a dozen. Yet those with creativity and talent are exceedingly rare. That it is indeed challenging to predict someone like the idol. who operates outside conventional norms. Hello, Idol. I am the head designer at Saya Fashion. I just came across your hand-drawn sketches 5 minutes ago and am very intrigued. I believe your design abilities are quite impressive and would be well suited for the position of design director at our company. If you're interested, please feel free to reach out to me. This incongruous comment quickly attracted attention. This was a blatant attempt to recruit the blogger. Not having even met her, they were already offering her a position as design director. Remarkable. A considerable portion of Qiao Lian's fans are die-hard supporters, and they collectively ensured that this message received maximum visibility, fearing that their idol might overlook it. Shortly thereafter, an even more enticing recruitment advertisement surfaced. Saya Fashion was the first to make a move, and many industry elites were now paying attention to the Meijo Yoyo account. Upon witnessing Saya's bold approach, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting into criticism. What is the big deal? Is a design director really that impressive? Yo-Yo, I've been a fan for years. Such a talented designer is a rare find. It's only fair to offer her a managerial position. Managerial? I could easily secure her a director's role. Do you believe it? What does a director even mean? I could, indeed. This was a revolution in the design industry ignited by Meijo Yoyo, though it may rise swiftly only to extinguish just as quickly. The comments were rife with exorbitant salary offers, and everyone awaited Yoyo's response. There were offers of annual salaries in the millions. Could she truly remain unmoved? If she were to claim indifference, that would be implausible. Qiao Lian was acutely aware that these sketches would undoubtedly attract a plethora of fans, and she herself would not lack for opportunities. However, the staggering offers were something she had never contemplated. After a moment's reflection, she promptly posted an update. Chapter 32. My Goddess. Unwritten Rules Meijo Yoyo. I am thrilled to receive such recognition from so many esteemed seniors. Sitting in front of my computer, I was so moved that I cried out in delight. Thank you all. These sketches are merely a whimsy of mine, and I do not intend for them to be used commercially. Additionally, I have already secured a job. Love you all. What a delightful surprise. Congratulations to the idol. What position could she possibly hold? Curious, Yo-Yo, given your talent, when might we see your face? Qiao Lian tucked her phone in her pocket and hailed a cab to the company. Oblivious to the explosive activity on Weibo at that moment, in the Huanxing executive office, Yilan was forcibly urged by her assistant, Xiaoma, to share the news. Xiaoma sighed, lamenting, what a pity, my idol has found a job. Had we recruited her for Huanxing, it would have been splendid. Initially, Yilan was indifferent. However, after viewing the hand-drawn sketches, her expression shifted dramatically. There's something wrong with these sketches. Not at all, they are remarkable. The artist behind them is even more impressive. Yilan spoke cryptically, reopening her drawer to retrieve Qiao Lian's resume. A contemplative smile played on her lips, and no wonder that girl insisted on confidentiality. It turns out she had her reasons. Using her own phone, she accessed Meijo Yoyo's Weibo and was greeted by a flurry of recruitment comments. Her mood lifted immensely. The design talent you all covet not only secured a position, but has also joined my esteemed Huanxing, albeit as a mere design team leader. Perhaps that position is a tad lowly. At that very moment, Yilan's internal struggle was trivial compared to the fiery fury brewing within the confines of Huanxing. Qiao Shan was on the brink of madness. Recently bereft of inspiration, she found herself unable to produce any work, waiting desperately for Qiao Lian's sketches to come to her rescue. With a successful new quarter, she would have the luxury of searching for a ghostwriter at her leisure. Yet, at this critical juncture, such a debacle arose. She glanced at Yi Wei, whose face was darkening with barely contained rage, and stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Tell me, yesterday you claimed you would present your drafts today. What happened? Did they vanish overnight? Do you take me for a fool? Yi Wei regarded Qiao Shan silently. His disappointment palpable. He adored this woman for her obedience and ability to anticipate his needs. She always managed to fulfill his desires effortlessly. Moreover, her design talent was undeniable, making it impossible for him not to harbor feelings for her. However, at this moment, this woman was persistently testing his patience. If this situation persists for a while longer, he will have to contemplate whether it is wise to allow Qiao Shan to remain in her position at Yuansheng. After all, it seems rather foolish to expend such resources on someone so inept. Yi Wei's expression shifted dramatically. Although Qiao Shan harbored considerable resentment, she felt compelled to appease him. This was primarily due to the fact that Yi Wei had not only the Yi family backing him, but also the Ling family. She could not afford to take any chances. Yi Wei, what if I were to say that the design draft in question was likely stolen by Qiao Lian from her home long ago? Would you believe me? Her voice dripped with grievance, and as she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Instinctively, Yi Wei should have believed her. However, given the dire state of the company, even if he did, what good would it do? All he sought was a resolution. In the realm of design, the first to publish is the one who holds authenticity. If you were aware of this, why wait until now to present it? Qiao Shan, how was I unaware of your sheer folly until now? Yi Wei, in a fit of exasperation, lashed out at her. Qiao Shan felt a pang of regret. She had delayed presenting the design draft to Yi Wei until today, partly in hopes of surprising him, given that it was his birthday, a gesture meant to be the finest birthday gift. Yet now, rather than a surprise, it had morphed into a shock. Yi Wei, I did not intend for this to happen. Today is your birthday, she said, wiping away her tears and instinctively glancing up at him. Do you think that the enchanting yo-yo might actually be Qiao Lian? Qiao Lian? Yi Wei responded as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, nearly bursting into laughter. His expression was a blend of disdain and amusement. What is Qiao Lian? And who is this yo-yo? Are you truly suggesting that these two can be conflated? A fool is but a fool. Do not dare compare her to my goddess. Qiao Shan furrowed her brow. Although she felt a twinge of doubt, even if Qiao Lian possessed extraordinary abilities, it was implausible that she could have anticipated the previous post from Lisa, the fashion mogul, as her Weibo account. She had scrutinized the account of this yo-yo for quite some time, and the whimsical and capricious style hardly seemed within Qiao Lian's capacity to master. Could it be that Qiao Lian stole my draft and sold it to that yo-yo? Yi Wei's expression darkened, and he was too weary to spare her another glance. Impossible. My goddess possesses true talent. She would never resort to passing off another's work as her own. Moreover, Shan, if you truly find yourself devoid of inspiration and incapable of creating, you could simply tell me. Why persist in deceiving me time and again? I did not. This is truly my work. Qiao Shan insisted desperately, but Yi Wei had no intention of listening any longer. He pushed her aside and stormed out of the office to the Huanqing Design Department. Qiao Lian's phone on her desk vibrated with a message from Yilan. Manager Yi, work diligently. By this time next year, the possibilities are limitless, and the position of vice president awaits you. A hint of understanding graced Qiao Lian's lips as she replied, Okay, thank you, Manager Yi. She did not indulge too much. In a place like Huanqing, meritocracy always prevailed. She never denied her ambitions, if the opportunity arose. Why not seize it? After a wave of social media exposure, her previously overflowing confidence seemed to be rekindled, and she efficiently completed all her tasks for the day within the morning. After lunch, rather than joining her colleagues downstairs for a leisurely stroll, Qiao Lian decided to take a brief rest in the office. As she scrolled through Weibo, the trending topic surrounding yo-yo remained ever popular. Although she had no immediate plans to profit from this account, she understood the importance of capitalizing on momentum. Since the hype was already substantial, why not stoke the flames further in the coming days? She planned to release a video showcasing lip makeup swatches, along with summer outfit pairings. Furthermore, with the current trend of various emojis, she intended to integrate fashionable elements and create something unique. The concept of attracting followers had been a continuous source of inspiration from the very start. Just as she was struck by another brilliant idea, a sudden, heavy clap on her shoulder startled her, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Frowning, she turned to face the intruder. Hao Zifeng. The name escaped her lips, enunciated with palpable irritation. Hao Zifeng shrugged nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Don't be so formal. I was merely a hero saving a damsel in distress last night, rescuing you from a den of wolves. The events of the previous night were a blur to Qiao Lian. She could hardly recall anything beyond being pressured to drink. Last night. Indeed, Hao Zifeng said, leaning closer, his handsome face magnified in her view. His narrow, alluring eyes sparkling with mischief. You were calling me good brother repeatedly. What? Have you forgotten now that you're sober? Do you want me to reenact it for you? Qiao Lian was taken aback, her eyes darting around. You think I would believe such nonsense, good brother? Hao Zifeng, I believe you've succumbed to delusions. Perhaps it's time you consulted a psychiatrist. With that, she tossed her hair back and resumed her seat, treating Hao Zifeng as if he were merely a figment of her imagination. Hao Zifeng stood there, momentarily stunned, appearing rather foolish. This was the first time he had encountered such resistance from a woman. However, he was far from irritated. Instead, he was emboldened by the challenge, his smile unwavering. Forget the psychiatrist. Hey, Xiao Qiao, do you also follow Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo? Xiao Lian rolled her eyes internally, masking her irritation with a smile. Oh, you do as well. Hao Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yo-Yo is my idol, by the way. Xiao Qiao, since we both like the same person, does that mean we share a telepathic connection? Like the same person? You must be joking. Xiao Lian had no desire to engage with him on that front. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Hao Zifeng, may I inquire how I got home last night? You don't recall? Hao Zifeng's lips pressed together as he regarded her with a peculiar expression. Xiao Lian shook her head. Xiao Qiao, are you well acquainted with the boss? Hao Zifeng's unexpected question caught her off guard. Boss? Who do you mean? The president. Instinctively, Xiao Lian shook her head. I was brought in by Manager Yi. I have yet to meet the president. So how could I be familiar? Hao Zifeng scrutinized her for a prolonged moment, noting that she did not appear to be feigning ignorance. Yet he was certain that last night, Group Leader Hao. Xiao Lian interrupted. Last night, after you got drunk, the president personally escorted you home, he said with a knowing smile. The president himself stated that he was merely passing by. The president? Passing by. Xiao Lian was utterly bewildered. She strained to recall the visage of the Huanxing CO, but could conjure no image that as for passing by. Did that individual offer her a ride simply due to Ling Xiao's influence? But what connection did Ling Xiao have with her? She was utterly confused, unable to fathom the situation. During her moment of contemplation, she took a brief trip to the restroom. Just as she closed the cubicle door, she soon heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor that a group of women gathered nearby, chattering about the latest gossip, and the topic of discussion was none other than herself. Have you heard, during the design department's dinner yesterday, that new girl, Xiao Lian, is simply insufferable, a veritable femme fatale. Indeed. And she asked the group leader too. I suspect she must have entered through the back door. Our Huanxing has never been known to entertain connections. Ha ha ha. It seems her ties are not strong enough to have the general manager personally see her home. Now that's quite remarkable. Isn't it? Tiske, she is seducing the big boss, and I hear she is also entangled with young Master Hao. Lily, do be cautious. You wouldn't want to be outshined. The public relations team was well aware that young Lily had harbored a crush on Hao Zifeng since joining the company. But the feelings were unreciprocated. Lily's face, at that moment, was a mix of emotions, sensing a threat to her territory. However, she was determined not to lose face. What are you all staring at? I've long since lost interest in him. Besides, if Hao Zifeng is so easily swayed, why would Xiao Lian stand a chance? Lily's claim resonated with the crowd. Hao Zifeng had a reputation for being flirtatious, but once the novelty wore off, Xiao Lian would be nothing more than a passing fancy. As the subject of their gossip, Xiao Lian felt as though she had been unjustly caught in a storm. She had no inkling of what the seal looked like, balding or portly. She was entirely in the dark. As for the rumors of unspoken rules, the notion of being a seductress was utterly unfounded. As the voices of the gossipers faded, Xiao Lian stepped out of the cubicle, her expression stoic as she washed her hands. Lin Na had appeared beside her unexpectedly. Lin Na wore a sardonic expression, as if waiting for the perfect moment to witness a spectacle. There's something on my face? Xiao Lian asked, her patience waning. Lin Na scoffed. If one wishes to keep a secret, one should refrain from engaging in questionable affairs. Do you genuinely believe you can conceal this for long? Her words struck a chord, yet Xiao Lian remained oblivious. Leisurely drying her hands, she narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. Group Leader Lin, it seems you possess some grand secret of mine. Care to share? Nothing worth mentioning. Lin Na shrugged indifferently. Your escapades at Yuansheng are hardly secrets in the design world. Snatching your sister's boyfriend, stealing design drafts, and being ejected by your own brother-in-law from Yuansheng, that if you had any sense of dignity, you would have vanished from this industry instead of making a grand return. Even if you have resorted to underhanded tactics to enter Huanxing, it is only a matter of time before you are cast out. Xiao Lian scoffed, oblivious to the extent of her tarnished reputation. Stealing Xiao Shan's boyfriend and pilfering design drafts? What baseless accusations! On what grounds should she accept such slander? As for the insinuations of impropriety from team leader Lin, since you are so resolutely convinced of my character, I see no need to provide any explanations. If I were you, I would simply await the day I am expelled. Xiao Lian elegantly turned on her heel to leave, convinced that such a day would never come. Lin Na gritted her teeth, glaring at her retreating figure. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated publicly exposing Xiao Lian's past transgressions within the company, but she realized that if she did so, she too would be implicated should Yi Zong pursue the matter. Given that Xiao Lian's entry into Huanqing was already disreputable, she likely possessed little talent. Even without her interference, Xiao Lian wouldn't last long, as her colleagues in the design department would never allow an inexperienced novice to lead them openly. However, if the opportunity presented itself, she wouldn't hesitate to deliver a decisive blow. After emerging from the restroom, Xiao Lian returned directly to the design department and coincidentally encountered Yi Lan at the entrance. What a coincidence! I've been waiting for you. Yi Lan's spirits have been notably high these past 2 days, and although she was often referred to as the iron-fisted female judge within the company, it did not prevent her from occasionally smiling at her employees that a few days ago, during a design exchange meeting, several industry giants had expressed both regret and curiosity regarding the entry of the young talent. Yo-Yo, into the company did I in truth. Even if she were lured in with a high salary, it would be a tremendous gain. After all, Yo-Yo was a golden brand in her own right, and with the star effect, selling blockbuster fashion would be effortless. Yet, who knew where she had ended up? Upon hearing this, Yi Lan remained unmoved on the surface, though internally she was overjoyed. Your beloved little darling has long since joined Huanqing, radiating not a hint of frivolity. With just a bit of refinement over the next 2 years, she is sure to become a fashion star in the design world that I heard about last night's events. Xiao Lian remarked thoughtfully. After a moment's pause, she inquired, Yi Zong, who exactly is our president at Huanqing? Do I know them? Observing Xiao Lian's bewildered expression, Yi Lan realized that the girl was utterly unaware of the situation. Clearly, the confidentiality measures taken by Ling Zong were exceedingly effective. Was this a long-term strategy to reel in a big catch? Yi Lan raised an eyebrow and instinctively cleared her throat. I'm not entirely sure. But the president has been in the company these days, that if you get the chance, you'll find out. She approached Xiao Lian, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. Don't overthink it. You just joined the company, and it's natural for some to feel discontent. There are a few new projects coming up, and you'll divide the responsibilities with the other team leaders. Overseeing one of them, Tio silenced the naysayers. You must prove your worth to AS. Yi Lan departed. She instructed Xiao Lian to prepare for a temporary meeting scheduled for 3 o'clock, where a small exchange regarding the new projects would take place. Upon returning to her desk, Xiao Lian received several documents and skimmed through the new projects, gradually gaining a sense of familiarity. Nervous? Xiao Lian's serious demeanor appeared overly tense to her colleagues. After all, as a newcomer at Huanqing, this was her first time attending such a meeting, and the potential for embarrassment if she faltered was palpable. Chapter 34. A chance encounter. Affections revealed how Zifeng held 2 cups of coffee in his hands, one of which he offered to Xiao Lian. Thank you, but I'm not nervous, she replied. Not wanting to be rude, she treated Hao Zifeng like any other colleague, though she found it difficult to gauge his true attitude. Hao Zifeng looked skeptical. When I first attended Huanqing's regular meeting, I was so frightened I nearly stuttered. Though his statement was somewhat exaggerated, the rigidity of Huanqing's various protocols, including meetings, indeed demanded a strong ability to withstand pressure. Hao Zifeng had only been momentarily taken aback before he regained his composure. Xiao Lian took a few sips of her coffee, but the bitterness made her instantly frown, scrunching her delicate features. It was the first time Hao Zifeng had seen her make such a face, and he couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to poke her playfully, though he ultimately refrained. Hey, I specifically added milk and sugar to that cup. Is it really that bad? Xiao Lian shot him a glare. You're a liar. Hao Zifeng laughed. I won't take the blame for that, but I think you simply aren't accustomed to coffee. He instinctively took a sip from the cup he had intended for her, and his handsome face contorted in surprise. Cough, I grabbed the wrong one. It's way too sweet. The cup in Hao Zifeng's hand was meant for Xiao Lian. Although he occasionally enjoyed desserts, he could not tolerate coffee with sugar and milk. Shall we switch? Despite knowing Hao Zifeng was joking, Xiao Lian couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Their light-hearted banter, however, was perceived by a certain someone passing by the door as a romantic entanglement. Ling Zong. Are you going in? Ling Zhao's expression darkened, the cold aura surrounding him causing others to instinctively shrink back. Notify everyone. Prepare for the meeting. Yu Ren glanced at the clock. It was only 2:40, 20 minutes before the scheduled 3 o'clock meeting. However, since the big boss had issued the order, it was an unassailable decree. The team leaders in the design department, previously in a relaxed state, now wore bewildered expressions. What was happening? Xiao Lian, notebook in hand, walked toward the meeting room, with Lin Na trailing behind her, an expression of schadenfreude evident in her eyes. The meeting was hosted by Yi Lan, who had already spotted Ling Zong standing outside. Though he had yet to enter, Yi Lan succinctly summarized the progress of various projects over the recent period before introducing the new projects and inviting each team leader to share their thoughts and insights. As the newcomer, Xiao Lian was kept for last. Some assumed this was a grand finale, while individuals like Lin Na believed it was a tactic to ensure Xiao Lian didn't fumble on stage, allowing her to gather insights from others beforehand. Lin Na wore a sardonic expression, yet found herself at a loss. Before the meeting, she had desperately hoped to see Xiao Lian make a fool of herself. But now that seemed increasingly unlikely. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought that as she glanced up, she caught a glimpse of a figure outside the glass window. Instinctively wiping her eyes, she scrutinized the sight again. The president, how could he be here? Such small meetings, held bi-monthly in the design department, were usually well within Yi Lan's capabilities, and Ling Zong had never shown interest before. Yet this time, feigning ignorance, she sat upright, though her demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety. Despite her years in the industry, her design skills had never stood out, which was why she had struggled to climb the ranks, that if only she could perform well in front of Ling Zong this time. Perhaps, she became increasingly excited until Yi Lan called her name. Lin team leader? Lin Na, please share your thoughts. Yi Lan rapped the table lightly, her dissatisfaction evident. While this project meeting was not of paramount importance, it was still unacceptable to lose focus. Lin Na cleared her throat, attempting to mask her earlier slip. Although she had some confidence in her ideas regarding the new project and her thoughts flowed smoothly. The moment she caught sight of the figure outside again, she found herself too nervous to articulate a single word, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, that I believe that at the beginning of the year. She stumbled for several moments. Eventually, though she gathered her thoughts, her contributions fell short of expectations. After taking her seat, she released a sigh, feeling deeply dissatisfied. She glanced at Xiao Lian, noting that Xiao Lian was not looking at her, and bore no trace of mockery. Cautiously, she looked at Yi Lan, then turned her gaze toward the door. That it was empty. Where had everyone gone? Her heart sank. Meanwhile, Yi Lan observed Lin Na's performance with keen insight. Though she recognized Lin Na's mediocre talent, it was disheartening to see her so fixated on anything but design. It seemed Lin Na's growth had reached its limits. Xiao Lian, please share your thoughts. Yi Lan's voice was calm, and to the others, it seemed devoid of expectation. Yet within her heart, she understood that this young talent Yo-Yo had stirred up countless waves online. Her perspective was sure to be enlightening. All right, before Xiao Lian could speak, Lin Na interrupted her. Realizing that the big boss had not left, but was instead present in the meeting room as an observer, she hoped fervently that her earlier blunders had gone unnoticed as for Xiao Lian. Being a newcomer who had entered through back channels, she surely would struggle to articulate anything of worth. Even if her words were somewhat acceptable, if presented differently, she might just be frightened into silence. I heard that team leader Xiao is a graduate of a prestigious foreign institution, and with her extensive experience at Yuan Sheng, today's meeting should surely showcase her talents. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Na's enthusiasm was met with silence from the others, and Hao Zifeng glared at her with disapproval, while Xiao Lian merely looked at her with a bemused expression. Team leader Lin, you hold me in too high regard. While I appreciate the sentiment, showcasing my skills is premature. I have only been at Huanqing for less than a week. How could I possibly compare to the seasoned team leaders? Moreover, today is a project analysis meeting. She offered a faint explanation, which in Linna's eyes was merely an excuse. She would be a fool to believe it. In truth, I see nothing wrong with showcasing a bit of skill. I am confident that the group leaders present could do the same. In recent days, there have been numerous rumors circulating about group leader Xiao. Does she not desire to impress everyone and prove her capabilities? Linna's encouragement was rather excessive, transforming a perfectly good meeting into a veritable marketplace. Yi Lan maintained a composed demeanor, secretly glancing at the towering figure of the big boss. Ling Xiao, standing behind the crowd, his dark eyes slightly lifted, signaling her to continue. Lina, silence yourself. How Qiao Lian chooses to respond is her affair. This is not your playground. Although Yi Lan was eager to hear Qiao Lian's speech, she remained uncertain of her abilities. Lina shrugged, understandingly closing her mouth. Qiao Lian took a deep breath, fully aware that if she chose to remain passive today, the moment the meeting concluded, all manner of unpleasant rumors would spread throughout the company. She turned to Lina, inquiring, "How does Group Leader Lin wish for me to demonstrate?" Simple, translate from Chinese to English. Rest assured, as long as you speak, we will understand. Lina was convinced that Qiao Lian was merely an amateur, relying on a man to ascend the ranks, and her ideas were likely rather simplistic. Now, expecting her to deliver impromptu business English would surely elicit laughter from everyone. Qiao Lian curved her lips, about to speak, but her expression froze as her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. Chapter 35, Group Leader Qiao, Concealed Depths Ling Xiao. How did he end up here? Ling Xiao nodded slightly, a hint of amusement gracing the corners of his cold, thin lips. Qiao Lian's mind erupted with thoughts. In an instant, she considered the possibility. The president of Huanxing, Ling Xiao? She desperately denied it, but as she pieced together the events of the previous night, she realized it might indeed be true. Group Leader Qiao? Qiao Lian made an okay gesture, and then fluent English flowed from her lips effortlessly. She no longer glanced towards Ling Xiao's position, but instead unleashed all the ideas swirling in her mind. Community, fashion, economy. Each point she made was clear and incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Particularly impressive was her seamless British accent, leaving no room for error. While her design skills may not have outshone others, they certainly held their own. After delivering her speech in one breath, Hao Zifeng was the first to applaud, a new emotion, admiration, glimmering in his eyes. The others were likely stunned, unable to regain their composure. Is this really Qiao Lian? Everyone assumed she had entered through back channels, yet what she had just articulated surpassed any example they had previously encountered. If this was a novice, then they must be far from even entering the industry. Group Leader Qiao, truly remarkable. Let us communicate more in the future. Yi Lan, seated at the head of the table, observed the reactions of the crowd, everything unfolding as she had anticipated, yet still surpassing her expectations. Unexpectedly, Qiao Lian proved to be even more exceptional than she had imagined. She mused that Qiao Lian's ideas likely did not represent her full potential. The girl must have been concealing even greater talents. As for Lina, she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot, desperately seeking to see Qiao Lian falter, only to find herself embarrassed while Qiao Lian dazzled everyone, watching the woman receiving compliments from all sides. Lina felt a mixture of disbelief, resentment, and envy. The meeting concluded swiftly that a few minutes later, Qiao Lian surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the individual had indeed departed. With a mind full of questions, she bumped into Yi Lan outside the conference room. Is the president of Huanxing Mr. Ling? Yi Lan chuckled softly. Yes, surprising, isn't it? Qiao Lian pondered for a moment. It wasn't entirely unexpected, only that Mr. Ling was the president of Ling Group too. How could he also be associated with Huanxing? Huanxing was acquired by Ling Group a few years ago, so naturally, the president became him. After explaining, Yi Lan departed for another engagement, but not before giving Qiao Lian's shoulder a meaningful pat that Mr. Ling specifically mentioned that you possess commendable abilities. Continue to work hard. That position is reserved for you. Upon returning to her desk, Qiao Lian's mind remained in disarray until close to the end of the workday when her friend Yin Qing's incessant calls finally brought her back to reality. Sister, I have been incredibly unlucky lately. Guo has been sick for over a week, and just as things were settling down, my new book flopped. Can life get any worse for you, Xiao Qiao? I feel like I'm going to explode. Yesterday, I saw the news. That beast is getting married. Yin Qing was a friend she had met while studying abroad. Though older than Xiao Lian, she often acted like a large child, and with a daughter whose father was unknown. Xiao Lian had worried about her constantly during their time abroad. Yin Qing was intelligent, but lacked emotional savvy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for a one-night stand that left her with a child. Let's go out and have some fun? Yin Qing lamented. I recently met a guy online, but before we even met, he cheated on me. I refuse to believe I can't handle a young man. If I can't win him over, I'll just support him. Xiao Qiao, it hasn't been easy for me either. How about we live together for a while? In a few days, I'll bring my daughter to stay with you. No, I'll visit you and Goro later. Why not? Xiao Lian was uncertain how to explain. After considering, she recalled that Yi Wei and Xiao Shan had gotten together, and she no longer had a place to return to. I just found a job that provides accommodation. Yan Qing rambled on about a host of people she found despicable, eventually returning to the matter at hand. What good job provides accommodation? Introduce me. Childcare, Xiao Lian replied. Yan Qing nearly spat out her drink. You, a young lady, are going to take care of someone else's child. Xiao Lian, you usually call me foolish, but I think you're the one who's lost your mind. Childcare is a side job. I have a main one too. Moreover, beep, 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 the call ended. Xiao Lian stared at her dark phone screen, speechless, and quietly sent a private message to her giant baby of a friend. 7 o'clock. Same place. Yin baby. Humph. After work, Xiao Lian headed straight to Nightshade. By the time she arrived, Yan Qing was already waiting expectantly. Xiao Lian immediately spotted her friend's flashy red Maserati and jumped into the car without hesitation. Hey, little beauty, what do you think of my outfit today? Yan Qing teased, tossing her nearly golden waves, her elongated eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Lian scanned her from head to toe, her expression one of mixed feelings. While Yan Qing could appear ethereal without makeup, her long hair lending her the air of a first love in the eyes of many boys, today's heavy makeup was simply tacky. The two rarely met. So in an effort to maintain the excitement, Xiao Lian forced a smile. Not bad. Yan Qing had been idle at home for days, and now, after dressing up, she basked into praise with an air of satisfaction. Of course here, after saying this, she tossed a bundle of outfits from the back seat to Xiao Lian. A fitted black off-the-shoulder dress paired with 8-centimeter stilettos. Upon seeing the ensemble, Xiao Lian's expression reflected her previous feelings of uncertainty once again. While this was suitable for a nightclub, it resembled more of a lady of the night than a casual outing. Darling, is it not pretty? This is a new release from Chanel's nightclub collection. Many are queuing to buy it. Xiao Lian shot her a glare. You keep spending like this. Yan Qing grinned as she parked the car. The two first went to the restroom to change. Xiao Lian was quick, swiftly changing into the outfit, her fingers moving with such speed that her hair was styled in no time. As for makeup, the few items in her bag were more than sufficient. Waiting outside, Yan Qing knew of Xiao Lian's talent. Each time she changed outfits, she transformed into someone entirely different, rivaling the stars of the entertainment industry. Perhaps growing bored from waiting, Yan Qing pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Taking one out, only to have it snatched away. Hey. Xiao Lian unceremoniously tossed the cigarette into the trash, her expression unfazed. When did you learn to smoke? Chapter 36. A chance encounter. Is she Xiao Lian? Yan Qing shrugged, unsure of how to respond, her irritation causing her to tug at her hair. Linking arms with Xiao Lian, she suggested, let us step outside to talk. Along the way, Yan Qing continually attempted to shift the topic back to Xiao Lian. Just moments before, she had merely given her a dress and a pair of shoes, yet Xiao Lian had worn them with an air of regality. Tacky? Not at all. The two settled at the bar, sipping on lemon fruit tea. Yan Qing mused, I really don't understand it. With a figure like yours and such a beautiful face, how did Yi Zatsa end up with your stepsister? Xiao Lian stared blankly. At that moment, recalling Yi Wei no longer pained her. Not even the sting of a mosquito bite bothered her. Perhaps in his heart, she could never compare to Xiao Shan, and no matter what she did, she would never satisfy him. Let us not speak of him any longer. Aside from him, there's your entire family, and just the thought of it gives me a headache. Tell me, what is going on with your work? Sister, you should have some experience by now. Yet I am seriously beginning to suspect that you've been deceived. Yan Qing's expression was grave, resembling an interrogator pressing for answers from Xiao Lian, ready to set her back on the right path the moment she had the information she sought. Deceived? What do I have left that anyone would covet? Yan Qing frowned in disapproval. What do you mean you have nothing? Honestly, if I were a man, I want to take you in and care for you. Let alone other despicable men. Mr. Ling is not that kind of person. Moreover, he has helped me several times and is merely providing me with accommodation in hopes that I can look after Xiao Bao during the weekends. She spoke as if it were the most natural thing, alternating between referring to him as Mr. Ling and Mr. Ling again. Yan Qing sensed something amiss. Don't tell me you're being taken advantage of while you assist him. From what you say, that man already has a child and expects you to help care for him, offering you compensation. Are you certain he isn't interested in you and looking for a second wife? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian's mind raced through countless images, yet she quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Xiao, did I earnestly caution you. A man's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. And his sweet words can be the most terrifying that if he allows you to stay in his home, the next step could easily lead to you sharing his bed. You say it's impossible for him to want a wife. But what if he simply seeks a mistress? Tread carefully. Yanqing shook her head repeatedly. Yet as a friend, she could only offer so much advice. Sister Yin, I heard you mention on the phone that Guo was sick. Is she better now? Yanqing paused, her playful demeanor suddenly darkening. Her emotions shifted rapidly, likely triggered by a painful thought, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yes, she is better now, but a child without a father is like a blade of grass, easily trampled upon by anyone. She sniffled, suggesting that Xiao Lian visit her in a few days, as the little one had been asking about her godmother. That ungrateful child, after saying this, she ignored Xiao Lian's expression and called out to the bartender for 2 shots of iced vodka and a couple of beers. While waiting for their drinks, the 2 women lapsed into silence. Once the drinks arrived, Yanqing was the first to down an entire glass of iced beer in one go, then turned her attention to the glass of white liquor nearby. Before long, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Xiao Lian understood that her friend was deeply hurting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her composure so. She sighed and took the 2 glasses from beside her, ready to share in her friend's despair. Sister Yin, though Guo may not have a father, she still has you and me as her godmother, that if you are truly tired, you should take a break from work and take Guo out for a stroll. Work? Yanqing chuckled helplessly. Her job was quite easy. She spent her days at home writing, and when she felt uninspired, she would simply take a walk. That it wasn't physically tiring, but her heart felt heavy. Just the thought of her little girl made her heart ache deeply. Those long-buried memories washed over her like a tide. Her mother's heart condition had been complicated, necessitating substantial funds for surgery. At that time, she had just begun her career as an intern doctor, lacking both money and influence that if she did nothing, she could only watch her mother slip away. She was unwilling to accept this fate. It was during this desperate time that a golden opportunity presented itself. The young director of the private hospital where she worked took a particular interest in her. She did not deny that her heart fluttered, but she had no time to discern whether his feelings were genuine affection or mere admiration. Thus, she devised a trap, much like the conniving female antagonist in a novel. She repeatedly sought to ingratiate herself with the young director. That night, she deliberately got him drunk, and they became intimate. Moreover, she arranged for the media to catch them in the act that as expected. The incident did not escalate as anticipated. The family had significant influence and silenced all media coverage. Later, the director's mother summoned her to discuss the matter, presenting her with a check and urging her to vanish at a clutch scenario. Yanqing was all too aware that she could not create a scandal and gain anything from it. She had to leave the city quickly, even to the extent of disappearing altogether. Yet, her own choices had led her to this point. Even with the money she obtained, her mother could not be saved. Worse still, she became pregnant with that man's child. Regret washed over her in waves. She cursed herself repeatedly until she later learned that the man had already been engaged. His fiancée, E. However, was gravely ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Yanqing could not discern whether her plight was connected to this, but Guo, her daughter, was innocent, yet fate had chosen to punish her. Little Guo was born with congenital heart disease, a condition that would accompany her throughout her life. Yanqing wept uncontrollably. No matter how much money she earned today, what difference did it make? Xiao, I am truly damned. If it weren't for me, Guo would never have been born and wouldn't have to endure such suffering now. Xiao Lian was momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure how to offer comfort, she stepped forward and embraced Yanqing. Sister Yin, I believe Guo will not blame you for your past. It is behind us now, and life continues. Yanqing remained in a daze for a while, repeating, life continues. Then she declared, let us go dance. The 2, who had initially sat quietly, transformed into entirely different people upon entering the dance floor. Yanqing latched onto a young man with tousled blonde hair, whose youthful appearance was almost radiant. Xiao Lian glanced over and instinctively shook her head. Beautiful lady, care to join? A man in a mask gestured invitingly, and Xiao Lian did not hesitate to accept. Her graceful figure moving rhythmically to the upbeat tempo, in a corner, A man and woman witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. Qiao Lian, Chapter 37, The Scheming Woman. It truly is her. After Qiao Shan called out this name, she observed for a while longer before confirming that it was indeed Qiao Lian. Yet Yi Wei could not bring himself to believe it. Perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity. How could Qiao Lian be this stunning? In Yi Wei's memory, Qiao Lian had always been a girl with a ponytail and a plain face, dressed in the most ordinary attire, so unremarkable that she would blend into the crowd unnoticed. But the woman before him wore a form-fitting black dress, her wavy hair cascading sensually over her shoulders, her makeup immaculate, and her flawless face exuded an irresistible allure to him. Yi Wei swallowed hard. Qiao Lian, dull and uninteresting, could never have danced with such liveliness or wore such a captivating smile. For a moment his heart raced. Qiao Shan, noticing his infatuation, looked increasingly displeased. It was impossible to distinguish whether the made-up woman was human or ghost. Yet she distinctly recalled that Qiao Lian had a beauty mark near her eye, which she remembered vividly. Yi Wei instinctively glanced over. The dance floor lights flickered that he strained to see clearly, and indeed, the beauty mark was there, though he had never noticed it before. Now, it seemed to add a touch of seduction to her fair cheek. Strangely, he felt a pang of regret, after being with Qiao Lian for so long. Initially, he had desired to take her to bed, but later discovered she was conservative and even disdainful of physical contact. Had he known she possessed such a figure and beauty, he would never have broken up with her. But so what? Yi Wei rolled his eyes. Could he possibly win her back and enjoy the pleasures of being with her again? Qiao Shan was furious, yet she had to maintain a facade of ignorance. She smiled. We all know that third master cares for her quite a bit. Tell me, if he were to see her with another man, embracing intimately, wouldn't he fly into a rage and cast her aside? Perhaps Qiao Lian would be left with nothing. Yi Wei regarded her thoughtfully, his expression a mix of curiosity and disdain. The reason he was with Qiao Shan was her pure, unassuming demeanor, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Yet now, it appeared far from the truth. What benefit do you gain from this? For a moment, Qiao Shan was at a loss for words, but she quickly devised an explanation that if Qiao Lian were to be cast aside, would she not still continue to thrive in Huanqing? Let us not forget who the owner of Huanqing is. If she were to be out of the picture, wouldn't her first thought be of Yuanshen? At that point, I can have a serious discussion with her about our sisterhood. How could she truly not return? Yi Wei furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing, unable to deny that it was a plausible idea. Seeing him soften, Qiao Shan immediately requested Ling Xiao as contact information from him. After obtaining it, she summoned a waiter, stuffing him with cash to take photos and send them to Third Master Ling. Thus, even if the other party sought to uncover the source of the leak, they would not trace it back to her. Yi Wei observed the entire process, feeling an indescribable sensation arise within him. His fiancée, he was far from innocent. She was, in fact, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. After a quarter of an hour, the waiter presented the sent information to Qiao Shan, who nodded in satisfaction. Next, they would await Qiao Lian's downfall and her expulsion from Huanqing. The very subject of this scheme, Qiao Lian, remained blissfully unaware that she was being photographed, having not danced in a long time. She was enjoying herself thoroughly, dancing with abandon. Ever since being with Yi Wei, she had been the model student, but no matter how virtuous she was, what good would it do? Brother San, what are you so intently focused on? Surely, it can't be that sister-in-law is urging you to return. In the VIP section on the second floor of Night Colors, a group of affluent youths languidly sipped their drinks and engaged in idle chatter. The only thing missing being the pursuit of romantic interests. Ling Xiao, clutching his phone, had been fixated on the last few images for nearly 5 minutes, his somber expression emanating an unsettling chill. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of what had provoked him. However, Yilan could not resist chiming in. Come on now, Brother San has always been indifferent to women. Where would his sister-in-law come from? Bei Chun. You can't truly believe that just because your esteemed cousin has secured the position of young mistress of the Xiao family, Brother San is bound to marry her. Can you? Xiao Beichen raised an eyebrow and kicked back. What of my cousin? She can be a bit willful at times, but once you get to know her, she's rather pleasant that if Brother Sam were to spare her a few more glances, he might just discover her finer qualities. Willful? You mean a fierce tigress like Xiao Qi? Marrying a tigress? How delusional! With your demeanor, my sister wouldn't even spare you a glance. All right, we're not children anymore. Can we stop bickering? The voice came from a handsome man in a deep blue shirt. His golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a faint, detached smile playing on his thin lips. You call me childish. Look who's talking. The two men were on the verge of squabbling when Ling Xiao's lips twitched, and he instinctively glanced downstairs. The luxurious VIP section afforded a panoramic view of the first floor, and upon catching sight of a fiery scene at the center of the dance floor, he abruptly stood, a sharp glint flashing in his narrow, dark eyes. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to that I shall take my leave. Before anyone could respond, he had already strided far away. Is it just me, or does Brother Sen seem rather off today? Yi Lan remarked, shooting him a glance and nodding in agreement. That Mu Chung adjusted his glasses, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Since we're intrigued, why not follow him? What if Brother Sen discovers? Yi Lan rolled his eyes in disdain. With your intellect, perhaps it's best you don't go. Old Mu, let us head downstairs. Without hesitation, the two set off, while Xiao Bei-chun, having been ignored for a while, stealthily trailed behind and on the dance floor. Qiao Lian was dancing vigorously, perspiration glistening on her skin, evidently enjoying the rhythm of her well-matched partner. Suddenly, the music shifted dramatically, the tempo becoming thunderous and profound. The next moment, she felt a firm grip on her waist, pulling her into an embrace. In the midst of the dance, this was not unusual. Yet as her gaze suddenly met a pair of familiar dark eyes, she froze, drenched in a cold sweat. Ling Xiao? She blinked, instinctively looking again, but the figure had vanished from that spot. Was she imagining things? The effects of the vodka had her feeling lightheaded. She wasn't truly scared, merely anxious. Yet upon reflection, her relationship with Ling Xiao was merely one of employer and employee. What was there to feel anxious about? Moreover, even if Ling Xiao was her boss, could he truly meddle in her personal affairs? With that thought, her steps became lighter, her slender figure swaying more gracefully on the stage. But in the next instant, a vice-like grip tightened around her waist, as if a different person had taken hold, nearly robbing her of breath. She resisted, attempting to turn around, only to have her vision obscured, the world spinning as she was whisked away. Where is Qiao Lian? Yi Wei blinked, having only taken a moment to glance away, yet the stage was now devoid of Qiao Lian's presence, leaving only her former male partner, looking thoroughly dejected as he prepared to exit. Chapter 38. Intoxication. A prey delivered to the doorstep. Xiao Shan rubbed her eyes, scanning both the interior and exterior of the venue, yet finding no trace of her. How could this be? Perhaps she had gone to the restroom. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Shan. As long as Ling Xiao had seen those few images, Qiao Lian was doomed. Meanwhile, on the edge of the dance floor, Yanqing, already tipsy, lazily yawned, intending to find Xiao Lian to head back. When she glanced over and caught sight of a tall, handsome man standing nearby, in that instant, cold sweat broke out on her back. How could he be here? Miss, your iced coffee. At that moment, Yanqing had no mind for iced coffee. She made a swift decision, slipping off her high heels and bolting out the door of Night Colors at a sprint. Old Mu, why are you dazed? If we don't leave now, we'll miss out on seeing the delicate beauty Brother San has hidden. Yi Lan called out impatiently. Mu Chung furrowed his brow. It's nothing. You two go ahead, I think I just spotted an acquaintance. The words acquaintance were practically spat out through clenched teeth that he wasn't certain. But that silhouette was far too reminiscent. Mu Chung approached the bar where Yanqing had just been, his dark eyes falling upon a pair of high heels at his feet. His expression darkening instantly. Yanqing, I hope I don't have to find you. Since she began writing, Yanqing had become somewhat of a recluse, venturing out to supermarkets or malls only when the mood struck her, let alone taking walks or running. The speed at which she sprinted nearly left her breathless. Panting heavily, she was about to pull out her phone to contact Qiao Lian when she caught sight of Qiao Lian being forcibly shoved into the back seat of a car by a tall, impeccably dressed man. Her instincts flared, and a wave of urgency washed over her. Hey, let go of Qiao Lian. Wait, don't run, she yelled, her voice echoing in the air. Ling Xiao didn't spare her a glance, slamming the car door shut and driving away. Yanqing chased after them, repeatedly calling for help, but no one paid her any mind. In a place like Night Colors, the patrons were all either wealthy or influential. especially Ling Xiao's car and license plate, which symbolized a top-tier status in the circle, rendering her powerless to intervene. Even if he had indeed abducted someone, what of it? Is that your friend? From the moment he encountered her to being awkwardly tossed into the car. It was the first time Ling Xiao spoke. Xiao Yin pressed her lips together. Just a moment ago, she had formulated a protest against his aggression. Yet now, a wave of indignation washed over her, deflating her like a punctured balloon. Yes, after considering, she was about to mention how good Yin Jie was, but was interrupted by his snide remark. Clearly, you're quite naive. From now on, keep your distance from her. Be wary of being infected. The atmosphere inside the car was stifling. The effect of the alcohol surged within her, and without a second thought, she nodded. Oh. Throughout the journey, Ling Xiao remained silent, while Xiao Lian, though intoxicated, retained some awareness. Reflecting on the second visit, she felt a bit guilty since Ling Xiao had sent her home that time. She sat obediently, akin to a schoolgirl before her teacher, stealing glances at the man in the driver's seat. My apologies, Mr. Ling. I promise I won't do this again. Ling Xiao's long fingers instinctively tapped the steering wheel, and through the rearview mirror, he clearly observed her embarrassed demeanor. Quite foolish that a slight smile tugged at his thin lips. Yet his handsome face remained stern, and he chose not to respond. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, Xiao Yin lowered her head, her eyelids growing heavy as she began to doze off. By the time they arrived home, her stomach churned uncomfortably, her face pale, and her lips devoid of color. Ling Xiao cast a casual glance, worry gnawing at him, yet more so frustration at her lack of caution. After nearly being abducted by that lad from the Hao family previously, she had once again knowingly walked into danger. With a stern expression, he turned away, without a word, heading upstairs to the study, the door slamming shut behind him. That in an instant, the world fell silent. Xiao Lian stared blankly at the door for a while before leisurely resting her hands on her stomach and sprawling on the sofa. Sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to Ling Xiao's inexplicable irritation that in the study, Ling Xiao impatiently flipped through the documents at hand. But at that moment, not a single word registered in his mind. Eventually, he simply closed the folder. Leaning back in his chair, quietly lost in thought. Downstairs, it was eerily quiet. He had assumed that as a woman, Xiao Lian would be sensitive enough to notice his unusual demeanor and would soon come upstairs to apologize for her missteps. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, not even a shadow appeared. Ling Xiao, filled with pent-up frustration, opened the door and peered downstairs, his lips twitching involuntarily. That it was one thing to argue with someone. Yet the most exasperating thing was to argue with a fool who was entirely oblivious to the reason for his anger. Ling Xiao lingered for a moment before turning off the lights and retreating to his room to sleep. In the dead of night, Xiao Lian tossed and turned on the sofa, abruptly awakened by an overwhelming urge to relieve herself. Dazed, she stumbled into the restroom on the first floor, then headed upstairs to return to bed. However, something felt amiss. The pillow seemed unusually hard, and feeling the warmth of the blankets, she instinctively shifted away. The warmth beneath the covers remained constant. Ling Xiao, having left the door unlocked for just one day, found himself ensnared. Next to him, the softness and warmth of a woman enveloped him. Even with a pillow between them, he could detect the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Smacked in her slumber, Xiao Lian seemed to be dreaming of something, her soft lips unconsciously moving as she turned over, tightly clutching Ling Xiao as if he were a large pet, a smile gracing her lips in her sleep. Xiao Lian, Xiao. The man's voice was low and hoarse. At this very moment, even though his reason was on the verge of collapse, he still maintained a semblance of clarity that he tentatively called her name. But Xiao Lian was lost in a deep slumber, entirely unaware of the unfolding events, let alone that she had mistakenly wandered into the wrong bedroom after using the restroom. She drowsily opened her hazel eyes, only to close them lazily again. Instinctively, she grasped his burning hand and nestled it against her soft cheek, as if this gesture would grant her a sweeter slumber. Ling Xiao lowered his gaze. He did not deny the ulterior motives behind allowing her to stay, yet he had intended to take his time. However, now that she had willingly presented herself to him, such beauty compelled him to pull her closer and kiss her passionately, gripping the back of her head. This was the second time that he craved everything about her, desiring to claim her entirely. Chapter 39. A month. Get out. As he covered her body with his own, her delicate brows suddenly furrowed, her expression twisting in agony, her hands balled into fists, her body trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Lian. His dark eyes were profound as he gently patted her face. Where do you feel unwell? Xiao Lian was deeply immersed in a nightmare. Her entire being tense, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She curled into a ball, her exquisite face betraying traces of terror and unease. Don't touch me. I beg you, she gasped. Her face flushing crimson. That I in the darkness. Ling Xiao silently observed her. Over the years, he had endeavored to forget those nights. Before encountering this woman, he had long ceased to remember, even when facing the little brat. He would not recall the humiliation of being controlled. Yet now, she had unwittingly revived those loathsome memories, crashing over him like a tide. Ling Xiao, at a loss, shook off her clinging hand, unwilling to consider whether Xiao Lian could be that person. But how could such coincidences exist in the world? Or perhaps she too was merely a victim, having endured events nearly identical to his own. The night deepened. Ling Xiao rose from the bed and tucked her exposed arm under the covers. Seeing her breathing stabilize, he turned and exited the room. The next morning, Xiao Lian rubbed her aching temples and, upon opening her eyes, found herself staring at white sheets. She paused in bewilderment, scanning the room, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Where am I? Barefoot, she rushed to the door and flung it open. In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to the familiar garden. No way. She slapped her forehead, turning around slowly. The room was still familiar, yet the more recognizable one was next door, where she had slept last night. Had she spent the night in Ling Xiao's bedroom? The thought sent her expression into a whirlwind. She had moved into Li Garden, but certainly not to seduce the male protagonist. Yet the current situation was utterly inexplicable. They say alcohol leads to misunderstandings. This one was monumental. She attempted to call Ling Xiao, but his phone was off, making it impossible to connect. Glancing at the time, she hastily splashed cold water on her face, changed clothes, and headed directly to the company, not to the design department, but rather to the president's office on the 21st floor. She impatiently knocked on the door of the president's office, but there was no response. Secretary Zhao, is the president not at the company today? Secretary Zhao regarded her with suspicion, struggling to recall who she was. Who are you? I'm Xiao Lian from the design department. Understanding dawned on Secretary Zhao. This Xiao Lian had only recently joined the company. Yet rumors buzzed around her, some involving Hao Zifeng, others with the big boss. To say, she detested such opportunists. With a stern expression, Secretary Zhao replied, whether the president is in the company or not is not something I need to report to you. Moreover, appointments are required to see the president. Even Director Yi must adhere to the rules, let alone you. Xiao Lian was bewildered, unsure of what had offended her. However, as Secretary Zhao was a veteran of the company, she chose not to press further and turned to leave. Just as she took a few steps, she collided with Lin Na. Lin Na blocked her path, her face alight with excitement and mockery. Step aside. Lin Na circled her, exuding superiority. I just heard you were looking for the president. Not seeing him must be quite disappointing. Huh. Xiao Lian found her behavior absurd and attempted to walk around her. But Lin Na clung to her like a stubborn gum. I've said it before. What are you that could pique the president's interest? If he is kind to you, it's merely out of novelty. Once that wears off, you'll have to go back where you came from. Lin, what relationship do I have with the president? It seems you know better than I do. Lin Na shrugged, relishing Xiao Lian's distress. If I were you, I wouldn't flaunt myself like a goddess. Hao Zifeng might fall for your act, but I certainly won tea. What is it going to be? Care to wager? Xiao Lian rolled her eyes. Since you know everything, what is the point of gambling? If you're that bored, I'm afraid I don't have time to waste on you. She bypassed Lin Na and took the elevator down. Lin Na sneered behind her. Don't think I don't know you're scared. Xiao Lian, I bet you'll be out of Huanqing within a month. Xiao Lian pursed her lips, pondering if I don't leave. What will you do, Lin? Lin Na found this amusing. If you don't leave, I will. Xiao Lian smiled, glancing back at her before the elevator doors closed. Lin, I recorded what you just said, that a month is quite soon. You. Lin Na opened her mouth to retort, but the elevator doors had already shut. Inside, she felt certain that without Ling Xiao's backing, her mediocre abilities would soon lead to her expulsion after that night. Xiao Lian sensed a peculiar atmosphere. The big boss, her employer, seemed to be avoiding her. Curiosity gnawed at her. Although she had indulged in some drink that night, had she really lost control and intruded upon Ling Xiao's room? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Did I end the days that followed? Ling Xiao had not returned to Li Garden. Xiao Lian felt as though she had taken over the grand villa. Living like royalty. She paid it no mind, indulging in her daily routine. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had someone reporting on her state. After a twitch of his lips, his expression darkened further. Heartless woman, boss, there is some news I think you should be aware of. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Someone installed surveillance and a tracker in your car, but it has already been dealt with. Who? Another young lady from the Qiao family. Ling Xiao frowned, recalling that someone had sent him photos of Qiao Lian dancing at a nightclub a few nights prior. He had brushed it off then, but now it seemed all too timely to, you know what to do. His subordinate chuckled. I do a chew. In the office of manager Yuan Sheng, Xiao Shan sat on the sofa, reporting her recent work to Yi Wei. Although there had been no significant progress, nothing had gone awry either. Perhaps the air conditioning was set too high. Xiao Shan suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she clutched Yi Wei's arm. Giggling Wei, I believe Lian will be back soon. Are you excited? Yi Wei, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly opened them wide. What? Chapter 40 behind the scenes. Internal meeting that I've heard that recently, the Ling family's big boss has lost interest in her. Lian is living alone in Li Garden while he s out every night, surrounded by young models. Even at charity events, Yi Wei felt no surprise. Over the past 3 years, he had not adequately understood Xiao Lian. Compared to Xiao Shan, Xiao Lian was indeed rather ordinary. Her designs were commonplace, her appearance unremarkable. Everything about her was just average. The fleeting glimpse at the nightclub merely revealed that she was more beautiful than he had initially thought. But that was where it ended. If Xiao Lian returns, she'll only be there to assist you. Her skills are hardly noteworthy and would be embarrassing. Yi Wei contemplated that Xiao Lian had already been cast out from her home. If Sangu also abandoned her, she would have nowhere else to turn. He could provide her with money and shelter, but she would have to offer something in return. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The knock interrupted Yi Wei's musings, and he shot a glance towards the door, his eyelids twitching. Director Yi, this person was just brought to the company door, saying that Xiao Zong would know. The person brought in was covered in blood. Both arms broken, his gray t-shirt soaked in crimson, looking utterly grotesque. Yi Wei's brow furrowed, and he glanced at Xiao Shan. Do you know this person? He wouldn't happen to be your paramour, would he? He barely restrained himself from asking the question. Xiao Shan had not dared to lift her head since the man entered. Her jaw trembled violently. This person she not only recognized but knew all too well. She sought to gather information about Ling Xiao and Xiao Lian, so she discreetly tampered with Ling Xiao's vehicle. On one hand, she was eager to uncover the nature of their relationship. On the other, she aimed to investigate Ling Xiao's personal preferences, hoping to ingratiate herself with him in the future. However, just a day later, Xiao Shan erupted. Speak, Xiao Shan. She sprang to her feet, almost hysterical. That I don't know him. Get him out. Out. Yi Wei furrowed her brow, about to interject when the man kneeling there suddenly lifted his face, staring intently at Xiao Shan with a cold smirk. Miss Qiao, if it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? You claim not to know me. Should I present evidence to prove your innocence? Xiao Shan's heart skipped a beat, and she stole a glance at Yi Wei, who wore a decidedly unfriendly expression. Amidst the commotion on Yuan Sheng's side, Xiao Lian remained blissfully unaware. Yi Lan returned with news that a well-known satellite television station would soon host a small-scale fashion design competition, featuring one-on-one collaborations with live models, and there would be time constraints for the creations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian's immediate reaction was that it had nothing to do with her. She had just taken on a project, her first task since joining Huanxing, and had a few external small cases to manage, leaving her no time to spare. Yet, the design department had already begun discussing the topic amongst themselves. That I heard it's a nationwide selection. Quite a few designers I know have signed up. I wonder what the selection criteria will be. I think our chances of participating are slim, given the sheer number of applicants. Only 8 will be selected. However, I suspect there's a significant element of showmanship involved. Those who make it through probably have connections or a degree of online fame. Indeed, recent reality shows have been largely contrived. I've heard they follow scripts. Thinking this way, I'm not too optimistic. Though I do wonder if our company has registered any entries. The group exchanged glances, with no one eager to involve themselves, that if the design standards were up to par. It would be one thing, but should they be selected only to falter on stage, it would be utterly embarrassing. By the way, do you think the internet star Yo-Yo will participate? She has made a powerful return and has the skills to back it up. She might just become even more popular. Don't overthink it. Who knows if there's a team behind her, all orchestrated to attract followers, packaged as a beautiful internet celebrity influencer. Hao Zifeng happened to pass by and overheard this conversation. He frowned, unable to refrain from defending his idol, that it's easy to see the style of a managed team. Stop spouting nonsense and get back to work. Sitting quietly and eavesdropping, Xiao Lian couldn't help but twitch her lips. That Weibo account was a casual endeavor. She had never anticipated it would gain fame, and the subsequent rise was entirely unforeseen. However, if netizens believed it was a team effort, she wouldn't foolishly rush out to clarify. Meanwhile, the board convened to deliberate over this matter. Ordinarily, such trivialities wouldn't warrant the attention of the executives, but Chairman Wang had casually mentioned it, noting that this was a variety show secured by Lychee Satellite TV, with whispers of it airing during prime time, that if any designers from Huanxing were among the 8 selected, it would be hard for them not to gain recognition. Chairman Wang aimed to stir interest in the event. But other leaders had different perspectives that Huanxing's designers were top tier. Even the ordinary ones far surpassed those from smaller firms that, if selected, it would undoubtedly enhance Huanxing's reputation. What's not to gain? Especially during this graduation season. Attracting some talent would be advantageous. The meeting was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. The resumes and profiles of the design department's personnel were distributed among the leaders, and resolving this matter seemed straightforward. A simple vote would suffice. Although the number of candidates was somewhat high, it ultimately tested the 6 team leaders, while junior employees were unlikely to be considered. There were 3 candidates with considerable popularity: Hao Zifeng, Lin Na, and Xiao Lian. Logically, the most suitable choice should be Hao Zifeng, given his experience, capability, and innate talent. Yet, when the results were announced, they left many in disbelief. Xiao Lian. In the conference room, some were bewildered while others seemed to understand. Those who comprehended had already received word to cast their votes for Xiao Lian, including Chairman Wang's faction. Wang himself felt somewhat helpless. His son had informed him that morning, insisting on a prompt resolution. In essence, they believed Xiao Lian had leveraged her connections to enter the design department, merely muddling through her responsibilities. Eliminating such a burden seemed reasonable, and it was likely she would be eliminated during the selection process. By then, why would Huanxing want someone who had been ousted? Wang's son, Wang Zheng, acted decisively, influenced by his girlfriend Lin Na. The night prior, as they shared an intimate moment, Lin Na lay in his arms. Looking pitifully aggrieved at Zheng, "You have no idea how I've been bullied ever since this woman joined the design department. She acts as if she is untouchable, thanks to her connection to President Ling. As a longtime employee, I can hardly even give her orders. This brazen." Wang Zheng patted her back, his expression tinged with suspicion. "Indeed, she is riding on someone else's coattails. You're aware that President Ling personally came to pick her up at the welcome event." "Right. From my observations, it seems President Ling has grown a bit distant with her recently, that if we don't seize this opportunity to topple her now, we may never get another chance. The DOU truly wanted to ride President Ling's coattails to the vice president position? What about me?" Wang Zheng understood the implications, yet executing it was another matter. This Xiao Lian was simply not someone they could afford to keep around. Chapter 41. Will she be a scapegoat? Perhaps not. Nevertheless, he also needed to devise a plan to propel his girlfriend into the vice president position. Once that was achieved, his father would likely no longer oppose their relationship. Early in the morning, Wang Zheng informed his father, prompting Chairman Wang to contact several acquaintances and ensure they voted for the up-and-coming Xiao Lian. Such trivial matters would go unexamined, and even if there were behind-the-scenes maneuvering, it was hardly consequential that Mr. Yi. "Who did you vote for?" Chairman Wang observed the results, a sly smile creeping onto his plump face as he cast a sidelong glance at Yilan. While they were not outright adversaries, he certainly bore no fondness for the female executive. Xiao Lian had been personally recruited by her. Watching her face humiliation would be quite the spectacle. Yilan shot him a knowing look, not responding directly but smiling instead. "That I suspect my result aligns with President Ling's." She instinctively glanced at Ling Xiao. Sensing Yilan's gaze, Ling Xiao's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave a subtle nod. After the meeting concluded, Yuren entered the president's office with a stack of documents, puzzled. Miss Qiao has only recently joined Huanxing. Even if her capabilities are exceptional, the other team leaders are no slouches. How did it come to pass that everyone voted for her? Could it be? Ling Xiao closed the file, capped his pen, and flicked it with a casual flourish into the pen holder, leaning back in his chair. A mysterious smile graced his handsome features that do you think it was Qiao Lian's doing? Yuren chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it so? Ling Xiao shot him a look, well aware of his foolishness, but not anticipating it to be this profound. If she genuinely wished to compete, why would she inform anyone in the company? She could have simply gone directly. Now that the board has voted for her, she has no choice but to participate. Ah, so Miss Qiao was unaware. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Having spent a few days with her, he had begun to understand her character. She was not a pushover, nor would she initiate attacks unless provoked. As long as her territory remained untouched, she would retreat gracefully, uninterested in fame or fortune, simply wishing to enjoy her modest life. Yet, with this election, she was compelled to enter the fray. The majority of the board chose her. Could it be that Chairman Wang is behind this? Yuren was not naive. Since Chairman Wang had instigated the matter, he was likely its source. Ling Xiao's narrow eyes gleamed with a hidden amusement. Some may be growing too comfortable in their seats that if that's the case, I ought to take some action. Yuren understood the implications. It wouldn't be long before Chairman Wang faced repercussions. Boss, shall we act now? Ling Xiao contemplated briefly. Let the competition conclude first. Let Xiao Xiaolian serve up a resounding slap to that old fool's face, and then I'll teach him how to behave. Yuren's expression grew serious. Having grasped the meaning behind the previous statement, that in the eyes of most, Miss Qiao was merely cannon fodder, but in the boss's perspective, she was anything but. She possessed remarkable talent. And this competition would undoubtedly showcase her skills on a grand scale. He mused, he doesn't believe it. Before the workday concluded, news of the fashion design competition selection process appeared on the department bulletin, alongside the announcement that Xiao Lian would represent Huanxing. Wow. Team leader Qiao, you really signed up? How composed of you. Yet you didn't share with us. Team leader Qiao, representing our Huanxing, you must bring home the first prize. Then we can show off a bit. Exactly. I heard that Mingtai is sending someone too. They've been boasting for ages. We need to ensure we claim victory. The subject of their chatter, Qiao Lian, returned from the restroom to find her workspace surrounded by people. Was this truly acceptable? The registration for the design competition is still open, but she truly hasn't signed up. Everyone, listen to me. I am being sincere. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Na interrupted her. This outcome was entirely within Lin Na's expectations, as she looked down upon Xiao Lian with a sneer that I believe team leader Qiao did not intentionally keep this from us. She is merely afraid of being eliminated in the preliminary round, which would be quite a blow to her pride, wouldn't it? Wait, clarify this for me. When did I sign up? How is it that I am unaware of my own actions? Lin Na shrugged her shoulders, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed, you little minks are still pretending. The board has already issued the notification. Could it possibly be false? Qiao Lian, if I were you, I would prepare myself well. At the very least, it wouldn't be an embarrassing exit. Qiao Lian merely nodded, her demeanor unfazed. Everyone disperse. Disperse. Xiao, I just received word that the board has decided to let you participate. How Zifeng's expression was peculiar. Qiao Lian felt utterly speechless, questioning who she had offended. Lin Na and her partner Wang Zheng were involved. It was Wang Zheng's father, Chairman Wang, who had proposed this matter, a situation that seemed to be orchestrated for her downfall. Nonetheless, she did not take it to heart seriously, while Hao Zifeng was visibly concerned. How confident are you about this? Should I hire a proxy for you? Qiao Lian cast him a glance, instinctively furrowing her brows. The mere mention of a proxy sent a shiver down her spine. Having spent nearly 3 years as a proxy herself, she had no desire to relive that shadowy existence, nor did she wish for anyone else to endure it. No, thank you. While I may not be exceptionally talented, I believe I can manage at least one round. Moreover, if I were to hire a proxy and actually get selected, could the proxy truly compete in my stead? Hao Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Why couldn't they? Nowadays, as long as you have the financial backing and some connections, nothing is insurmountable. Besides, although the Hao family may not be the most powerful, we can certainly manage this. Seeing the unwavering conviction on his face, Qiao Lian felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. She had only recently joined the company, and her colleagues were not yet familiar with her. Thus, most were merely spectators, awaiting her failure that if she could succeed, it would be a testament to her abilities. If not, it would be a disgrace, and she would deserve to be dismissed. Hao Zifeng's willingness to consider her situation was more than enough. "Thank you," she smiled softly, "that I can handle this, Brother Hao." Noticing her calm demeanor, which did not suggest jest, Hao Zifeng decided to lighten the mood himself. "Sweetheart, I would prefer if you called me Big Brother again. Come on, let us hear it. Get lost." After Hao Zifeng returned to his position, Qiao Lian found herself staring blankly at the screen, her mind momentarily empty. The design competition. Yes, she needed to prepare for it somehow. Ding! Her phone on the desk vibrated unexpectedly. Qiao Lian opened the message. "I'm downstairs waiting for you. Let us have dinner together to discuss some matters." This was characteristic of Ling Xiao, swift, decisive, and to the point. Qiao Lian, bewildered, turned off the screen. The workday had ended, and her colleagues were gradually tidying up to leave. Xiao Kai, noticing her dazed state, approached and gently nudged her. "Sister Qiao, it's time to clock out." Startled back to reality, Qiao Lian responded, "Okay." She had been pondering the increasing distance between herself and Ling Xiao, wishing for it to remain as it had in recent days. Yet he had suddenly sought her out. Was it related to Xiao Bao? As thoughts of the chubby little child crossed her mind, her gaze softened, and her steps became lighter, that a black Bentley Mulsanne was parked outside the Huaxing office building, having been there for some time. With its windows tightly shut, it drew the attention of passers-by, who were curious to glimpse the identity of the occupant. The upper echelons of Huaxing often attracted luxury vehicles, yet most did not linger so conspicuously outside the building for long. Isn't it likely to be Hao Zifeng from the design department? Someone speculated. Everyone was aware that Hao Zifeng was a super-rich heir, known for his habit of changing luxury cars weekly. However, his romantic involvements remained a mystery. Did he just leave? Would he drive such a steady car? Someone else chimed in, "He drives a yellow Lamborghini that almost splashed water on me just now." When Xiao Lian arrived, several people were still gathered at the entrance, purely for the spectacle. She stood there, glancing around nervously, fearing Ling Xiao might appear at any moment. After all, without the title of Huaxing's president, he would be just another face in the crowd, yet he was her direct superior. "Get in." Her phone vibrated slightly, and Xiao Lian looked up, staring blankly at the Bentley Mulsanne before her. She wondered who he might be waiting for. Curious whispers from her colleagues reached her ears, causing her to flinch. Without further hesitation, she dashed into the car and shut the door behind her. That a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, soon followed by a flurry of exclamations. "Did you see who just got in? Wasn't he that the new girl from the design department, Qiao Lian? Unbelievable. I heard she was involved with the CEO, and now she is out fishing for rich men. How could she possibly seduce the CEO? I am dying to know who she is." Inside the car, an eerie quiet prevailed. Qiao Lian rubbed her hands together nervously, while Ling Xiao remained silent. She chose to be a quiet observer, cupping her face in her hands, gazing longingly out the window. Coincidentally, they were passing a food street. Her innocent and dazed expression made Ling Xiao feel as if he were witnessing someone starved for attention. "Are you hungry?" Qiao Lian hesitated for a moment before replying. "Not really." Just as she finished her sentence, her stomach audibly protested, producing a comical duet. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, clearly amused. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the most luxurious shopping district in the city. After parking, Ling Xiao led her directly into a high-end Italian restaurant. Once they reached the top floor, Qiao Lian felt a bit overwhelmed. She understood that with Ling Xiao's stature, a casual meal would be out of the question, yet this felt excessively extravagant. "That Mr. Ling, are you certain we are dining here tonight?" she asked, swallowing hard. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "Not at all. It's just that I might not be able to reciprocate the invitation in the future." Qiao Lian silently lamented the reality of capitalism. Dining in such a near five-star Michelin restaurant was exorbitantly priced. To make matters worse, they appeared to be the only patrons on the top floor. Was this a private booking? Ling Xiao observed her cautious demeanor, his brow arching slightly. "There is no need for you to treat me in return. I have a request that could prompt Ling Xiao to personally seek her out." Qiao Lian looked him in the eyes, contemplating. "Are you sure you have not mistaken your choice?" "I am certain." "What is it?" "Let us discuss it while we eat." With a snap of his fingers, the staff began to serve the appetizers. Initially, Qiao Lian felt tense, but the exquisite flavors of the Michelin-starred dishes quickly eased her nerves as she savored the meal. Accompanied by a piano solo, she found herself immersed in the ambience, gazing out at the night view of the capital. Eventually, she looked back at Ling Xiao, noticing a softer expression on his face. "Do you like it?" Qiao Lian instinctively nodded. Yes, the food is delightful, and the atmosphere and scenery are simply amazing. While she lacked wealth, who wouldn't he want to enjoy life in such a manner if given the opportunity? Ling Xiao took a sip of whiskey, a faint smile gracing his lips. "That if you like it, we should come here more often." More often, with him, for a fleeting moment, Qiao Lian felt as though she were dreaming. The big boss had booked an exclusive restaurant for them, creating a serene yet intimate setting. Wasn't this akin to a date? Qiao Lian, his deep, melodious voice jolted her back to reality. She offered an awkward smile, lifting her gaze. "Yes? Join me for a social gathering this Saturday." Qiao Lian was taken aback. Wasn't this typically assistant U.S. role? Ling Xiao's narrowed gaze suggested he had other intentions that he cannot attend. "It's a family gathering that my grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday, and I need to bring a female companion. You would be a suitable choice." Qiao Lian couldn't fathom why she would be deemed suitable to BY lineage. She was lacking. In terms of looks, there were countless beauties, and regarding Ling Xiao's feelings towards her, well, she was still unsure. With a resigned smile, she asked, "May I refuse?" Ling Xiao responded with a meaningful smile, one that implied everything without words. "That of course, you cannot." "Very well. Since Mr. Ling insists, I suppose I have no objections." Qiao Lian had always been easygoing about such matters. As she finished her last bite of dessert, she suddenly recalled the design competition and couldn't help but bring it up. "This evening, I was abruptly informed about my registration for the design competition. Are you aware of this?" She posed the question casually, not truly expecting Ling Xiao to know that I am aware. Ling Xiao did not intend to conceal this information, that I chaired the meeting, and you received the highest votes. I am truly honored. To be honest, is it possible to withdraw my registration? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Withdrawal is not an option. However, there is no need for you to underestimate your capabilities. Huanqing is not a mere garbage collection station. Your ability to gain entry, there is ample evidence of your professional competence. Moreover, I had thought that the one deserving to stand on that stage should be you. Qiao Lian covered her face, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Praising one's employees is the hallmark of a good boss, yet such excessive flattery teeters on the brink of overwhelming self-confidence. The pivotal question is, why do you harbor such unwavering faith in me? "Mr. Ling, may I see Xiao Bao this Saturday?" Ling Xiao felt a slight dissatisfaction at her attempt to change the subject, particularly when it came to his own child. His expression was somewhat nuanced. "Do you miss him?" "Oh, immensely. I long for his chubby little hands and the joy of holding him as we drift off to sleep." Ling Xiao gazed at her with a benevolent smile, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Look at me. What? Xiao Bao is my son. We bear a striking resemblance, as you well know. Hence, if you miss him, you should look at me more." He savored his drink leisurely, his demeanor not at all suggestive of playful flirtation. "Don't be shy. I shall indulge you." His voice was deep, laced with an alluring rasp, causing Qiao Lian's face to flush crimson, her gaze hastily diverted. Xiao Bao is Xiao Bao, and his father is his father. They cannot be conflated. That if she were to sneak peeks at him every few days, wouldn't that paint her as the one being flirtatious? Ling Xiao sat to the side, silently relishing her flustered state, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift in amusement. Meanwhile, in a corner adorned with a bouquet of blue roses, a woman in a restaurant uniform disdainfully captured several photographs of the pair, sending them to her cousin, Li Li. "Do you see this? Isn't this your company yes? Wasn't he touted as a golden bachelor? Look at him, ensnared by a brazen woman." The woman continued to scoff. With all that talk of exclusivity and private venues, one would think he possessed far greater charms. It merely seems to be a matter of good looks. She is clearly a seductress. At that moment, Yang Lily, just arriving at her rental apartment, was taken aback by the message. The CEO truly shares an unusual relationship with that woman. However, Lin Na had claimed earlier that Xiao Lian had been dismissed by the CEO. Who would have imagined that she had ensnared him so tightly, even enjoying a private dinner in a Michelin-starred restaurant? To say, She indeed possesses remarkable cunning, lacking in shame. If she is capable of this, why not keep her head down and be the CEO's secret lover? Why sully our eyes and lead us to believe she earned her way into Huanqing through merit? Speaking of which, Zifeng was the most innocent party. He had been showering her with affection daily, completely unaware that she viewed him merely as a backup. Yang Lily was furious, and as she vented her frustrations, Lin Na merely responded with a faint smile, confident that karma would eventually catch up. Yang Lily, possessing a woman's intuition, sent a voice message. "Are you planning to do something?" Lin Na rolled her eyes. "The wicked will have their day of reckoning. What can I possibly do? Just wait and see. Soon enough, you'll understand." Yang Lily was bursting with curiosity, yet Lin Na always enjoyed keeping her in suspense. Revealing only half the story that as for Lin Na, she certainly intended to stir the pot, but the timing was not yet ripe. When the day arrived, she would not hesitate to unveil Qiao Lian's true colors to the world. Not only Huanqing, but the entire design industry might not have a place for her. In the restaurant, Yang Lily's cousin remained hidden in the corner, attempting to capture the couple's intimate moments, perhaps hoping to profit from the photographs. "Mr. Ling, don't you think something feels amiss?" Qiao Lian had nearly finished her meal, feeling as though she and Ling Xiao were engaged in a stilted conversation, while he appeared entirely at ease, devoid of any embarrassment. Ling Xiao smirked slightly, letting out a soft chuckle to whom he said nothing further and simply pressed the service bell. Qiao Lian was uncertain of his intentions. After all, that sensation of being watched was difficult to pin down, and it could have been a mere misunderstanding. When the bell rang, the figure concealed in the corner stirred, quickly tucking her phone into the bouquet of blue roses before adjusting her attire and sauntering over with an air of charm. "Mr. Ling, how may I assist you?" Guiyue raised her gaze with a smile that was as sweet as it was disarming. Qiao Lian, despite her simplicity, could perceive the ulterior motives behind this woman's demeanor. Ling Zhao's expression soured as he lifted his gaze, clearly impatient at my phone. "Your phone?" Guiyue's first thought was that he wished to exchange contact information. She was momentarily stunned, feeling as though she had struck a jackpot. Her eyes sparkling with interest at Mr. Ling. "May I have your number? I could add you." Her phone was not on her person, and even if it were, she couldn't risk taking it out after capturing so many photos. Should they be discovered, her fate would be sealed. Ling Zhao's lips twitched slightly as he swallowed his words, genuinely perturbed by her audacity. "That I'll give you one chance. Delete all the photos on your phone." Guiyue was momentarily at a loss, having believed she had hidden them well, with the flash turned off. How had he noticed? Or was he merely bluffing? She prided herself on her quick wit and attempted to feign ignorance. "Photos? What are you talking about? I offered you a chance, Miss Guo." His dark eyes narrowed, and a displeased glare fell upon her name tag. "From this moment forth, game over. You are no longer an employee of Bina." As soon as he finished speaking, Guiyue was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief at Mr. Ling. "You can't do this without reason. I've done nothing wrong. You can't just fire me. There is no such logic in the world." Moreover, she was a key figure in the restaurant. To put it bluntly, he lacked the authority to dismiss her. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the bouquet of blue roses. Knowing her phone was well hidden and that it would be nearly impossible for him to find it, she breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of smugness creeping into her expression. But unfortunately, she was dealing with Ling Xiao. Without another word, he retrieved his phone and made a call. 5 minutes later, a man in a suit, wiping sweat for his brow, hurried over to Mr. Ling. "Please let me know if you require anything. Just be lenient with the night shift." Ling Xiao had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He narrowed his eyes. "Let me ask you one question. Can I dismiss this so-called head of department?" "Miss Guo?" The man hesitated, his earlier obsequiousness fading as he turned to glare at Guiyue. Guiyue appeared aggrieved, maintaining that she had done nothing wrong. "Yes, absolutely, Guiyue. You will submit your resignation shortly. The finance department will expedite your final settlement. You need not return tomorrow." "What?" "Manager Yin, this is a grave injustice. You can't fire me without evidence." At this moment, Guiyue was willing to fight back. If they thought they could force her out without offering any benefits, they were sorely mistaken. She plopped down on the floor, crying and making a scene, determined to escalate the matter. Qiao Lian, having seldom encountered such brazen behavior in her life, was taken aback, glancing at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao gestured for her to continue watching, but he strode towards the bouquet of blue roses, effortlessly retrieving the hidden phone, before Guiuera could react. A smirk played on his lips as he let the silver phone slip from his fingers, causing it to crash to the ground. It didn't shatter completely, but the screen was instantly cracked. Has no one ever informed you by now that a guest's privacy supersedes all else? Your earlier actions have already constituted a breach of privacy. Should I choose to pursue this further? Do you believe you would lose nothing more than your employment? Ling Xiao stated matter-of-factly, leaving Guiuera drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Ling, I truly did not mean to. My admiration for you led me to. The man in the suit beside her was quick to connect the dots, having understood the situation in a mere moment. He signaled for the staff to escort Guiuera away before picking up the phone himself and bowing apologetically to Ling Xiao. Mr. Ling, I will personally handle this matter. Not a single photo will be leaked out of him after the event. Xiao Lian felt a lingering curiosity within her heart that on the way back, she couldn't help but steal glances at Ling Xiao, contemplating whether to inquire about something. The corners of the man's mouth twitched involuntarily. Xiao Lian shrugged and remarked, I know you are the owner of Lu Wai Lu, but are you also the proprietor of Bai Na? Chapter 44. Overbearing. A father's favor. It seemed to her that no matter where one roamed, there was no domain outside this man's reach. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, Not quite. I merely held a stake when that hotel first opened. Being a half-owner counts, doesn't it? She retorted. The actual owner is that fellow Yi Lan. The Yi family hails from a prestigious lineage, and old Master Yi forbids him from meddling in such trivial enterprises. Thus, he couldn't manage it alone. This was precisely why Yi Lan sought out a few friends to invest in the venture from the outset. Understanding dawned on Xiao Lian, yet Ling Xiao's detailed explanation, along with his introduction to his social circle, left her momentarily at a loss for words that shouldn't individuals from disparate circles be like two parallel lines, eternally unconnected. Before long, Saturday arrived. The previous night, Xiao Lian had been engrossed in a new project at work, causing her to retire late. By the time she awoke, it was already past 8, and she felt utterly disoriented. Comfortably nestled in bed, she turned over and vaguely grasped something warm and plump beside her, which had a delightful elasticity and was pleasing to the touch. Instinctively, she patted it several times, her lips curling into a foolish grin. However, the little chubby bundle stirred too vigorously in her embrace, prompting Xiao Lian to slap it lightly in annoyance before drifting back to sleep. When she finally awoke again, her arm was numb and heavy, weighed down by something pressing against her abdomen. Recalling the soft mass she had been rubbing in her dreams, she pulled back the covers only to discover that it was none other than the peacefully slumbering Ling Xiaobao. The little prince's cherubic face was flushed, and a glistening droplet seemed to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet, what struck her as slightly discordant was the furrowed brow of the little one, conveying a profound sense of grievance. Amused, Xiao Lian pinched his small cheek, finding the sensation just as delightful as in her dreams. She gently moved him from her embrace, preparing to rise from bed. Just then, the little prince rubbed his eyes and woke up. Mommy, you're so naughty. He pouted, both complaining and being endearing. Seeing him reach out for a hug, Xiao Lian resigned herself to lifting the little bundle once more. You snuck into my bed and call me naughty. How does that make sense? The little prince bashfully covered his face, occasionally peeking at her through the gaps between his chubby fingers. Did Mr. Ling know you were back? He asked. The little prince paused, then shook his head nonchalantly. He stuck out his tongue, pointing at the faint red marks on his face and the rosy scratches on his soft arms. Mommy, you have to take responsibility. Xiao Lian glanced at the little rascal, recalling how deeply she had slept and how she had absent-mindedly squeezed him a few times. Yet if given another chance, she would undoubtedly do it again. How could anyone resist such an adorable little creature? How should Annie take responsibility? The little prince grinned widely, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Mommy, I've slept with you, so I belong to you. You can't leave me behind, that I've missed you so much that I couldn't eat or sleep well. Ive lost weight. He patted his little tummy, looking utterly pitiful. Xiao Lian chuckled as she washed up in the bathroom, then carried the child downstairs to prepare breakfast. What do you want to eat? Annie will make it for you, fish, the little prince exclaimed, drooling with excitement. That I want fish, just fish. Xiao Lian found herself in a quandary. Eating fish for breakfast? Braised fish? Or perhaps pickled fish? While delicious, it seemed too heavy for the early hour. After pondering for a moment, she decided to make porridge instead. She busied herself in the kitchen while the little prince remained quiet, having somehow procured a small stool to sit in the corner. Resting his chin on his little hands, watching her intently she prepared mushroom cod porridge, which would take some time. She first made a batch of pan-fried yellow croaker. Once it was ready and sprinkled with salt and pepper. The little prince sat there, salivating with anticipation. Xiao Lian tasted the fish, then placed the crispy and tender yellow croaker in front of the little prince. Children seemed to have an innate ability to devour fish. And before long, the entire dish had vanished into his belly. He gazed longingly at the empty bowl, his little hand cupping his mouth as he licked his fingers. "Mommy, is there more? I love eating." Although the portion of yellow croaker was modest, it was certainly sufficient for the little prince that if you enjoyed it, Annie will make it again next time, and you can have your porridge shortly. The little prince, however, was not particularly interested in the porridge. His face fell, and he let out a long "oh." Yet when the fragrant cod porridge was served in his small bowl, he initially scooped it with his spoon to taste. After the first delightful mouthful, his pace quickened. Once he finished the bowl, he gazed eagerly at the pot. Xiao Lian hadn't prepared much, knowing that Ling Xiao would have already gone to work at this hour, leaving just herself and the little prince. At most 3 bowls, one normal-sized bowl and 2 smaller ones. Not knowing how much he usually ate, she felt a pang of sympathy seeing his pitiful expression and, without considering the food situation at the old residence, filled his children's bowl generously. "This is the last bowl. You mustn't be greedy." The little prince devoured his meal at lightning speed, even licking the bowl clean. Once finished, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Lian. "Mommy, this bowl has already been eaten by Auntie." "Mommy." Xiao Lian retrieved a spoon to feed him another bite. The little prince's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the next morsel. Yet before she could deliver another spoonful, the kitchen door swung open. "Xiao Lian, didn't we agree you would be at work by now?" Ling Xiao scrutinized her for a prolonged moment. "And where's my breakfast?" "Oh, breakfast." The realization struck her. She had utterly neglected to prepare the meal. Embarrassed, she held up the spoon, staring wide-eyed at Ling Xiao, while the little prince jumped down from his stool, hands on his hips, gleefully declaring, "It's all gone, Daddy. You have no breakfast." Ling Xiao frowned. "Where did you come from?" "I was sent back by Uncle Zhang." "Go back. I don't want to," ignoring the little prince. Ling Xiao lazily wandered around the kitchen. Indeed, the pot was nearly empty, yet Xiao Lian still held a bowl of porridge in her hands. Thus, with a languid motion, Ling Xiao ambled over and swiftly snatched the bowl from her grasp, finishing it in just a few bites. The situation left Xiao Lian utterly bewildered, and even the little prince stood there, dumbfounded. "Daddy, what about your cleanliness obsession?" Xiao Lian blushed, feeling heat rise to her cheeks, realizing she had just consumed that very bowl of porridge. The little prince might not mind, but Ling Xiao appeared completely unfazed. He pursed his lips, raising an eyebrow. That IT was good, but a bit lacking. "Make more next time. The whole family needs to eat." Such a down-to-earth demeanor from the grand figure left Xiao Lian momentarily speechless. "Family, are you sure you didn't misspeak?" Meanwhile, the little prince was not pleased. He had just regained his composure, but his beloved cod porridge had vanished, right before his very eyes. Ling Xiao ruffled the little prince's tuft of hair, displaying a rare patience after his meal, though it was not enough to withstand the child's spirited antics. "Finish your lunch at home, then return where you came from. Remember, your father is very busy." Chapter 45. Ling Zong. Deep schemes. The little prince wore a look of disdain, bouncing back a step and shaking off the large hand hovering above his head. "That I don't want to." "You just ate my porridge, the one Mommy made for me, that I'm still hungry. You spit it out." The little prince was no pushover. He was determined to claim what he believed was rightfully his, even if it meant standing against his father. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Yours? Humph. You don't seem to realize that everything in this house belongs to your father, including you." "Not true. Mommy is mine. She slept with me, so she belongs to me." The little prince was flustered, his face turning red as he struggled to argue against Ling Xiao, convinced this time he would surely win. However, human nature can often be dark. That he was still a step behind. "Are you certain?" Ling Xiao smiled slightly, a glimmer of meaning in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Lian. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, in my possessions you also belong to her." "You're lying." Xiao Lian felt an ominous premonition as she caught his gaze. "You can ask your mommy if we've ever slept together." "Kid, do you know what it means to be first come, first served? I haven't had my fill yet." How could it possibly be your turn? The little prince immediately turned to look at Xiao Lian. Her face flushed crimson. Ling Xiao had not misspoken. That night, she had been intoxicated and had mistakenly entered the wrong room, ending up with him. Mommy, you too, the little prince, seeing her reaction, believed he had truly lost his opportunity. He covered his face and burst into tears. You have two choices that if you cry, Uncle Jean will take you back to the old residence. If you don't cry, you can stay for the weekend. The little prince rubbed his eyes and sniffled. Can I choose neither? I want. Not an option. Before he could finish expressing his demands, Master Ling unceremoniously rejected him. The young prince pouted in discontent. Xiao Lian thought the little one was about to burst into tears. But in fact, he quickly sucked back his tears and made a face, declaring, Fine, I won't cry. For the next 2 days, I want to sleep with Mummy. Ling Xiao cast a fleeting glance at him, replying indifferently, Suit yourself. With that, he ascended the stairs and entered his study. Though it was merely a small concession, the little prince was overwhelmed with excitement, bouncing along behind Xiao Lian like a cheerful little monkey, happily playing the role of her shadow. Xiao Lian tenderly stroked his small face, musing to herself that he was far too easily satisfied. Yet upon reflection, she recognized that children from ordinary families could spend every day with their parents, while the little prince could only be sent to the ancestral home, making it difficult for him to see his father and utterly impossible to meet his mother. Mummy, can I have another hug? He pleaded that of course. She replied that in the afternoon, while Xiao Lian attended to work matters in her room. The child obediently sat beside her, drawing pictures of a family of 3, his father, his mother, and himself. She felt a pang of sympathy for him, wishing his biological mother might one day return to see him. However, if she could abandon such a delightful child, how could one expect her heart to harbor any maternal love? As evening approached, Ling Xiao knocked on the door, stating, It's about time. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Xiao Lian glanced at the clock. It was exactly 5 o'clock. Would it be too early to go now? She refrained from questioning him, gathered her belongings, and made her way downstairs, naturally bringing the little prince along. Upon hearing that his father and mother were taking him back to the ancestral home, the young prince's spirits soared to new heights, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber, nestled against Xiao Lian's leg in the sea. At 1 point, the car made a stop, and the sleeping little prince was lifted out and placed into another vehicle. Isn't Xiao Bao coming with us? Xiao Lian asked. Ling Xiao remained unfazed. He's too much of a handful. He won't be coming. But you promised, she protested, that is it fair to go back on your word like this? No, it's a completely legitimate reversal. The car soon arrived at their destination, which, as she had anticipated, was a venue for styling preparations. This was an upscale fashion club, discreetly hidden in the city, offering an exceptionally high level of privacy. While it appeared inconspicuous from the outside, stepping inside revealed a different world altogether. Inside, Xiao Lian encountered the renowned actress Hua Zhang, who was finishing her styling and preparing to leave upon catching sight of Ling Xiao. Her previously aloof demeanor softened instantly. Ling Zong, it's been a while. Ling Xiao gave a perfunctory nod but did not engage further, leading Xiao Lian deeper into the establishment. Before arriving, Xiao Lian had simply donned a t-shirt, distressed jeans, and white sneakers, her hair tied back in a ponytail, making her seem utterly out of place in such an environment. Hua Zhang instinctively glanced at her again, then turned away with a disdainful smirk. Xiao Lian was unfazed. She had never belonged to this circle and had no intention of doing so. She merely agreed to assist Ling Xiao, and after tonight, she could choose to return to her true self. Xiao Lian, a low voice called from beside her. She lifted her gaze to don't take it too seriously. In my eyes, you are more than adequate. Xiao Lian instinctively nodded, playfully blinking her eyes at Mr. Ling. I truly don't mind. Besides, I am the one you brought. Who would dare to treat me otherwise? Ling Xiao pressed his lips together, but the slight curve at the corners betrayed his current mood. All right. Xiao Lian was then directed upstairs to try on makeup while Ling Xiao remained downstairs. After 5 minutes of waiting without seeing anyone, she instead heard a somewhat familiar voice that didn't I say, Today, all the makeup should be done by Xiao Xia. I only take her client. Xiao Xia just started. What experience does she have? If it weren't for Hua Zhang borrowing Shenhui, I wouldn't trouble you at all. Fine, I'll be right over. Just wait a moment. After 10 more minutes of waiting, the person finally arrived. Her former middle school deskmate, Su Yu Jiao. What a small world. The moment Su Yu Jiao spotted her, Her expression turned icy. She angrily tossed her tools aside, exclaiming, "What is she doing here? Who told me my client would be her? Sister Sue, please hurry. We don't have enough time, or the client will complain." Xiaoxia urged. Su Jiao had been in this industry long enough to know that she would not falter. Being a supervisor at Yinxiang was no small feat. Yet, she had no intention of taking on a client who might complain that I won't take this job. You want me to do her makeup? Are you not afraid I might ruin her appearance? Xiao Lian had anticipated this outcome the moment she laid eyes on Su Jiao, and she frowned slightly that we cannot be late for the old master's birthday banquet. From now on, we cannot waste a single second. You go, she pointed at Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia instinctively shook her head. Although her makeup skills were decent, she had only been at Yinxiang for a short time and had never truly worked on a client. She certainly didn't dare to experiment on someone else's face that I said you go, it's just a worthless job. I refuse to believe you can make her look worse. Xiaoxia glanced at Xiao Lian, who was unbothered and relaxed. As for Su Jiao, Xiao Lian ignored her entirely. Hey, Xiao Lian, what is this? Have you hooked up with a wealthy man? Acting all high and mighty. I heard someone say you aren't a child of the Qiao family. But a bastard. Is that why your family sent you abroad to fend for yourself? Why are you back now? Xiao Yin, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Why act so aloof? Chapter 46. Stunning, tailor-made. Xiao Yin sat there, not at all idle. Xiaoxia nervously trembled while applying makeup on the client for the first time. It was Xiao Lian who comforted her. The young girl gradually gained confidence, and while her makeup skills were competent, she struggled with understanding the contours of each face and the application of the makeup. After a few pointers from Xiao Lian, Xiaoxia quickly grasped the concepts. Once the makeup was complete, she eagerly wanted a photo with Xiao Lian, but Su Jiao remained cold and distant. She had always known Xiao Lian was attractive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered so much attention from boys back in school. But a vixen is a vixen, always clinging to men, and who knows what kind she has latched onto. After Xiao Lian finished her makeup, she went downstairs to try on the gown, with Su Jiao stealthily following her. Downstairs, Ling Xiao was already prepared that he merely needed to stand there, and he became the center of attention. Today, he appeared softer than usual, with a hint of warmth in his demeanor. Xiao Lian noticed that while he typically dressed in a formal manner during work hours, black suit, white shirt, and meticulously combed back hair, tonight, for the old master's 70th birthday, he had opted for a deep blue custom-tailored suit, paired with a black shirt. His look was relaxed, lacking a bow tie, and his hair was styled casually, slightly tousled, adding an air of allure. Is he really this handsome? Xiao Lian had never seen Ling Xiao like this, momentarily forgetting herself until his teasing voice broke through her thoughts, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. So handsome. Xiao Lian did not hesitate to express her admiration. Hearing her praise, the smile on Ling Xiao's lips widened, his long, dark eyes narrowing lazily. Full of tenderness, Xiao Lian quickly diverted her gaze, aware that he likely had no idea just how captivating his eyes were, especially since he had just sent her a flirtatious glance. That Su Jiao observed the two, exchanging glances, her unease intensifying. She had cleared her schedule this afternoon, refusing all clients, solely to accommodate this Ling gentleman. But what was the connection between Xiao Lian and him? Fearful, she dared not approach and instead used Xiaoxia as a shield. Ling Xiao's gaze briefly swept over Xiao Lian's face before landing on the two stylists trailing behind her. Su Jiao's heart raced. As a professional, she understood that Xiaoxia's inexperience would inevitably lead to minor flaws in the makeup. But so what? She wasn't the primary artist. If there were complaints, it would fall on Xiaoxia, not her. Straightening her neck, she feigned indifference, though internally she felt a twinge of disappointment at losing an opportunity to impress a valuable client. What is wrong? Xiao Lian chuckled. As Ling Xiao rarely spoke in half measures like this, he did not elaborate, merely instructing her to wait while he stepped aside to take a phone call. Upon returning, he leaned in to whisper, "I called their director. He'll be here shortly." Xiao Lian instinctively replied, "Even if my makeup isn't done well, you wouldn't threaten their director, would you?" Ling Xiao's lips twitched. "Is that how you perceive me?" Xiao Lian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying that no threats. Just a quiet conversation that as for the whispers shared, only Ling Xiao and the esteemed director are privy to their meaning. Xiao Lian ventured alone into the fitting room to try on the gown. The layers of the dress were not overly abundant, yet the colors were sufficiently striking. Each fluttering butterfly, a hand-embroidered masterpiece, adorned the fabric, while the off-shoulder design exuded an air of elegance with a hint of sensuality. The serpentine belt at her waist added an invisible allure and an air of mystery. While in the fitting room, Qiao Yin may not have been particularly astonished, but upon emerging, the flood of lights enveloped her, transforming her presence entirely. She embodied a blend of languor, intellect, opulence, and allure. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with undisguised astonishment. "You look stunning. It suits you perfectly." The director scrutinized her for several moments, only averting his gaze when Ling Zhao's patience began to wear thin. "That Mr. Ling just told me that you would be a perfect fit for this gown. I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Miss Qiao, you are beautiful and exude confidence." Alay's design philosophy celebrates the notion that a confident woman is unique and the most beautiful of all. Qiao Yin felt a blush of shyness at the compliment. Winking at Ling Zhao, "Mr. Ling, am I truly to present myself like this?" Chapter 47. A match of talents and beauty. Is she? She is merely the temporary companion of a powerful figure, destined to fade into obscurity. Yet, dressed like this, what if everyone misinterprets her role? It seems quite fitting. But will your future wife truly not feel jealous? And what of your family? Ling Zhao could easily discern her reluctance. He furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness shadowing his features. "Qiao Yin, you must understand that Xiao Bao has grown up in a single-parent household, having never known a mother, that he is more sensitive than most children and harbors a fear that one day, even I, as his father, might no longer want him to..." Qiao Yin was taken aback by his unconventional approach, momentarily stunned that if I were to introduce him to a stepmother, unloved by both father and mother, that little one would undoubtedly struggle to cope. That so, can you bear to do that? Instinctively, she shook her head. To her, it was inevitable that Ling Zhao would marry someday, but the thought of Xiao Bao being mistreated by a stepmother filled her with despair, almost compelling her to exclaim, "You can have me, but not him." "Well then, Miss Qiao, I shall require your assistance tonight as my girlfriend. Anyone wishing to approach me must first seek your approval." Ling Zhao extended his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Darling, I look forward to your guidance." Qiao Yin gazed at the hand before her, momentarily dizzy. That wasn't she merely a companion? How could she be considered a girlfriend? She hesitated for quite some time before finally resting her hand upon his. Ling Zhao's hand was warm and enveloping, his palm nearly encompassing hers entirely. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, fully aware that she was only a temporary girlfriend for the evening, yet unable to suppress the tumult of emotions within. The onlookers at Impression watched as the two departed, employees beaming with delight. "That I do adore clients like the third young master. However, he seldom visits in a year. Just one visit brings such joy. And he is so generous. The red envelope I received today contained 5,000. Oh my, Sister Sophie, you received so much while I only got 2,000. How can you say that, you, the mere bystander, also received 2,000? That I almost pity the third young master. But truth be told, he and his girlfriend are indeed a match made in heaven. That I heard her surname is Qiao. That I don't recall any socialite with that surname. I must inquire further." Qiao Yin, a socialite. Su Yujiao rolled her eyes dramatically, internally mocking the notion. She was merely a woman from a humble background, scorned by her family, yet somehow managed to ascend to Ling Zhao's side. Girlfriend, such an idea of social standing was absurd, just a plaything for the night. As she seethed silently, the director approached her. "Su Yujiao, you and Xia Xia will be swapping positions." "Swapping positions? Boss, what do you mean?" Su Yujiao momentarily failed to comprehend. Xia Xia, standing nearby, wore a similarly perplexed expression. The director rapped his knuckles on the table, implying a deeper meaning. "I mean it quite literally. From this moment forth, Xia Xia will be the supervisor of the styling department, while you will remain there, but must heed her direction." "What?" Su Yujiao exploded in outrage, initially doubting her hearing, but the sight of Xia Xia's excitement confirmed her fears. "Boss, I have been with Impression for 4 years. While I may not have accomplished much, I have endured hardships. Xia Xia is merely a newcomer. And you..." The director raised an eyebrow. "I stated on your first day that the customer comes first. Regardless of any prior conflicts, once they step through our doors, they are our esteemed guests." "Su Yujiao, I acknowledge your dissent, but the decision is final. Should you be unwilling, You may submit your resignation, which I will gladly accept." Fuming, Su Yujiao's mind raced back to her previous encounters with Xiao Lian. She had also clashed with customers before, yet the director had never been so severe. Why was this insignificant woman deserving of such attention? She shot a venomous glare at Xia Xia without uttering a word and stormed out. Although she had contemplated resignation, the benefits and compensation at Impression were unrivaled in the industry. Even without a supervisory title, her salary was ample enough to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. However, to be relegated to a subordinate role under Xia Xia was intolerable. "Sister Su, what transpired?" Su Yujiao was in no mood to engage. She lay back in her chair, her hat pulled low over her face, refusing to speak. "That I in the office, Xia Xia. If you have questions, feel free to consult Yu Tian. She is experienced, and if you dedicate yourself, you will adapt quickly." This was Xia Xia's first time styling a client, and she had never imagined such a fortunate opportunity would fall into her lap. Initially, she considered declining, but who among us lacks ambition? Refusing this chance would only prolong her ascent to greatness. Remembering Xiao Lian's earlier guidance, she realized the latter possessed a deeper understanding of makeup than most stylists. Xia Xia aspired to be like her, to be unencumbered by others, to be valued. "Director, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations." Upon exiting the office, she immediately spotted Yu Tian. "Sister Tian, I look forward to your guidance." Yu Tian had already been informed of the news and, amidst the astonished gazes of her fellow stylists, patted Xia Xia's shoulder symbolically. "No need for such formalities. We will learn from each other, Supervisor Xia Xia." "Supervisor?" The others exchanged glances between Xia Xia and Su Yujiao. Realizing the implications, Su Yujiao's expression beneath her hat twisted in rage, yet she was powerless to alter her fate. At Longhu Mountain Villa, preparations were underway for the grand celebration of the elder Ling's 70th birthday, with guests arriving well before the 7:30 p.m. banquet. "Where is the third young master?" "It is the elder's birthday. Surely he will return, no matter how busy he is. I spent 3 hours on my makeup just to impress him." Although the occasion was a birthday celebration, it more closely resembled a matchmaking event. The Ling family boasted an elder son, a second son, and a third, with the eldest being a confirmed bachelor, yet not the head of the Ling enterprise. The second son was unmarried as well, yet marrying into the Ling family would undoubtedly bolster her husband's prospects. As for the third young master, he was destined to be the center of attention tonight. Unmarried, he was the true leader of the Ling group, and his age and striking looks rendered him an ideal catch. The only perceived flaw was his son, yet the third young master maintained a clean reputation. With no women by his side, and the child's mother had never been a factor, posing no threat that as long as they could marry into the Ling family, bearing children would render the boy inconsequential. Anticipation filled the air as various parties prepared to seize their chance. "The third young master has arrived." Ling Xiao appeared as if he were the prize of the evening, the moment his car pulled up to Longhu Mountain Villa. All eyes were fixed upon him as the Bentley door swung open. Ling Xiao emerged in a casual yet tailored suit, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with an air of indifference. Even this simple act sent shivers through the hearts of the women present. In the next moment, he gracefully moved to the other side, gentlemanly assisting his companion from the vehicle. The sight of her exquisite, floor-length purple gown adorned with gilded butterfly embroidery left the crowd breathless, their gazes drawn to her delicate features. How could it be her? Chapter 48. Reactions from all sides, phantoms and spirits. Xiao Qi thought she must have misinterpreted the scene before her, yet how could there be such an uncanny resemblance between two individuals? The woman was merely Ling Xiaobao's tutor. How had she suddenly transformed into Ling Zhao's companion? Had she truly succeeded in climbing the social ladder? Fuming, she thought bitterly, her heart seething with jealousy. Has the third young master really brought a woman with him? This must be a first. Do you know her? I haven't seen anyone like her in our circles. That she's certainly beautiful, but there are countless beautiful women around. What makes her worthy of Ling Zhao's affection? Just an opportunist, not even a true heiress. Xiao Qi's disdain was palpable, her envy spilling over. Xiao Qi had long coveted the title of Ling Sanxiao's wife, and her chances had seemed promising, given their childhood connection. Yet as long as Ling Xiao remained unmarried, they all still had an opportunity to compete fairly. Qi Qi. Do you know this lady? Xiao Qi scoffed, her expression sour. Know her? I wouldn't dare claim such a thing. Merely crossed paths once at IT. is not I who distorts the truth. It is that woman herself who claims to be Ling Xiaobao's tutor. Yet, rather than educating the child, she has audaciously crawled into the master's bed, ascending to the role of a companion. Is this true? Such sensational news. The young ladies wore expressions of disbelief, and when they turned to Xiao Yin, their faces openly displayed disdain that, of course, it is true. However, whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. Speaking of which, I have finally grasped the reason for my own shortcomings. It appears I cannot match her in cunning, nor in audacity, and certainly not in the art of seduction. Indeed, some women may seem pure on the surface, but in reality, they are nothing more than vixens. I find that woman to exhibit quite a resemblance to a vixen. Let us ignore her and isolate her. In such gatherings, there are always circles within circles, with socialites and aristocrats forming their own cliques that it is difficult for Xiao Lian to blend in, and as a mere temporary participant for just one evening. She never even intended to. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao. Ling Xiao greeted the Xiao family members he encountered. Xiao Lian instantly recognized Aunt Xiao as the one who had previously confronted her outside the restaurant. At this moment, she maintained a dignified composure, though to Shen Ruhui's eyes, she appeared irksome. Shen Ruhui had no desire to cause a scene at such an occasion. However, she had long regarded Ling Xiao as her future son-in-law. And now he had unexpectedly brought this woman here. What was this doing to the reputation of the Xiao family? And what of Qi-Qi's dignity? Ling Xiao, what do you mean by bringing such a woman here? Is it a humiliation to Qi-Qi or an affront to our Xiao family? Shen Ruhui questioned in a hushed voice. Ling Xiao remained noncommittal, instinctively tightening his grip on Xiao Lian's hand, a smile still lingering at the corners of his lips. Uncle and Aunt, this is my girlfriend Xiao Lian. She is not another woman that if there are any misunderstandings, I can clarify them right now. Yin, will you allow him to bully us like this? Does the Xiao family's reputation mean nothing? Mr. Ling, although Xiao Lian had anticipated that the evening would not unfold smoothly, she never expected it to escalate to this level. She was unfamiliar with this circle and felt no obligation to tread carefully. But Ling Xiao was not so fortunate, and she feared for his involvement. I am here. Do not worry. Ling Xiao's gaze had already conveyed everything to her from the moment he decided to bring her here. He had no thoughts of regret. Ling Xiao, what is the nature of your relationship with Qi-Qi? Xiao Yin, the patriarch of the Xiao family, nearing 50 yet still possessing a striking appearance, wore a stern expression marked by deep furrows on his forehead and silver strands at his temples, exuding an innate aura of authority. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Uncle Xiao, I have always regarded Xiao Qi-Qi as a sister. There is no romantic involvement. Xiao Yin pondered momentarily before nodding. Did I understand? Let this matter end here. Yin, what do you mean by end here? Shen Ruhui, not having received the outcome she desired, continued to press. Xiao Yan's expression grew grave as he turned to leave. Qi-Qi is no longer a child. I have never objected to her whims, but this time, it cannot happen. Why? Ling Riyun had agreed to the engagement between their families. Once Ling Xiao consented, it would lead to a powerful alliance. She had not finished her thought when her husband had already walked away. She hurried after him, but Xiao Yin had no intention of listening. Do you think, given the current standing of the Xiao family, we still need to rely on marriage alliances? I do not deny that Ling Xiao is capable. But no matter his abilities, he is not a suitable match for Qi-Qi. With that, Xiao Yin dismissed his wife and walked away. He instinctively pressed his weary brow. Upon seeing that girl, he was suddenly reminded of an old acquaintance. After so many years of effort to forget, that image had become increasingly blurry, yet it had suddenly sharpened. He shook his head, somewhat helpless. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued, or else how could such hallucinations arise? Having received no comfort from her husband, Shen Ruhui resorted to spreading rumors about Xiao Lian among the high society ladies. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was summoned to the study for a discussion. Xiao Lian sat alone at the poolside, enjoying snacks and drinks, initially in a state of tranquility, but soon she became the target of scorn from others. Xiao Qi-Qi, accompanied by a group of socialites, approached with a fierce demeanor. Hey, we're talking to you. Are you saying that being Ling Xiaobao's tutor is just a ruse to seduce the third young master? Do you have no shame? Does she even possess a face? If she cared, she would not have boldly attended the old master's birthday banquet. Merely a trifle. Yet she truly believes herself significant. Xiao Yin took a sip of champagne, observing the group before her, as if watching a farcical performance, then lowered her gaze, resuming her indulgence. Hey, do you really think that with the third young master as your backing, we would not dare to take action against you? Let me be clear. If we were to eliminate you, the third young master would not shed a tear. Xiao Qiqi was the leader of this group, and with a mere glance, they understood what to do. That a full glass of red wine was thrown at Xiao Lian, who instinctively dodged, yet her dress still became stained. She furrowed her brow, feeling disgusted not only by the foolishness of the girls but also for her dress. Seeing her frown, the young ladies assumed she was frightened and laughed with self-satisfaction. However, the next moment, someone was no longer laughing. Xiao Lian seized the orange juice beside her and splashed it at the instigator of the prank. Since you enjoy drinking, allow me to assist you. Ayu Qiqi, she's truly audacious. Xiao Qiqi stepped forward, her previously arrogant demeanor now tinged with malice. Having trained in martial arts, she typically found most women to be no match for her. She approached, seizing Xiao Lian by the shoulder and dragging her toward the pool's edge. Let go. What are you doing? Xiao Qiqi let out a cold laugh. You think you can show off in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. Ling Xiao dotes on you, but you must remain within your bounds as a mistress. Otherwise, should anyone truly wish to harm you, do you think he would come to your rescue? With a sharp release of her grip, Xiao Lian found herself tumbling forward. Chapter 49. One wave unsettled, another rises. There was no anticipated pain. Her waist was suddenly grasped by someone, and the next moment, she found herself in the embrace of a stranger. Before she could comprehend the situation, a splash echoed from the pool as Xiao Qiqi was unceremoniously shoved in from behind. Hao Zifeng, how dare you kick me? You're finished. What? You still want to fight me? We'll see about that when you come out of the water. I'm not interested in brawling with a she-tiger like you. It's a buzzkill, you. Hao Zifeng appeared in a roguish manner, and Xiao Lian felt a surge of surprise. After her initial astonishment, she quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Thanks to you, I avoided a cold shower. Thank you. Hao Zifeng shrugged, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Do you think I owe you a thank you? I simply cannot tolerate these homewreckers wreaking havoc at the old master's birthday banquet. And by the way, you look beautiful tonight. Hao Zifeng seemed poised to say more, but upon noticing someone approaching, he fell silent. You and Ling Xiao are truly incompatible. With that, he walked away. Although Xiao Lian was not particularly adept in emotional intelligence, she could still sense Hao Zifeng's repeated attempts to show interest. She wanted to explain that her relationship with Ling Xiao was merely a fleeting romance, destined to dissolve the following day. However, Qiqi, how did you fall into the water? What happened? Shen Ruhui strode over, hastily draping a towel over her daughter's shoulders, courtesy of a servant. Dressed rather lightly, Qiqi's figure had been exposed for all to see. This is outrageous. Xiao Qiqi's face was livid, and she instinctively searched for Hao Zifeng. But after scanning the area for a while, she couldn't locate him. Eventually, her gaze settled on Xiao Lian. What else could it be? It's all that wretched woman. She's the one who caused this. She pointed directly at Xiao Lian. The crowd's attention turned to the so-called culprit she had named At that moment. The Ling siblings descended from the upper floor. Qiqi, the second brother, Ling Yu, had been friendly with Xiao Qiqi and hoped she would soon marry into the Ling family. Xiao Qiqi was furious and whispered to Ling Yu, who had previously heard rumors of a woman around the third brother, but never expected him to bring such a woman here. Her expression soured. You are Xiao Lian, indeed. The disdain in Ling Yu's eyes was unmistakable. Security. Escort her out. The Ling family does not welcome such base individuals. Her words carried the weight of the Ling family. Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow. Even if she were to embarrass herself here, she had nothing to fear. She decided to let go of any reservations that do not pull me. I can walk by myself. Today, I have come to see clearly what a noble family is and what true depth is. The so-called socialites are merely inflated by public opinion, and today has made that abundantly clear. Ling Yu often bullied others, relying on the Ling family's power. No one dared to question her authority or provoke her. Xiao Lian was an exception, but she would not allow such an exception to persist. Say that again if you dare. Miss, did I not make myself clear enough? You have already given me an eye-opening experience once, another round, and I believe it will be unnecessary. Ling Yu sneered, raising her hand to strike. Her actions mirroring those of Xiao Qiqi. Xiao Lian had anticipated this, evading the blow, but Ling Yu's hand, suspended in midair, was intercepted by another. "Brother." She looked on in confusion. Ling Ji furrowed his brows. "Did I is it worth causing such a commotion over an outsider? Do not forget who currently holds the reins of the Ling family, that if you truly provoke Ling Xiao, it will not only be you who faces consequences. I too shall have to pack my things and leave." Ling Yu felt a twinge of defiance upon hearing this. "After all, dear brother, are you not also the vice president of the company?" "Vice president?" Ling Ji scoffed, his expression dripping with sarcasm. "That a vice president stripped of authority. Do you think I desire such a position?" In that moment, Ling Yu was rendered speechless. Within this household, she indeed possessed a voice, albeit a limited one. The one who wielded true decision-making power was none other than her third brother. How unfortunate that her mother lacked ambition, passing away prematurely and leaving her and the elder brother to a father who remarried and fathered another son. "All right, brother, do not be angry. I shall certainly be more cautious next time. However, father will undoubtedly disapprove of any chaotic women surrounding Ling Xiao, given that it has been firmly established that Xiao Qi is to be the daughter-in-law." Ling Ji offered a knowing smile. "That it is premature to speak of such matters. That my third brother, for all his merits, possesses an innate rebelliousness. The more you press him to conform, the more he veers in the opposite direction. What follows shall indeed be intriguing." That he lifted his gaze, casting several glances at Xiao Lian. A woman he felt was familiar, as if he had encountered her before, yet he could not recall when, lost in thought, he noticed a small figure bursting into the room with great fervor. Among this household, Ling Ji harbored the deepest disdain for Ling Xiaobao. The ease with which he was ousted from the position of president stemmed from numerous underlying factors, but the primary reason was his inability to produce an heir with any woman. A president without an heir would not only lose the support of the company's old guard, but even that of the elder patriarch. "Mama, oh, that old rascal sent me back. I thought you wouldn't come." Ling Xiaobao appeared in a whirlwind, a child whose exquisite features were further enhanced by his status as the Ling family's little prince, making him the object of affection for all the women present. Yet, before they could express their admiration, the little prince had already launched himself at that little trinket who had nearly been ejected by security. "How could it be, Mama? Is the little prince's birth mother?" The women exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to process such shocking news. Xiao Lian ignored their gazes, cradling the soft, fragrant little prince in her arms. "That its Ani. Xiaobao, please do not misname me. Its clearly Mama." Xiaobao protested, counting on his fingers, his face a picture of grievance and confusion. Xiao Qi snorted derisively. She had long known this woman's cunning ways. Children are easily deceived, and was it not by winning over Ling Xiaobao's affection that she had ensnared Ling Xiao? "Xiaobao, what did you just call her? Did I not tell you that your mother passed away long ago? You have no mother now, and this woman is certainly not a good person. You are still young. Do not be fooled. Come to Ani." Ling Yu beckoned. Xiaobao glared at her in anger, refusing to budge, his little mouth pouting in a way that made him appear utterly pitiful. Xiao Lian ruffled his soft, short hair, raising her gaze to coldly regard Ling Yu's Miss Ling. She ought to know what words are appropriate to say to a child, and what are not. Xiaobao is still young, yet he deserves a joyful childhood, not to be perpetually engulfed in the tragedy of having a mother who bore him, but did not nurture him. Mind your own business. This is our family matter. Were it not for my brother's intervention, do you think you would still be here? Be sensible and leave early." As soon as Ling Yu's words fell, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, his handsome features clouded with a palpable intensity, an oppressive aura enveloping the room. "You hit me." Although Ling Yu's relationship with Ling Xiao was somewhat strained, she still maintained a semblance of decorum. Being struck in front of so many was an utter humiliation. Ling Xiao pressed his thin lips together, his gaze restrained, coldness radiating from his dark eyes. "I have long declared that Xiaobao is my precious treasure. Should anyone speak ill of him, I shall ensure they meet their demise. Anyone who dares label him as an illegitimate child shall face the same fate. If not for your ties to the Ling family, I would have been the first to eliminate you." Chapter 50. Striking Resemblance. The little princess birth mother Ling Yu trembled with indignation, but found herself unable to utter a single word in protest. She was afraid. Ling Xiao's wrath was not something just anyone could withstand. The atmosphere in the room turned eerily quiet. The once boisterous guests now retracted their bravado, wary of incurring the ire of this formidable figure. This was the second time Xiao Lian witnessed Ling Xiao's anger. The first was at Yi Wei's engagement banquet when Xiao Bao had been tossed into the pool. This was the second. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow, and as he instinctively glanced at Xiao Lian, his expression softened considerably. "Thank you for standing up for Xiao Bao just now." Xiao Lian shook her head, about to respond when the little one in her arms suddenly burst into tears. "Mama, bad mama. You're my mama. I'm not without a mama. I clearly have one." The little one cried so desperately that he struggled to catch his breath, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xiao Lian embraced him. Though she desperately wanted to correct his misnaming, she decided against it in that moment. "All right, no more crying. If you keep crying, Mama might just truly abandon you." Those words instantly stilled his tears, and Xiao Bao rubbed against her arm, seeking comfort. Ling Xiao, amused yet exasperated, offered a tissue for her to wipe the child's tears. This rare display of warmth, however, was anything but heartwarming in the eyes of many. It was glaring. Shenrue nudged her daughter, Qi. "Do you not think that little brat bears a striking resemblance to that little vixen?" Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Mother, where are you going with this? If it were truly her, how could third brother have concealed her for so long without a word? Ling Yu has already informed me that Xiao Bao's birth mother perished during childbirth. Surely she would not deceive me." Indeed. Shenrue ceased her contemplation, with only 15 minutes remaining until the banquet commenced. She glanced around, grumbling. Where are Luo Shan and the others? They wouldn't dare miss such an occasion, would they? Xiao Qi held a certain disdain for the Yi family, raising an eyebrow dismissively. Perhaps they are simply running late. "Ah, they have arrived." The entire Yi family was present, including the recently engaged Xiao Shan. This was Xiao Shan's first visit to this place. Longwu Mountain Villa was a gem, not easily accessible to ordinary folks. She felt as if she had stepped into a grand garden, attempting to maintain her composure, but her excitement was palpable. Had it not been for her connection with Yi Wei, she might have never entered these hallowed grounds. "Yi Wei, what are you looking at?" Upon approaching, Xiao Shan noticed Yi Wei's gaze fixated on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she was taken aback to see Xiao Lian present. "How could this be?" Yi Wei frowned, displeasure evident in his demeanor. "Didn't you say Xiao Lian was dumped? How is she here?" Their expressions conveyed a myriad of unspoken sentiments. That evening, indeed, she had sent several photos to Ling Xiao's phone, which he must have seen. How could he still be with this woman? What was merely a trivial matter had somehow made its way into such a gathering. Yi Wei's eyes were filled with a mixture of regret and agitation. Having witnessed Xiao Lian's wild beauty at the nightclub, he was taken aback by how stunning she appeared today in a different guise. Previously, he had considered her too ordinary, unworthy of a second glance. Yet now, she radiated brilliance beside Ling Xiao, the two of them curiously well-matched, inciting his ire. "Once you have a moment, probe into what on earth is going on with her." Xiao Shan's lips moved slightly. Feeling a twinge of grievance to Yi Wei, "You know how temperamental Lian can be. I'm not sure if approaching her will yield." Yi Wei was uninterested in her explanations, his focus solely on the outcome. "You are her sister. How could she refuse to listen to you? Had it not been for that incident involving the stolen design drafts, she would never have left Yuan Sheng." Xiao Shan stared at him, utterly speechless. The matter of the stolen design drafts was indeed her doing, yet she was the only one privy to the truth. Yi Wei remained oblivious. He believed Xiao Lian had committed such an act, and yet he still harbored hopes of her returning to Yuan Sheng. Upon encountering her transformation, he could hardly resist being captivated by her allure, so far removed from the disheveled and ordinary image he once held. Xiao Shan felt a surge of disdain, but she could only comply for the moment. She linked her arm with Yi Wei's, only to suddenly grimace, covering her mouth as she fought back nausea. "Yi Wei, my stomach doesn't feel well." That why Yi Wei's patience with Xiao Shan had been wearing thin lately, that he maintained a stern expression, thinking to himself that if he had known there would be so many complications upon arriving, he would never have brought her along. Xiao Shan pressed her palm against her abdomen, her eyes shimmering with a false innocence that why Yi Wei was oblivious to her plight, but Luo Shan observed everything with clarity. She pondered for a moment before approaching to inquire, What's wrong? Xiao Shan, alternating between clutching her mouth and abdomen, bit her lip, struggling to articulate. Aunt Luo, I seem to be feeling quite bloated, just nauseous. Even though I hardly ate anything this morning. Her expression was one of utter confusion. However, Luo Shan, with her own experiences, recognized the signs immediately. Her eyes lit up as she approached Xiao Shan, her demeanor softening considerably. How long have you been feeling this way? For about 2 days that I was planning to visit the hospital tomorrow morning, that MY's stomach was fine before. I'm not sure what has changed, Luo Shan. With a smile that radiated warmth, remarked, Indeed, we must go, but not to the gastroenterology department. Rather, it is to the obstetrics and gynecology department. What? Xiao Shan questioned, her confusion evident. The Yi Wei, despite being a robust man, grasped the implications of Luo Shan's words. Was she pregnant? Luo Shan fixed her gaze on Xiao Shan's abdomen, raising an eyebrow, that we still need to visit the hospital tomorrow for an examination. Come, Shan, let me introduce you to some people. Initially, she had not considered this, for her daughter-in-law was an outsider, especially since they were not yet married. However, now that it seemed she was carrying the offspring of the Yi family, Xiao Shan was undoubtedly destined to marry into the family. Seizing this opportunity to familiarize herself with the social circle would be advantageous. That as Xiao Shan followed Luo Shan into a gathering of affluent women. The introductions were just the beginning. Luo Shan took the liberty to showcase her daughter-in-law as more than just a pretty face, emphasizing her contributions to her son's flourishing company. Sister Luo, your daughter-in-law is exceptional, capable, and astute. She is nothing like my own lazy one, who spends her days shopping and depleting our finances. Indeed, my child is perpetually traveling, that it's one thing for her to go alone, but to take my little grandson along is infuriating. The compliments flowed, primarily because Luo Shan was the sister of the esteemed Madame Ling. Ling Qiu did AS for Xiao Shan. Despite being a designer, her prowess was deemed unimpressive by comparison. Shan, I used to be a fervent admirer of yours, eagerly following every new release. Yet, how could this season's collection be so unattractive? Did you not personally participate in the design? Chapter 51. All our schemes. The vile are just pretentious. Xiao Shan looked at the lady, who seemed unprepared for this obstacle in her path. Her countenance tinged with embarrassment. Just as she was about to clarify, Luo Shan preemptively came to her rescue. Our Shan certainly cannot be overworked at the moment. She's just pregnant, and her health is paramount. Luo Shan beamed with pride, and soon, congratulations poured in. Aunt Luo, it has not yet been confirmed. Luo Shan responded with unwavering certainty. Won't tomorrow's checkup reveal the truth? However, I suspect it's almost certain. Xiao Shan smiled sheepishly. Remaining silent as the banquet was on the verge of commencing, she kept a vigilant eye on Xiao Lian, who was currently accompanying her father upstairs, glancing back at Xiao Lian with each step. Seeing her sister alone, Xiao Shan seized the moment. Aunt Luo, please continue your conversation with the ladies, that I wish to find Lian to discuss something. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's name, Luo Shan's expression soured instantly. What do you need her for? Isn't it enough that she has already brought you misfortune? It was Xiao Lian who caused your leg injury. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent so many years in a wheelchair. With a sigh, Xiao Shan maintained a calm facade. Regardless of her past actions, she is still my sister, that I cannot simply disregard her, that I'm uncertain about her relationship with Mr. Ling, but I genuinely hope she finds her way back to the right path. Luo Shan scoffed. You still hold out hope for such a woman? After being with Ling Xiao for so long, she has surely tasted the sweetness of that life, and would be unlikely to turn back. A vile person will always be vile. While you see her as a sister, she views you as an adversary. Shan, do not be so naive, or you will regret it one day. Xiao Shan obediently nodded. Thank you, Aunt Luo, for your concern. I am well aware. Amused by her tense expression, Luo Shan relented. Well, I have given you my advice. You may proceed as you wish. As Xiao Shan approached, she found Xiao Lian in a deserted area, hundreds of meters devoid of company. Some looked on with curiosity, others with admiration, some with disdain, and some with disgust. Yet, under Ling Xiao's imposing presence, no one dared to provoke her. Xiao Lian was at ease, treating Xiao Shan as if she were merely a figment of the air. Lian, long time no see. How have you been? Xiao Lian silently observed her performance, feeling awkward. Xiao Shan continued. The incident from before was indeed due to our lack of consideration. However, it was Wei who was deeply upset as the design drafts were stolen, impacting the entire season's collection that we regretted sending you away from Yuan Sheng after that. She spoke while keenly observing Qiao Lian's expression. Qiao Lian popped a cherry in her mouth, looking at Xiao Shan with scorn. You can whisper sweet nothings to Yi Wei all you want. But we both know that draft was my creation. Aside from the credit you took, what else was yours? Am I a thief? Is it amusing to play the blame game? Xiao Shan, taken aback, had thought she had severed ties. I believed I owed you nothing, that's a what? You've plotted against me for 3 years, and now you wish to continue to toy with me. You came to seek me out to continue being your pawn? I have 3 words for you. Xiao Shan feigned innocence, tears threatening to spill. Qiao Lian, disgusted, nearly spilled her orange juice, her eyes narrowing with fierce intensity. Get lost. The farther away, the better to do not cloud my vision. Qiao Lian, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Do you truly think that by being with Ling Sanyi, you can secure your place for life? When the time comes, if you seek me out. Just wait and see. Qiao Lian shrugged, non-committal. Rest assured, first, I have no ties with Ling Xiao. Second, even if I were destitute and homeless, I would never come crawling to you. I still have some dignity. Xiao Shan had anticipated Qiao Lian's stubbornness. Preparing herself before arriving, she stepped closer, her mocking smile widening. The DOU truly believe you can always act with impunity and a clear conscience. What if I were to expose your surrogacy for a man? How do you think people would react? What would Ling Sanyi think? Do you believe he would not immediately cast aside a woman of your lowly conduct, or perhaps banish you from Huanxing? Qiao Lian took a deep breath, her face maintaining a facade of calm, though her pallor betrayed her inner turmoil. Having lived alongside her for so many years, Xiao Shan understood her well. Qiao Lian could part ways with Ling Xiao and leave the Ling family at any moment. But she could never escape the shadow of that past, living under the scrutiny of others, surrogacy. She had no recollection of such events, yet countless nights, she dreamt of being trapped in a room, enduring the most humiliating circumstances. She had a vulnerability, fully aware that this was the doing of the Qiao family, that they had coerced her into this life. She loathed such an existence and despised this family. Yet, this was an unchangeable reality. What do you intend to do? She lifted her gaze, her expression icy as she fixed her stare on Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan raised an eyebrow, adopting a sisterly guise once more. Let us walk and talk. They navigated around the swimming pool and past the rockery, nearing the backyard, where guests congregated in the front hall, leaving the rear empty. Speak, Qiao Lian urged directly, but Xiao Shan hesitated. Standing beside the fish pond by the rockery, a smirk playing on her lips, it's simple. Return to Yuan Sheng with me. I can keep this matter to myself, and no one else will know. Impossible, Xiao Shan scoffed, a knowing look crossing her face. Staying in Huanxing for too long, returning to Yuan Sheng would indeed be a disservice to you. That if you do not wish to return, I will not force you. However, you must continue to fulfill your previous obligations. Every quarter, complete the new designs and send them to me. Qiao Lian's disdain was palpable, and she made no effort to hide it. Being a ghostwriter for 3 years, unable to step into the light, forever seen through the lens of inadequacy, while her designs bore Xiao Shan's name, receiving praise she had not earned. This was not the glory she desired. And if I refuse, you will be utterly disgraced and unable to survive in this industry. Weigh the pros and cons. You know how to choose. Qiao Lian remained silent for a long moment. Perhaps she had thought she would acquiesce to being a ghostwriter again. But in truth, no. She gazed steadily at Xiao Shan. Say what you must, but be clear on how you intend to weave your lies. We both know how I came to be a surrogate and what you did to me. You should understand that I have kept the original drafts of the designs from my 3 years as a ghostwriter. Do you truly believe you can continue in this industry if I were to reveal the truth? Xiao Shan gaped in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the typically reticent Qiao Lian would strategize so thoroughly, defying everyone's expectations of her having no way out, yet she had cleverly crafted an escape for herself. Yue probably remains oblivious, doesn't he? If he were to discover that those drafts were never your handiwork, how do you suppose he would react? Xiao Shan could not help but retreat, her composure fracturing. Shut up. I've already stated that we are even. If you do not provoke me, I shall not instigate you. Otherwise, a barefoot person has nothing to fear from someone in shoes. Xiao Shan realized that the first strategy was futile. The threat in her eyes had dissipated, leaving only a pitiful demeanor. Lien, I know you've suffered these past 3 years, and I, too, am at a loss, she said, her eyes reddened with tears as her steps retreated further to the edge of the fish pond. Just as she was about to fall, a fleeting image from the engagement banquet flashed through Xiao Lian's mind, prompting her to rush forward and grasp Xiao Shan's hand. Yet, Xiao Shan slipped away like an elusive eel. And before Xiao Lian could reach her, she plunged into the water. Chapter 52. Performance, an Oscar-worthy act with a loud splash. Her cries drew quite a crowd. The water in the pond was not particularly deep. Yet Xiao Shan had always claimed she could not swim. She struggled in the water, and Xiao Lian understood her tricks all too well. She considered jumping in to save her, to absolve herself of any blame. But someone had already entered the water, that Lo Jie. Do I hear my daughter-in-law's voice? One voice chimed in. Yes, isn't she pregnant? Luo Shan was suddenly drenched in sweat from shock and hurried her steps to pull Yi Wei along, urging, quickly, save Shan Shan. It must be that wretched Xiao Lian's doing. As Luo Shan rushed, Xiao Shan was pulled out of the water, coughing up several mouthfuls. Her complexion was ghastly pale, and her white dress was stained with crimson. Lo, Yi, my stomach hurts so badly. Yi Wei sobbed, clutching Yi Wei. Luo Shan's heart sank. Given the current situation, the child in Xiao Shan's womb was likely in grave danger. She pondered how Xiao Shan had ended up here in the first place. Her immediate reaction was to glare at Xiao Lian, and without a moment's hesitation, she slapped her across the face. Wretched girl! Shan Shan regarded you as a sister. Yet you, an ungrateful wretch. If I were old Xiao, I would have ensured your demise long ago. Xiao Lian covered her stinging cheek, her eyes icy. I did not push her. Luo Shan sneered. If not you, then who else here would commit such an act? Xiao Lian, you have utterly disappointed me. Even Yi Wei, no matter how magnanimous, felt the pain of losing his child more acutely than anyone else at Lo Jie. Isn't this woman your daughter-in-law's sister, the adopted daughter of the Qiao family? Adopted daughter? She's merely a little bastard without parents. Old Xiao's family has long cast her out. What a pretentious wretch. How could Ling Xiao bring her back, not fearing to tarnish the Ling family's name? The chorus of disdain weighed heavily on her, rendering her unable to lift her head. Even if she had done nothing wrong, she was still seen as the executioner of Xiao Shan's child. A murderer in their eyes. She deserved the scorn, the beatings. She distinctly noticed a fleeting glimmer of luck and schadenfreude in Xiao Shan's eyes. The doctor is here. Lo Jie, we should get your daughter-in-law to the hospital. Someone will handle the situation here. Luo Shan smirked. Yi Wei, you go ahead. I must stay here to oversee things. You think this will be resolved so easily after harming my grandchild? Not a chance. What is happening here? A voice interrupted. Luo Qiu, following her husband Ling Ru, approached with a frown. Lo Shan, did you hire a private doctor? The commotion at the birthday banquet had turned chaotic, and it seemed no one was pleased. Luo Shan, with a sullen expression, pointed at Xiao Lian, shouting, look at this thing. She pushed Xiao Shan into the fish pond. Xiao Shan just became pregnant and has already bled. The fetus may not survive. I am filled with rage. I wish to see her suffer 1,000 deaths, yet now I can't even lay a finger on her. Luo Qiu, unable to tolerate her shrieks, cleared her throat and discreetly glanced at her husband, who remained silent, offering no intervention. Where's the difficulty? On my family's territory, does anyone dare to run amok? Speak up. Who brought her here? Luo Qiu's eyes darted around, ready to speak when suddenly they heard that notorious voice. It was me. Everyone turned to look. Ling Zhao's expression darkened as he strode forward. Upon seeing the clear imprint of a slap on Xiao Lian's fair cheek, his face grew even more somber. I brought her back. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Responsibility? Ling Xiao, if you're going to protect her, I have no choice, but my daughter-in-law just fell into the water. I demand an explanation. It wasn't me, her voice was soft. Yet he heard her clearly. Ling Xiao regarded her impassive face, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Did I know it wasn't you? Xiao Lian bit her lip and raised her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with helplessness, but more so with gratitude to At that moment. Ling Ru and Luo Qiu exchanged curious glances. Their third son had long been indifferent to women, despite the numerous debutantes in the capital seeking his attention. Yet this woman, though unique and beautiful, was merely one among many in the capital. Ling Xiao, she's just a woman that as long as she doesn't cross any fundamental principles, you may play with her as you wish. But this time it cannot be. Luo Qiu hoped her son would gain some wisdom, but she certainly did not wish for him to become infatuated with someone insignificant. The Ling family currently had 3 young descendants. The first 2 were from previous marriages, while only the third, Ling Xiao, was her biological son. Although she was the legitimate wife, many still viewed her as a lesser figure. She desperately sought to solidify her status. Son, be capable. Secure the Ling family. However, she never believed that glory lasts forever. If an alliance with the Xiao family could be achieved, then those 2 little brats in the Ling family could never usurp Ling Zhao's position. The first time she laid eyes on Xiao Lian, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not place it, especially since what she was contemplating couldn't possibly be related to this woman. Oh, his simple "oh" rendered Luo Qiu's words as if they had struck cotton, ineffectual and bland. Third son, your mother and I have different thoughts. You may play as you wish, but some women are merely for amusement and cannot be taken as a lifelong partner or wife. Ling Ruin, the patriarch, declared. Ling Ruin's 70th birthday passed, yet he remained as charming as ever. Luo Qiu's incessant desire to fortify her position stemmed from her husband's numerous affairs. If she was not vigilant, a love child could emerge at any moment. Ling Xiao cast a fleeting glance at his father, his thin lips pressed together. That is you that I am not a stud. It is beyond my capabilities. Stud? Ling Ruin glared, his face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense. Have you returned just to irritate your father? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. That I've said all I needed to say. I will thoroughly investigate today's incident at the pond. Whether it was intentional, I trust the truth will come to light soon. For now, staying here serves no purpose. Meanwhile, Luo Shan was enraged by the term intentional. Intentional or not, is there any need for investigation? It was her. That wretched girl, we all witnessed it. She was with Shan, Lo Yi calling her a wretch. What does that say about your family's character? Ling Xiao retorted coldly. Moreover, do you have any evidence against her? Evidence? What evidence? If your daughter-in-law was pregnant, why would she come to such a remote place? If she truly did not wish to come, no one could possibly force her. If I were you, I would head to the hospital and see if it was a miscarriage or if nothing had occurred at all. Though Luo Shan was not particularly bright, she grasped Ling Zhao's words. Yet her first instinct was disbelief. She had witnessed the bleeding with her own eyes. How could it be false? Ling Xiao paid no mind to Luo Shan's reaction as he stepped forward to take Xiao Lian's hand. Preparing to leave, this entire scene had turned chaotic. Ling Ruin, the guest of honor, wore a displeased expression, furrowing his brow. Where do you think you're going? You've returned after so long. Stay the night. You can stay. But she must go. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Surprise, or Shock. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, offering no response as he swiftly led Xiao Lian out of the old residence. How outrageous. Ling Ruin fumed, his frustration boiling over. With no interest in mingling with the guests any longer, he turned and retreated to his study. Ling Ji contemplated for a moment before following. Luo Qiu observed this scene with a deep frown. She spotted the Xiao family's girl lingering nearby and approached to offer a few words of comfort. That I end the study. Ling Ruin vented his anger by throwing objects around. He was truly furious. When Ling Ji entered, his expression remained sour. What do you want? Father, calm down. Today is your birthday, and it is not worth getting upset over such matters. Besides, the third son has been unpredictable for a while now. And you often hope he finds a woman, don't you? Ling Ji subtly administered some soothing words that if Ling Ruin could not decipher this, he would not be fit to steer the Ling family after all these years. He glanced at his eldest son, snorting dismissively. Who said I was angry? I am simply frustrated that a good birthday banquet turned into such a disgrace. Stop fixating on the third son, he added. You are the eldest. It would be wise to establish a family soon and set an example. This is a thorn in Ling Ji's heart. Even if he were to settle down, he would remain childless. He looked awkwardly at his biological father and tentatively posed a question. I know, but with the way the third brother is so protective of that woman, could he have become infatuated? What if, for her sake, he refuses to marry Xiaoqi? As for the Xiao family, Ling Ruin shot him a glare. The third brother is still grounded in major matters. He wouldn't act recklessly. Ling Ruin was utterly unconcerned, almost excessively trusting. Ling Ji cast a scornful glance at his father before silently exiting the study. Grounded, obedient. Such terms should not be applied to that individual. Instead, he found himself somewhat anticipating whether Ling Xiao might truly create something out of the ordinary. Upon leaving the old residence, Qiao Lian felt somewhat dazed as a warm hand grasped her chin, and its gentle fingertips brushed against her cheek. I apologize. Guilt, self-reproach, and profound regret flickered in the man's dark eyes. Qiao Lian shook her head, her cheeks tingling. She locked her gaze onto the man's profound black eyes, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say. Do you really believe me? Her expression was peculiar. After all, even in the absence of evidence, only she and Xiao Shan were present, and everyone chose to place the blame squarely on her shoulders. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. This kind of manipulation was nothing new. Easily discernible. Moreover, everyone assumed you were with me. Since your life isn't lacking, what purpose would there be to harm her? And you initially had no idea that Xiao Shan was pregnant. The reasoning was laid bare. Unmistakably clear. Qiao Lian chuckled softly. Forget it. Even if no one in the world is willing to believe me, there is still one person here who does. And that is enough. Thank you. Fool. Qiao Lian was bewildered. You suffered such great humiliation, yet you thank me. Have you forgotten who brought about tonight's unwarranted disaster? Ling Xiao's expression was one of exasperation. Qiao Lian smiled lightly, brushing it off. That's different. I had promised to help, and they treated me that way. It wasn't to your doing. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, a cryptic glimmer in his eyes. What if I said this time it wasn't a favor, but rather a genuine act? Would you still choose to continue? Yi Wei was momentarily stunned, his mind not yet catching up to surgery, yet such heavy bleeding. Chapter 54. Asking for trouble, unwilling to accept. Director Chun understood all too well. She didn't elaborate, but merely smirked slightly. Since your girlfriend is from Lao Huang's clinic, you should seek her out. That I may have misjudged, but I advise you to pay attention to her current bleeding. Otherwise, the child may truly be lost. After Director Chen left, Yi Wei closed the ward's door, his face pale with rage, the veins on his forehead taut with anger, but he said nothing, simply staring silently at Xiao Shan. Under his intense gaze, Xiao Shan felt a chill run down her spine, her lips trembling involuntarily. Yi Wei, not another word. Yi Wei shouted sharply, causing Xiao Shan's tears to flow freely. Did I have my reasons? Yi Wei, my stomach truly hurt today, and I thought it would be. So all this heavy bleeding was a conspiracy between you and the doctor to deceive me. Yi Wei scoffed. How? How did you orchestrate this whole act? Let me think. Falling into the water, coming to the hospital, needing surgery. Was this all part of your plan? Including leading Qiao Lian to the fish pond? What you didn't anticipate was that you were actually carrying one. Xiao Shan wanted to explain, but the words fell flat and powerless. You truly astonish me. What innocence and kindness. That is not you, Xiao Shan, plotting against Qiao Lian, scheming against me. Are you proud of that? I am telling you, Xiao Shan, it's over between us. Yi Wei, please listen. I can still save the child inside me. Trust me just this once. Next time, I won't do it again. I'll behave and do whatever you ask. Xiao Shan cried, covering her face in despair, but the pain in her abdomen persisted, and the strange warmth beneath her only intensified. Yi Wei cast her a scornful glance. At this moment, he doubted every word she uttered. From the beginning until now, he truly felt like a complete fool. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door, only to see his mother approaching with a thermos. Luo Shan looked at her flustered son with confusion. Furrowing her brow, what happened? Did you lose the child? I suspected as much. If it weren't for that wretched Xiao Lian, this wouldn't have happened. Ling Xiao is truly something, defending that wretched woman. Next time I go to the Ling family, I must ensure to gain some benefit. ISNT the bidding for that land in the south coming up soon. If Ling Xiao had any sense, he should hand it over to us. Luo Shan chattered on, but her son remained unresponsive. What's wrong? This has nothing to do with Qiao Lian. How could it not? Clearly it does. Luo Shan frowned. Is it possible that something went awry on Xiao Shan's end? Yi Wei was in turmoil, especially when that woman's name was mentioned. It felt like a stain on his life. Thinking of Xiao Shan brought Xiao Lian to mind. Once, he believed Xiao Lian to be malicious and Xiao Shan pure and beautiful. His moonlight. But now, the truth lay before him, leaving no room for further contemplation. Mom, I want to annul my engagement with Xiao Shan. That White Yue briefly recounted the recent events, and Luo Shan instantly comprehended. Although her expression was not pleasant, she was more perceptive than Yi Wei had anticipated. After a moment of silence, she said, "Not yet. If you annul the engagement now, what will others think? They are unaware that all this was orchestrated by that girl. Xiao Shan, they will only think that she lost the child and you, the heartless man, are abandoning her. You must hold off for a while." Hold off on what? Just the thought of her scheming against others makes me feel sick. How did I ever fall for such a woman? If I had known, I would never have pursued Xiao Lian. He regretted it, but the thought of the connection between Xiao Lian and the third brother only exacerbated his agitation. Luo Shan had little fondness for Xiao Lian. Rolling her eyes, she appeared displeased. What of Xiao Lian? Isn't Xiao Shan the one who has been scheming? Now that you know, be cautious, moreover, regardless of Xiao Shan's faults. She is still a valuable asset that if you break off with her, who will draw up your design drafts in the future, who will support the company's sales. Initially, Yi Wei had not considered this angle, but now he found himself wavering. The company had relied on Xiao Shan for years. Otherwise, their quarterly collections would not sell so well that if they truly separated, they would lose a lucrative asset, suppressing his disgust. He returned to the ward. Upon seeing Xiao Shan, who was in agony, her expression brightened at the sight of him. "Yi Wei, I'm sorry. I truly realize my wrongs now that I'll behave from now on. You like Xiao Lian, right? I can help you win her. How about that?" Yi Wei paused in his steps, his expression inscrutable. "Are you serious?" Chapter 55. Afraid I might consume you. Xiao Shan desperately sought to win Yi Wei's favor. She believed that if he abandoned her, she might never find a better match than A.S. for being with Xiao Lian. She thought it was merely a matter of spending a night together, something she considered manageable. Once Xiao Lian was in Yi Wei's bed, there would be no chance of returning to Ling Zhao's. That at that point, she could kill two birds with one stone. Her fantasies were bright and beautiful, but the abdominal pain made her feel faint. Ultimately, she could endure no longer. After the examination, she received the harrowing news. The child could not be saved. At why Yi Wei did not lift his gaze. Had he learned of the child's loss upon their arrival at the hospital, he would have felt heartache, regret, and guilt. Yet at this moment, he felt no emotion whatsoever, as if the child were not his flesh and blood. "Remember what you said, Xiao Shan. We may be together, but I will not tolerate useless individuals by my side." As Xiao Shan was wheeled into the operating room, she clearly saw the chilling and piercing gaze of the man. Enduring the excruciating pain, she repeatedly questioned herself. Was this her own doing? Had it not been for this scheme, could she have protected this child? With motherhood comes power. She could have proudly become Mrs. Yi. But now her nails dug into her palm, despair and fury clouding her eyes. Achu. Xiao Lian suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose. She opened the refrigerator. There was meat and tomatoes. Without hesitation, she headed to the kitchen to prepare tomato meat sauce pasta. The ingredients were mostly ready, and it was quick to prepare. It wouldn't be long before it was ready to eat. This time, she made 2 large bowls, one for Ling Xiao and one for herself. Ling Xiao showed no pretentiousness, accepting the bowl with enthusiasm and finishing it in a few bites before eagerly staring at Xiao Lian. "This tastes delightful." Xiao Lian chuckled. "It's just a bowl of pasta. No dish could possibly compare to the delicacies you've tasted." The only explanation was that he was genuinely hungry. "There is more in the pot. If you're still hungry, feel free to help yourself." Ling Xiao remained still, merely staring at the pasta in her bowl, frowning slightly. "That you've eaten too little. You're getting thin." Xiao Lian lowered her gaze, glancing at the dwindling pasta with a hint of amusement. "I've eaten quite a bit. I just don't gain weight easily, and I'm not actually thin." She symbolically clenched her fist, attempting to showcase the muscles on her arms. However, no matter how one looked at those soft, slender limbs, they appeared worryingly thin. The only aspect that caught Ling Zhao's attention was her chest, which, to his relief, was undeniably well-proportioned. Ling Xianxing, Xiao Lian blushed, casting him an irritated glare. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow with utmost seriousness, as if the earlier playful banter had not originated from him at all. Once Xiao Lian finished her meal at a snail's pace, Ling Xiao proceeded to the kitchen to devour the remaining pasta. After satiating their hunger, Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves and, just like last time, washed the dishes. "Shall we take a walk?" Xiao Lian, who had been lounging on the sofa, watching television while snacking on fruit. Felt quite uncomfortable. Typically, Ling Xiao was rarely home, and opportunities for them to dine together were exceedingly few. This rare occasion felt significant. Usually after dinner, Ling Xiao would quickly retreat to his study to handle work matters. But tonight marked a first, leaving Xiao Lian momentarily stunned at all right in the night-shrouded garden. It was her first time appreciating its beauty. The cool breeze caressed her cheeks, refreshing and delightful. She and Ling Xiao walked shoulder to shoulder. The distance between them, both close yet distant, in the pitch-black night, where they could almost hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Xiao Lian, if I were to express a desire for our relationship to progress further, would you refuse? When Ling Xiao posed this question, Xiao Lian's mind was utterly bewildered. Emotionally, she had always been an ostrich, much like when she had known deep down that Yi Wei might have already moved on. Yet she refused to believe it. Now that Ling Xiao had taken the initiative, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. What did progress further mean? What was their current relationship? Employer and benefactor. Did that mean the next step would be a romantic relationship? She thought she would refuse without hesitation. Yet here, she inexplicably found a sense of security, even though her initial reason for moving in was solely for Xiao Bao. And she was merely a tenant who could leave at any moment. She had experienced a feeling akin to home. Even if it was just a flicker of warmth, she would cling to it. She did not want it to end so soon. Did not want to leave Xiao Bao. Did not want. There were too many things she did not want. Yet she also did not wish to maintain that kind of relationship with Ling Xiao. Perhaps, she mused, she would take the initiative to suggest moving out in the next couple of days, causing no inconvenience for either herself or Ling Xiao. The next morning, as she prepared for work, Ling Xiao had already left the villa. Xiao Lian breathed a sigh of relief. On her way to the office, she felt as though she were carrying a heavy stone in her heart. So much so that even when Hao Zifeng called out to her multiple times, she paid him no mind. What are you so lost in thought about? Hao Zifeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of understanding lurking in his expression. You and Ling Xiao, you've been together for quite some time, haven't you? Xiao Lian lifted her gaze, instinctively denying. No, he and I are not in the kind of relationship you think. Hao Zifeng shrugged. What kind of relationship then? Lovers or just friends? He had suspected it all along. When Xiao Lian had first joined the company, it was too coincidental for Ling Xiao to appear at the welcome party and conveniently take her away. There couldn't possibly be that many coincidences in the world. Hao Zifeng's gaze became somewhat insistent, and she opened her mouth, only to swallow the words back down, that I know that no matter what I say now. You won't believe me, but the truth is, her words hesitated at that point. Hao Zifeng, however, seemed to already grasp the situation, his expression tinged with annoyance. You don't need to explain. I understand that TOU women. Ling Xiao is the epitome of desirability, powerful and influential. Even if it means merely being his lover, that seems acceptable. But Xiao Lian, forgetting the fact that Ling Xiao has an illegitimate child, the Ling family is a chaotic mess. You simply do not belong in that world. He pondered for a moment, a glimmer of significance flashing in his attractive peach blossom eyes, that I am not like him. Although my worth may not match his, I am undeniably more handsome. Most importantly, my choice of partner is never interfered with by my parents. Xiao Lian, do not hang yourself on a single tree. You deserve better. Xiao Lian initially felt a bit disoriented, but suddenly, she found it amusing. You sound like an old man selling melons, boasting about your own, where's that so? Your better must be you, right? Hao Zifeng tossed her a flirty wink. Congratulations, you got it right. So, are you regretting it? You know, it's not too late to have second thoughts. Enough. I'm not considering anyone. I just want to remain a single, golden warrior. What about you? With your family's circumstances, don't your parents pressure you to marry? Hao Zifeng rolled his eyes dramatically, symbolically tapping her with his pen. Pressure to marry. Do you think we're still living in the feudal era? Just because they pressure me doesn't mean I have to comply to my parents are quite open-minded, as long as I bring home a woman who is unmarried and childless. They don't care about anything else. Besides, marrying early is utterly boring, that if I were to get married, how would I flirt with other women? He smirked teasingly. For a moment, it was hard to discern whether he was sincere or merely jesting. Perhaps it was better this way. A moment of genuine jest could easily be forgotten. Hao Zifeng claimed he merely wanted to find a pure-hearted girl, and there were many women who could meet that criterion. Except for her. She took a deep breath, intending to calm her mind and focus on work. But once she fixed her gaze on the screen, her thoughts started to wander that a restless heart becomes increasingly difficult to quiet. How Zifeng insisted that she and Ling Xiao were not suited for each other. They were neither lovers nor simply friends. Yet, she did not wish to acknowledge that during this time, she had grown accustomed to having him around. Habit can be a terrifying thing. Even without contemplation, it can seep into one's very bones. The day passed in a blur, filled with anticipation and inner conflict as she returned to that home. The next step was to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with him about moving out. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao typically returned home late at night, and their occasional encounters were limited to the mornings. This time, however, she miscalculated. He had come home early, cradling a financial magazine, lazily reclining on the sofa. She pursed her lips, perhaps not expecting the day to arrive so swiftly that you're back. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you. The man closed the book, a soft smile dancing in his deep-set eyes, the corners of his lips curving upward almost involuntarily. Qiao Yin's heart raced, pounding in her chest. She feigned an expressionless demeanor, her lips itching to curl into a smile. Yet no matter how she tried, the smile appeared grotesque. What a coincidence that Mr. Ling, I also have something to discuss with you. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and abruptly stood up, striding toward her. The gentle smile remained on his lips as he approached, his tall, imposing figure radiating a subtle pressure as he came to stand before her, their proximity so close that Qiao Yin could hear his breathing and heartbeat. Instinctively, she wanted to step back, but at that moment, his teasing voice echoed in her ear. Am I a wolf or a leopard that you fear I might devour you? Chapter 56. Darling, see clearly who I am. Qiao Yin's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, her almond-shaped eyes cast downward, unable to meet his gaze. No. Good. Then do you have your household registration book with you? Bring it. I'm taking you somewhere. The household registration book? Qiao Yin wanted to ask what it was needed for, but facing the imposing Ling Xiao, even when he had laid aside his authority and might, she still felt a wave of anxiety. She bit her lip, hurriedly dashed upstairs to fetch the household registration book, and was soon pulled into the sea that moment. Her emotions churned wildly, curiosity bubbling within her, and she attempted to voice her questions several times. Yet gazing at the man's cold profile, she quietly sealed her lips. Living under someone else's roof. Wait a moment. Tonight I will tell him about moving out. Thus, she gradually calmed her racing heart, choosing not to delve deeper. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Qiao Yin looked up, her expression blank as she stared at the word Civil Affairs Bureau, feeling a peculiar sensation in her heart that Mr. Ling, why have you brought me here? The Civil Affairs Bureau was a place for either marriage or divorce, and Ling Xiao smirked, I already mentioned Qiao Yin that I wish for our relationship to progress further, since you neither agreed nor refused. I thought about it and concluded that such matters should not be initiated by a woman that to avoid any lingering uncertainties. We might as well handle it today. Qiao Yin's mind exploded with disbelief at Ling Xiao's words regarding their relationship moving forward. It was neither a romantic entanglement nor a friendship, but rather a significant leap, directly to obtaining a marriage certificate. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head. But we hardly know each other. Mr. Ling, getting a marriage certificate is a lifelong commitment. Are you certain you want to regret this? She felt somewhat flustered, her nervousness not escaping Ling Xiao's notice that he grasped her slightly chilly hand, his lips curving upwards. I never regret my decisions that he paused. Initially, I selfishly wanted to provide Xiao Bao with a family, but now, I also wish to give you a home. The notion of home renders Qiao Yin exceedingly sensitive. Throughout her life, she has yearned for a complete family. Yet for her, the Qiao household has never been a sanctuary of warmth, but rather a place of exploitation and oppression, merely offering her a roof over her head devoid of any solace. When she later encountered Yi Wei, she believed she had found fulfillment in life, willing to give everything without hesitation, even if it meant flying into the flame like a moth. However, the outcome was nothing but a multitude of wounds. Ling Xiao, from the very beginning until now, has left her with only a lingering sense of gratitude and subtle emotion. The concept of home is too vast. She craves love yet dares not to love again, especially as there exists an insurmountable chasm between them. Ironically, she finds herself drawn to this warmth, unable to refuse it at Mr. Ling. This price is too steep for you. Ling Xiao unequivocally denied any hesitation that I am a businessman. aware of weighing pros and cons. Yet I know even better that you are worth it. Thereafter, everything unfolded seamlessly. Photographs were taken, forms filled, and certificates received, in a mere quarter of an hour. It felt as though she had dreamed a dream that no woman dared to envision. Gazing at the photograph on their marriage certificate, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over her. This man, her most formidable superior, had unexpectedly become her husband, that Mr. Ling, she began, but before she could finish, a warm finger pressed against her lips. His handsome brow furrowed in disapproval. To Mrs. Ling, we have just obtained our certificate. We are now husband and wife. Xiao Lian was momentarily taken aback. Meeting his dark gaze, this time she did not let him down. Husband, she tentatively uttered the word, her delicate face flushed with two rosy clouds. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he fixated on her charming visage. Darling, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Clenching her fists, she decided to take the plunge and called out again, husband. Ling Zhao remained noncommittal, his large hand enveloping hers. The implication clear to Mrs. Ling: from now on, my little treasure, and I will rely on your care. His demeanor was intimate, his calloused fingertips grazing her palm, sending a tingling sensation through her. Xiao Lian attempted to pull away, but it was futile. Once in the car, it felt as though one weight had been lifted from her heart. Yet she suddenly remembered she needed to discuss moving that evening. However, now was certainly not the time. Returning to Li Yuan, her entire state of mind had shifted, filled with complexity. Are you hungry? A warm presence emerged beside her. And she realized Ling Zhao had somehow appeared at her side. He had shed his suit jacket, his tie loosely hanging to one side, and his cufflinks undone, exuding an air of languid ease that starkly contrasted with the meticulous CEO persona she was accustomed to. She nodded obediently, intending to see what ingredients were in the refrigerator to whip up something simple. Somebody took her hand, leading her to the dining room. The lights were off, enveloping the room in darkness. Save for the candlelit dinner Ling Zhao had meticulously prepared on the table, featuring dishes she adored, which he had remembered despite her never mentioning them. This time, Xiao Lian indulged a bit too much, seeking intoxication to free herself from all inhibitions. Ling Zhao, am I drunk? My head feels a bit dizzy. Just now, I dreamt we were married. How could that be? You were so wonderful, yet her mind was a chaotic whirl. Recalling how she had been deceived by that family for 3 years, and how she had been forced into compromising situations before, her confidence waned in an instant, her eyes reddening as she poured herself another drink, one cup after another, until a large hand covered her glass, a man's arms encircling her from behind. You can't drink anymore. You're already intoxicated. Xiao Lian, listen to me that I'm not as good as you think. But even if I'm not, you cannot return me. Therefore, from this moment onwards, you must be prepared. She listened in a daze, not fully comprehending what she was to be prepared for, when suddenly, he grasped the back of her head and pressed his lips forcefully against her soft red ones. In her bewilderment, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of moisture hidden within. She repeatedly closed them, yet the sensation of his lips felt too real. If this were indeed a dream, she wished for it to continue. Her fair arms wound around the man's neck, and her slightly parted lips invited him in. Her acquiescence emboldened Ling Zhao to seize the moment, their lips dancing in an intoxicating embrace that felt like the most alluring aphrodisiac. Sweet and delectable, leaving him yearning for more. His lips journeyed downward, his fingers instinctively igniting sparks across her body. Xiao Lian writhed restlessly in his embrace, her dazed gaze concealing a profound attachment that even she was unaware of. Darling, do you know who I am? Ling Zhao's voice was deep, laced with a husky allure, as he held her soft form close, every ounce of his blood rushing toward her. Yet, in this moment, it was still not right. Xiao Lian, like a compliant child, gazed at his strikingly handsome face, earnestly contemplating. I know who you are. Ling Zhao nipped at her ear. Ling Zhao. This time, she decisively answered correctly, no longer mistaking his identity. Darling, say it once more. Husband. The utterance of husband was an unexpected delight, and in that instant, Ling Zhao showed no hesitation. Grasping her slender waist, he swiftly carried her up the stairs, laying her upon the grand bed as he climbed over her. The air grew increasingly heated. Xiao Lian felt as vulnerable as a tender lamb, anxiously clutching him. Ling Zhao parted her legs, ready to unveil the final layer of modesty. Suddenly, a shrill phone ring echoed through the room. Ling Zhao's expression darkened. He disregarded the incessant ringtone, but it continued to persist, ringing again and again. His face clouded with annoyance as he reached for his phone to silence it, only to see the caller ID, causing his expression to shift to one of intrigue. "President, I have sent you the information regarding Miss Qiao's background for the past 3 years to your email. However, the first 2 years are blank." "Blank? What do you mean?" Miss Qiao vanished for 2 years, as if she had evaporated from the world, making it difficult to trace her whereabouts. Upon hanging up, Ling Zhao's mood plummeted, and he gazed down at the delicate profile of the woman beside him. And a thought repeatedly surfaced in his mind. Those 2 years, 3 years ago, the timeline matched. Such coincidences seemed impossible in this world, yet little Bao had recognized her at first sight, that if it were not for the ties of blood. Then what could it be? His lips pressed into a thin line, his expression chilling to the core. That deception had become the greatest disgrace of his life, orchestrated by none other than his own mother to secure the position of Ling family patriarch and hasten the arrival of an heir. He could not forgive, yet he could not vent his anger. But that woman Ling Xiao took a deep breath, decisively rolling off the bed. He wished to leave no room for regret. This woman could very well be the one who shared those nights with him, the mother of little Bao. But if that were the case, why did she appear utterly oblivious? Awakening the next morning, Qiao Lian vaguely sensed something amiss. She lay beneath the covers, completely bare, and her heart sank as memories from the previous night flashed through her mind like a film reel. Obtaining a household register, receiving a marriage certificate, candlelit dinner, and drinking. Having indulged too much, she had inadvertently entered a dream of spring. Stealing a glance at her bare form beneath the covers, she strained to recall if anything else had occurred afterward, but found herself unable to remember that if something had indeed happened, she surely would have reacted. Looking at the time, Qiao Lian hastily dressed and washed up before heading downstairs, only to find that he was no longer home. A hint of disappointment washed over her. Yet she pondered that perhaps her relationship with Ling Xiao was merely a matter of compatibility. If so, why should she dwell on it too much? Upon arriving at the office, she adjusted her mood and settled into her work, maintaining a calm demeanor, concealing any signs of newlywed joy. "Qiao Lian, would you like to have dinner together tonight, since joining the company? It seems we haven't dined alone yet. What do you think? I know a private restaurant with excellent seasonal dishes. Shall we go?" Hao Zifeng proposed enthusiastically. Qiao Lian considered for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile. "I have plans tonight. Let us reschedule, that I'll treat you next time. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cover it." A mischievous glint in his eye, he teased, "Aren't you worried I might order more than your salary can cover? You've helped me so many times. Treating you to a meal is only fair," she countered. "Well, if you put it that way, I might just have to think about whether it's too much to take advantage of you." As they bantered, Qiao Lian found herself somewhat distracted. She believed she could remain focused and undistracted, yet prior to yesterday, she had been able to clear her mind. However, the dynamics of their relationship had undergone a profound transformation. They were now husband and wife. After a hurried day at work, she returned home to the vast emptiness of the villa. Devoid of his presence, as mealtime approached, she sent a message, but it fell into the abyss of silence. She pondered if Ling Xiao was indeed preoccupied, which led her to linger in the bedroom until late at night, awakening early the next morning, only to realize he had not returned at all. Qiao Lian found herself deeply contemplating the nature of their relationship. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation, or maybe Ling Xiao perceived her merely as a convenient stepmother for Xiao Bao, a mere fade that suffocated her. Upon arriving at the office, she ascended to the 21st floor, where the president's office door stood firmly shut. At the assistant's desk, Yu Ren was absent, leaving Secretary Zhao to oversee affairs. Upon spotting Qiao Lian ascend the stairs, her expression immediately darkened. "What brings you here? Is the president in?" Qiao Lian inquired. Zhao's secretary recalled that this was Qiao Lian's second visit, and rumors of her association with the president had circulated for quite some time. Having been rebuffed previously, Zhao was incredulous that Qiao Lian would dare return without an appointment. "That I've told you before, anyone wishing to see the president must schedule an appointment. Qiao Lian, do you think you can just waltz in whenever you please?" Anticipating this outcome, Qiao Lian turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, she encountered Yu Ren, who, unlike Zhao's secretary, was well aware of the intricacies of her relationship with Ling Xiao. upon seeing Xiao Lian's indifferent demeanor. He immediately grasped the underlying issue and called out to her. "Miss Qiao, you are here to see the president, correct?" Xiao Lian met his gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips. "That I was, but not anymore." "Not anymore? How could that be? This is someone the president holds dear, and yet in recent days, something seems amiss with both of them." "Miss Qiao, the president has indeed been rather busy these past few days. He left for a business trip early yesterday morning. Calculating the time, he should be returning soon." Xiao Lian nodded. "All right." After descending from the 21st floor, she immersed herself in her work, striving to distract herself from the tumultuous state of her emotions. She was not one to procrastinate. Since many matters remained unresolved, she preferred to tackle them head-on. Ling Xiao was occupied, yet she was not a YU assistant. "Do you know Xiao Lian? Is it true that she and the president are involved in a clandestine relationship?" Zhao's secretary expressed her astonishment. The YU occupied a position of considerable authority within the company, being the favored assistant of the president. However, his attitude toward Xiao Lian was perplexing that he shot her a sidelong glance. Raising an eyebrow. What clandestine relationship? The president's romantic life is his private affair. It should not be pried into. However, I would advise you not to offend anyone carelessly, especially those you mistakenly deem insignificant. Upon hearing this, Zhao's secretary's complexion shifted, alternating between shades of green and white. As she fell silent, the YU had come to the office to retrieve something. After doing so, he promptly departed. Once in the elevator, he wasted no time in reporting back to the boss. "Boss, are you certain your business trip is for a week?" Miss Qiao appeared rather unwell. "From what I understand about women, this does not bode well." The other party remained silent for a long while, his deep voice tinged with uncertainty. "What is wrong with her?" Yuren cleared his throat. When a girl usually exhibits a cold demeanor and neglects her man, it can be summed up in 2 words. It's over. Chapter 58. The young Adonis and the handsome uncle. That afternoon, Xiao Lian hurried back to Li Garden, quickly organizing her belongings in the bedroom. She possessed little, merely a few old garments and some drawing tools. Packing her design drafts took less than 5 minutes. Before leaving, she penned a note for Ling Xiao and headed straight to Yan Qing's home. Upon learning of her impending move, Yan Qing enthusiastically supported her decision. Having earned a considerable amount since she began writing, she had purchased a small villa in the suburbs of the Southern District, serene and undisturbed. When Xiao Lian arrived, she was greeted only by her goddaughter, Gui'er. Gui'er had always been frail, and Yan Qing had cherished her dearly. The little girl, with skin as luminous as her mother's and a hint of pallor, appeared plump, though Yan Qing claimed it was merely a fade of health. After a bout of illness, she had lost weight again. "Little Gui'er, it's been so long," Xiao Lian exclaimed, setting down her bag and crouching to embrace the girl. Although she looked chubby, she was surprisingly light. Gui'er clung to her neck affectionately, nuzzling like a kitten. "Godmother, I missed you so much it hurt." Xiao Lian gently stroked her chubby little face, her heart aching as she recalled the girl's congenital heart condition. "How about I stay here with you for a few extra days this time?" "Really?" "Of course. By the way, where's your mom?" "Still writing?" Gui'er shook her head, her expression mysterious as she pointed towards the inside of the house. "Mommy and a young man are in there. They said they are looking for a good daddy for Gui'er." "Looking for a daddy?" Xiao Lian was taken aback. Although Yan Qing was stunningly beautiful, she was fundamentally a homebody, completely uninterested in seeking a man, let alone finding a father for Gui'er. She carried Gui'er inside. Intending to clarify the situation, she found Yan Qing reclining on the sofa like a regal figure. A young man behind her giving her a massage. Hearing footsteps, Yan Qing smiled brightly that "You're here. Take a seat, Xiao Yi." "Oh wait, not so hard." Xiao Lian's immediate thought was that Yan Qing was likely being deceived by this young man. Despite his ethereal appearance, he seemed rather out of touch with reality, often appearing days since becoming a mother. She instinctively scrutinized the man, that he was very young, dressed in a black striped shirt and matching casual shorts. With a spiky hairstyle and faint tattoos visible on his wrist, he gave off the impression of a delinquent. Xiaoyan, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Yi. Yi Xiuji that he has been coming to our home to help out lately. You two should get acquainted." The young man had been fixated on the golden goose, Yan Qing, since Xiao Lian entered, only now lifting his head. "Hello, I'm Yi Xiuji." His features were strikingly aggressive. a handsome visage tinged with a hint of roguish charm that a casual smirk could easily captivate any young girl. Xiao Lian opened her mouth. "Hello, I'm Yanqing's close friend, Xiao Lian." Her mind was flooded with questions. Yanqing had always disdained younger men, deeming them immature and incapable of taking care of others, so why was she suddenly entertaining such a striking individual, whose appearance was undoubtedly eye-catching, yet exuded a rather mischievous air? Clearly unsuitable for a serious relationship. Just as she was about to speak, she paused, her gaze lingering on Yi Xiuji. Initially, he seemed familiar, but she had not thought much of it until now. Recently, the female colleagues in her office had been fervently discussing Yi Xiuji, the youngest winner of the Huading Award for Best Actor. With over 1 billion followers on Weibo, hailed as the most popular actor in recent years, known for both his acting skills and striking looks. Though indifferent to celebrity culture, she had merely glanced at their discussions. Now, looking at Yi Xiuji, she realized he was far more than just familiar. Why Yi Xiuji, the film emperor? Yanqing waved her hand dismissively. "Just call him Xiao Yi. We're practically family. No need for formality." Xiao Lian shot her a disbelieving glance. "Is this the new father you're finding for where?" "Yanqing, we need to have a serious talk." Yanqing followed Xiao Lian into the bedroom. Surrendering. "Ask away. I'll tell you everything." "Stop joking. What is your deal with Yi Xiuji? Don't tell me he is here, just because he has nothing better to do. He is worth millions." Yanqing shrugged, feigning innocence. "Well, I did say that, but you didn't believe me that I mentioned last time that my urban novel from last year is about to be filmed, and the male lead is indeed Yi Xiuji. What does that have to do with you?" "Darling, I'm the screenwriter. He wants to get closer to me to better understand the plot and character." Xiao Lian was left speechless. "And you believe that?" Yanqing, seeing her serious expression, found it amusing that of course I don't believe it, but he insists on following me around. "You know what? Since he has been here, I haven't had to worry about a thing. No more fretting over what to eat. Sending Guerre to school, or even dealing with backaches. Exercising on time has been a breeze. Don't you think he has ulterior motives? If this continues, he'll disrupt the rhythm of your life." Xiao Lian's concerns were ones Yanqing had already considered. She was quite open-minded. "If Yi Xiuji wants to pursue me, even a fool can see that, but I'm no pushover. If he wants to win me over, he better show some sincerity. If we can't reach an understanding, we'll part ways amicably. After all, I have nothing to lose." "Xiao Xiaolian, you are well aware of my rather indolent nature, reluctant to alter my current state or seek out a partner. If Yi Xiuji genuinely harbors affection for me, and can treat Guo kindly, I have no objections that if that individual can enter into matrimony, then surely I can too. Guo is still young, and I yearn to provide her with a complete family." Yanqing speaks nonchalantly, yet her eyes betray a hint of moisture. Xiao Lian comprehends. Whenever she thinks of Guo, she inevitably recalls Ling Zhao's choice to marry her, likely motivated by his feelings for Xiao Bao. Upon exiting the room, the delightful aroma of a home-cooked meal wafted through the air. Yanqing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Isn't it quite fragrant? Aside from being clingy, I truly cannot find fault with Xiao Yi. He is handsome, considerate, and can cook. Not only does Guo adore him, but even I. Have you made up your mind? Even if Guo's biological father were to come around, would you still harbor no regrets?" A flicker of confusion appeared in Yanqing's eyes. He was on the brink of marriage and had likely forgotten the past when I had him completely ensnared, especially since he was unaware of Guo's existence. "Never mind, since you are here today. Let us not speak of him. It is disheartening." Yi Xiuji personally took to the kitchen, preparing an extravagant feast, nearly a full banquet. Guo relished every bite, calling out Brother Yi with each mouthful. Yanqing, listening, felt a twinge of annoyance, pinching Guo's chubby cheeks. "Little ingrate. Do you still wish for a new daddy? If so, then you better call him uncle." Yi Xiuji shot her a disapproving glance and, with a swift movement, gathered Guo into his arms. "To Guo, eat shrimp. Brother Yi will peel them for you. You shameless creature." Yanqing laughed and scolded, but she paid it no heed, attending to Xiao Lian as they both indulged in the meal. After dinner, Yanqing led Xiao Lian to the guest room. Recently, Yi Xiuji had also taken up residence here, although he slept downstairs. Despite being 4 years old, Guo still needed to share a bed with her mother. "Do not hesitate. You may stay here for as long as you wish. If it weren't for Guo, this little burden, I would have had a candlelit chat with you tonight." "Huh?" Xiao Lian nodded. She was merely transitioning at Yan Qing's place, planning to move out once she found a new home in the next few days. Especially with Yi Xiuji around, remaining there as a third wheel was hardly a viable option. After closing the door, Xiao Lian quickly took a shower and crawled into bed. She had anticipated trouble adjusting to the unfamiliar surroundings, yet the past couple of days had been mentally taxing with projects that required her direct involvement, leaving her utterly exhausted by the time she got home. She fell asleep almost instantly, in the dead of night. She vaguely sensed the space beside her sink in, and her hand brushed against something warm, reminiscent of human skin. The thought jolted her awake, and she suddenly opened her eyes to find a handsome face looming over her, nearly causing her to scream. "Shu, it's me." The low, husky voice of a man filled her ears. Once fully awake, Xiao Lian felt a bit dazed, staring at him intently. "What are you doing here?" She furrowed her brows, struggling against his touch, feeling resistant. Ling Xiao recognized her anger towards him, yet he refused to let go. If he were to release her now, it would be impossible to regain her later. His lips, cool and tinged with a hint of chill, brushed against her earlobe. "Upon seeing your note, I surmised you would be here. You cannot possibly return to the Qiao household, and finding a rental is not a swift endeavor." Xiao Lian listened silently, unwilling to speak. She cast her gaze downward, her chest lightly trembling. She thought she could remain indifferent. Yet when he appeared, her heart ached with a sense of injustice. "Ling Xiao, we are fine as we are. You are with me for Xiao Bao, which I understand, but it is unnecessary. Truly, it is not required." She seemed to grasp everything, yet understood nothing at all. "Foolish one, that if I were solely for Xiao Bao, keeping you by my side would suffice. Why then, do we need a marriage certificate?" Xiao Xiaoyan. "Do you comprehend the true essence of matrimony?" Xiao Lian did not know, nor did she wish to find out. She longed to extricate herself before becoming too deeply ensnared. "Ling Xiao Wei," before she could finish, he flipped her on her back. Even if she was indeed Xiao Bao's biological mother, and despite their prior marital status 3 years ago, what did that truly matter? Every action she took screamed her desire to escape. She knew nothing of what transpired 3 years prior, that if he were to miss out on her solely due to that event, how profoundly he would regret it. "Xiao Lian, we are married." Suddenly, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. She bit her lip fiercely, her face flushed with embarrassment. She dared not look at Ling Zhao's expression, her eyes filled with conflict as she spiraled into a painful reverie. "Please no." Her voice trembled, clearly fearful of such intimacy. The sensation far too vivid. It felt as if this was not merely a dream, but rather an echo of a past where she had indeed been treated in such a manner. In the next moment, Ling Xiao did not press upon her further. Instead, he adjusted her clothing and enveloped her in his embrace, gently soothing her. "Be good. Do not overthink it if you are not prepared. I will not touch you." "Ling Xiao, she felt as though she were in a deep dream, but could not articulate the strangeness of it all, "that I know everything. Sleep now. I will stay here with you tonight." Xiao Lian opened her mouth, but eventually succumbed to fatigue, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao reflected on her earlier odd behavior, the myriad of doubts in his heart suddenly crystallizing as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Xiao Lian's lashes fluttered, and she instinctively rolled over, only to find herself unable to move. An arm encircled her waist, heavy and restraining. She surreptitiously attempted to pry it away, but as soon as she touched it, she found herself pinned beneath him. "Hey, Ling Xiao," she whispered urgently, but he remained oblivious, his eyes tightly shut, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Lian couldn't help but chuckle. His act was far too exaggerated. She quietly poked his cheek, her fingertip nearly grazing his skin when his large hand shot out from nowhere, capturing her finger. "It's still early. Let us sleep a little longer." Xiao Lian disregarded him, pushing against his solid chest. After several attempts, she realized she could not budge him at all. "Get up. You're too heavy," she pouted, unconsciously adopting a tone of endearment. The man opened his eyes, his dark gaze filled with mirth. "No. Ling Xiao," he raised an eyebrow. "Mrs. Ling, what did you call me?" "I cannot hear you." Xiao Lian recognized his teasing and playfully punched him, reluctantly calling out, "Husband, husband, please get up." Only then did Ling Xiao roll over with satisfaction. But in the next moment he pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely before relenting. "Afterwards, pack your things. I will take you home." Xiao Lian, still recovering from the moment, said, I just arrived. Let me stay for a week before returning. Besides, aren't you quite busy lately? Ling Xiao recognized her resentment, but he ruffled her soft hair, a hint of indulgence in his elongated eyes. Yes, my dear wife, I understand my fault. Even in busyness, I should inform you. It will not happen again. And are you certain I must climb over the wall again tonight? Just as Xiao Lian hesitated, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Her heart sank to, oh no, Yanqing is here. Xiao Xiaolian, are you awake? The weather is delightful today. Let us take Guo to the supermarket and perhaps have a picnic in the park. Yanqing rose early, her daughter clamoring for the 8 treasure porridge made by Yi Xiuji. Up at 6 o'clock sharp, as punctual as a clock. Xiao Lian, startled, replied, I just woke up. Please wait a moment. I will be right out. Who is Yi Xiuji? Ling Zhao's sensitivity to the unfamiliar name heightened. Just as Xiao Lian attempted to explain that he was a renowned actor pursuing Yanqing, overhearing, sensed something amiss. Xiao Xiaolian, why does it sound like there is a man's voice in your room? Something is off. Xiao Lian shot a glare at Ling Xiao. Why are you making trouble? There is no man here, so stop it. While she tried to reassure Yanqing, Ling Xiao had transformed into a child. Determined to dig deeper, his expression serious. Who is Yi Xiuji? Xiao Lian rolled her eyes in exasperation. He is your sister. Ling Xiao insisted. I have no sister. If I did, it would be Ling Yu that I think I truly heard something. Oh my obsessive compulsion. If I don't check, I will feel as if I am hallucinating. Yanqing babbled, my dear wife, I am coming in. She turned the doorknob. Xiao Lian jumped up in panic. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao sat on the bed, entirely unperturbed, as if to say, what can you do about it? You need to hide. Otherwise, hide? Why must I hide? In Ling Zhao's dictionary, the concept of hiding seemed non-existent. He only knew how to be forthright. Xiao Lian pushed him, managing to shove him into the bathroom, just as Yanqing burst through the door. With a gleeful expression, she asked Xiao Lian if she was secretly hiding a man. Xiao Lian shot her a look of disbelief. Do you really think I look like someone who would hide a man? Yanqing is indeed a master of crafting tales, instantaneously conjuring a plethora of grand dramas in her mind. Where is the discrepancy, you may ask? Just look at that radiant little face, beaming with vitality. It is evident that she has been nurtured well. However, as for the rugged man, scaling such heights is no easy feat for him. She conducted a thorough search, and upon reaching the restroom, Xiao Lian broke into a cold sweat. There was clearly no one there, yet she wondered if she had merely imagined the strange sounds. The restroom was eerily empty. Where could a paramour possibly be? Yet, the man's voice had been undeniably clear just moments ago. Following her instincts, Xiao Lian stepped inside to investigate, only to find it utterly vacant. Taking advantage of Yanqing's absence, she hastily opened the window and peered down below. Outside the villa, a sleek black Maybach was parked, its door ajar, that a man leaned languidly against the car, waving his phone at her. Ding dong. Xiao Lian's phone chimed with a new message. I'm here to take you home. Stowing her phone away, Xiao Lian descended the stairs that Yi Xiuji was seated at the breakfast table with Yanqing. The air around them suffused with a palpable sense of enchantment. Come quickly and eat. Today's corn and hawthorn porridge is particularly delectable. Little Yi's culinary skills deserve commendation, Yanqing urged. Yi Xiuji lifted his gaze, a devilish smile spreading across his lips, that if you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Yanqing giggled, feigning ignorance as she beckoned Xiao Lian to join them. Just as Xiao Lian settled into her seat, the doorbell rang, startling them. Who could it be at this hour? Little Yi, could it be one of your admirers who discovered you here? Yanqing feigned horror. Yi Xiuji swiftly stuffed a piece of toast into her mouth, rising to answer the door. Moments later, Yi Xiuji returned, leading a guest. Even he was taken aback, despite his seasoned experience in the tumultuous world of showbiz. This man was someone he had only fleetingly encountered before, Mr. Ling. Ling Xiao regarded the young man before him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Even though he understood this was not a visit directed at Xiao Lian, he felt compelled to protect his treasure, to whom Ling Xiao was as aloof as ever, and while Yi Xiuji greeted him, he did not approach too eagerly. Xiao Lian recognized the implications of Ling Zhao's arrival, and though she attempted to maintain her composure, she could not conceal the blush that crept onto her cheeks. Oh, little Yi, "Is this your friend?" Yan Qing inquired. Having never met Ling Xiao, her only encounter with him was a fleeting moment at a nightclub when he whisked someone away. Leaving her unaware of his appearance, Dawei Ishioji shrugged noncommittally. Not quite. While Yan Qing appreciated handsome men, her admiration was purely aesthetic. Moreover, with Yi Shioji constantly around, the charming little wolf dog had become familiar to her. However, Ling Xiao's allure was distinctly different. It exuded a mature elegance combined with a commanding presence that suggested a life spent in high places at first glance. He radiated an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." "Sir, are you certain you are in the right place?" Though Yan Qing found him visually appealing, she considered attractiveness one thing, and she consciously disregarded any connection between Ling Xiao and Xiao Lian, dismissing the notion of a cohabiting suitor. "I am here to pick someone up." Yan Qing blinked in confusion, while her little girlfriend beside her spoke with uncertainty. "Perhaps you should return first. I'll stay a couple more days." "Looking for you?" Yan Qing asked, her surprise evident as she glanced between Xiao Lian and Ling Xiao, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. "It seems so," Ling Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly unwilling to let her evade the truth any longer. "Very well," he turned to Yan Qing, his lips curling into a subtle smile, his eyes reflecting a gentlemanly coldness that I wonder if Miss Yin would mind having an extra guest in her home. "Especially since your dear wife is here, and it would hardly be appropriate for her husband to be absent." From the very beginning, Ling Xiao had intended to lay all his cards on the table. Xiao Lian, accustomed to burying her head in the sand, could conceal the truth from the world until the last moment. But now that he had spoken, she could no longer hide. "Yan Qing," she stammered, her mind racing. After a brief moment of shock, she nudged her dazed little girlfriend. "Xiao Xiaoyu, you're married? When did this happen? How come I had no inkling of it?" Her intention was to confront. But Xiao Lian, blushing and flustered, responded, "It's only been a couple of days. We just got our marriage certificate." Yan Qing had thought bringing a little wolf dog home was already quite audacious, yet she was astounded to learn that the usually demure Xiao Lian had quietly secured a marriage license without a word. "How long have you known each other?" Yan Qing inquired, aware of the Qiao family's tendencies, who would likely be eager to sell their daughter off. She genuinely wished for Xiao Lian's happiness, hoping she would marry a good man. "About a month," Xiao Lian replied, stifling a laugh. "This is quite the whirlwind romance. Aren't you afraid of leaping from one pit into an even larger one?" The corners of Xiao Lian's mouth curled into a grin as she glanced at Ling Xiao. He pressed his lips together, conveying a nonchalant "you-do-you" expression. Ling Xiao was not the type to take advantage. Yan Qing raised an eyebrow, aware that appearances could be deceiving. Just because he looks good doesn't mean he is trustworthy. "Remember the previous scoundrel? He seemed charming too, yet he used you." Xiao Lian retorted, "I'm currently broke. What could he possibly gain from me? Moreover," Yan Qing began, but Xiao Lian interrupted. "Wait, let me ask that Mr. Ling, I have a few questions." "Of course, feel free to decline if you find them inconvenient. Go ahead," Ling Xiao replied. Yan Qing pondered for a moment. "Are you still in contact with your ex?" "No." Yan Qing's eyes darted around as she processed this information. "Do you know about Xiao Xiaolian's family situation? There is not a single person in her family who truly cares for her, that if you marry her, do you understand what that means for her?" "Yes, I will do everything in my power to provide her with a complete family." "Okay. And what do you do for a living?" Ling Xiao paused to consider. "I dabble in some small businesses." Xiao Lian and Yi Shioji exchanged glances. If he was merely running small businesses, then there must not be any significant enterprises left in the world. Chapter 61. Marrying you is the most fortunate thing. Yan Qing, being inquisitive by nature, casually asked, "And what is your income like?" Xiao Lian identity marrying just to endure hardship. Xiao Lian coughed lightly, signaling her to stop. Ling Xiao, aware of her subtle gestures, saw no harm in respecting her friends. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Shioji leaned closer and whispered in Yan Qing's ear, "Don't ask. He probably earns more in a month than I do in a year. Also, the Ling Corporation belongs to his family." Yan Qing, recovering from her shock, discreetly patted Xiao Lian's shoulder and declared, "Let us not say anything further. You should hurry home with your husband and enjoy your life together. And Mr. Ling, I understand that you are quite taken with her at the moment, but I sincerely hope it is not merely a fleeting infatuation. Her past has been fraught with misfortune. I hope you will take good care of her." Ling Xiao nodded in understanding. "I will." Xiao Lian was swiftly ushered out the door, and Guerre waved her little hand at the threshold. "Godmother, Guerre will miss you. You must come back and visit often." Guerre was then whisked away by her mother. Yanqing suddenly turned to Yi Xiuji, exclaiming, "It's strange. I could have sworn I saw a hickey on Xiao Xiaoyan's neck just now. She clearly spent the night at our place. And I thought I heard a man's voice this morning." Yi Xiuji's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Yanqing couldn't resist poking him. Yi Xiuji obliged by leaning in closer, allowing her to prod him. However, as her hand hovered in the air, it abruptly froze. "What's wrong?" Yanqing lifted her gaze to meet his, shaking her head silently. She had been reminded of Qiao Lian and Ling Zhao's marriage certificate. While she had no aversion to the idea of a whirlwind romance, she found herself grappling with her own reservations. Selfishly, she desired to provide Guerre with a family, and so she sought to rely on Yi Xiuji to form a household. Yet, in truth, it was unfair to him. "Lil Yi, I truly appreciate your care for me and Guerre during this time. I am very grateful. However, you have your own career in life. You shouldn't feel obliged to spend all your time here." Yi Xiuji had kept secrets well, but that didn't mean she was oblivious. Several times before, his manager had come knocking, eager for him to return to work, but he had turned them away. A celebrated film emperor, a rising star. How could he afford to be so idle? It was simply implausible. Moreover, at his age, if he were to pursue a romantic relationship, that would be one thing, but marriage? That would be tantamount to sabotaging his future, especially with an older woman who had a child. "Yanqing, I will take responsibility for my life, whether it involves caring for you or Guerre. I do so willingly, even if it means for a lifetime." Yanqing shook her head. "A lifetime is far too long. That I am nearly a decade your senior, and I possess a profound lack of security. I fear that when I am lined with wrinkles, you will still be able to charm younger women just as you do now. I am exceedingly jealous, truthfully. I am possessive and petty. Yi Xiuji. You are far too young, that if you were 25, 30, and still clinging to the notion that someone must belong to you, then we could be together." Yanqing was resolutely determined to extinguish his feelings. Yet Yi Xiuji seemed oblivious to this truth. He remained silent for a considerable time, lost in thought that if one day you were to run off with another man, would I not have waited in vain? Yanqing chuckled softly. "Yes, a homebody with a little burden like Guerre. How could that possibly happen? Why would I seek a man to cater to his entire family? That would be sheer torture. It's simply not going to happen." Having received the answer he desired, Yi Xiuji ceased his pursuit. He returned to his room, tidied it up with efficiency, and emerged empty-handed. What suitcase? That does not exist. Wait, aren't you taking any of your things? Yi Xiuji raised an eyebrow. "I'm leaving it behind. Clothes won't spoil. And besides, are you planning on moving?" Yanqing shook her head, watching Yi Xiuji depart, then hopped into her arms. Chattering away, "Didn't little Yi Gij say he would take me to the amusement park? Is he too busy? Will he come this week? You want to be back? Isn't you going to the amusement park? Your mother will take you." Yanqing pinched Gui's chubby little face and cast another glance at Yi Xiuji's room. This scheming man really thought she couldn't discern his thoughts? On the day Qiao Lian was brought back to Li Yuan, it was a weekend. Ling Xiao did not go to the office, but instead held a video conference in his study. By the time the meeting concluded, it was only 10:30 in the bedroom. Qiao Lian lay on the bed playing a couple of rounds of a single-player game. Feeling quite bored, she opened her computer to doodle until the sounds of a commotion echoed from downstairs, prompting her to quickly shut her laptop. Upon descending, she initially thought a thief had entered the house, only to discover that the culprit was her devoted husband. In the kitchen, Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves, earnestly staring at the large black fish on the cutting board, which was still flopping about despite having been gutted for quite some time. Is this fish unwell? It's already cut open, yet it's still flailing about joyfully. Ling Xiao looked at the fish with disdain, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Qiao Lian couldn't help but smile, finding joy in the fact that even a powerful figure like him faced challenges. Although she enjoyed the spectacle, she didn't genuinely expect him to prepare a full meal today. She rolled up her sleeves with determination, took the knife from Ling Xiao's hand, and chuckled. "Let me handle this." Ling Xiao cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment on his handsome face. "All right." Qiao Lian understood his good intentions and refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, merely asking him to assist with vegetable preparation or other ingredients. With her directives, Ling Xiao consistently completed tasks in record time, occasionally surprising her with his efficiency. Their teamwork significantly enhanced her cooking speed, transitioning seamlessly from gutting fish to handling ribs and steaming them in one fluid motion. An hour later, the meal was served. Xiao Lian plopped down at her seat, feeling surprisingly unexhausted. At home, cooking was either her responsibility or that of the housekeeper. Her mother, Xiao Shan, had never truly engaged in the kitchen. Xiao Shan often remarked, "Why should women learn to cook? Doesn't every household have a housekeeper? My hands are too well maintained to be ruined by cooking." Yet when it came to Xiao Lian, her mother would say, Lian, the reason your mother and I want you to cook is to ensure you find a good husband. Isn't it said that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach? If you can't even cook, who would want you?" This was their heartfelt intention. At the time, Xiao Lian found it laughable, but chose not to argue. Cooking had never been about pleasing others. It was largely about gratifying oneself. Today, she prepared her signature dishes: sauerkraut black fish, mapo tofu, tomato shrimp, and lotus root stew with ribs. Ling Xiao took a piece of fish, and after savoring it, he generously praised, "It tastes wonderful. Enjoy it. You can have more." The ribs could have been stewed a bit longer for more flavor. After her words, the man gazed at her, his elongated brows concealing an unspoken tenderness. "Xiao Lian, I feel fortunate to have married you." Chapter 62. "Darling, are you inviting me?" His voice was low and gentle, as if he had just uttered the most enchanting words of love. Xiao Lian felt inexplicably nervous under his gaze, her heartbeat quickening. She instinctively averted her eyes, her palms growing clammy as they clasped together beneath the table, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The same simple home-cooked meal could be dismissed as worthless by Yi Wei. Yet here with Ling Xiao, everything felt transformed. Suddenly, she was jolted awake, as if a light bulb had been turned on, realizing it was never about her cooking inadequately, but rather about the person tasting it. The two finished their meal in silence, Xiao Lian's earlier awkwardness having faded, replaced by an effortless ease, as if preparing a meal for Ling Xiao was perfectly natural. After dinner, she instinctively began to clear the dishes, only to be stopped by Ling Xiao. He frowned, his handsome brows knitted together in disapproval. "Xiao Lian, I brought home a wife to cherish, not to command." With deft movements, he gathered the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Xiao Lian watched him evolve from clumsy to swift and skilled, unable to suppress a smile. "Mr. Ling, don't many men nowadays adhere to the principle of gentlemen keeping their distance from the kitchen?" Ling Xiao instinctively lifted his gaze, his deep black eyes seeming to penetrate her very soul. "I have never claimed to be a gentleman. Xiao Lian, I am simply your man, your lawful husband that I end the afternoon." Ling Xiao stepped out for a bit while Xiao Lian busied herself with work and took a short nap. When she awoke, the sky had darkened outside. She lazily yawned and made her way downstairs, coincidentally encountering Ling Xiao returning home. Dressed sharply in a suit, he earnestly held a bag brimming with snacks, an incongruous sight. Xiao Lian stifled a laugh as she approached, only to discover the table piled high with her favorite treats: mango millefeuille, snowskin mooncakes, semi-cooked cheese, and cheese buns. Half the table filled with desserts, that on the other side were Chinese seafood soup dumplings, barbecued pork pastries, and coconut pudding. That I passed by and picked up some food, not knowing your preferences, so I bought a bit of everything. Xiao Lian's lips twitched. That a bit was quite an expansive range. Not only was there enough food for dinner, but it could last her for an entire day. She grinned and, not wanting to be polite, grabbed a mango snowskin mooncake and began to relish it. Chilled and creamy, it was utterly satisfying. Xiao Lian squinted at Ling Xiao, who sat quietly to the side like a monk in contemplation, unable to resist recommending the freshly baked sea salt cheese bun. "You should try this. It tastes quite good. That I had it before. The sea salt flavor is rich and not overly sweet." "All right." Ling Xiao took a symbolic bite. For women, the flavor was rich and creamy, sweet yet not cloying. But for him, it was peculiar and hard to swallow. Typically, he never indulged in sweets, but this time was an exception. His wife claimed it wasn't sweet at all. Yet the texture was both rich and cloying. He caught sight of Xiao Lian's expectant gaze and polished it off in rapid succession. Xiao Lian, oblivious to his distaste, thought he resembled Zhu Beiji, devouring ginseng fruit. Failing to discern any flavor, "That I need to use the restroom." Ling Xiao found an excuse to escape to the bathroom, rinsing his mouth with cold water. Now, facing the heap of desserts, he instinctively felt a wave of dread. However, the consequences of skipping dinner hit him with overwhelming hunger late into the night, that he glanced at the time, shrugged off his concerns, and habitually planned to brew a cup of coffee when a knock echoed at the study door. "Mr. Ling, it's quite late. You should rest early." Qiao Lian entered, holding a cup of hot milk, placing it down before intending to leave. "Qiao Lian." The man's low, husky voice rang out from behind her, laced with a teasing warmth. "Are you certain this isn't an invitation?" Qiao Lian stared, bewildered, until she recalled her earlier words, her face flushing crimson. In truth, she had gathered her courage to approach him. Ling Xiao had brought her a plethora of treats. And as a gesture of gratitude, it seemed only right to warm him a cup of milk. That it was merely a matter of reciprocity, nothing more. Yet now, his words transformed everything. Her palms grew clammy. But she feigned nonchalance. "I didn't mean to. You've been so busy with work and staying up late. Isn't good for your health. You should rest early tonight." She spoke out of goodwill, yet regretted it immediately after. Ling Xiao's dark gaze seemed to cling to her, his eyes sparkling with a knowing smile as he stepped closer, leaving her with no room to retreat. "Since my wife is so concerned for me, I'll reluctantly rest early. Wait for me." His searing breath left her gasping for air. Qiao Lian raised her gaze to glance at him, holding her breath as she fled. Ling Xiao gazed meaningfully in that direction, the smile at the corner of his mouth widening. That he approached the desk, carelessly discarding the coffee he had previously brewed, opting instead for a cup of warm milk, taking a sip that tasted remarkably better than he had anticipated. "Boss, are we still having the meeting?" The video conference had been ongoing, but Ling Xiao had granted a brief intermission. Now that the CEO had settled back into his seat, did this signify the resumption of discussions? The senior executive stirred restlessly, fully aware of the events that had transpired in the study. It was no surprise that a woman would eventually grace the boss's side. What intrigued them was the identity of this woman. Was she merely a clandestine lover or the future mistress of the Ling family? Although the woman's voice had been soft, it held an air of familiarity. Ling Xiao smirked, indifferent to the speculation surrounding him. His mood had evidently improved several degrees as he continued with the reports. Wrapping up the meeting 10 minutes later, "As you all know, my wife just came to fetch me for a break," he stated nonchalantly. However, the atmosphere among the crowd was anything but calm. Wife. The boss has managed to protect her identity quite well, silently arranging such a significant affair. In the bedroom, Qiao Lian tossed and turned for quite some time. Just as she drifted into a drowsy slumber, the space beside her sank, causing her heart to race. Unprepared, she found herself enveloped in the man's heated embrace. That he held her slender waist tightly, his palm radiating warmth, prompting her instinctively to struggle. The man's voice was husky. "Unless you wish it, I will not force you." Chapter 63, Couple Outfits. Displaying affection, their bodies pressed closely together, akin to conjoined twins. She felt a tinge of embarrassment as the scent of mint from the man's recent shower mingled with the refreshing aroma of aftershave, making her cheeks flush. Held so tightly, she could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart. For a fleeting moment, she considered rejecting him, but Ling Xiao had stated that they were husband and wife, legally bound partners. Sleeping together was the most natural thing in the world. She slowly closed her eyes, wondering if she would be unable to sleep through the night, yet perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of security. She soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen. The arm around her waist remained, and when she attempted to gently pry his large hand away, no matter how much strength she exerted, it would not budge. Instead, it tightened even further. "Mr. Ling?" She poked his bare chest, biting her lip as she called out. The man remained unresponsive, seemingly deep in sleep. "Ling Xiao?" "Husband," that as soon as she uttered those last two words. Before she could react, he had pulled her waist, pinning her beneath him. His eyes sparkled with teasing amusement, and the depth of his dark irises showed no trace of sleepiness. He was fully alert. Qiao Lian glared at him, ready to speak, but he silenced her with his warm lips. His kiss was fervent and assertive. As her resolve faltered, she found herself retreating helplessly until she lay weakly in his embrace. Flushed and aware of his arousal beneath her, she spoke in a soft voice laced with subtle tension. "Ling Xiao, you should get up." Reluctant, he found himself intoxicated by the warmth of her soft body. Feeling as if he could forego his responsibilities forever, that he nibbled on her earlobe, whispering, "Say it again." Ling Xiao? Xiao Lian understood what he wanted to hear, yet articulating those two words required immense courage. She gazed at his magnified, handsome face, recalling the moments they had shared recently, and a faint smile graced her lips. Husband. Upon saying this, she lightly brushed her lips against his, but as soon as she did, her fair cheeks flushed with color. Ling Xiao appeared taken aback, though delight soon took precedence. Holding Xiao Lian close, his voice was husky with desire. I wish to hold you like this for a lifetime. Xiao Lian could not help but sense his restraint. She cast her gaze downward, reflecting that she had felt a flicker of emotion earlier, yet her heart remained shackled by an unseen barrier. I am sorry, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. Lian, just remember that we are husband and wife. You have done nothing to betray me, that if you are unwilling, I will wait until you are ready to open your heart to me. Her thoughts were in disarray, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She could only nod blankly. After this tumultuous exchange, Ling Xiao hastily showered, intending to change attire. When he opened the wardrobe, Xiao Lian was taken aback. Beside her clothes hung Ling Xiao's shirts and ties, occupying a considerable amount of space. She had no idea when they had been moved there. However, it was evident that Ling Xiao had no intention of explaining. He raised an eyebrow, beckoning her over. Wife, what should I wear today? He spoke so naturally, as if they were an old married couple who had been together for years. Xiao Lian hesitated momentarily before stepping into character as a fashion consultant. Selecting his outfit. Most of Ling Xiao's clothing was in shades of black, white, and gray, with few other colors, and even when he wore color, it was rare to see him in anything vibrant. At work, he always exuded a cold, authoritative aura. His monochromatic attire, though simple, was classic and rarely led to errors, and he was naturally suited to wear anything without appearing outdated, instead exuding an air of restraint. After searching for a while, she finally picked out a sky blue shirt adorned with subtle floral patterns that was not overly plain. Yet it was a color Ling Xiao would typically overlook due to its vibrancy. How about this one? Xiao Lian nodded, feeling a thrill at successfully dressing a man for the first time. Ling Xiao quickly shed his bathrobe, taking the shirt from her hands and putting it on. They say clothes make the man. Just moments ago, the languid Ling Xiao transformed into the serious CEO upon donning the shirt. Yet, with a change in color, he exuded a new charm, appearing decidedly more fashionable and handsome. Does it look good? Very handsome. Ling Xiao chuckled at her delighted expression, granting her full autonomy over his attire. Since she had chosen the shirt, it seemed only fitting that she assist in selecting the rest of his ensemble. Xiao Lian eagerly picked out a black and white striped tie and a sleek black suit with matching trousers. Once satisfied, she turned her attention to her own outfit for the day. Typically, her work attire leaned towards comfort and casualness, rarely formal. However, before she could begin selecting, Ling Xiao had already stealthily handed her a dress. Your complexion is fair. This color suits you well. That was a light blue dress with three-dimensional floral patterns, embodying a hint of vintage flair that would elevate her allure significantly. After changing into the dress, Xiao Lian quickly styled her hair into a loose bun, applying light makeup and adorning herself with long pearl earrings. As she descended the stairs, Ling Xiao couldn't help but steal a glance, finding it impossible to look away. Isn't this too formal? She twirled in front of him, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with uncertainty. No, you look marvelous. His admiration ignited a desire to keep her hidden away. After breakfast, realizing the time was running late, they had undoubtedly missed the mark. Xiao Lian reclined in the passenger seat, jesting, after a month of hard work. IVE returned to square one. What do you mean? Perfect attendance. The company's time clock is remarkably precise that IT can detect even a second's delay. Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly, his gaze commanding. If the time clock is so precise, I'll make it malfunction for a day. Moreover, Mrs. Ling, you are newlywed. I doubt anyone would dare deduct your attendance. Xiao Lian chuckled, amused by his self-importance, yet she acknowledged the truth. Being newlywed was indeed a factor, especially with her husband being the head of the Ling group. She pondered and remarked, Does this mean I'm using your power? Ling Xiao contemplated, his lips pursed in mock seriousness. It could be considered that way. Their banter continued until they arrived at the company. To avoid unnecessary speculation, Xiao Lian exited the car first. Waiting for the elevator at the lobby, a group of colleagues chattered as they passed by. Surprised by her elegant appearance, Xiao Lian, are you going on a blind date today? You look stunning. Indeed, beautiful. Should we introduce you? I guarantee we can find you a diamond bachelor, just as she was about to respond. She noticed Ling Xiao approaching with a black briefcase, his expression stern as he made his way toward her. Boss. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yin feigned cordiality as he entered his private elevator, casting her a meaningful glance. Blind date? Is that even a possibility? What a lack of ambition you display. Nonetheless, it seems that Ling has a certain charm about him today. He looks remarkably handsome. Have you noticed? Absolutely stunning. He is clad in a blue shirt, exuding an undeniable sense of fashion that could easily overshadow those young idols in the entertainment industry. As for Xiao Yin, she appears somewhat distracted. When her design department floor was called, her colleagues followed suit, gossiping with curiosity. Xiao team leader, did you catch Ling's glance just now? Is there something between you two? Indeed, today you look exceptionally beautiful, matching Ling in your blue attire. It resembles a couple's outfit. The female colleagues from the design department surrounded her, brimming with intrigue that if Xiao Yin were to take this seriously, she would have lost. She shrugged and replied nonchalantly, what could there possibly be? The only thing is that one time when the inebriated CEO happened to drop me home. Besides, Ling is Ling, and I am me. There's a clear distinction between the boss and the employee. They pondered this, recognizing that although Xiao Yin is the team leader of the design department, there is still a director above her. Even a director in Huanqing could hardly stir significant waves. Although these two have been rumored to be involved, in this day and age, it's common for anyone who looks good in the company to have some gossip circulating with the big boss. Shortly after returning to her seat, Xiao Yin was summoned to the office by Yi Lan to discuss the upcoming design competition editions on Friday. How is the preparation going? Are you nervous? Yi Lan inquired amiably without any pretense. Xiao Yin contemplated for a moment and replied, it's going well, that I'm not particularly nervous. If I advance, that's great, but if not, it's my own lack of ability. Yi Lan nodded, understanding Xiao Yin's capabilities. Had she only been the team leader of Huanqing's design department, Yi Lan would have been genuinely concerned. However, since learning of her identity as the internet sensation Yo-Yo, she felt considerably more at ease. Just perform well and let things unfold naturally. After imparting a few more details about the audition process, she allowed Xiao Yin to return. 2 days later, the design auditions commenced. This was not the initial wave, as some candidates had already been screened out. The participants present were all elites within the design industry. There were prominent figures from various design firms, and among them was Xiao Yin, who, despite her years as a ghostwriter, had yet to gain any recognition in the industry. She had only managed to achieve one credited work, which had unfortunately been marred by allegations of plagiarism. Thus, she was merely a fresh newcomer. Mingtai Design, however, was a powerhouse in the industry, and they sent their seasoned veteran, Li Mingyu, who had been with the company for 5 years, AS for the audition rules. The challenges were to be assessed in real time, ensuring there was no possibility for any embellishment. This audition was under the watchful eyes of many in the industry, both established names and newcomers, all eager to see who would ultimately secure a coveted spot worth investing heavily in for recruitment. On Friday morning, the sky was overcast as Xiao Yin and a group of others arrived at the audition venue. Most of the elite participants were familiar faces, exchanging greetings, while Xiao Yin felt somewhat out of place. Excuse me, are you a staff member? A newcomer asked. Xiao Yin smiled. No, I am here to participate in the auditions. Oh, who are you? The group found it curious, as there were few talents in the industry, and this fresh face was someone they had never encountered before. Did I work at Huanqing? Huanqing? How long have you been there? I am new. Xiao Yin replied casually, leaving the others stunned that a newcomer attending the auditions. What was Huanqing thinking? Did they really have no one else? Xiao Yin appeared youthful, not giving off the impression of an experienced professional, but rather as if she were just playing dress-up. Around 8 o'clock, the prominent judges of the design world arrived, and the competition topic was quickly announced. Design a garment with distinct Eastern characteristics in the shortest time possible. With a limit of 1 hour for impromptu creation, the crowd was taken aback, both anticipating and unanticipated by the challenge. The rationale behind this topic was clear. A prestigious fashion show was to be held in the capital this autumn, and the organizers sought to attract elite talents to contribute to the event. While international designers were a given, domestic talents were equally capable. This prompt was familiar to most, a classic fashion challenge. Yet the 1 hour time constraint from conception to refinement posed a significant challenge. especially when balancing market considerations and creativity. Seated beside Xiao Lian was Li Mingyu, who admired her beauty, but from a professional standpoint. He held a dismissive and skeptical view that as he focused on his own design. He noticed Xiao Lian leisurely doodling without a care in the world, leaving him speechless. Huanqing was a leading company in the industry. It was simply absurd for them to send a mere decorative participant to a traditional audition like this. An insult, he scoffed, smirking to himself as he redirected his attention to his work. Conversely, Xiao Lian's artistic style deviated from the norm, as a professional ghostwriter for Xiaoshan. Many of her creative avenues had been restricted, leading her to prioritize marketability over originality. However, during her time as a carefree internet celebrity, she had the freedom to unleash her creativity without constraints, a version of herself she preferred. Given that this was an impromptu challenge, the emphasis was on spontaneity. With a slight smile, she deftly sketched on her draft. And in the brief moment that Li Mingyu had been distracted, he realized that Xiao Lian had already begun her work, flowing effortlessly without pause. This was simply unscientific. The only plausible explanation was that this rookie was completely muddling through without a draft or refinement. How could she possibly produce anything remarkable? As time ticked away, approximately 50 minutes in, Xiao Lian was the first to submit her drawing. That IT was akin to a high school exam, where some students were only halfway through when others turned in their papers, creating an unspoken pressure. However, the distinction between the top students and the underperformers was clear. The top students induced anxiety, while the underperformers merely became the subject of ridicule. The crowd remained unperturbed, with Li Mingyu displaying a smirk of derision. Convinced that with Huanqing's decision to send such a decorative participant, Xiao Lian would inevitably become the laughingstock of the industry post-audition. Unfazed by the gazes around her, Xiao Lian quietly awaited the final results. The outcomes of the auditions were announced swiftly, ensuring maximum fairness with no possibility of cheating. That as the hour concluded, the elites gradually submitted their drafts, each feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Miss Qiao, you were the first to submit. How is your drawing?" One person casually inquired, attempting to lighten the mood. Chapter 65. A face-slapping moment. She is the finale. Xiao Lian feigned ignorance to the underlying implications, raising an eyebrow. "It's quite good." Truly, she was not modest at all. When the results are revealed, she might just find herself at the bottom. Chin, let us not kid ourselves. Even if Miss Qiao's drawing is subpar, she certainly won't land at the very bottom. As only the names of the top 8 will be announced, Miss Qiao, I look forward to studying your drawing closely. Li Mingyu felt confident, although he looked down on how Xiao Lian made it to the audition. Her looks were appealing. That a few kind words might just win him some favor for future endeavors. Meanwhile, back at Huanqing's design department, a group was placing bets. Some were betting on the various industry moguls, others on Ding Xin, and some on Mingtai, yet no one placed a bet on Xiao Lian. After all, while others lacked the courage to wager on her, she did, but her abilities were questionable. Betting on Li Mingyu from Mingtai, a bad idea. After all, that would inflate his reputation at the expense of ROWN. That IT seems so, but Li Mingyu's skills are genuinely impressive. As for Xiao Lian, Lin Na interjected, unable to hold back, who was trying to undermine their own reputation. Xiao Lian's skills are so mediocre. What reputation could she possibly have? Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Hao Zifeng chuckled softly. I'm in, me too. Little Kai, ever loyal since Xiao Lian had lent her a hand, eagerly joined in. What a lively gathering. Just then, Ling Xiao and Yi Lan entered, their gazes laden with meaning. Yi Lan smiled at the crowd, having overheard their earlier remarks. Under normal circumstances, she would have addressed such antics privately. But this time was an exception, especially in front of the boss. Count me in. The crowd looked bewildered. Yi, who are you betting on? Yi Lan did not hesitate. Of course, I'm betting on Xiao Lian. She is my choice. Not betting on her would be a question of my judgment, wouldn't it? So, have you all placed your bets on her? Lina pouted, thinking to herself, indeed, everyone has placed their bets, except for Xiao Lian. Well then, President Ling, would you care to place a wager as well? I find it rather amusing. Ling Xiao maintained his usual impassive expression, yet a fleeting smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his true feelings at that moment. He raised an eyebrow and declared, I have faith in Director Ye's judgment. I shall bet on Xiao Lian. The expressions of the crowd varied, with the big boss backing Xiao Lian. What reason did they have to bet on Li Mingyu from Mingtai? Consequently, a significant portion of people turned their bets towards Qiao Lian, leaving only a handful of Lina's supporters steadfastly backing Li Mingyu. The results should be out soon, right? Yilan glanced at the time. Once the results from the preliminary selection were announced, they would know how things stood on their end at the venue. Li Mingyu was unperturbed, merely concerned about his ranking. The elite chatted and laughed, not once doubting their progression into the top 8. That, however, when names were called and only 2 remained, tension gripped the elite, fear setting in. Li Mingyu's palms were clammy with sweat as he thought to himself. Among the final 2, one of them must be him. The host, wanting to build suspense, announced the last selected individual, but the audience sensed something amiss. That weren't there still 2 spots available. How could there be only 1? 6 had been called. Was there a miscalculation? Was one eaten by a dog? The host chuckled, urging everyone to remain calm. Indeed, there were 8 spots. However, a mysterious guest had been added last minute, who would advance directly, leaving only 1 slot remaining. What mysterious guest? Why did she get a free pass while we all had to go through the selection? The organizers seemed rather unscrupulous. Had they known, they would have skipped the event. So, who was the last selected individual? The host's gaze shifted towards Qiao Lian, nodding as he announced, the last one, the grand finale, is Qiao Lian from Huaxing. But why her? As her number was called, the entire audience turned their disbelief-laden gazes upon her. Particularly Li Mingyu. How could a mere ornament be chosen while he, a seasoned veteran, was not? It was inconceivable. There must be some trickery involved at a newcomer advancing. Who was the organizer trying to deceive? This selection lacked credibility. They claimed it was a fair competition, yet it appeared more like an underhanded scheme. With a pretty girl chosen, if they wanted to create a buzz, they should have been upfront about it. What a waste of our time. These doubts were not new to Qiao Lian. She had grown accustomed to such skepticism. However, the organizers bore the brunt of this backlash, and the host, glancing at Qiao Lian, somewhat helplessly inquired, Miss Qiao, would you be willing to publicly reveal your design draft? Qiao Lian was indifferent. Whether public or private mattered little, as she had already secured the outcome she desired, sure. Her willingness prompted the organizers to swiftly present her design draft before the crowd. A renowned design mogul, personally vouching for her work, remarked, this design has passed through my hands. Just moments ago, I was joking with old Qian that if this draft does not take first place, then it would indeed be a travesty. Li Mingyu's expression transitioned from disbelief to shock, and finally to awe and acceptance that a psychological journey he himself had not recognized. He had assumed her to be an ornament. Yet she proved to be a masterful talent, equal to his own, that if she qualified as a newcomer, then there would be no veterans left in the design industry. Feeling a sense of shame, he approached Qiao Lian and apologized. Miss Qiao, I sincerely apologize. I look forward to learning from you. Qiao Lian smiled, mutual learning that he took the initiative to add her on WeChat, harboring ulterior motives. After all, while there were many women in the design field, few possessed such beauty and talent. After the preliminary selection concluded, Huaxing received the news, and Yilan brought it to the office. Many believed they had already predicted the outcome, but when they heard from Yilan that Qiao Lian had advanced, everyone was stunned. Team leader Qiao advanced. My goodness, is that for real? Should I go buy a lottery ticket today? Hao Zifeng was unperturbed, though he felt a sense of pride, while Lina's expression darkened. She had thought Qiao Lian was merely lucky. Yet, with so many elites competing, selecting only 7 was a feat akin to reaching for the stars. Furthermore, some of you bet on Li Mingyu, who has now been eliminated. Qiao Lian not only advanced but did so in first place. The distinction between first place and merely advancing was significant. This was not merely luck, but a testament to her skill that Yilan held her head high, elated, just moments before the preliminary selection started. Ming Tai's people had called her, mocking that Huaxing was so desperate they sent an ornament. But now, who dared to speak ill of Qiao Lian or claim Huaxing was lacking talent? Yet, Yilan had to consider one thing. This was just a preliminary selection, and Qiao Lian had gained recognition in the industry that if anyone sought to poach her, she would need to establish strong connections. After leaving the office, the design department was abuzz with excitement. Wasn't Li Mingyu supposed to be incredible? How did he get eliminated? Thank goodness I backed team leader Qiao. But when did team leader Qiao become this impressive? First place. How good? Who do you think is stronger? You or team leader Qiao? Hao Zifeng was unbothered, raising an eyebrow, probably Qiao Lian. After all, I can't guarantee I could secure first place in such a selection. After he spoke, Lena instinctively glanced at him. Chapter 66. The Innocent Lotus. The mysterious guest. She felt a surge of resentment. Only she knew the depths of her feelings. After work, she complained to her boyfriend, Wang Zheng, about Xiao Lian, who had previously stirred such a scandal. If not for that, she wouldn't have been dismissed by Yuan Sheng, that a woman who could steal someone else's design draft, and yet she could take first place. I refuse to believe it. There must be some underhanded dealings. If there are, so be it, Wang Zheng replied affectionately, ignoring such matters. Lena felt unsettled and pushed him away, saying, "Stop it. I suspect it has something to do with President Ling. With his influence, securing a first place in a preliminary selection is nothing for him." Moreover, today, both President Ling and Director Yi came to the office, and President Ling explicitly stated he would bet on Xiao Lian. If he's so certain, there must be some hidden manipulation. Wang Zheng frowned, displeased that his enjoyment was interrupted. Why bother with that woman? Even if she has President Ling backing her, can she rely on that for life? What do you mean? Wang Zheng whispered seductively in her ear. If you let me have my way today, I'll reveal some insider information. Although Lena was usually open-minded in bed, Wang Zheng's words were too explicit. She bit her lip, torn between reluctance and curiosity, but ultimately succumbed. President Ling is married. Xiao Lian is merely a trivial mistress. How long can she last? Do you think the legitimate wife would remain oblivious to her existence? Once Wang Zheng finished speaking, Lena's excitement surged. That I have intimate photos of her with President Ling. If I send those to his wife, it would certainly make for an interesting spectacle. But who is President Ling's wife? Wang Zheng embraced her, swiftly peeling off her clothes. Eager to continue, I'm not sure about that, but there is no rush. Let us wait until Xiao Lian's participation in this variety show concludes. If she embarrasses herself, we won't even need to lift a finger. The company will handle her. If President Ling continues to protect her, then Lena understood clearly. Now that Wang Zheng wanted to hold her again, she was no longer resistant. The following Tuesday, after the preliminary selection, Xiao Lian arrived at Strawberry TV at the appointed time. Upon entering the backstage area, several others who had participated in the preliminary selection were also present. The elite had changed their previous demeanor, treating Xiao Lian with much more courtesy, chatting and laughing together. After everyone had finished their makeup, they waited a while longer for the show's director to arrive. First, we'll shoot some behind-the-scenes footage, and then we can discuss other details. Director, aren't there's supposed to be 8 people? Whereas that mysterious guest? The elite were all prominent figures in the industry. Being selected in the preliminary round was one thing, but no one wished to be overshadowed by an unknown contender. The director glanced at the time. She should be here shortly. The group waited for nearly half an hour before the guest finally arrived. Apologies for the delay, everyone. The mysterious guest was none other than Xiao Shan. Upon seeing her, Xiao Lian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Xiao Shan smirked, seemingly unsurprised to encounter Xiao Lian here. Her complexion appeared poor, her face lacking color, especially as they were to film behind-the-scenes footage today. Her face covered in makeup, making her look pale. Men often sympathize with the weak, and Xiao Shan certainly had the credentials to evoke such feelings. A renowned beauty designer in the industry, her extraordinary talent alone was enough to silence the crowd. Miss Qiao, we understand if you have matters to attend to. Since you're here, let us get started. Xiao Shan nodded, occasionally coughing a couple of times. The behind-the-scenes footage primarily focused on individual shots, capturing some exemplary moments. Once the personal segments were completed, the attention would shift to the collective, documenting the evolution from unfamiliarity to camaraderie among the 8 participants. Naturally, if any conflicts arose, the production team would not hesitate to steer the narrative. The filming of Xiao Lian and several others' individual segments proceeded swiftly, but when it came to Xiao Shan, the camera lingered longer. Being a mysterious guest, coupled with her status as an emerging beauty and designer, she was bound to captivate the audience's interest. Afterward, the team would capture moments of the 8 individuals getting acquainted, highlighting both comedic and dramatic points. However, the dynamic between Xiao Lian and Xiao Shan grew somewhat delicate. Xiao Lian maintained a respectful distance from Xiao Shan, who appeared to be on the verge of expressing something, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment and hesitation. With a pale complexion, Xiao Shan repeatedly attempted to engage Xiao Lian in conversation, only to find her efforts fruitless in front of the camera. The contrast between Xiao Lian's vibrant demeanor and Xiao Shan's was striking. Despite Xiao Lian's attempts to appear natural and carefree, she could not overshadow the subtle machinations of Xiao Shan, who often initiated conversation in fleeting moments. Xiao Lian scarcely even noticed the glances, let alone responded. Once filming concluded, Xiao Lian made no effort to linger. After all, she was now a woman with a family. Yet, Xiao Shan intercepted her, stating, "Xiao Lian, I have something to discuss with you, sister. I don't believe there is anything worthwhile for us to discuss." Xiao Lian replied, her gaze tinged with sarcasm. That wasn't the chaos at the Ling family enough? What new scheme do you have in mind to ruin me? Though Xiao Shan had not revealed herself during the auditions, she had effortlessly advanced to the next stage, which held little interest for Xiao Lian. However, it was evident to her that Xiao Shan was not solely here for the spotlight. Her true motive was more personal, aimed squarely at Xiao Lian. Biting her lip, Xiao Shan's eyes brimmed with tears, projecting a sense of profound injustice. That time, I had my reasons, Lian. Let us put our past grievances aside. Can't you at least listen to me for a moment? Having encountered Xiao Shan's manipulative demeanor countless times before, Xiao Lian was unfazed that if you wish to continue your performance, feel free, but I have no interest in watching it any longer. Goodbye. With that, she turned her back and waved her hand, preparing to depart. As Xiao Shan watched the figure retreating into the distance, a cold smirk crossed her lips. Her participation in the program was far from simple. She not only aimed to claim first place and gain recognition from Yi Yue, but also to decisively trample Xiao Lian underfoot. If she could coerce her to act as a mere puppet for 3 years, she could do so again. "Miss Xiao, why are you crying?" A staff member, showing concern, approached and offered her a tissue. Xiao Shan's lips trembled, her eyes red as if she had endured great suffering. "I'm fine. Just had a disagreement with my sister. It's left me feeling a bit down." "Sister? You and Xiao Lian are siblings? No wonder I thought it was quite a coincidence that you both share the surname Xiao." The staff member's realization was accompanied by curiosity about how the sisters had grown so estranged, especially given Xiao Shan's pale complexion, indicative of ill health. 2 days later, the behind-the-scenes footage was released online and simultaneously aired on Strawberry TV. Chapter 67. In Fury, ripping apart the green tea. Reality shows had gained immense popularity in recent years. Yet few dared to venture into skill-based formats. Strawberry TV boldly took the plunge. Strawberry TV. La la la. The long-awaited fashion party's behind-the-scenes footage is here. All you young gentlemen and ladies, hurry to take a look. Initially, when Strawberry TV released the footage, traffic on Weibo was modest. However, within an hour, the view count skyrocketed and the number of comments shattered expectations. "Wow, this is my first time watching such a variety show. It's actually quite interesting. Even though they aren't celebrities, it feels very genuine. Is this about fashion? I think I just saw Miss Xiao Shan. Isn't she the talented artist who was quite popular before? She is here too." Those tuned in to see Xiao Shan found the behind-the-scenes clips entertaining, hoping not to be disappointed. However, a significant portion of the comments began to take a darker turn, shifting the focus to another layer of intrigue. "Xiao Lian, Xiao Shan. Do these two know each other? Something feels off, and why does Miss Xiao Shan look so unwell? Is she sick? Working while ill? That's quite a dedication. Can the production team give her a day off? To the lovely folks upstairs, I know the truth. Xiao Shan and Xiao Lian are sisters, but Xiao Lian was adopted by Xiao Shan's parents. She is the epitome of an ingrate. Do you know why Xiao Shan looks so terrible? She had a miscarriage. Just as she got pregnant, she lost the baby, all thanks to that scheming Xiao Lian. Even if they aren't blood sisters, how could she heartlessly push her into a cold, icy pool? Many witnessed the incident that day, yet the vile girl continues to deny it. But it's no surprise. She has powerful backing, and no one can touch her. Once this user named Yue Guang shared their revelation, the comments exploded. The keyboard warriors online excelled at tearing apart the wicked, especially as Xiao Lian became the target of disdain. Is it true? If so, how could such a person still be on the show? Doesn't the production team do any background checks? My goodness, to think that sisters could act in such a manner. Looking at the beautiful young lady, who would have expected such malice? I also believe what the person above said is true. Did you notice how many times Xiao Shan tried to talk to Xiao Lian, only to fail? Meanwhile, Xiao Lian pretended to be serious. What a farce! Curiosity piqued. Viewers began to speculate about Xiao Lian's connections. How could she participate in a skill-based program? Is she not just a novice? As the names of Qiao Shan and Xiao Lian dominated the Weibo trending list, Xiao Lian was mercilessly critiqued. Not long after, a user claiming to be a staff member from Strawberry TV commented below, "After filming the behind the scenes, I saw Qiao Shan and Xiao Lian. Qiao Shan was particularly amiable, trying to say a few words, but the so-called sister just brushed her off without a word. Qiao Shan was so upset she cried. What a weirdo. It's just a show. I'm watching just for Qiao Shan, but I also want to see what that weirdo can do." In an instant, Xiao Lian found herself engulfed in a different kind of fury, with public sentiment overwhelmingly against her, leaving her without any means to retaliate. Ling Xiao learned of this news late in the evening at Yu Run, aware that Ling Xiao typically did not concern himself with gossip. Pondered for a moment before deciding to call him. "Boss, this Qiao Shan is no ordinary character. It won't be easy for Miss Qiao to win, having navigated the business world for many years." Ling Xiao quickly grasped the situation. The show hadn't even begun, and Qiao Shan had already managed to shift the tide of public opinion in her favor, garnering sympathy while plunging Xiao Lian into a corner from which she could not escape. He did not deny that Xiao Lian possessed exceptional design talent and capability, but if Qiao Shan could manipulate her once, she could certainly do so again. After hanging up, Ling Xiao made a call to Yi Wei's father. Ye's father was surprised to receive a call from Ling Xiao and intended to foster a good relationship, but instead found himself drenched in cold sweat. Ling Xiao stated, "Take care of your future daughter-in-law. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to see the Yi family thoroughly consumed." Though the Yi family had the backing of the Ling family, Ling Xiao's authority made it difficult for them to gain any real benefits. Coupled with poor business management, the Yi family was struggling, with many profitable subsidiaries already being encroached upon that if this continued, bankruptcy was imminent. Ling Xiao's sudden declaration left Yi Shanhu no choice but to call back his son and daughter-in-law immediately. Yi Wei, unaware of the situation, was taken aback by her father's words. "What have you done this time? Qiao Shan, do not think I want to take action against you." Qiao Shan, tearfully protesting, replied, "I truly did nothing this time. Participating in this show was your agreement, and how the audience perceives me is beyond my control." Moreover, many witnessed what transpired at the Ling family home. Yi Wei remained skeptical, her expression darkening. Yi Shanhu, dismissing any further discussion, grumbled, "No matter how you handle this, just apologize quickly and pacify Ling Xiao." "Dad, we are legitimate relatives of the Ling family. Surely Ling Xiao wouldn't go that far." Yi Shanhu scoffed. "Do you really understand who Ling Xiao is? If he is truly provoked, he could erase the Yi family from the capital entirely." Yi Wei fell silent, her gaze shifting to the source of the turmoil. Qiao Shan felt a surge of frustration. She was unwilling to apologize, yet she knew she could not stand idly by. Tugging at Yi Wei's sleeve, she sniffled and said, "I understand your predicament, that if you wish for me to clarify things, I will do so." 5 minutes later, Qiao Shan personally went online and posted a Weibo message, stating that the events of that day were not the fault of anyone else, nor was anyone pushing her. It was merely her own carelessness, and she hoped that everyone would not misunderstand. With a crying face emoji, she clarified the situation, but the comment section became even more vicious. "It seemed to me that the young lady was being threatened. Wasn't it said that Xiao Lian had some powerful backing? My goodness, I feel like I have uncovered the truth. It's utterly disgusting. Such women deserve to be torn to shreds. Is there a group willing to send Xiao Lian death threats? Who knows her address? Step forward." In an instant, another storm of blood and gore ensued. In Chapter 68. The topic was already generating heat. Yi Wei observed Qiao Shan with a complex expression. He was no fool and understood well that Qiao Shan was trying to shift the blame onto him. Knowing that Xiao Lian was unwilling to bear this moment in the Liyuan, Xiao Lian was leisurely reclining against her headboard, applying a face mask and closing her eyes to rejuvenate, seemingly unaffected by the incident. After a brief nap, she returned a book to its place and began scrolling through her phone. Not mentioning Weibo, the keyboard warriors had no idea what her Weibo account was, but her WeChat was buzzing. "Xiao Qingqing, Xiao Xiaolian, what were you thinking participating in that show? Weibo has exploded. Please take care, that mob is ruthless. Xiao Qingqing, where are you? Don't do anything rash. If you're unhappy, we can just opt out. Hao Zifeng, Xiao Lian, you should be aware of the situation on Weibo, right? I believe in you, but it's crucial to buy some online support at this moment. Li Mingyu. Xiao Lian, although we've only met once. I trust you. Unaware of everything that had transpired, Xiao Lian closed WeChat and began browsing Weibo. Upon doing so, she was startled to discover that her name was trending rather excessively, furrowing her brow. She was not surprised. It was Xiao Shan's usual tactic to lean to her side. Ling Xiao had arrived unbeknownst to her. His face was dark, radiating an unspoken tension. Startled, Xiao Lian asked, "What is wrong?" seeing her feigned calmness despite the gravity of the situation. Ling Xiao felt a pang of concern that I saw everything on Weibo. I'll handle matters with Xiao Shan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian understood the implication. She shook her head. No need, but how do you plan to address it? Ling Xiao frowned. The mere thought of the incessant clinginess of Xiao Shan made him feel nauseous. That we will start with Xiao Shan's miscarriage. His expression was grave, indicating he was not jesting. Xiao Lian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized he was trying to assist her. However, this was a matter between her and Xiao Shan. It would be better if she handled it herself. That I saw everything just now, but it doesn't mean much to me. Black fire is still fire. Moreover, if we expose Xiao Shan now, it might reduce the audience for this reality show. Ling Xiao, you know that for the past 3 years I have been Xiao Shan's behind-the-scenes gunner. I am curious to see whether I can win this round or if she will. This time, I want to stand before everyone and win fairly. Xiao Shan is Xiao Shan, and I am me. I can disregard her past glories, but from this moment on, I only wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. She pressed her lips together, her demeanor calm yet resolute. All right. Ling Xiao was well aware of her stubbornness, so he could only offer his support. Lian, from now on, you have me. After a day had passed, Xiao Lian returned to Strawberry TV to record the program. The preliminary footage had been completed, and now the focus was on crafting design drafts. Processing, producing, and selecting models. While these steps sounded straightforward, the journey from design to final product was not short, and the edited version always showcased just a small portion of the most explosive and controversial moments. The theme of the first episode was returning to the workplace as a mother. Key points: workplace, motherhood. Modern society's expectations of women are excessively stringent, requiring them to manage careers while also maintaining households. If a woman is a newly married but childless mother, it may be manageable. However, once she becomes pregnant, all plans in her life can be thrown into disarray. Having children and raising them, while simultaneously facing various domestic conflicts, can lead to feelings of inferiority and depression, creating a sense of disconnection from society. When it comes time to return to the workplace, often everything must be reshuffled and restarted. Thus, a tolerant attitude from society is essential. The first thought of the 8 designers was the halo of motherhood, and the initial design intentions revolved largely around femininity and sensuality. Sensuality is not inherent. Rather, it stems from motherhood and the accumulation of time, rendering it more flavorful and captivating than before. Each designer had their exclusive cubicle for design drafts, and Xiao Lian's habit was to empty her mind as much as possible at the beginning. So much so that while others had already begun, she was still quietly lost in thought. That in contrast, Xiao Shan only wore a sweet smile at the start. Later, she was full of confidence, even flashing a large V sign at the camera. Post-production caption: just a little secret. The genius artist is about to showcase her skills. The initial recording period was not long, and everything remained harmonious. Xiao Shan did not continue to play the victim. Everything seemed normal, though her makeup was quite heavy, making her appear to be in poor physical condition. This easily led the audience to speculate about a melodramatic plot. The fashion party adopted a live recording and broadcasting model, which was relatively bold for a variety show. Shortly after the first episode was recorded, Strawberry TV's app already had synchronized videos available at 7:40 p.m. that evening. It aired on time. Xiao Shan is my idol. For her sake, I will not miss a single episode. Not only do I have my goddess, but there's also the drama queen, and I'm so looking forward to it. I hope it doesn't disappoint. When the program had been airing for 5 minutes, the ratings were mediocre, but by the 10-minute mark, they skyrocketed, climbing uncontrollably. Especially during the segment when designers began selecting their models, it reached a peak. This rating figure was somewhat legendary in the industry for variety shows. My goodness, when did reality shows become this popular? It's not the reality show, it's certain individuals who bring their own topics. In the future, variety shows should invite more artists who engage in love-hate relationships. The audience loves it. And indeed, that was the case. Without drama, without twists and turns in the plot, who would watch? Just like the first episode's arrangement of designers selecting models. That alone was a hot topic. Xiao Shan was supposed to be the first to choose. Her reputation in the industry was significant, and her online recognition undoubtedly made her the leader among the 8. When it was her turn, she modestly deferred, but the others still refused. "Miss Xiao, please go ahead. We're just rough men. We can choose later, no problem." Xiao Shan was polite for a moment, but did not continue to be overly modest. After all, selecting a good model to showcase her designs was more important than anything else. In stark contrast, Xiao Lian was the last to choose. Her qualifications were the least established, although she had topped the auditions. It was only once, and not many regarded her as a significant threat. When it was her turn, there was only one model left, leaving her with no options. Everyone awaited the spectacle, yet she smiled. In Chapter 69, The Taste of Defeat. How does it feel? Designer Xiao must have confirmed her choice with her eyes. The last one is a stunning beauty. You should be quite satisfied, right? The host interjected to ease the awkward atmosphere. Xiao Lian remained non-committal, responding, "Yes, I am very satisfied. I was left with such a wonderful girl." Viewers outside the television might find it puzzling. Among the 8 models, why was the most beautiful one left unchosen? Only to be given to Xiao Lian? However, professionals understood. The model left for Xiao Lian was purely a decorative piece. Compared to the others with perfect proportions, she was hardly worthy of being mentioned. Afterwards, the decorative girl looked at Xiao Lian with guilt, fearing she might drag her down. The decorative girl was stunning, but not in a gaunt way that would turn off viewers. Rather, she had a natural beauty that remained captivating even without makeup, exuding the charm of first love, and had considerable potential for versatility. "That you're amazing. If I had the first pick, I would have chosen you too," Xiao Lian blurted out without a moment's hesitation, leaving the vase girl astonished. Though her expression was predominantly one of gratitude, she understood that Xiao Lian had no further opportunities to choose, but to express such sentiments on stage required a certain audacity. Yet, to others, this audacity appeared merely as misguided kindness, with the burden of a deadweight rendering any chance of success utterly impossible. After selecting the models, it was time to retreat to a small cubicle to draft design sketches, while also liaising with factories to procure the desired fabrics. Perhaps midway through sketching and upon the completion of the design, the camera would shift to Xiao Shan, who indeed did not disappoint. Her design pace was not particularly swift, yet it was consistently reliable, and the submission she presented would certainly not let anyone down. The other 6 contestants also maintained their steadiness. However, if everyone played it safe, where would the excitement lie? The camera focused on Xiao Lian, capturing her distracted demeanor, her silly expression while chewing on a pencil, and her discreet yawns, all of which were recorded in vivid detail. The comment section of the app erupted in fervor. Most viewers believed that Xiao Lian was all fluff, lacking genuine talent, and that her presence on Strawberry TV's variety show was merely a result of backing from wealthy sponsors. Yet, as the footage progressed, Xiao Lian's strokes seemed to possess a divine inspiration, and it was no exaggeration to say that she painted as if guided by the hands of a grand artist. Effortlessly commanding her craft, was she truly just scribbling? How could one paint so swiftly? Astonishment. Such blatant hype could only arise from a knowledge of being filmed, a deliberate ploy. Yet, would the outcome be presentable? Upon completing the sketches, post-production offered a complete view of the design drafts. The sketches appeared somewhat chaotic. However, from an overall perspective, they did not seem haphazard. Even from an unprofessional viewpoint, they evoked a sense of excellence. To participate in a reality show, one must possess a modicum of knowledge. Otherwise, one would be exposed in an instant. Am I the only one to notice that Xiao Lian's painting posture and the graceful way she put down her brush bear a striking resemblance to someone? The beautiful girl Yo-Yo? Could it be that they are referring to her? Indeed, it truly resembles her. Just days ago, the beauty posted a short video on her blog, albeit brief and without showing her face. Yet the movements were remarkably similar. 1. I am a devoted fan of the beautiful girl, having admired her for years, but could Xiao Lian genuinely be the beautiful girl? I find it hard to believe. Considering how formidable the beautiful girl is, you are all overthinking it. Do you not know a term called imitation? Just because Xiao Lian can mimic does not mean she is the beautiful girl. How could that be possible? It's all an act. I see through her, moreover. Those are merely sketches. What they ultimately produce remains a mystery. As the camera swept past the design drafts, it swiftly transitioned to the finished products, leading to the model's fittings, rehearsals, and finally, the commencement of the grand show. The lights dimmed dramatically, and the runway show began. Qiao Shan was scheduled to present third, while Xiao Lian was the final designer. The first two designers' models walked the runway with neither surprise nor disappointment. But Xiao Shan's designs embodied intellect, femininity, and allure. The colors leaned towards warm tones and a powerful woman aesthetic, and her creations consistently inspired a compelling urge to purchase. Her designs were considerate and market-friendly, yet decidedly unconventional, far from the commonplace styles flooding the market, garnering immense support from her audience. With the fifth and sixth models having completed their walks, it was now time for Xiao Lian's fashion showcase. Model Meng Su's overall makeup exuded a relaxed vibe, contrasting sharply with the prior strong and seductive themes. She appeared in a deep blue, high-waisted wide-leg jumpsuit, the upper body unconfined, with a notably large bow at the waist and bust, tied loosely to project an effortless comfort while maintaining a high-fashion aesthetic. This wide-leg jumpsuit immediately struck a chord with many new mothers eager to re-enter the workforce, having spent prolonged periods at home. Particularly while caring for children, exercise opportunities dwindled, leading to inevitable body changes. Thus, notions of allure were non-existent, with daily life feeling exhausting both physically and mentally. This style of clothing perhaps mirrored their current state, languid yet striving for comfort and aesthetics. Moreover, the other finished products designed by Xiao Lian predominantly emphasized comfort, leisure, and fashion. High-waisted, denim, camisole, and loose-fitting. Qiao Shan glared at the runway, her complexion paling. She was well aware of Xiao Lian's capabilities, yet that did not lessen the sting of witnessing her own potential defeat. She believed she had prepared thoroughly, yet the outcome was still disheartening. After the runway concluded, the judges provided their critiques, leading to the moment of truth where 8 contestants would be narrowed down. Although Qiao Shan and Xiao Lian's styles diverged significantly, their talents were comparable, making it difficult to ascertain a clear victor. Ultimately, when the results were announced, Qiao Shan in first place and Xiao Lian in second, it seemed to align with everyone's expectations. The audience merely stared blankly for a moment. While they acknowledged Xiao Lian's merit, awarding the championship to Qiao Shan was hardly objectionable, considering her status as a prodigious artist that in the subsequent episodes. Up until the penultimate one, the rankings remained relatively unchanged, with Qiao Shan firmly in first place. Just a day remained until the climactic showdown. This time, the format would be live, as the design drafts had been prepared in advance, and the finished products had already been dispatched to factories for production, eliminating the need for editing. The previous morning, Xiao Lian went to collect some of her equipment, and, just as she was about to leave, she encountered Qiao Shan exiting the Strawberry TV executive's office. Qiao Shan appeared radiant, a suspicious liquid seemingly adorning the corners of her mouth, as she sashayed over to Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian, after all your efforts, how does it feel to lose? Chapter 70, The Night of Reckoning. A successful comeback. Xiao Lian cast a nonchalant glance in her direction, buying off the judges, currying favor with the executives, aside from these few tactics. Do you possess anything else? Do you truly believe there exist walls that cannot be breached? Taken aback for a moment, Qiao Shan quickly broke into laughter, fiddling with her crimson nails, a cold smirk gracing her lips. And what of it? I don't believe anyone would take your word for it. The process means nothing. I desire only the outcome. The result is that I shall triumph tomorrow in the final showdown. Mind your words. Be cautious lest your tongue slip. Is that so? Qiao Shan scoffed. If I were you and lost this competition, returning to Huanqing would be utterly humiliating. You might as well head to Yuanqing. At least I, along with Yi Wei, am family and could provide you refuge. Disinterested in further exchanges, Qiao Lian turned and walked away. The following evening, before the broadcast commenced, viewership ratings soared. The studio buzzed with excitement as the production team hoped for a successful second season to be conceptualized. Perhaps even a fashion party too, since this program had captured the audience's interest. The lead producer contemplated, stating that viewers craved drama, and the most riveting content in the design world was undoubtedly the rivalry between these two sisters. If a second season were to materialize, it would be wise to invite them both back. However, I suspect that might prove challenging. After tonight's finale, one of them would undoubtedly be left with egg on their face. Thus, even the most lucrative invitations may not entice them to return. Then let us invite Xiao Shan, the genius artist. As for Qiao Lian, her caliber does not warrant a high-priced recruitment. With 2 minutes remaining until the finals began, the entirety of Huanqing's design department was glued to their phones or computers, some hoping for Qiao Lian to redeem herself, while others, like Lin Na, were eager for her to depart hastily. As the lights on stage flickered increasingly, the host emerged from the lift, and the show commenced. Good evening, audience friends. Welcome to tonight's fashion party finale, the pinnacle of the evening, as we welcome the 8 fashion designers to the stage. Following their appearances, a flurry of backstage activities ensued, with designers and models needing to change outfits, try them on, and undergo makeup. Time was limited and pressing, especially since Qiao Lian's model, Meng Su, had yet to arrive. Where is she? What time is it? Hurry, call, and urge her to come. The director was frantic, his eyes ablaze with urgency. Qiao Lian frequently checked the time. Only 15 minutes remained before the show began. That if they waited any longer, even if she arrived, it would be too late. She made a decisive choice, standing up. No more waiting. No more waiting. But Meng Su hasn't arrived. We can't just replace her. But with whom? The director had not anticipated such a significant blunder during a live broadcast. At this juncture, substituting anyone would be ill-advised. The models previously selected had already collaborated with their designers for several sessions, and changing now would yield a runway presentation that would not convey the intended vision. Without uttering a word, Qiao Lian retrieved the final dress she had designed, laying it out. The front appeared unremarkable, yet upon viewing the back, which was supposed to be open, her expression soured dramatically. Not only her, but the other designers and models, who had been almost ready, gathered around, clearly seeing the damage. The back portion of the open fabric had been deliberately torn, and aside from that, the hem was speckled with ink stains impossible to erase. Qiao Lian, what happened? Don't you have other finished pieces in this series? Perhaps you could switch to one of those. Indeed, even without this particular detail, it is certainly preferable to ascend in this manner. Among the designers, there are those who share a cordial relationship with her, and they have all been advising her. Qiao Lian instinctively took a deep breath and cast a glance at Xiao Shan, who looked utterly bewildered, as if she had no inkling of what was transpiring, only a fleeting, enigmatic smile gracing her lips at such a juncture. Failing to make a decisive choice for even a minute diminishes the flicker of hope. She seized a pair of scissors and, with a decisive cut at the intricately hollowed portion, executed the action with precision, causing a wave of tension among the onlookers. After finishing the trimming, she produced a paintbrush and began to embellish the dress with dabs of color. Then, without waiting for the camera to catch up, she dashed into the fitting room to change her attire with remarkable speed. The designers and audience alike were filled with curiosity. Could a garment already deemed doomed still conjure a miracle? Surely not. 1 minute passed, then 2, and when she emerged from the fitting room, it was as if everything had transformed. The dress remained the same, yet the aura it exuded was entirely different. The once striking gown now radiated an even more captivating effect, the earlier splotches of ink seeming inconsequential, as Qiao Lian had transformed them into a celestial tapestry. The cutout design had been discarded in favor of a half-exposed crisscross style, instantly elevating her elegance. With her naturally fair skin, donning such a dark evening gown under the lights imparted an unprecedented brilliance. She paid no heed to others' opinions, instructing the makeup artist to adjust her look according to her vision. The theme for the evening was secret love in Peach Blossom Land. Most designers opted for a fresh, youthful approach, and Qiao Lian followed suit, blending numerous elements of academic style, achieving both a youthful appearance and high fashion. However, Qiao Lian continued to tread her own unique path. Her grand finale piqued the anticipation of many viewers. Having followed the show through thick and thin, from initial derision to a gradual appreciation for her undeniable talent, she had begun to garner a following. Each of her designs was distinct, often appearing flamboyant and casual at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, they proved to be remarkably wearable, ensuring they would never become commonplace on the streets. This time, Qiao Lian embraced a dark aesthetic, the first love theme aligning seamlessly with the evening's motif. who decreed that a queen could not experience secret love or be the object of someone else's affections. She selected a palette dominated by deep hues, black, navy, and gilded accents that as the lights illuminated her appearance. The audience held their breath. Descending from the platform was not Ming Su, but a face so familiar it was almost surreal. Xiao Lian. Typically adorning only light makeup, she could still be captivating even barefaced. However, with such an exquisite application, she appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Yet her beauty was undeniably breathtaking, particularly accentuated by the subtle stars drawn at the tips of her brows. Each smile and frown exuding an irresistible charm. The starry gown, which she had revitalized, initially seemed ordinary when laid flat. Yet when worn, it flowed dramatically, reflecting the light like a shimmering galaxy, its beauty almost otherworldly. With her cool, refined makeup and the stunning starry dress, she radiated an aura of commanding elegance that ignited the atmosphere. Ah, how beautiful! My only concern now is whether this starry gown will be available for purchase. If so, I will buy it immediately. Xiao Lian was truly a delightful surprise. Regardless of her character, her artistry alone had won my admiration. She was simply magnificent. Upstairs, what does secret love have to do with students? Today's youth are far more mature than we were at their age. In contrast, we, nearing 40, are more reserved, left only with the option of secret affection. Bah, if I were to don that gown, I would confess in an instant. It's stunning. As the fashion show concluded and the lights brightened, the scene shifted. Chapter 71. A twist, the tycoon arrives. The 8 designers gathered together, with Xiao Lian and Xiao Shan side by side. Xiao Shan was dressed in a fresh, youthful ensemble, embodying the essence of first love, while Xiao Lian presented a stark contrast, having changed into an adaptable black, pleated silk dress with a deep V neckline. Her makeup reflecting a more aloof aesthetic, her long straight hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an assertive, regal vibe. This Xiao Lian, I think I've fallen for her. It was hard to believe she would betray Xiao Shan. The audience upstairs was filled with navet. Xiao Lian was merely crafting her persona. What queenly demeanor. Wasn't she still playing the role of a mistress? Comments flooded the app, the rapid-fire responses leaving everyone astonished. Regardless, it was evident that Xiao Lian had captured the spotlight. Now, let us unveil the champion of the fashion party. The host teased, smiling at the screen behind him. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. Oh, a tie? The audience wore expressions of bewilderment. Although many supported Xiao Shan, they recognized that even the untrained eye could discern Xiao Lian's superiority. The host was equally perplexed, unable to fathom how the judges, despite their numbers, could declare a tie between Xiao Lian and Xiao Shan. Such a decision would undoubtedly spark questions regarding fairness among the audience. Yet, the voice of the chief director echoed through the earpiece, declaring, "Proceed with the tie." The host, though uncertain, endeavored to manage the atmosphere, remarking, "Our design duo, the double Xiaos, are all top-tier talents." The judges faced a dilemma. 3 votes for Xiao Shan, 3 votes for Xiao Lian, resulting in a tie. The audience was left in shock. This program is utterly ridiculous. On a night meant for crowning a champion, we learn there are 2 winners. Do they think viewers lack intelligence? Backstage, the program's phone lines were overwhelmed with complaints and accusations of unfairness. The chief director felt helpless. The network's directors would not allow Xiao Shan to lose, yet the current outcome necessitated a tie. As he grappled with this awkward situation, he suddenly received an important call. 1 minute later, the host's earpiece crackled to life again, the chief director urgently instructing, "Now, immediately retract the previous tie result. A mysterious guest will soon appear, and whoever he votes for will be crowned tonight's champion." The comments on the app were chaotic. Just as the host finished his statement, the camera swiftly panned to the mysterious guest's location. The judges, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared to have lost their bravado. Xiao Lian turned her gaze in that direction, her dark eyes momentarily stunned. Why is he here? Meanwhile, Xiao Shan stood frozen, her earlier confidence evaporating. Her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Had he come as a special guest to support Xiao Lian? She was uncertain, but to her, Xiao Lian was a clandestine lover unworthy of public acknowledgement, presenting Mr. Ling Xiao, the president of Ling Corporation. His arrival was slightly delayed due to a late flight, but the timing is impeccable. Now, We entrust this final and most precious vote to Mr. Ling, who I believe has already made his decision. Dressed impeccably in a black suit, Ling Xiao settled into his seat, his piercing gaze lazily surveying the crowd. Upon spotting someone, the warmth in his eyes intensified. Did he have an answer? Certainly, he declined to take the voting device offered by the chief director. Instead, parting his lips to speak, his gaze fixed on Xiao Lian, the sharpness of his expression softening considerably that I watched the entire live broadcast from my car earlier. Each designer performed admirably. While I may not be a professional, I firmly believe that beauty is beauty, and thus, I choose Xiao Lian. Even knowing he would likely vote for her, hearing his eloquent declaration still sent shockwaves through her. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Ling Xiao, for coming all this way to support me. Ling Xiao's gaze remained locked on her throughout, and for those observing closely, it was clear that his eyes were filled with an almost obsessive admiration. I need to catch my breath. I never anticipated that watching an entertainment program would unveil such a formidable figure. The tycoon is simply stunning. That face, that physique, that voice. It eclipses all those young heartthrobs in an instant. Did you notice the theatricality in the tycoon-esque gaze? There seems to be something between him and Xiao Lian. Surely not. If they were truly involved, wouldn't they keep it under wraps? How could they dare to display such affection in public? That is not what I meant. If they were a couple, would it not be permissible to date? It's just rare for such thoughts to arise. Ling Xiao, as the head of Ling Corporation, would not choose someone so ordinary as his future wife. The outcome was now beyond question. The champion of this season's fashion party is Xiao Lian. Having participated in numerous competitions, she truly deserves her accolades. Setting aside the rumors, it is evident that she devotes herself wholeheartedly to her designs. Her passion is palpable to all. Xiao Lian bowed once more, expressing gratitude to everyone who has supported her. Thank you all. With your encouragement, I aspire to journey further along this path. Throughout this arduous journey, she has remained true to herself. This evening has allowed many to rediscover the woman before them, revealing a persona that starkly contrasts with preconceived notions. Unpretentious, genuine, and certainly not the type to resort to petty schemes or backdoor dealings. Ultimately, gossip is just that, gossip. Those with a more mature mindset treat it as mere entertainment, not allowing it to affect their hearts. This is live broadcasting, and if there were any truth to such antics, then how does one explain the incident where Xiao Lian's gown was torn and splattered with ink? This is a competition. After all, everyone is watching. To manipulate the rules in such circumstances is no easy feat, especially when one considers the pressure. With just 15 minutes left before her runway appearance, when the model bailed and the main show's outfit was ruined, her composure in transforming an unpromising dress into a breathtaking gown resembling a starry night sky exemplifies her remarkable talent. Such a Xiao Lian is truly worthy of admiration. After the show concluded, the designers returned to the backstage area. After such a long ordeal, despite the models taking the spotlight, it was exhausting, emotionally especially. With so many eyes glued to the live broadcast, any mistake could result in significant embarrassment. Xiao Lian, your adaptability far surpasses ours. Had it been any of us, we would likely have panicked, although they were all competitors. Regardless of the industry, there is always a sense of reverence for the strong. Now that the show has ended, there is no need for enmity. Indeed, with so much ink splattered, one wonders who is behind it. If it were me, I would curse their entire family. Xiao Lian merely smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Shan before averting her gaze. One cannot say that. From another perspective, had that gown not been ruined, I might not have found such inspiration. So I must express my gratitude to that individual for facilitating my creativity. Her tone was light and carefree, as if she were utterly unfazed. Others exchanged glances, recognizing the truth in her words. Without the ink, there would have been no starry gown, and thus, no breathtaking finale. Attempting to undermine Xiao Lian inadvertently became a means of her achievement, which is rather amusing. Sister, do you not agree with my assessment? Chapter 72. One of a kind, his affection. Xiao Lian cast a casual glance towards her. Xiao Shan's expression was rigid, her frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. Yet she could not reveal her emotions at that moment. She managed to muster a forced smile, feeling an intense loathing for Xiao Lian. Tonight, she was confident of victory. Winning yet another competition was hardly a challenge for her. However, she feared that Xiao Lian might conjure some last-minute trick to sabotage her chances. Yet to her dismay, she found herself unwilling to let go of the opportunity to outshine others, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Xiao Lian, have you and President Ling made arrangements? Did he come specifically for you? As her words lingered in the air, others fell silent, caught off guard. What does it mean to come specifically for Xiao Lian? Shouldn't it be that the production team invited President Ling? Xiao Lian, do you know President Ling? Indeed, we are acquainted that I work at Huanxing, who wouldn't recognize the president. However, I would never presume to negotiate such matters. I lack that level of influence. Furthermore, sister, even if President Ling came for me, it is still due to Huanxing. But considering you emerged from Director Wang's room the other night, I wonder what kind of relationship you share with him? Qiao Shan's demeanor shifted coldly. The nature of her relationship with Director Wang was a closely guarded secret, known only to Xiao Lian due to a chance encounter. What nonsense are you spouting? Our meeting with Director Wang was purely for business. She hastily clarified, but Xiao Lian had her in a bind. With a playful smile, Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow. I never claimed you were not discussing business. Why the urgency to disassociate? Or perhaps it is not business at all. The conversation between the two sisters was charged with tension, drawing the attention of the designers and staff who sensed the underlying animosity. They had initially believed Xiao Lian to be the center of the gossip, advancing through connections. Yet now, it appeared Xiao Shan was equally cunning. The line between truth and deception blurred, leaving everyone guessing. Step aside, everyone. Late-night snacks are here. The logistics team entered, carrying a colossal bag, prompting everyone to turn their attention at this hour. Everyone was indeed hungry that in the past. When recording ran late, the station occasionally treated them to a modest meal. Perhaps some barbecue or spicy hot pot, but tonight felt different. Almost everyone backstage received a boxed seafood meal, complete with desserts. The group assumed the production team was treating them well due to rising viewership ratings. It was Mr. Ling who invited everyone. A staff member chimed in. Mr. Ling? The crowd murmured, recalling how Mr. Ling was said to be quite aloof. Surprised, they questioned, isn't he just making a brief appearance? Why would he treat us to a meal? That is quite generous. Hey, Xiao Lian, where's yours? The logistics staff glanced towards the entrance. Don't worry. Miss Chiao's has been specially prepared. Inside a large metal container was not the same seafood as the others, but rather a selection of home-style dishes. Sauerkraut fish, spicy fish fillets, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, fish head tofu soup, and a jar of milk and bird's nest soup. Everyone compared their seafood meals. They found Xiao Lian's offering to be far superior. That's Mr. Ling's thoughtful gesture, someone remarked, and it looks absolutely delicious. Qiao Shan mused, the relationship between Mr. Ling and Xiao Lian seems extraordinary, that if she were merely a casual lover. Would he go to such lengths to impress her? Xiao Lian, I think I've made a discovery. Xiao Lian glanced at the tall, slender designer, smiling. What have you discovered? Mr. Ling's true target is you. The rest of us are merely collateral. A friend chimed in, teasingly, oh dear, how embarrassing. Next, you must treat us to dinner. Indeed, Xiao Lian, can you even finish all that? It smells so enticing. I'm absolutely craving it. A stout friend, nearly drooling, was promptly restrained by the tall one. Don't be reckless. If you dare take a bite, Mr. Ling will surely have your head. The stout friend swallowed hard. Fine, I won't eat it, but can I at least look? Xiao Lian found the situation amusing. Warmth flooding her heart, It felt as though the entire world had turned its back on her. Yet she still had Ling Xiao. 15 minutes later, after satisfying their appetites, someone suggested driving Xiao Lian home. Just as she was about to refuse, the director called out mysteriously from the doorway, Xiao Lian, someone is looking for you. Upon stepping outside, Qiao Shan's expression soured. What was merely an external lover, unable to be taken home? Why was Ling Xiao taking this so seriously? He came specifically to support her and even brought dinner, something that Yi Wei had never done for her. Especially after her recent miscarriage, Yi Wei's attitude had plummeted. Had she not been unable to find a better partner, she would have ended the relationship long ago. Qiao Shan couldn't comprehend why Ling Xiao showered Xiao Lian with affection, despite her being merely a pretty face. Lacking both family background and virtue. Why was she so favored? Frowning, she stepped outside, determined to uncover the truth. Hey, where are you going? Coincidentally, the director was seated on the steps outside, smoking a cigarette. Noticing her heading towards that direction, He promptly stopped her. Qiao Shan master emotions, chuckling lightly, nowhere in particular, it's getting late. I'm heading home. That essay special passage, and it's closed now. You should take the other way. The director kindly advised, his hand still blocking her path. Qiao Shan was well aware that Xiao Lian had just exited through that special passage, but she could not afford to confront him directly. So she awkwardly turned towards the other side. Inside the special passage, Xiao Lian walked on, reaching the end where she found him standing with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from her. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to see his expression, to embrace him. Since they began cohabiting, despite sharing a bed, she felt as though an insurmountable distance separated them, rendering them anything but a couple. She had been striving diligently, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could never become someone like Ling Xiao. The disparity between them seemed impossible to bridge. However, tonight, she suddenly realized that the external differences merely fueled her motivation and should not serve as an excuse for her inadequacies. With silent determination, she tiptoed forward and wrapped her arms around his lean, strong waist. Ling Xiao, thank you. The man curled his lips, the smile at the edges of his thin mouth deepening with each passing moment. He casually turned around, tightening his grip on the soft little hand resting on his waist, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Lian, I have always maintained that we should not engage in pleasantries. But if we must express gratitude, let us do so directly. She was placed into the car, and before she could gather her thoughts, he grasped the back of her head, kissing her fiercely and dominantly. The heated contact of their lips and tongues seemed to ignite a fire, and the more they entangled, the more the blaze intensified. Chapter 73, The Vinegar Jar, The Cunning and Scheming Man. Xiao Lian found herself breathless from the kiss, and he reluctantly released her, his deep black eyes meeting her swollen lips with an unmistakable satisfaction. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Lian shot him a glare. Though her almond-shaped eyes, filled with burgeoning passion, betrayed any semblance of malice. The more she glared, the more the fire within Ling Xiao found itself with no outlet. "Do not tease me," he said, his voice low and imbued with an unspoken hoarseness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian obediently readjusted her position. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, returning to the driver's seat, casting his gaze downward at the telltale signs of his body's response, and sighed in resignation that, the road ahead is long and winding. Later that evening, after returning home, Xiao Lian, having completed her shower, lay on the bed while toying with her phone. Li Mingyu reached out to chat, offering few compliments but suggesting that since they were of like minds, it would be nice to share a meal together, especially since Mingtai and Huanxing were not far apart, with a bustling commercial street just downstairs filled with dining options. Sure, she typed. But before she could hit send, the space next to her sank heavily. The man, still damp from the shower, approached with his upper body bare and a thin towel wrapped around his waist. Ling Xiao instinctively kissed her forehead and said good night. The bedroom was once again enveloped in darkness, but soon after, Xiao Lian's phone emitted a ding sound. Ling Xiao, initially disinterested, glanced at the screen, where a message from Li Mingyu appeared. "Xiao Lian, are you still there?" After waiting for a considerable time without a reply, he sent another message, fearing she might have missed the first. Ling Xiao frowned, opening the chat window to see the conversation with this Li. Inviting his wife to dinner. Who exactly was Li Mingyu? Without a second thought, he added a no in front of the message and sent it that Li Mingyu was bewildered, sensing something amiss at what's going on. "Is it inconvenient for you recently?" Ling Xiao scoffed coldly. It was not just recently inconvenient. It had always been. With a sour expression, he typed, "I have a husband, and I love him dearly." Li Mingyu, still curious about the situation, attempted to ask further, but soon discovered, to his dismay, that he had been blocked. This all transpired in a mere moment. Initially furious, he felt that it was merely a dinner invitation, and Xiao Lian was overreacting. However, upon reflection, he realized that she was not the type to behave in such a manner. After all, during the previous audition, she had agreed to dinner with him. Why had she suddenly refused upon returning, declaring her love for her husband in front of him? He began to suspect that perhaps this was not even Xiao Lian's doing. As for her husband, he thought perhaps he should inquire further when they next met. Upon waking the next day, Xiao Lian found the space beside her empty. She yawned lazily and instinctively checked her phone. Noticing a friend request from Li Mingyu that wasn't he already on her friends list? Confused, she accepted the request, then set her phone aside to wash up, blissfully unaware of the dramatic events that had unfolded the previous night, where someone had blocked her imaginary rival on her behalf. After finishing her morning routine and heading downstairs, she found Ling Xiao waiting for her to have breakfast. Her phone lay carelessly on the table, and when Li Mingyu sent another private message, Ling Xiao caught sight of it once more. "Xiao Lian, is it you this time?" Li Mingyu's desperation was palpable, but Ling Xiao merely cast a discreet glance before quickly averting his gaze. Feigning indifference. However, he had already instructed Yu Run to investigate. Wanting to invite his wife to dinner? Not a chance. After breakfast, upon arriving at the office, Xiao Lian was immediately surrounded by a group of colleagues. "Team leader Xiao, congratulations. We all watched the live stream last night. You were incredible." "Indeed. What about Ming Tai? He was no match for you. I'm practically your die-hard fan now." "That Xiao Shan from Yuansheng? I simply can't stand her. You were consistently second place in previous episodes, but we all know you should have been first. Thank goodness for Ling Zong's timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have rushed over to Strawberry headquarters myself." "Xiao Lian, congratulations," Hao Zifeng said, sharing a knowing smile with her, their camaraderie evident without the need for words. "Thank you. How go? I remember your die-hard fan is the beautiful girl Yo-Yo, right? With team leader Xiao's prowess. Has she ever bested the goddess in your heart?" Hao Zifeng shrugged, donning a playful grin. "Xiao Lian is Xiao Lian, and the beautiful girl is the beautiful girl. They are incomparable, but in my heart, Xiao Lian is the true beauty." Laughter erupted among the group. Why ask how good that? You know he would never say a negative word about team leader Xiao. The incessant flattery in the office nearly suffocated Lin Na. She had followed the live stream closely, initially delighted to see Xiao Lian being targeted, but her mood plummeted as she witnessed her triumphant turnaround from a tie to securing first place. How could Xiao Lian, once deemed a mere copycat by Yuan Sheng, suddenly shine so brilliantly at Huanxing? She suspected some hidden agenda in today's so-called reality shows. Aren't they all scripted, especially with Ling Zong's late appearance? Perhaps the champion had already been predetermined. The tie, the targeting, it all seemed like a ploy to pave the way for Xiao Lian. She incessantly scrolled through trending topics, hoping to uncover more scandalous rumors about Xiao Lian. However, the trending list was dominated by her remarkable comeback and the captivating starry dress she wore, leaving no room for any gossip. The top 3 spots were virtually monopolized by her, while Xiao Shan had been utterly eclipsed. All of this clearly indicated that Xiao Lian had risen to fame, garnering a significant following. The leading trending topic was a discussion about Xiao Lian and beautiful girl Yo-Yo's potential competition. After the live stream concluded, a reporter asked, "Miss Xiao, many people on Weibo have noted that your style resembles that of beautiful girl Yo-Yo, that if the two of you were to compete, who do you think would win?" This question was rather tricky to answer. Claiming victory would surely invite accusations of arrogance, while conceding to Yo-Yo would seem excessively modest. Both options were fraught with pride. Xiao Lian smiled brightly and replied, "I too am curious that if the opportunity arises, I hope we can spar together." Her casual remark ignited considerable interest among the audience. Although beautiful girl Yo-Yo had never publicly competed, her skills were well acknowledged, leading many devoted fans to flood Yo-Yo's Weibo account, urging for a match between the two. In response, Xiao Lian posted a new update. "Looking forward to meeting you. Sending hearts. In Chapter 74, The Banquet of the Hongs." And the rivalry among daughters-in-law. Fans erupted with excitement, believing she was referring to a competition, showering her with encouragement and compliments, causing Xiao Lian to blush. What she meant to convey was her anticipation for a day when her true self would be revealed. But clarifying would only complicate matters further, so she decided to let it be. During these days, Yilan was on a business trip to noon. She made a special call to congratulate Xiao Lian and discuss her recent promotion. During the initial interview, she had mentioned her potential. Now, with a vice president position available in the design department, her capabilities matched the requirements, and after the reality show, few would doubt her competence. It seemed that success was within reach. That evening, as she finished work, Ling Zhao's car awaited her downstairs, and Xiao Lian felt as if she were sneaking in. There's something special happening tonight, Sengo?" she inquired, puzzled. Typically, Xiao Lian would drive her own Volkswagen home. Despite their marriage, she still preferred a low profile. Ling Zhao's lips pressed together, his expression inscrutable, yet slightly upward turned. "We received a call from the old residents, asking us to come home for dinner tonight." Xiao Lian was taken aback. Not only her. Ling Xiao felt the same, that if the call had only requested his presence, he might not have agreed, but this time they specifically asked for him to bring Xiao Lian along. Ling Xiao had considered refusing, anticipating a banquet fraught with tension. Yet he subconsciously hoped his family would accept Xiao Lian sooner rather than later. Dio, I have to go. Ling Xiao's hand enveloped hers. His brows lifting slightly. Yes, think of it as a formal introduction to your in-laws. His words only served to heighten her anxiety. Even though it wasn't Ling Xiao's parents she would be meeting, merely his family, it was still inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Sangu, what are your parents like? Help me out here. I need to bring something. Does your mother like silk scarves? Shall we check out the nearby mall? Is there a tea house nearby? Does your father enjoy tea? Had it been before, Xiao Lian would never have thought of such details. However, now that she and Ling Xiao have obtained their marriage certificate, it is no longer possible to remain unconcerned. Ling Xiao found her worrying about this and that to be somewhat amusing. He instinctively tousled her soft hair and raised an eyebrow, stating, I have already made all the necessary arrangements. So there is nothing you need to purchase. All you need to do is come with me. Xiao Lian was momentarily taken aback, perhaps not expecting him to be so considerate. Half an hour later, the couple arrived at the back residence, where dinner was already prepared. Upon entering, they found only Ling Ruin seated on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Xiao Lian felt somewhat troubled regarding how to address him. Uncle Ling Ruin gave her a nonchalant glance before returning to his reading. Xiao Lian felt a bit awkward as Ling Xiao took her hand, preparing to ascend the stairs, just as Luo Qiu and Xiao Qi were coming down. Third brother, long time no see. Xiao Qi smiled demurely, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ling Xiao responded with a soft and then called out to Luo Qiu, Mom. Luo Qiu smiled broadly and nodded, eager to draw the two closer together. However, upon noticing Xiao Lian beside them, her expression instantly turned frosty. Hello, Aunt, I am Xiao Lian. Luo Qiu could hardly be bothered to glance at her again and shouted, Dinner. The dining table was set, waiting for the guests to take their seats. Ling Ruin occupied the seat at the head of the table, with Luo Qiu sitting closely beside him. Ling Xiao and Xiao Lian sat on the right side, disregarding everyone else. Xiao Qi glanced at Luo Qiu and then at Ling Xiao. Feeling wronged, Qi, you sit opposite third brother. It's the same, one position doesn't mean anything. Luo Qiu's expression turned icy, almost directly demanding that Xiao Lian leave immediately. From the moment they entered, Xiao Lian had not displayed any unusual behavior. Initially, she was curious as to why Ling's parents had invited her, but now she began to understand. This was a demonstration meant to intimidate her. Hoping she would retreat, she curled her lips and casually picked at the two dishes nearest to her, while Ling Xiao would serve her some of her favorites, even if she didn't take anything herself. Her bowl remained full. Just eat a little. I'll take you out for a late-night snack later. All right. Ling Xiao's casual remark, however, displeased everyone at the table. Luo Qiu could no longer contain herself, her countenance betraying her agitation. What? Is tonight's meal not to your liking, or do you need to go out for something special? Ling Xiao set down his chopsticks and glanced at his parents. You invited us back today. It should not merely be for a meal, right? If there is something to say, just say it. What kind of attitude is this, all for the sake of this woman? What is she even worth? Luo Qiu's prejudice regarding social status was severe. She simply could not accept a woman of unclear background. She may not be worth much, but she is my woman and the mother of my child. Does that count for anything? Nonsense. Ling Ruin, who had been silent until now, was enraged. Little Bao is my grandson, the future heir of the Ling family. Can his biological mother be treated so casually? Ling Xiao scoffed. Oh, Dad, you've misunderstood. What I meant is little Bao's brother or sister, second child. Ling Ruin was about to explode when Xiao Qi stood up to mediate. Uncle, Aunt, third brother is rarely home. Let us just enjoy a meal together. Aunt, let me serve you some food. Luo Qiu smiled and patted her hand. You're still so thoughtful, Qi. Once you marry into the family, I will feel completely at ease. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Just then, Xiao Qi looked over, seemingly oblivious to his displeasure, and used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of garlic ribs onto Ling Xiao's plate. Third brother. Here, don't say I'm being partial. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Ling Xiao frowned and directly took a piece of sour fish from Xiao Lian's bowl and ate it, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Who said I liked that? What I like now is this, and it will always be. He held Xiao Lian's hand tightly beneath the table. Seeing this, Xiao Qi's face shifted between shades of blue and white. Aunt, I think I should head back. It seems I'm not needed here. Who said you're not needed? The daughter-in-law of the Ling family can only be you, Xiao Qi. What makes you think anyone else could just waltz in? Do you really think that just because you've been on television, you've gained some sort of worth? Luo Qiu mocked coldly, showing no courtesy. Ling Xiao had heard enough that he had agreed to come in the hope that his parents would change their attitude. Not to have them humiliate her. I see no reason to continue this meal. Xiao Lian and I will take our leave to avoid further discomfort. Ling Xiao pulled her away. Stop, third son, do you still acknowledge me as your mother? Luo Qiu feigned tears, standing before Ling Xiao in a dramatic display that you've hardly been home 3 times in a year. Can't you spare some time for your mother? Fine, I know you don't want to hear this. I want to mention it, but your mother feels upset. Can't you just stay and share a drink? As she spoke, she quickly signaled the butler to pour red wine into everyone's goblets. Taking a sip herself, a strange smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 75. What makes you think you're worthy to mention her? Ling Xiao was the kind who responded better to gentleness than harshness. But in his current fury, he could hardly take in her words. It was Xiao Lian who managed to calm him down. While pouring the wine, the butler accidentally tipped a glass, spilling some on Xiao Lian's attire. Ling Xiao took a napkin and began to dab at her, but she waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary. Her glass was still full, while his was only half filled. She came back to herself, realizing she had almost taken the wrong glass, but since she hadn't actually drunk from it, she chose to let it slide. During the meal, Luo Qiu kept a close watch on her son's reactions. Perhaps her scrutiny was too overt, as even Ling Ruin could not bear to watch any longer. Let us eat. Following this, the table fell into a heavy silence. Luo Qiu tried to say something several times, but ultimately held her tongue. After a hearty meal, a peculiar flush crept across Xiao Lian's face. She didn't dwell on it, assuming it was merely the effect of the wine, despite having only consumed 1 glass. At this moment, her head felt quite heavy. Ling Xiao noticed her unusual pallor and moved closer to wrap an arm around her waist. I'll help you upstairs to rest. Xiao Lian, feeling a throbbing in her head, no longer resisted and allowed him to guide her into his bedroom. Downstairs, Luo Qiu's expression was one of disbelief. How could someone become so inebriated from just 1 glass of wine? She either lacked resilience or was merely pretending. Ling Ruin, though dissatisfied with Xiao Lian, was typically disinterested in the squabbles of women, so he simply got up and returned to his study. Aunt, perhaps I should leave, Xiao Qi murmured, her lips pressed together. Looking quite pitiful, Luo Qiu patted her hand reassuringly, exclaiming, Leave? Do you truly wish to relinquish Ling Xiao to that little vixen? I've said it before. As long as I'm here, the position of the 3rd young mistress of the Ling family will only ever be yours. Xiao Qi felt a surge of secret delight, but maintained a neutral expression, hesitatingly saying, But 3rd brother's heart belongs to that woman. He won't to even look at me. Luo Qiu dismissed her concerns. She fancied herself well-versed in the ways of men. When my husband had so many admirers, in the end, it was only me who married into the Ling family. It's the same now. A man's flirtations are one thing. You may choose to overlook them. However, should he truly develop feelings for a woman, that is an entirely different matter. She smiled knowingly. You're still young. There's much for you to learn. Men, how many are truly devoted? Before they meet you, they pay no mind, but once they do, and things become serious, that's when they are bound. Xiao Qi's eyes widened, and after a moment, she shyly lowered her gaze. As time passed, Luo Qiu decided it was nearly time. You should go wait in your room. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, Ling Xiao sensed something amiss. However, before he could ponder further, there was a knock at the door. Ling Xiao, it's me. Ling Xiao's countenance darkened slightly. I've already gone to bed. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Luo Qiu assumed he was being affected by the medication and felt a surge of excitement. She frowned. This matter must be discussed tonight. If I'm satisfied, I might just accept that woman. Ling Xiao knew the situation was not so simple. Nevertheless, he opened the door, curious about what they were plotting this time. Once outside, he closed the door firmly behind him, and Luo Qiu scoffed, unconcerned. She leaned in closer to observe her son's expression, but even after this time, it appeared unchanged. What is it? although Luo Qiu understood her son was typically indifferent. She was not angered today. She smiled. Ling Xiao, I know you've always had your own ideas since childhood. No amount of persuasion from others will work. However, that girl Qi is quite stubborn. No matter how I advise her, she won't listen. Just now, she mentioned wanting to give herself one last chance to meet you and speak a few words that if you still find it unacceptable, she wants to pursue it further. What do you think? After finishing, Luo Qiu felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Even though she had prepared adequately beforehand, it still required her son's cooperation. Otherwise, forcing the issue would only backfire. Ling Xiao glanced at her coolly, the depths of his gaze unfathomable, sending a chill of unease through her. She thought he would refuse. However, after a long pause, Ling Xiao finally said, "All right," that he turned to leave, and Luo Qiu exhaled, yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in her heart. She followed him, tentatively asking, "Ling Xiao, I noticed your expression seemed off earlier. Are you feeling unwell?" Her question shattered Ling Xiao's final defenses. He had believed she would not resort to such despicable tactics a second time, but he was unprepared for her relentless prioritization of personal gain over familial bonds. Disappointment lingered, yet it was not as intense as before. He smirked sarcastically. "If I were to say that I feel completely unwell and have no desire to see Xiaoqi, what would you think?" Luo Qiu was momentarily taken aback, only to see her son vanish around the corner. Had he already known, or was he merely testing her? Upon entering the room, Ling Xiao found the bed conspicuously disheveled. Although he was already aware of the situation, he was still revolted by such underhanded methods. Especially when he had barely stepped inside. The door was locked behind him, making any attempt to leave exceedingly difficult. He leisurely leaned against the sofa, refusing to approach the bed. Xiaoqi, restless with anticipation, ultimately had to lift the covers and willingly present herself into his embrace. "Third brother, I want." Xiaoqi wore a black silk camisole dress, its plunging neckline barely concealing her posterior. She frequented the gym, often becoming the center of attention. She was acutely aware of her stunning physique, knowing that such attire would invariably captivate anyone's interest. She leaned closer, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "So you want me to take you?" Ling Xiao regarded her outfit with amusement, his long fingers disdainfully lifting her chin. This was the first time Xiaoqi had been so close to him, and the moment his fingers brushed against her, she felt a tremor. She did not feel that Ling Xiao was incorrect. Instead, she bashfully attempted to unbuckle his belt. "Brother Xiao, I like you, please take me." Ling Xiao's gaze turned frigid as he seized her wrist and flung her aside with impatience, as if discarding refuse. "Take you? What do you think you are? Is this how the Xiao family raises their daughters to seduce men? Given the opportunity, I would indeed like to have a thorough discussion with President Xiao." He referred to President Xiao, who was none other than Xiaoqi's father, Xiao Yin. This man was notorious in the business world. Despite being a businessman, he scorned such unscrupulous tactics upon hearing his words. Xiaoqi's face drained of color. "That I hope my father remains unaware of everything. Brother Xiao, I don't mind if you have other women. If you wish to keep them, then do so. That I just hope you can accept me." With red-rimmed eyes, she tugged down the strap of her nightgown, revealing her exquisite body. Ling Xiao cast a glance, devoid of any desire, his expression betraying nothing but revulsion. Get lost. Xiaoqi had never endured such humiliation in her life. She had offered herself completely, yet she became hysterical, questioning why that wretched Xiao Yin could, while she could not. What is it? Is she simply better in bed? Am I not enough? Brother Xiao, how would you know if you don't try? She lunged forward to embrace Ling Xiao, but before her face could even touch his chest, he kicked her away. Who do you think you are to mention her? The man's aura surged, his fury sharp as a knife, ready to inflict pain at any moment. Chapter 76. Because of you, I am willing. Xiaoqi collapsed onto the floor, her eyes brimming with bitterness, jealousy, and resentment, threatening to shatter her composure. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to engage further. Approaching the door, he intended to turn the doorknob when he caught sight of a distinct shadow through the crack. Halting his movements, he mockingly returned to the sofa, leisurely pouring himself a glass of water and sipping it lightly. "You cannot leave. Your mother-in-law has already designated me as her future daughter-in-law. She hopes for a favorable outcome between us, so whether tonight or another time, there will be opportunities ahead." She watched him with malicious delight. "That wretched girl, without my parents' consent, will never set foot in the Ling household. Ling Xiao ignored her self-indulgent rants. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Qi, unable to discern what he held in his hands, unlocked the door. With a grim expression, she was about to follow him out when she heard the man's ominously low voice. "Tonight, you will obediently remain in the room. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to let you out. If you defy me and create any trouble, I fear I may be compelled to have a word with President Xiao." "Ling Xiao," Xiao Qi exclaimed in exasperation. She had never known him to be so cruel. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, but he remained indifferent. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, locking her out once more. Xiao Qi, feeling imprisoned, glared at the door in frustration, her jealousy boiling over. After Ling Xiao exited, he returned directly to the bedroom. As he approached the large bed, a hand shot out from under the covers, grasping him. Ling Xiao swiftly pulled back the blanket, compared to Xiao Qi's earlier exposure. The current sight was even more provocative. Xiao Lian's ruffled shirt had slipped down to her chest, with her skirt riding up to her thighs. Witnessing this, he quickly deduced that the drink had been tampered with. That glass was initially meant for him, but had inadvertently found its way into her hands. Rubbing his temples, he pried her fingers apart. "Be good. Let me pour you some water." As he did so, Xiao Lian's hand reattached itself, this time clinging to him with both arms and legs. "Ling Xiao, don't go." The man effortlessly lifted her, supporting her soft form as he walked to the coffee table, pouring a glass of water and bringing it to her lips. "First, drink some water." Xiao Lian gulped down the water in one go, yet somehow felt thirstier afterward. Her glistening eyes sparkled like they were coated in honey, fixated on him. Ling Xiao, having abstained for so long, found it increasingly difficult to resist her allure. His throat tightened as he laid her back on the bed, intending to take a cold shower to cool down. But she clung desperately to his neck. The next moment, she shifted her weight, flipping him onto his back, her dark eyes smoldering with desire. "Do you know what will happen if this continues? I don't want you to regret it." Even in his current state of heightened desire, he hesitated to take her completely. Xiao Lian's hands, slippery as eels, slipped beneath his shirt hem. Her eyes widened, her heated lips parting and closing. "I know, but because it's you, I am willing." She willingly pressed herself against him, offering herself entirely. After a night of tumult, the following morning, Luo Qiu glanced at the closed door, unable to suppress a smile. Ling Rugen regarded her, as if she were foolish. Silently sipping his coffee, it was nearly 9 o'clock. They truly could sleep soundly, yet it was a good thing. It signified a night of fierce battle. She held no doubts about her son's stamina. If Xiao Qi were to conceive that night, it would be nothing short of perfect. "What are you waiting for?" Ling Rugen was unaware of his wife's schemes. Luo Qiu did not elaborate, only smiled. "Last night, I saw Xiao Xiao enter Xiao Qi's room. I told you. Young people have little time for romance. Once they find a spark, it's only natural." Ling Rugen disagreed. While he appreciated beauty, it was always built on a foundation of love. His affections came quickly and departed just as swiftly. Upon hearing his wife's remarks, he quickly realized, "Did you do something to our third son last night?" Luo Qiu did not deny it, shrugging her shoulders. "Without my encouragement, how could anything progress so swiftly?" "Don't tell me you don't want to hold a grandchild." Ling Rugen scoffed, aware that his wife wished for their third son to solidify his position within the Ling family. However, such tactics were beneath him. "I hope your actions don't push him further away, lest the regrets lie ahead." Luo Qiu paid no heed to his caution, believing that once the deed was done, the process mattered little. With a husband so unreliable, she had to rely on her son. The potential of her son-in-law's family was substantial. Would Ling Ji ever rise again? In his dreams, at that moment. In the bedroom, Xiao Lian awoke feeling utterly sore, especially her calves still trembling. The events of the previous night played like a film in her mind. Ling Xiao had attempted to leave, yet she had clung to him, desperate for him. The final outcome was a series of passionate encounters. She turned to gaze at the handsome man sleeping beside her, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. She reached out, her finger lightly tracing his prominent nose. His lips, in the next instant, before she could collect her thoughts, he pinned her beneath him. His eyes, devoid of any remnants of sleepiness, squinted slightly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Darling, were you satisfied last night?" Xiao Lian felt the heat radiating from his firm chest and yearned to break free, but all efforts proved futile. Blushing, she met his teasing gaze that "You're so shameless." Despite her protests, he had continued to provoke her, claiming her time and again. Ling Xiao observed her flushed cheeks, his own desires stirring. Grasping the back of her head, he kissed her fiercely. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, he abruptly halted. "Wife, good morning." He paused. "Regarding last night, I will provide you with clarity." Qiao Lian was taken aback, yet she understood the implications of his words. The two tidied their clothes and descended the stairs, upon hearing footsteps. Luo Qiu immediately turned to look, only to find not Xiao Qi and her son, but rather her son affectionately embracing that little vixen as they made their way down. How could this be? Last night, clearly chapter 77. Displaying affection openly, where is Qi Qi? Luo Qiu hurriedly approached to inquire, but Ling Xiao merely replied coldly, "Where is she?" "Mother, aren't you supposed to know best? But you aren't." Ling Xiao sneered. "What am I? Do you still think that because you managed to outsmart me 3 years ago, you could manipulate me again last night? Mother, am I truly your son, or merely a tool for your gain?" Luo Qiu was rendered speechless by his words. She glanced helplessly at her husband, yet Ling Rui Yuan remained neutral, quickly averting his gaze from her pleading look. Luo Qiu realized her son was fully aware of everything. Her lips trembled as she looked up at Ling Xiao, feeling increasingly alienated. "That I only want what's best for you." Ling Xiao shook his head, his expression devoid of warmth. "When have you ever genuinely cared about what I need? Your so-called concern only serves your own desires. That in your eyes, there is no one but yourself." Having said that, Ling Xiao refused to waste any more time there, taking the other person and exiting the old residence. Once he left, Luo Qiu collapsed onto the sofa, murmuring to herself, "I only wanted what was best for him, truly. Don't treat everyone as fools that I've told you before by making that choice. You only push the third one further away." Ling Rui Yuan interjected coldly, glancing at the room upstairs. "Xiao Qi is still in her room, right? Hurry up and open the door. We can't let anything truly happen." Luo Qiu felt a tinge of resentment, believing Xiao Qi lacked the capability to keep him. Yet considering the Xiao family's prowess, she still took her time going upstairs to unlock the door. Xiao Qi had been locked away for an entire night. Feeling irritable and murderous, yet under Ling Xiao's threat, she dared not knock. Now, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, she had not slept a wink. "Auntie, Xiao Qi pouted, feeling wronged, but Luo Qiu had no inclination to listen at that moment. She waved her hand, "Put on your clothes and come down, it's getting late. You should head home soon to avoid worrying your parents." Xiao Qi could easily discern that she was being ushered away. Feeling quite upset, she knew that as long as she harbored thoughts of marrying into the Ling family, she could not confront Luo Qiu directly. She bit her lip and replied, "All right," though the effects of last night's red wine had long dissipated. It seemed there were lingering after effects. Qiao Lian's head was still a bit dizzy, and her legs felt weak, her delicate face somewhat pale. "Are you hungry? Where would you like to have breakfast?" Qiao Lian suddenly recalled the morning spent at the Qiao family home, where she would enjoy a variety of breakfast options downstairs in the community. She felt a twinge of nostalgia, wondering if the stalls were still open at this hour. Ling Xiao chuckled, "If you want to eat, there will always be something." That he drove over, but given that it was not an upscale neighborhood, parking was scarce due to the high number of residents. Ultimately, he could only stop in front of a vendor's stall outside. Most of the vendors recognized Qiao Lian. The affairs of the Qiao family were hardly secrets. While few knew that she had been adopted, it was common knowledge that Xian favored her eldest daughter and suppressed the youngest. Neighbors often gossiped about the situation. Despite the younger daughter appearing more beautiful and accomplished, their parents only had eyes for the eldest. Though the neighbors regarded her plight as mere entertainment, they felt sympathy for Qiao Lian, who had always been sensible. She had excelled academically, and while attending a renowned domestic university would have sufficed, she was ultimately cast aside abroad, left to fend for herself. Later, the rumor of Qiao Lian's boyfriend being taken by Qiao Shan circulated for quite some time. Despite Xian's claims that he had originally been the eldest daughter's boyfriend, few believed it. "Uncle Li, is there still breakfast available? It's almost 10. The breakfast stalls are closing." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before heading inside to prepare. "What would you like?" "Uncle Li will make it for you. 2 bowls of beef vermicelli soup, and if there are pot stickers, please add a portion." "All right." Qiao Lian observed the decor of the establishment, resting her chin on her hand, a smile unconsciously forming on her face. Uncle Lee's beef soup was renowned and had been in business for over a decade, consistently thriving. This street, I often ate here as a child, though many nearby neighborhoods have been demolished. So business isn't as good as it used to be. Ling Xiao could see her enjoyment. His lips curled into a subtle smile, that if you like it, we can come here often. Xiao Lian chuckled softly, shaking her head. While she had many fond memories of the breakfast stalls, being near the neighborhood associated with the Qiao family made her reluctant to see those people again or become entangled in any way. As they awaited the beef vermicelli soup, several neighbors arrived to visit, most coming specifically to see Xiao Lian. Old Chen just said Xiao Lian is back. We couldn't believe it until now. Lian, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. Much better looking than your sister's boyfriend. Exactly, he looks like a movie star. What good fortune, what good fortune. Isn't Lian famous as well? She is quite capable. I watched every episode of that show. You're far better than your sister. Thank goodness you won in the end. Otherwise, that would have been so unfair. Lian, I feel like I've seen your boyfriend somewhere before. As soon as the words left their mouths, someone beside them slapped an arm. Didn't that show have another judge come back? This handsome guy really resembles that person. The neighbors exchanged chatter. And Xiao Lian maintained a smile. Sensing their goodwill, that it was nice to receive compliments every now and then. She instinctively glanced at the man seated across from her, impeccably dressed in a suit, seemingly out of place amidst the local atmosphere. Ling Xiao caught her gaze, his dark eyes arching slightly. Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Lian's husband. Husband? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Lian, you got married so quickly? Xiao Lian met the aggressive smile in Ling Xiao's eyes, her lips curving slightly. Yes, it's a recent development. How wonderful. You two are quite the match. This young man is certainly an improvement over your previous one. Indeed, your sister is always flaunting her wealth. She is afraid others want to know she snagged a rich man. The beef soup arrived just then, and as it was served alongside the pot stickers, the neighbors dispersed. Xiao Lian quietly enjoyed the generous bowl of beef vermicelli soup. Though she had initially requested a smaller portion, Uncle Lee resolutely served her a large bowl, which she knew she wouldn't finish. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, finished swiftly, the bowl soon empty, including the pot stickers, as he observed his petite wife struggling to keep up. With a raised brow, he remarked, "Can't finish." Xiao Lian stuck out her tongue. Uncle Lee's portions are too generous. Ling Xiao said nothing, taking her bowl without hesitation, using her chopsticks to finish the remaining soup, much to Xiao Lian's astonishment, that Mr. Ling, what happened to your cleanliness? Chapter 78. Accompanying my wife to buy groceries after finishing their breakfast. The couple did not head straight home, but instead made their way to the market near East Street, that on weekdays, the stalls would have already closed by this time. But on weekends, farmers tended to be more lenient. And the morning market would last until nearly 11. When they arrived, some vendors were still selling fresh vegetables. Xiao Lian frequently visited the market, so she knew exactly what to buy and headed straight for her target. However, she was uncertain about Ling Xiao's preferences. This girl is truly fortunate. It's rare to have a husband accompany her to buy groceries. Xiao Lian selected her items, with Ling Xiao following closely behind, carrying the bags. Their roles were well-defined, and their chemistry was palpable. Once they left the market and returned to the car, Xiao Lian yawned lazily, feeling utterly drained from the previous night. Her eyelids felt heavy as she struggled to stay awake. After a brief rest, they arrived home, and her energy visibly improved. She sorted through the groceries, placing some in the fridge and others directly in the kitchen, then tied on an apron to Mr. Ling. What would you like for lunch? Feel free to place your order. With her hair lazily tied up, a few strands falling out of place, her delicate face appeared even more charming. Ling Xiao leaned against the kitchen door, watching her for a while. I am hungry. Xiao Lian was about to prepare a soup. She turned on the faucet for water, not quite catching his words. When she turned to look at him, her slender waist was suddenly encircled by a firm grip. His breath, warm against her ear, was laced with mischief. Lian, I don't want to eat anything else. I only want you. Let me think about how to make you taste even more delicious. Xiao Lian was taken aback by his sudden appearance, startled by the unexpected turn of events. She shot him a glare filled with mock anger, her voice trailing off as she felt her ears flush with warmth. Ling Xiao, observing her reaction, felt a surge of heat and desire. He grasped her delicate waist and swept her onto the sofa in the living room, pressing her head back and capturing her soft lips in an ardent kiss. After a fervent exchange, the outside world had succumbed to darkness, making it clear that not only was lunch out of the question, but dinner would also be a challenge. Exhausted, Xiao Lian felt her legs tremble, and she resolutely decided against entering the kitchen again today. She had a nagging suspicion that her kitchen posture had somehow triggered a primal instinct within him, setting off a chain reaction that led to their passionate rendezvous. For dinner, Xiao Lian had initially planned to order takeout. However, Ling Xiao insisted on showcasing his culinary skills, convinced of his newfound prowess that he had bought spinach in the morning, and the fridge was stocked with shredded chicken, mushrooms, and dried shrimp. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao diced all the ingredients and tossed them into the rice cooker, proclaiming that once cooked, they would be ready to eat. Although Xiao Lian was skeptical of such a lazy approach, she had to admit the flavor turned out pleasantly surprising, prompting her to offer genuine praise. Not bad. Elated by her compliment, Ling Xiao momentarily forgot his kitchen blunders and declared that as long as he was home, he would be a frequent presence in the kitchen. After dinner, Xiao Lian spent some time poring over professional literature, took a shower, and retired early, well aware of her fatigue. The following morning, as was her routine, Xiao Lian set out to drive her car to the office, only to discover that it had broken down. This unfortunate turn of events aligned perfectly with Ling Xiao's intentions. Unlike Xiao Lian, who wished to keep their relationship under wraps, Ling Xiao was eager to announce to the world that he was married and had a wife. His exuberance was palpable, drawing attention effortlessly as the car made its way into the company's underground parking. Xiao Lian waved, indicating she would head inside first. That "You're leaving already." Ling Xiao's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. Xiao Lian had never noticed this childish side of him before, and she couldn't help but chuckle as she leaned in to plant a quick kiss on his handsome face before attempting to depart. Yet he tightened his hold on her waist, his lips pressing firmly against hers. "Wait for me to return," he murmured. Ling Xiao was set to go on a business trip for approximately 3 days. Nodding, Xiao Lian opened the car door and instinctively glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before stepping out. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Na was nearby, capturing intimate photos of her and Ling Xiao on her phone. Lin Na was seething with jealousy, unable to comprehend why good fortune seemed to favor Xiao Lian. It was one thing to make it through the preliminary rounds, but to secure first place in a variety show. Surely it was a result of some unspoken rules. Without Ling Xiao, who was she really? The online community naively lauded her as an exceptional designer, yet only she understood the truth. That show must have been rigged. Fairness was a mere illusion. Once she released those photos, Xiao Lian would be reduced to nothing. People could elevate her to the heavens, but they could just as easily cast her into the abyss. Upon returning to the design department, Xiao Lian was summoned by Yi Lan to discuss the promotion of the deputy general manager. After confirming that there were no issues, an internal announcement was made, indicating that the promotion would take place in the next couple of days, and everyone was invited to gather for a celebratory dinner that evening. Team leader Xiao, should we change how we address you? Perhaps to deputy general manager Xiao. What do you mean by perhaps? It's official. Someone chimed in. Deputy General Manager Xiao, we will be counting on you for guidance going forward. That a wave of emotion washed over her. It was hard to believe that just 2 months ago, they had welcomed her. And now, before the words could fully leave their mouths, Hao Zifeng interjected. If you're capable, don't just say it's been 2 months. You could be promoted in 2 days. His remark immediately subdued the others, and discussion turned to dinner plans, with everyone eagerly suggesting seafood buffet options. The one on the second floor of the shopping street is quite good. Though a bit pricey, someone noted that a bit pricey. It costs 400 to 500 per person. With this many people going, are we really okay with that? A single meal could easily amount to tens of thousands. Hao Zifeng was about to suggest barbecue when Lin Na chimed in mockingly. What is there to worry about? Even if team leader Xiao is short on cash, her husband certainly isn't. Eat to your heart's content. Someone will pick up the tab. Among the group, she was the only one still referring to Xiao Lian as team leader, making it all the more conspicuous. Xiao Lian cast her a cool glance but said nothing further. While there had been many in the office who had previously befriended Lin Na, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Now that Xiao Lian was on the verge of a promotion, they had no reason to offend her, and they hesitated to speak against her. Meanwhile, Lin Na was seething with resentment, nearly ready to explode. What was the world coming to? She had been at Huanxing for so long without a promotion. Yet Xiao Lian, who had only recently joined, was all ready. It was simply a matter of having the right connections, she thought. Tonight would be the perfect opportunity to bring her down. Chapter 79. Exposure. Stunning revelations that evening. Xiao Lian intended to reserve a private room at the seafood buffet, suggested by her colleagues. But Yilan found her first. Let us go to Lu Wailu instead. They have a particularly large private room. Xiao Lian was well aware of Lu Wailu. She had dined there before, especially since it was her husband's establishment. The owner was likely still on a flight, hence the surprise he intended for her. Though Yilan was unaware of the true nature of their relationship, the closeness they shared spoke volumes about Xiao Lian's significance in the boss's eyes. When Xiao Lian announced that they would be dining at Lu Wailu after work, her colleagues were taken aback. Deputy General Manager Xiao, is this really necessary? We could just grab something casual. Exactly, it's rare enough to go to Lu Wailu. With so many of us, we might just break the bank. This was no exaggeration. Dining there could easily cost over 1,000 per person, especially if a private room was involved, making the price even more staggering. Nevertheless, Xiao Lian insisted, and her colleagues, though hesitant, could not hide their excitement. They had heard that dining at Lu Wailu was a mark of distinction, and securing a private room was a stroke of luck. After work, the group arrived to find that the reservation was for an extravagant private suite. Far larger than they had envisioned, and undoubtedly more expensive than most could afford. Among the group leaders, while some harbored jealousy towards Xiao Lian, they acknowledged her undeniable talent displayed on the show. Despite being targeted, she had emerged victorious, that if they were in her position, could they have done any better? Huan Qing's decision to promote and increase her salary was entirely justified, especially after the fashion party aired. As industry leaders were likely keen to recruit Xiao Lian, offering exorbitant salaries that in that moment, whether it was those who once looked down on her or those who had spoken ill of her. All were suddenly eager to make amends. Lin Na stepped out of the private room briefly, but no one paid her any mind until the banquet was about to commence, at which point she sauntered in late. Deputy General Manager Xiao, let us extend our congratulations on your promotion, that we look forward to your guidance in the future. Indeed, a toast to you. I'll drink on your behalf. Cheers, feel free. When Xiao Lian first entered, her colleagues treated her like a newcomer, insisting on toasting her, but the atmosphere had shifted significantly. During the festivities, Xiao Lian raised her glass to Yilan, who, in a rare display of generosity, downed her drink in one go. Among those present were not only Yilan, but also senior members from the marketing and research departments, and Xiao Lian toasted each in turn, creating an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. Compliments flowed freely, but then an abrupt and cutting remark pierced through the merriment. Lin Na's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for everyone to hear. What talent could she possibly have? It's merely riding on someone else's coattails. I see her skills amount to nothing more than seducing men. Without that, she has nothing. Lin Na's disdain and jealousy were palpable on her face. The others regarded her as a clown, while Lin Na remained unfazed, certain that a grand spectacle was yet to unfold. Lin Na, today is a celebration for Xiao Lian, that if you're feeling uncomfortable, you're welcome to leave early. Yilan had little patience for Lin Na, who was always scheming instead of focusing on her work. She had long wanted her to leave. Had it not been for Director Wang, Lin Na would have been long gone from Huanxing. Lin Na's expression darkened, and though she dared not confront Yilan directly, she was unwilling to let her have the upper hand. Director Yi, I know you value talent, but perhaps you should reconsider. Look closely at who stands before you. Yilan set her glass down with a thud, dismissing Lin Na's presence altogether. What? Am I truly mistaken in considering promoting you to Deputy General Manager? Lin Na, why must you ruin the mood? Today is about joy. If you're truly unhappy, just leave it. It's rare for Director Yi to join us, and you should at least show her some respect. To speak candidly, that position is one that we all have aspired to, yet our capabilities still fall short. The prowess of Xiao Lian is evident to all. She clinched first place in the preliminary selection and maintained that lead throughout the show. Her ascension to the role of vice president has garnered the respect of her peers. Lin Na, swayed by her colleagues, felt a surge of anger despite their good intentions. Xiao Lian, it's all about Xiao Lian. They claim that the wretched woman rose through backdoor means. What talent does she possess? Isn't it all mere cheating? Lin Na scoffed at the crowd, who, in this moment, seemed to fall silent. After a lapse of approximately 10 minutes, The large screen began to showcase dynamic footage from the preliminary selections and the program, igniting excitement among the design department. However, the tone shifted abruptly. In one moment, they were admiring Xiao Lian, and in the next, they were spitting disdain. Many of the images displayed were ones Xiao Lian herself was unaware of. Scenes from her time at Yuan Sheng, her disgraceful outburst at Yi Yiwei, and Xiao Shan's engagement party. And the moment she was ousted from Yuan Sheng for stealing design drafts. There were also numerous intimate moments captured between Xiao Lian and Ling Xiao. Subsequently, fabricated recordings emerged. Lian, I know you have always desired to sign your name on the drafts. You could have spoken to me about it. Yet why resort to such underhanded tactics? Xiao Lian, you truly disappoint me. Shan, being kind, does not hold it against you, but I cannot that I have built Yuan Sheng with my own hands over the years. And I do not wish for a parasite to ruin everything for everyone. Leave now. This matter ends here. The rumors surrounding Xiao Lian and Ling Xiao have been circulating for quite some time. Without Ling Xiao, how could she have possibly entered Huanxing? She appears innocent, yet she is nothing more than a scheming vixen. By the way, my mother resides in the same neighborhood as Xiao Shan's family. Guess what I discovered? Xiao Lian is already a mother. You wouldn't believe it, but years ago, she resorted to surrogacy for wealthy clients when she was short on money. She has long been sullied. All that talk of purity is a facade, as her true nature is far from demure. Surrogacy? Is she that audacious? Doesn't she fear disease? Xiao Lian even dares to snatch her sister as boyfriend. What wouldn't such a woman do? Yet, she still sells herself as a queen online, which is utterly repulsive. A barrage of so-called truths left everyone astonished that I asked this truly Xiao Lian. The woman standing before them, an Oscar-winning actress? Both the higher-ups and her colleagues in the design department turned their gazes toward Xiao Lian, pondering whether any of these revelations could be true. Xiao Lian, amidst the crowd, felt a chill envelop her upon the revelation of her surrogacy. It was as though she were trapped in an ice cellar, shaking from the cold. She had believed she could remain unafraid, that she merely needed to be herself. But at this moment, she realized all of that was an illusion. She dared not lift her eyes, nor speak the so-called truth, nor recall the harrowing nights of violation from 3 years past. Standing there in a daze, she remained motionless until Yilan approached, gently patting her shoulder and sighing. You've endured enough chaos. You should return that I will handle this. Chapter 80. The entire world is slandering her. Xiao Lian nodded slightly, her gaze perpetually cast downward, obscuring her thoughts from view. The seemingly endless revelations presented to the public became nothing more than a farcical spectacle. Yet for her, they were suffocating. The fear of public opinion loomed larger than ever. And this time, it was relentless. The moment she departed, the atmosphere erupted once more. No way. Is Xiao Lian truly like this? I can't believe it. She doesn't seem like the scheming type at all. Indeed, she doesn't appear to be someone who would rely on her boss for advancement. It seems she is more than capable on her own. In my experience, mistresses are typically arrogant and dismissive. Hardly the type to focus on their work. Knowing someone's face does not reveal their heart. As long as she is entangled with our General Ling, anything is possible. Lin Na sneered. Xiao Kai, who had been listening intently, felt her eyes redden. Though merely an inconspicuous new employee in the design department, she had benefited from Xiao Lian's kindness. Without her, she would not be where she was today. Lin, what has Xiao Lian done to offend you so? Why speak of her in such a manner? Regarding the situation at Yuan Sheng, I choose to trust her unconditionally, whether she did or did not. The heavens bear witness. I'm just curious who orchestrated today's chaos. It's easy to deduce who would be most averse to her. Xiao Kai did not name names, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Na. Lin Na's face flushed with embarrassment. The truth lay bare. She was the one behind it all, though admitting it was another matter entirely. With so many people present, who can say for certain? Perhaps everyone knows who Xiao Lian truly is and sought to expose her. Lin Na's words were a futile attempt at self-deception. Everyone suspected her involvement in the earlier events, and now they regarded her with suspicion. The thought of having a colleague who would stab you in the back was indeed unsettling. Yilan, too, felt a headache brewing. The big boss had only been away for 3 days, intending to surprise Xiao Lian with a promotion. But now, not only had he botched it, but it had escalated into a fiasco. That surrogacy revelation was simply dreadful. All right, you are all adults. You should possess the ability to discern right from wrong. With recordings released, the truth is often hard to ascertain that I will have Qiao Lian pursue legal action. The truth will out. Lin Na, dripping with sarcasm, seemed intent on exacerbating the situation. After the gathering dispersed, colleagues trickled away, although some still mentioned surrogacy in hushed tones. Regardless of its veracity, the mere mention of it could ruin a woman's reputation. As the clock struck 10, the trending topics on Weibo exploded. The headlines screamed of Qiao Lian's surrogacy, her alleged affair with the CEO, and her disruption at Xiao Shan's engagement party. These 3 points alone were enough to capture public attention, each capable of stripping Qiao Lian of her dignity. Just days prior, following the fashion party, she had garnered a wave of fans, captivated by her beauty and talent, yet now they hesitated. To love someone is to care about their character, and especially when it comes to surrogacy. Mistress and lover. These terms strike a chord with many women that, if true, it would be utterly shameful. How could such a person be invited on a television? Is it now the case that anyone can appear on a variety show as long as they have a wealthy benefactor? Having listened to those recordings, one could hardly believe she had resorted to surrogacy. Most women would disdain such an act, yet she engaged in it, profiting from her womb. Her views are indeed perplexing. This woman's life is fraught with twists and turns. Her aim to marry into wealth through a variety show is laughable. Does she think it that easy to enter high society? Fans turn to detractors. Such a woman, devoid of integrity, is merely a performer. I suspect she hired a stand-in for the show. Strongly suspect. A relentless wave of disparagement threatened to obliterate Qiao Lian's reputation. Upon returning home, the darkness enveloped her as she curled up on the threshold, her limbs trembling. She had thought that the surrogacy scandal would remain hidden forever, that the ugly scar etched in her heart would never surface, and that her life would continue in tranquility. Yet she was mistaken. There exists no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Having done what she did, it mattered not that she was coerced. No one would care about the nuances. Only how her innocence had been tarnished. She was no longer pure. Her eyes, devoid of luster, reflected a hollow despair as she clutched her arms tightly. Yet no matter how she embraced herself, she remained cold to the bone. Her heart aching in waves, she sat quietly there through the night, her legs long since numb. In the past, she had not cared for negative commentary. Yet this time, the mudslinging felt insurmountable. Once the day broke, she instinctively checked Weibo. In addition to the trending topics from the previous night, a new one emerged. Qiao Lian is an illegitimate child. What a great ingrate. I am a former classmate of Qiao Lian. I am well aware of her sordid past. Her family treated her well, supporting her education abroad. Yet here she is, stealing her sister's fiancé. My goodness, this is beyond outrageous. You are not even blood-related. And your adoptive parents raised you. If you can't repay their kindness, at least don't be ungrateful. If I were her adoptive mother, I would have suffocated this wretched child as a baby. Let us boldly speculate. What kind of parents could not afford to raise a daughter? Surely they must be impoverished migrant workers or sanitation workers. With such a background, how could she ever dream of marrying into wealth? She should take a good look in the mirror and see what she has become. Qiao Lian merely glanced at the post before closing Weibo altogether. As she opened WeChat, a flurry of messages flooded in, nearly causing her phone to crash. Yanqing had been anxious all night. Why haven't you responded? You didn't answer your calls or messages. What is going on? Where do you reside now? I plan to come and visit you. You are well aware of those keyboard warriors on Weibo. Their words rarely bear any sweetness. Do I not know what sort of person you are? Qiao Lian forced a bitter smile. Perhaps I shall disappoint you. Yanqing replied instantly. What is going on? There is a grain of truth in what is said online. I have indeed been a surrogate, albeit under duress. Yanqing sent a flurry of exclamation marks, deleting and rewriting until she finally organized her thoughts. What is past is in the past. It is prudent to look forward. What is your family's attitude regarding Ling Zhong? Ling Xiao? Qiao Lian felt uncertain. She had contemplated the worst possible scenario. He might be on a business trip, perhaps unaware. Yet, it is only natural for him to care. I have resolved that when he returns, I shall have a proper conversation with him, thus achieving a graceful parting. For this matter, Yanqing refrained from offering too much advice, as it was a personal affair. Surrogacy, after all, depends on a man's capacity for acceptance. Xiao Lian perused the supportive messages from friends and colleagues on WeChat, feeling a flicker of warmth within. She responded to each one until she came across Yi Lan's reply. Chapter 81. Ling Zhao's affection and wrath take the next 2 days to rest well before returning to work. This season is perfect for visiting High City. One can hike and enjoy the sea, which will help in adjusting one's mood. This will soon pass. Xiao Lian did not inquire whether she could still return to Huanxing after such an incident. She appreciated Yi Lan's good intentions and took a stroll to clear her mind. That morning, she packed her belongings, donned a mask, and set out to purchase a high-speed train ticket to High City. Arriving around 3 in the afternoon, the temperature in High City was high, and she headed straight to the hotel with her luggage. After changing her clothes, she had a meal in the restaurant downstairs. Putting on sunglasses before heading to the beach, her mind was filled with concerns. Yet, as Yilan had mentioned, gazing at the sea could bring tranquility. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had forgotten everything. The time spent with Yi Wei. The days of tirelessly ghostwriting for Qiao Shan, the embarrassment at the engagement banquet. But even if she forgot everything, the days she spent with Ling Xiao remained etched in her memory with striking clarity. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, her eyes seeming to regain their calm. Why did Ling Zong suddenly come here? I recall that today's itinerary was supposed to be concluded. Secretary Zhao appeared bewildered, for in her recollection. Ling Zong was always a person of business, returning to the hotel immediately after tasks were completed. However, today felt peculiar in every respect that Wei Yuren shot her a glance, stating that she would soon find out. Accompanying them was Hao Zifeng, whose professional skills and eloquence made him suitable for business negotiations. Thus he had been summoned on short notice that he had already learned of the news that broke last night. Had it been him, he would have rushed back to address the situation and stay by her side. Yet Ling Xiao seemed oblivious, not even hinting at any disturbance that he was distracted, trailing behind until he spotted a familiar figure on the beach. At this moment, Secretary Zhao was still engaged in casual conversation with Yuren, remarking that while they had visited High City a few times, she could not recall ever being here. The water was not clear enough, and the sand was not soft enough. What prompted the boss to come here? Yuren smirked, saying there was no need to rush, as they would soon know. Xiao Lian remained unaware that someone was deliberately approaching her. She squinted slightly behind her sunglasses, feeling exhausted yet unwilling to sleep. She was too weary to muster any energy, yet she craved the company of others. She shifted in her lounge chair, adjusting her position, only to see a man in a white shirt and black trousers lounging on the adjacent beach chair. Initially, she thought him foolish. Who dresses like that for a beach outing? However, upon a closer look, she realized he appeared eerily familiar. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao slowly removed the cap obscuring his face, revealing the striking visage she knew too well. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and his elongated brows lifted, exuding an indescribable charm. How fortuitous! Xiao Lian could hardly believe such a coincidence existed. She glanced at him, then around her, finally settling her gaze on Yuren, Secretary Zhao, and Hao Zifeng, confirming her suspicions. Lian. You must have felt wronged these past few days. The man extended his long arm, pulling her to sit on his lap, his dark eyes devoid of doubt or suspicion, as if entirely unaware. Yet Xiao Lian found it impossible to continue hiding the truth. The entire world was already aware, which spared her the burden of concealing her thoughts any longer. She took a deep breath. Third brother, I have something to discuss with you. The man appeared unsurprised, continuing to nuzzle affectionately against her. Even though Xiao Lian had resolved to let go, his closeness evoked a tumult of emotions within her. She dared not meet his gaze, her lips quivering as she confessed, "What I wrote online about being a surrogate is true." Her lashes fluttered incessantly, betraying her inner turmoil. Ling Zhao's deep voice resonated in her ear. "I know." And then Xiao Lian abruptly raised her eyes. Since he was already aware, why did he not inquire further? How could a man be indifferent to such matters? Xiao Lian, knowing you as I do, even if I were to spend a fortune, this is not something you would willingly do. What has occurred is in the past. There's no point in discussing it further, since I have chosen to marry you. I will be responsible for your present and future. The man's gaze was resolute, devoid of hesitation. She stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words that I did not intend to hide this from you. It was just that after the car accident years ago, I forgot many things that I thought this matter would never be mentioned again, But Xiao Yin's eyes brimmed with tears. She could refrain from crying in front of anyone else, even endure silently at home. Yet before him, it seemed all her resolve crumbled. Did I know? Dear God, is there anything else you wish to convey to your husband? Xiao Yin contemplated. Her earlier whimsy had transformed into seriousness. Even if I care, it doesn't matter, Ling Xiao. What those people say online is correct. Our relationship is utterly fantastical. The words divorce lingered unspoken on her lips, but her demeanor betrayed her thoughts, rendering concealment impossible. Ling Xiao understood her intentions all too well. He enveloped her in his embrace, saying nothing, but leaned in to kiss her deeply, fiercely. His kiss was both passionate and forceful, lacking the usual gentleness, as if he wished to devour her whole. Do you still believe we are incompatible? Lian, your body is far more honest than your words. Xiao Lian's ears flushed crimson. She stammered yet uttered nothing. After such a significant event, Ling Xiao had no intention of holding it against her. All right, I will handle this matter. Do not worry. Had it been earlier, Xiao Lian might have protested, but the situation had escalated beyond her imagination, with those lurking in the shadows intent on her destruction. Ling Xiao first took Xiao Lian back to their hotel room before seeking out Yurun for a private discussion. Afterward, he summoned Secretary Zhao to be why now. Secretary Zhao remained bewildered. She had assumed the rumors were merely rumors, or that Xiao Lian had seduced Ling Zong, who seemingly did not care for her at all. Yet the reality appeared to be quite the opposite. Ling Zong. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. You have been by my side for several years. You should understand my principles. He did not specify anything. Yet Secretary Zhao broke into a cold sweat, her palms damp against her trousers as she cautiously nodded. Boss, I understand what you wish to convey, ASA Secretary, especially one who stood just below Yurun in rank. She could not possibly be oblivious. However, in recent times, she had sensed a palpable distance from the boss, as if he might replace her at any moment. Ling Zhao's fingers instinctively tapped the table. What do you think my relationship with Xiao Lian is? Secretary Zhao moved her lips, at a loss for words. That we are legally married. Thus you should know what to do from now on. Secretary Zhao was utterly stunned, unable to recall how she exited the room. Xiao Lian, the wife of Ling. How could that be? She had previously confronted Xiao Lian, humiliating her. Would she now whisper in Ling Zhao's ear? In a moment of sheer panic, Secretary Zhao contemplated the implications of the rumors surrounding the surrogate child. Before she could dwell on her thoughts further, Ling Zhao's protective actions for his wife had already commenced. Chapter 82. Turning hands to clouds, turning palms to rain during dinner. Ling Xiao deliberately ordered several of Xiao Lian's favorite dishes, and they finished the meal together. Xiao Lian had not closed her eyes all night, and now, upon returning to her room, she felt utterly exhausted. Although she had been weary on the beach, struggling to keep her eyelids from drooping, sleep had eluded her. However, with him by her side, she fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow, completely unaware that a tempest was brewing on Weibo. The surge of interest surrounding Xiao Lian's trending topic had garnered significant attention, and regardless of its veracity, the situation had become quite dire. Keyboard warriors were relentless in their condemnation. Even if Xiao Lian had some loyal fans, sustaining their support under such circumstances proved to be an arduous task. Yet, on that very night, a fresh wave of revelations emerged. Even more pointed than the previous recordings, with a level of precision that could not be overlooked. Numerous influential figures and seasoned insiders on Weibo began to share a particular message. Previous rumors circulating online had been fervently discussed. I am but a minor player in this circle, but by a stroke of fortune, I became acquainted with Ms. Xiao Shan. All the design drafts for the fashion party were crafted by my hand. If anyone doubts this, I can provide some of my chat logs with Ms. Xiao Shan. I am genuinely curious who initiated the notion of Xiao Shan being the most promising fashion designer in the industry. Surely, you must have some awareness. How can someone who requires a ghostwriter to appear on a program produce anything of merit in their spare time? Thus, I have serious doubts regarding the authenticity of last night's claims about Xiao Lian allegedly stealing Xiao Shan's designs and obtaining a spot on the show through backdoor dealings. I find it hard to believe that a talent show could be rigged. Can the live broadcast truly be fabricated? I implore everyone to think critically and not be manipulated by malicious individuals. The blogger known as Little Tadpole quickly garnered the attention of countless netizens who, being eager for gossip, failed to engage their minds. After reading this post, they felt an immediate sense of unease. Soon after, a plethora of exposes followed. Among the truths revealed last night was the fact that Xiao Lian had indeed studied abroad. But do you know which institution she attended? Such prestigious schools cannot be entered solely with wealth. One must possess genuine talent. She attended on a full scholarship. As a former middle school classmate of Xiao Lian, I can attest that she has always been the model student, while Xiao Shan was not necessarily the same. This woman relished flirting with boys at school, embodying all the traits of a white lotus and green tea BT. Real stories. I boldly speculate whether Xiao Shan's numerous previous works were indeed created by ghostwriters. The preceding commenter raises an excellent point. Yesterday, I scoured Yuanxing's official Weibo, where my brother works, and he mentioned that it was Xiao Lian who managed the Weibo account before she was ousted and replaced by Xiao Shan. You might want to observe the stylistic shift that a flood of people rushed in to investigate, and they discerned more than just a hint of truth that I venture to speculate once more. Could it be that Xiao Lian was merely ghostwriting for her sister all along? Though it seems implausible, Xiao Shan does appear somewhat like a decorative vase. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, and someone posted Xiao Shan's university course grades, which were utterly humiliating. Countless failures, and yet she somehow became a renowned figure in the industry, a true farce. They say that the feuds of wealthy families run deep, yet it feels as though this family is merely a cast of dramatists. Xiao Lian was sent away shortly after graduating from middle school. Surely, she must have endured her share of grievances. Although it seems like a forced attempt at redemption, the evidence is abundant and substantial. Even if all of this were mere rumors, how do you explain the surrogacy? Seducing the president of the Ling Group. Are we to just overlook that? The previous commenter is quite naive. Both parties are single and unmarried. How can this be considered seduction? Perhaps they are merely dating? At this juncture, a well-known influencer posted another message. Stay tuned for the second bombshell tomorrow morning. Such half-hearted revelations are the most detestable, yet the topic's momentum on Weibo showed no signs of waning. Some netizens made audacious speculations. Have you not noticed that since Xiao Lian left Yuanxing, the brand's new releases have declined in quality season after season, resembling nothing more than an old lady's foot wrap, stale and repugnant. Devoid of any novelty, the previous commenter seems to have a point. I was once a devoted fan of Yuanxing, purchasing every new release, but the recent products have been so unattractive they are even worse than curtain fabric. Thus, I increasingly suspect that Yuanxing is in trouble, and that Xiao Shan is implicated. Our focus last night seems to have been misplaced. Perhaps Xiao Lian has been bearing the brunt of their failures all along. However, did they not say that Xiao Lian stole Xiao Shan's boyfriend? The situation remains unclear, and I hope that clarity will come tomorrow morning. Xiao Shan, on the other hand, had a peaceful night's sleep. Consumed by jealousy towards Xiao Lian, a wild child rejected by her own parents who had managed to win the affections of a certain individual, while she herself was living in the gutter. Why should this be? Thus, when the designer from Huaxing approached her, she not only cooperated fully, but was eager to concoct a plethora of unfounded slander against Xiao Lian. With such a loud outcry last night, it was evident that Xiao Lian was finished. A comeback seemed nearly impossible. Yet she overlooked one crucial fact. If Ling Xiao wished to target someone, no one could evade his grasp. If he sought to rescue someone, no one could hinder him. When Yi Wei forcefully tossed her phone in front of her, Xiao Shan was still in a daze. What is going on? Yi Wei sneered. This is all you're doing. If you lack the capability, do not play pretend. Just look at how the media and netizens are portraying you. Even I and Yuanxing are suffering because of you. A chill ran through Xiao Shan's heart as she took the phone, opened the trending topics, and her expression grew increasingly grim. How could this be? It was all supposed to be. Yi Wei was too weary to listen to her excuses, finding her face utterly hypocritical. You cannot distance yourself from this now. Even if you wish to clarify your involvement, do not drag me and the company into this mess. Otherwise, Yi Wei, you cannot just stand by and watch me fall. I am doing this for you. Enough. Had I known you were this hypocritical and inept, I would have never looked your way. TSK. All the earlier design drafts were drawn by Xiao Lian, and you later concealed it from me while hiring a ghostwriter for the show. Xiao Shan, you truly have no limits. What is it that you would not do? Yi Wei was infuriated, feeling as though he had what a thespian rather than a genius. And now, he found it impossible to extricate himself from this situation. A truly humiliating experience. Xiao Shan felt equally aggrieved. She had always thought she had kept everything under wraps, having signed a confidentiality agreement with the ghostwriter. Yet now, the other party had unilaterally breached the contract, exposing her to the world. All manner of vile and sordid accusations rained down upon her. She could only feign calmness, asserting that the evidence was inconsequential, that we will hire online trolls. It will be done immediately, before tomorrow morning. The narrative will shift in my favor. Not to mention, with the surrogacy scandal hanging over Qiao Lian, I doubt she can recover. Just as Yi Wei was about to speak, the mention of surrogacy darkened his expression. Chapter 83, Displaying Affection. Announcing a relationship when it came to the surrogacy issue, the Qiao family avoided the topic altogether, especially around Yi Wei. The mere thought of his beloved having engaged in such actions left him feeling somewhat repulsed. Yet, recalling her stunning appearance on the show, he found it hard to let go. He cast a glance at Xiao Shan. Hire online trolls. Do you have any idea how expensive that is? Yuansheng is currently facing losses this quarter. We are not making money, and you still want me to squander funds on this futile endeavor. Xiao Shan's lips quivered. She did not truly expect Yi Wei to spend money on this. But hiring trolls was absolutely necessary. She could not simply sit idle. She discreetly excused herself to the restroom and contacted her mother. Upon learning of the situation, Xian's face turned pale. That little vixen. Where did she find such audacity, appearing on a show and inciting netizens? Leave this matter to me. If that little vixen is seeking her own demise, I will not spare her. Xian purchasing trolls was anticipated by Yu Ren. However, even if she bought an army of trolls, what could that accomplish? The entire public relations department of Huaxing, nay, the entire Ling group, was working overtime to serve the big boss. She was merely one individual attempting to take on so many. It was sheer folly. Thus, when her trolls launched their attack, they were swiftly obliterated before they even had a chance to make an impact. Such weaklings, I barely played with them a bit before they were wiped out. Garbage. Once Xian had paid for the trolls, she settled down to sleep, blissfully unaware of their ineffectiveness. When she awoke the next day, she discovered that the opposing side had vanished, leaving no room for her to backtrack. The following morning, while Qiao Lian was still asleep, Ling Xiao had already taken hold of her hand, snapping a photo with a click.